Chapter 1. The elevator descends. Please hold steady. Where am I? Have I been kidnapped? Lin Feng rubbed his slightly dizzy head as he stood up. Just moments ago, he had been rushing to attend his early class at 8, having chosen to share a rental house off campus due to his discomfort in the dormitory. He wondered which unfortunate soul had invented the concept of an early class. How did I end up in an elevator? Lin Feng pressed the button to open the door, but the elevator remained unresponsive. At that moment, the LCD screen next to the button suddenly illuminated, and a bizarre voice echoed from the elevator speaker. Welcome, fortunate ones, to the world of elevator survival. Here, endless treasures await, along with perilous dangers. At the stroke of noon, the elevator will descend to a new floor. You may choose to explore the floor or remain safely in the elevator. Regardless, the elevator will close in 1 hour, and those who fail to board will be left on this level forever. You may also encounter other survivors on the same floor. You can collaborate in your explorations or turn against one another. The screen beside the elevator button allows for communication and trade among you. Utilize the resources from your floor to upgrade the elevator, turning it into a base, with levels corresponding to that of the chat room. The elevator is an absolute safe zone. All creatures encountered on the floor will not enter the elevator. However, this only applies to creatures from the floors. The elevator cannot defend against attacks from other survivors, so please safeguard it. Now, the game begins. As the voice faded, Lin Feng regained his composure. It appeared that he had not been kidnapped, but rather transported to another world, akin to a tale from a novel, and the message conveyed by that voice indicated he was not alone in this predicament. At that moment, the screen had finished loading, revealing a chat room, with his avatar and name accompanied by a prominent number 1 his level. Next to it were the materials required for upgrading: 50 kilograms of wood and 100 kilograms of iron. The chat room featured both global and private conversations, with automatic language translation. Where is this? Is anyone there? What should we do? We all heard what that voice just said, right? It seems we've been transported to another world. Damn it, I just won 10 million in the lottery. Is this hell? I jumped off from upstairs and ended up here. I thought this was the underworld. The chat room buzzed with activity, indicating that many had been transported to this world. The elevator itself was surprisingly spacious, larger than a typical freight elevator. Just then, a voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Host detected entering the world prediction system has been bound. Ding! The upcoming floor poses no danger. In the podium's drawer, there lies a machete in the second column. Third row of desks, you will find an unopened pack of chocolate. Note: all items in the classroom are disassemblable. Ding dong! The elevator is descending. Please hold steady. The elevator's announcement reverberated, and Lin Feng suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness, which dissipated moments later as the elevator doors opened automatically. Lin Feng was not particularly surprised by the binding of the system, however. He felt a surge of joy within. After all, having a system meant he possessed an advantage over others, and this system seemed capable of foreseeing information about the floors. This truly is a classroom, Lin Feng remarked, observing the pristine environment. Above the blackboard, a classic phrase read, "Study diligently, strive for progress." Approaching the podium, Lin Feng indeed found a machete tucked away in the drawer. Yet, he wondered why such an item would be present in a classroom. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the desk as indicated by the system and discovered the pack of chocolate nestled within. However, it was still early. Only a minute had elapsed, leaving 59 minutes until the elevator's closure. The area where the floor number should be displayed now showed a countdown to the elevator's closing. 59:23. With ample time remaining, Lin Feng continued his search within the classroom. After spending several minutes rummaging through all the desks, he ultimately discovered only a blank notebook. He found it perplexing that, despite being a classroom, there were no books to be found, and all the windows were opaque, with the door firmly locked. Since the elevator upgrade required wood, he resolved to dismantle the desks. Lin Feng swung the machete, discovering it was remarkably easy to wield and exceedingly sharp. Unfortunately, the entire classroom's furniture, including the desks and podium, was wooden, devoid of any iron. With around 40 desks in the classroom, Lin Feng, being merely a university student who favored gaming and rarely exercised, spent over 50 minutes and managed to dismantle only 20 desks. If he directly transported them into the elevator, he wouldn't be able to fit much. Only 6 minutes left. I should stop now. Damn it, I need to exercise more. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. After moving 6 chairs, he returned to the elevator just as the doors closed behind him. Upon his return, he faintly perceived sounds of commotion. Could there really be students in this classroom? Lin Feng scratched his head, glancing at the 20 desks he had dismantled. Never mind if this truly is a school. I trust the administration will replenish the desks. Lin Feng glanced back at the screen, noting the materials required for upgrading had changed. Upgrade required: 10 kilograms of wood, 100 kilograms of iron. How could I only get 40 kilograms from so many desks? There must be a middleman involved. Moreover, it seemed the elevator had also counted the chairs, as he saw them listed in the details below. Removing the chairs from the equation increased the wood requirement by another 10 kilograms. Lin Feng had brought back these 6 chairs for resting purposes. After arranging the chairs, he lay down for a moment, finding it comfortably spacious. However, there was little room left in the elevator. Let's check the chat room. Lin Feng rose and approached the screen, opening the chat room. Have you all completed the first floor? Did you encounter any dangers? I explored a dilapidated building and found 2 shovels and a leather bucket. Mine was relatively safe, but it was quite disgusting. I entered a public restroom that reeked terribly, so I left quickly. Hey, upstairs, your restroom should have a faucet, right? Yes, but I'm not thirsty, and I have nothing to carry water in. You should drink some. What if you get thirsty later and can't find any? You go drink the restroom water will make you sick. It seems everyone has entered floors without danger. I ended up in an abandoned factory, where I found 20 kilograms of scrap iron and half a bottle of mineral water. Chapter 2. The Opening Thunderstrike. Speaking of water, Lin Feng realized he had none. The only food he possessed was that pack of chocolate, which might suffice in a pinch. He hoped the next floor would yield some water for him. Lin Feng glanced at the trading system, noticing that some individuals had begun attempting to sell items, engaging in barter for essentials. Currently, most traded items consisted of food and water, and the wood in Lin Feng's possession was in high demand, as it was necessary for upgrading the elevator. However, he chose not to sell, as he still needed more wood to upgrade the elevator, and he had no idea when he would next encounter a wood-rich environment. Thank goodness I ate a lot this morning, Lin Feng thought, patting his stomach. He had consumed 3 baskets of soup dumplings and a bowl of tofu pudding that morning, which explained his tardiness for the early class. It seemed his choice to indulge in a hearty meal had not been in vain. The food in his belly should last him the day. The screen now displayed the time as 2 p.m. To conserve energy, Lin Feng lay down on the makeshift bed formed by the chairs. It's so stuffy, he muttered, removing his jacket to use as a cushion. This jacket was the only item he had brought with him into this world. His phone, keys, and other belongings had not made the transition. Others likely found themselves in a similar situation. After recovering his stamina, Lin Feng resumed organizing the wood. The elevator space was limited, so maximizing every bit of space was essential. After neatly stacking all the wood, he gained a bit more room. System? Ding, please speak, host. Is your function solely to predict information about each floor? Ding, this system also offers task rewards. The host's current first task is to elevate the elevator to level 2, with a reward of a precision steel crossbow and 20 bolts. Lin Feng nodded, appreciating the system's capabilities. Let's see what others are up to. He pulled a chair over to the screen and opened the chat room, only to be met with the opening thunderstrike. Dear uncles, I didn't eat anything last night, and I'm so hungry. Is there anyone willing to trade me some food? They'll exchange anything, even my underwear, that I have arrived. Do not snatch it away. I wish to brew some tea. Brother, this is no ordinary game. Now, everyone knows how vital food is. Surely no one would be foolish enough to trade for such a thing. Lin Feng, curious, clicked on the profile of that young lady, and indeed, she had posted a trade, offering inner garments for any food item. Just as Lin Feng thought it impossible that anyone would exchange for such an item, the transaction record vanished before his eyes. Lin Feng was left utterly dumbfounded. Incredible! In the chat room, messages erupted. Brothers, does anyone have water? I can trade food for it. I have excess food, but no water. I can trade. Post the offer. Holy cow! I've managed to start a fire! Lin Feng was equally bewildered. Setting a fire in such a cramped elevator was sheer madness. Isn't it stifling enough in here without igniting a fire? Surely one wouldn't suffocate? Indeed, someone soon posed the question. Dude, this elevator is hardly ventilated as it is, and you're starting a fire? Are you trying to tempt fate? What choice do I have? I found 2 turtles on this floor, and I haven't eaten for a day. I'm starving. I am curious. How did you manage to start a fire? Did you find a lighter? Absolutely not. I used a method of friction with wood. I happened to gather some timber and a small packet of paper. Enough talk, I'm choking here. I need to roast these turtles and extinguish the flames. What a fierce individual. One can only hope this brother gets to feast on those turtles. It's already 7 p.m. Let's get some rest. We need to explore the floors at midnight. With that, Lin Feng dozed off in his chair. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the forest floor. At the center of the floor lies a wooden treasure chest, which contains a bottle of clean drinking water, a 1L iron can, a gold coin, and 5-century-old pine trees. If you possess a chainsaw, you may attempt to saw them down. Beware, a venomous snake resides within the chest. If bitten, you will not survive for more than 3 seconds. If you have a weapon, you may try to slay it. The system's voice jolted Lin Feng awake. The difficulty of this floor had indeed escalated, however. A single snake posed little threat to Lin Feng, especially now that he knew its location. Ding dong! The elevator is descending. Please hold on securely. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and it was a full minute before the elevator came to a gentle halt. Lin Feng promptly pressed the door open button and entered, armed with his blade. The only threat on this floor was the venomous snake, so he made his way directly to the wooden treasure chest at the center. Cautiously opening the chest, he poised his machete, ready for any sudden movements. A flash of white light revealed the snake, which had leapt out to ambush Lin Feng, but it was swiftly cleaved in half. Though severed, the snake was not yet dead, its 2 halves writhing in a desperate struggle. After delivering a final blow to its head, it ceased to be a threat. After retrieving the contents of the chest, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. As for the 5 pine trees, he knew he would require a full day to chop them down with his machete. Is that the sound of water? As he walked, Lin Feng discerned the sound of flowing water. How was this floor constructed? And from where did this water flow? Indeed, he soon spotted the Foresee, a small stream at the edge of the floor. Regrettably, no fish could be seen. After filling the iron can with water, Lin Feng returned to the treasure chest and carried it back to the elevator. The chest, made of wood with some iron components, could be used to upgrade the elevator. After tossing all the items back inside, Lin Feng glanced at the now severed snake and decided to pick it up. Perhaps someone might find it useful. He shrugged, thinking it best to list it on the trading market. Maybe the fierce individual who had ignited a fire in the elevator would buy it. Lin Feng, is there anyone in need of food? I'll just kill the snake, you can clean it yourselves. I seek iron and have already posted the trade. He contemplated setting the price of the snake at 5 kilograms of iron. After all, it was not particularly large pricing. It too high would mean no one could afford it. A snake? Is it alive? I have no fire. Am starving. Will eating it raw cause poisoning? Upstairs, you won't be poisoned by eating it raw. Just ensure it's properly prepared, though. There is a risk of parasitic infection. By the way, wasn't there a brother who started a fire by friction? I envy you. Could you trade me some embers? I need to cook on this floor, or else I'll suffocate. Good point, brother. Are you willing to sell some embers? Enough chatter. I encountered a zombie when I entered the floor, and it grabbed me. I'm struggling to breathe now. I might not make it. I extinguished the fire. I have no embers left. What the hell? Zombies can appear on this floor? Brother, since you're on the brink of death, you might as well sell your belongings at a discount. Consider it an act of kindness. Indeed, since you're going to die anyway, it's all about mutual support among survivors. Before long, the others were clamoring for this brother to sell his possessions at a bargain, showing little regard for his survival.
Chapter 3: What constitutes a master of time management? Presently, the venomous snake that Lin Feng had listed on the exchange remains unsold, yet he is unperturbed, confident that even in the absence of flames, there will be those who choose to consume it. At this moment, Lin Feng is merely 12 kilograms of wood and 98 kilograms of iron away from an upgrade. He gazes at the chocolate bar clutched tightly in his hand, swallowing hard as hunger begins to gnaw at him. The exertion of dismantling desks in the classroom has drained much of his energy, and he has gone without food for quite some time. Perhaps he should start with some water. Lin Feng gulps down several mouthfuls of mineral water, feeling a slight sensation in his stomach. Just then, the elevator doors close automatically. The following day, Lin Feng is abruptly awakened by hunger, accompanied by an urgent need to relieve himself, as if his bladder might burst. Damn it, had he known, he would have refrained from drinking those few sips of water yesterday. Anxiety etched on his face. Lin Feng thinks to himself that he cannot possibly urinate in the elevator. After all, he intends to reside there for some time. Thankfully, it is only 10 in the morning, leaving him with 2 hours until noon. Beep. There are 5 weak zombies on the floor that the host is about to enter. If armed, one could attempt to eliminate them. In the center of the floor lies a food supply box, which upon opening will yield 3 bottles of clean water, 2 cans of beef, and a special antibiotic, capable of curing most ordinary ailments. One of the zombies carries a usable lighter in its pocket. Beep, a selection task has been triggered. Please make a choice. Option 1, enter the floor and eliminate 5 zombies. Reward, a P229 handgun and 3 spare magazines. Option 2, hide in the elevator and refrain from entering the floor. Reward, a sharp fruit knife. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng is astonished to discover that there is indeed a selection task. Option 1 appears to be the most advantageous, yet he questions whether he can truly defeat 5 zombies. He glances at the sharp machete in his hand. To hell with it, fortune favors the bold, and the timid perish. He resolves to choose option 1, bolstering his courage. Lin Feng patiently awaits the arrival of noon. The food supply box is of paramount importance to him, not to mention the rewards promised by the system, a handgun that would surely render him invincible at this stage. A left kick, a right kick, and a couple of swift strikes, he mutters to himself, warming up in anticipation. Ding, the elevator is descending, please hold on tight. The announcement reverberates through his mind, and Lin Feng's heart races. To claim that he is not anxious would be a falsehood. After all, he has never engaged in combat before, and now he is faced with 5 bloodthirsty zombies. Should he perhaps reconsider venturing out? A voice within him suggests retreat, but he quickly dismisses it. He has bound himself to the system. Could he truly continue to cower? He steels himself. As the sensation of weightlessness fades, Lin Feng presses the button to open the doors. Where are the zombies? As he surveys the empty room before him, confusion sets in. Could it be that this floor contains more than one room? He ventures further, the air heavy with an unpleasant odor. Until he spots a deformed iron door. To gulp, Lin Feng swallows hard and reaches out to push open the iron door. Roar! Just as he opens it, a zombie lunges at him. Damn! Startled, Lin Feng instinctively swings his weapon forward. And with a sickening squelch, the machete cleaves into the zombie's head. Black blood oozes down the blade, staining Lin Feng's hand. Was it really that easy? Staring at the zombie he has just slain, Lin Feng struggles to believe his eyes. However, the other 4 zombies are not about to grant him such a simple victory. They roar and charge toward him. He cannot fight them. It would be utterly futile. Without a second thought, Lin Feng dashes back into the elevator. As the 4 zombies enter the iron door, they stand motionless, as if oblivious to the elevator's presence. Lin Feng's eyes dart around, and a brilliant idea strikes him. He steps one leg out of the elevator, instantly drawing the zombies' attention. Roar! When Lin Feng retracts his leg back into the elevator, the zombies halt once more. Yeah, could this be considered a bug? Thus begins Lin Feng's masterful manipulation of the zombies. In and out, in and out, in and out. Finally, after several minutes of this, the 4 zombies line up at the elevator door. With a mere extension of his arm, he can dispatch one of them. Bang! One zombie's head explodes upon impact, and the remaining 3 let out deafening roars, their gnashing teeth aimed at Lin Feng's arm, only to be met with his swift retreat. Roar! Take that! Bang! Another zombie meets the same fate. The last 2 zombies are dispatched using the same strategy, and Lin Feng marvels at the prowess of his machete, which remains sharp even after 5 decapitations. If he were outside, he could easily trade it for 10 yuan. Beep! The host has completed the task. Rewards are being allocated. After the system's proclamation, a compact P229 handgun and 3 magazines manifest in Lin Feng's hand. He counts each magazine contains 13 bullets, and the gun astonishingly lacks a magazine of its own. How inconsiderate! With half an hour remaining, Lin Feng quickly races to the center of the floor, where he discovers the food supply box. It also made of iron. A surge of joy fills Lin Feng as he clutches the box and hurries back to the elevator. He then rummages through the corpses of several zombies. He cannot deny the repugnant odor, but survival necessitates such actions. The lighter is undoubtedly useful. In the future, should he acquire any raw food, he can use fire to cook it. Rather than resorting to the primitive method of friction for ignition, which Lin Feng has no knowledge of. At last, he finds it windproof, no less. Lin Feng stows the lighter in his pocket, only to be besieged by a sudden urge to urinate. The adrenaline rush had momentarily suppressed his need, but now that he is calmed, he struggles to maintain control. This is intolerable. With 10 minutes still remaining, Lin Feng breathes a sigh of relief and quickly seeks a secluded corner to relieve himself. Ah, what a comfort! As Lin Feng prepares to return to the elevator, he recalls that the door is likely iron as well. No, he cannot let this opportunity slip away. Eager to level up, he resolutely retrieves his machete and approaches the iron door. Bang, 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 bang. Fortunately, the iron door is quite flimsy. After striking the rusted hinges a few times with his machete, Lin Feng successfully dislodges it. The elevator doors are still open for another minute. Ha! What does it mean to be a master of time management? Lin Feng wipes the zombie blood from his hands, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, he realizes that he must clean the blood off promptly. One can never be too cautious about potential infections. Chapter 4. The first kill. At this juncture, he is nearly 12 kilograms of wood and 75 kilograms of iron away from an upgrade. The iron door and the iron food supply box indeed carry significant weight. However, Lin Feng must now address a pressing issue. The elevator lacks sufficient space for movement, and he must clear out a spot for the 75 kilograms of iron. Thus, he dismantles 2 chairs, chopping them apart and stacking the pieces atop the woodpile. First, he decides to eat something. Lin Feng quickly devours the chocolate bar. Its high caloric content provides an immediate sense of satiety. Subsequently, he approaches the screen eager to check if his listed items have sold. Indeed, they have. I knew someone would buy them. After all, it is still meat. Upon clicking to collect the items, a 5-kilogram weight materializes out of thin air, landing perilously close to Lin Feng's foot. What the hell? It appeared right in front of me. Lin Feng takes a cautious step back. Meanwhile, the chat room buzzes with excitement as 2 survivors have entered the same floor. Brothers, I can confirm that it works. You can collaborate with others and enter their elevators. I'm currently in his elevator, and we've moved all my supplies over. We're just 20 kilograms of wood away from elevating to level 2. Impressive. Hurry and reach level 2. We want to see what changes occur at that level. No problem, we'll organize our supplies first. Gotta go. Lin Feng watches the dialogue in the chat room, sensing something amiss. It is not that he harbors a dark disposition, rather, he believes that the situation cannot possibly be as straightforward as it appears. How can 2 strangers trust each other completely in a world devoid of moral and legal constraints? Yet, the others remain blissfully unaware, as most still adhere to a personal code of ethics and do not typically consider the notion of murder. Regardless, he resolves to remain cautious should he encounter other survivors in the future. Lin Feng inspects his handgun. As long as he possesses it, he truly believes no one will dare to trouble him. In another elevator, a woman of decent appearance is being forcibly pinned against the wall. The man assaulting her is none other than the individual who had been conversing in the chat room. This is not collaboration, it is robbery. Upon entering the floor, the man spots the woman exiting and is consumed by malicious intent. Using his overwhelming strength, he knocks her unconscious and tosses her into his elevator, subsequently stripping it of all her belongings. Please spare me, spare you, hee. From now on, you shall obediently serve as my plaything, especially since there is nothing to occupy my time in the elevator. The man licked her neck. And then, the following is omitted for brevity. The afternoon swiftly slipped away, and Lin Feng successfully sold the half bottle of water he had filled from the creek at the exchange. The selling price was equivalent to 5 kilograms of iron, leaving him still needing 70 kilograms. I hope the next floor I visit is entirely composed of iron, he mused. After uttering this thought, Lin Feng reclined in his chair and drifted into slumber. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the recycling center, a zone devoid of dangers, yet abundant in scrap metal, paper, and other recyclables. Upon hearing the system's voice in his dream, Lin Feng jolted upright. The next floor is safe, and it has a plethora of scrap metal. This means I can directly upgrade the elevator. What luck this fellow possesses. Ding dong, the elevator ascends. Please hold on. Steady. Ascending, Lin Feng pondered. Wasn't he always descending? Wouldn't he ascending lead back to the previously experienced floor? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, there was no one to provide answers. As the elevator reached its destination, Lin Feng opened the doors and stepped out. Looking up, he beheld a mountain of scrap, thankfully not a heap of trash, and it was neatly sorted. After locating the metal section, he indeed found an abundance of scrap iron. I'm going to strike it rich. So much iron. If I put this on the exchange, I'll make a fortune. Just then, an abrupt voice pierced the air, causing Lin Feng's nerves to tighten instantly. And he drew his pistol. There is someone else, yet the other party had not yet noticed him. Standing directly opposite and shielded by the pile of scrap, Lin Feng faced 2 choices: to kill and loot or to coexist peacefully. For there was more than enough scrap for both. However, the current situation favored Lin Feng, as he possessed the gun and held absolute leverage. Sorry, buddy. Yet he disengaged the safety on his pistol and crouched low as he stepped out. At that moment, the other man had just picked up a pile of scrap iron and was whistling, intending to return to his elevator. Stay right there, Lin Feng commanded, leveling the gun at the youth. Whoa, big guy, please don't shoot. I'm also a survivor, right? How about we cooperate? The youth reacted swiftly, dropping the scrap and raising his hands in a gesture of peace. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Sure, but I need to see your sincerity since I'm the one with the gun. If future explorations will be much safer that way. No problem. I'll move all my belongings into your elevator right away, the youth exclaimed, rushing towards his elevator. What a joke! Who would truly collaborate with you? Upon returning to his elevator, the youth concealed a blade in his palm and, clutching a box, approached Lin Feng slowly, foolishly believing he could launch a surprise attack. At that moment, he thought, wouldn't Lin Feng be caught off guard, allowing him to seize the gun? Please don't shoot, I'll hand everything over to you. The youth pleaded, inching closer. Suddenly, he hurled the box at Lin Feng and lunged with the blade aimed at his neck. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he swiftly raised his hand and fired. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the bullet struck the man squarely in the forehead, exploding the back of his skull like a watermelon. Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the gruesome sight before him. It was entirely different from confronting zombies. Soon, the elevator floor was drenched in blood. After overcoming his discomfort at the sight of the lifeless youth, Lin Feng stepped into the elevator. Chapter 5. Upgrading the elevator. The contents of the youth's elevator were not plentiful. But Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover a substantial amount of wood and scrap metal. Once he transported these items back, he would certainly be able to upgrade his elevator. Glancing at the time, he noted that less than 50 minutes remained. Damn, I need to hurry. Cursing inwardly, Lin Feng quickened his pace. After expending 15 minutes, he finally transferred all the useful items from the elevator into his own. With the remaining time, he sifted through the recycling station, selecting additional materials for his elevator. By the time Lin Feng entered his elevator, he could barely fit inside the doorway. However, all his hard work bore fruit. The screen displayed that his elevator was ready for an upgrade. Upgrade elevator. Upon pressing the button, the elevator began to shake violently, and the surrounding walls shifted outward. Moments later, Lin Feng's elevator had doubled in size. And a small water tank appeared, neatly labeled with the word, toilet. I truly thank your entire family. A toilet has been installed right after the upgrade. As Lin Feng grumbled, he glanced at the screen. Upgrade materials: 100 kilograms of wood, 120 kg of iron, 5 gold coins. Remaining requirements: 60 kilograms of wood, 90 kg of iron, 4 gold coins. Fortunately, the materials needed were not excessive. It turned out that these gold coins were for upgrading the elevator, not for trading. Lin Feng pulled out the exquisitely crafted gold coin and remarked. He then opened the chat room, realizing that obtaining gold coins early on would be relatively rare, which explained the necessity of only 5 coins. As Lin Feng surveyed the chat, he noted that currently only his elevator had reached level 2. Just then, the system's rewards arrived. Ding, the host has completed the task and is receiving rewards. The rewards have been distributed: 1 steel crossbow and 20 crossbow bolts. After the system announcement, the steel crossbow materialized in the elevator, accompanied by a quiver containing 20 bolts. Ding, new task: upgrade the elevator to level 3. Reward: 1 chainsaw and 100 liters of gasoline. A chainsaw as a reward. The logging saw of Bald Chang. If I encounter a forest floor in the future, I could simply cut down the trees. At that point, I surely wound Tilak for wood. Nevertheless, upgrading the elevator should take precedence. In the chat room, Lin Feng typed, who has gold coins? I am willing to trade iron and wood, offering 10 kilograms of iron or wood for 1 gold coin. If anyone is interested, let us trade. 10 kg, is gold this valuable? Big shot, did you reach level 2 so quickly? Did you collaborate with someone? What is the use of gold coins? I have one. But can they be used after upgrading the elevator to level 2? Of course, gold coins must be useful, otherwise why would people trade? I suspect they are also for upgrading the elevator. Can't believe a big shot upgraded to level 2 just one day, and I'm so envious. By the way, what does a level 2 elevator look like? I just want to know if the space has expanded. Staying in such a confined space daily, I can hardly breathe. Exactly, I suffer from claustrophobia, it's unbearable. Lin Feng, dear brother in the future, could you perhaps take me in? I'm a petite and delicate 160 centimeters lowly, 160 kilograms? Or Jean? Ha ha ha, the person above is killing me with laughter. Could it be in meters? 666,666. Lin Feng, observing the chatroom's conversation straying from the original topic, felt somewhat speechless. This is absurd. A 160 lowly? More like a 160 kilograms tank. Ignoring the chatter, he decided to retire for the night. After listing 20 kilograms of wood and 20 kilograms of iron on the trading market, Lin Feng exited the chat room. With the elevator's space increased, he resolved to craft himself a proper bed. He had preserved the desktop from the dismantled desk specifically for this purpose, after piecing together 8 flat tabletops. A sturdy wooden bed was constructed. In the future, he would add something soft to it. After all, it was far better than sleeping on a metal slab. As for chairs, he retained only 2, dismantling the rest for upgrade materials. Once he completed these tasks, Lin Feng laid his coat atop the newly fashioned bed and tested it out. Quite satisfactory, he nodded in approval. Rising, he sought a clear space to begin push-ups and squats. He decided to start exercising from today onwards. In this environment, maintaining a strong physique is of utmost importance. He began with simpler exercises, planning to incorporate weights later to enhance his endurance. Currently, lifting heavy objects left him gasping for breath, which was unacceptable. It wasn't that he was weak, rather he had become lax during his university years, neglecting exercise and languishing in his dormitory. Once upon a time, he had possessed a chiseled six-pack. Alas, the past is best left unexamined. With a sigh, Lin Feng compelled himself to work out. Presently food and water were still abundantly sufficient. The canned beef weighed a hefty 2 kilograms, though that was merely what the label claimed. Shaking it revealed some liquid inside, indicating the actual meat content was likely less. Nevertheless, those 2 cans would sustain him for 2 days. After 2 hours of exercise, Lin Feng relaxed his muscles and succumbed to sleep. Ding! The host is about to enter the floor of the red attire room. On the bed lies a malevolent spirit clad in red, and beneath the bed rests an iron chest containing 2 gold coins, an exorcism talisman, and a soft blanket. Hint: the malevolent spirit in red will not directly kill any human who enters the floor. The exorcism talisman can instantaneously vanquish the spirit. Ding! Task selection activated. The host is requested to make a choice. Choice 1, enter the floor and open the chest. Reward, an energy-free electromagnetic cooker. Choice 2, enter the floor, open the chest, and slay the malevolent spirit in red. Reward, a body-enhancing elixir that will improve physical constitution upon consumption. Choice 3, do not enter the floor. Reward, a compressed biscuit. At this moment, Lin Feng awakened to the sound of the system. System, can't I receive the rewards for both choice 1 and choice 2? Ding, apologies, host, but that is not possible. You may only choose one. Alright, then I choose 2. Lin Feng declared decisively. Chapter 6, The Ghostly Marriage. The malevolent spirit in red. At that moment, the elevator announcement chimed in. Ding dong, the elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. A familiar sensation washed over him. And moments later, Lin Feng pressed the button to open the doors. A malevolent spirit in red. Is it? I shall see just how beautiful she truly is. Lin Feng felt no fear of such entities. It was not due to any extraordinary skills, but rather his audacity, especially since the system had assured him that the malevolent spirit in red would not directly kill any human who ventured onto the floor. Surely, there must be some conditions to fulfill. How pathetic for a spirit to require conditions to claim a life. As the elevator doors slowly parted, Lin Feng found himself in a bridal chamber adorned with auspicious symbols. Albeit in white, the attire of the malevolent spirit in red resembled that of a bride. Could it be a plot involving ghostly marriage? Contemplating this, Lin Feng stepped into the chamber upon his entrance. The spirit beneath the red veil remained silent, and Lin Feng chose to ignore her, instead surveying the wedding room. The architectural style appeared ancient, yet the windows obscured any view of the outside world. After a thorough inspection of the room yielded no useful items, he approached the bed and bent down to look underneath. The darkness below was impenetrable. He could see nothing. However, the system had indicated a chest was located there. So Lin Feng wasted no time extending his arm downward. This action left the malevolent spirit, who sat on the bed, utterly dumbfounded. What was he doing? Why was he reaching under the bed? What was this cold object? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, meticulously exploring the item. To his shock, there was indeed a person beneath the bed. He quickly withdrew his hand. Just moments ago, he had been entwined with the fingers of that individual. Judging by the temperature and rigidity, it was undoubtedly a corpse. Could it be the body of the malevolent spirit seated on the bed? Suddenly Lin Feng felt an eerie sensation, as if something was fixated upon him from behind, causing his breath to grow heavy. A voice within urged him to turn around immediately, yet the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, warning him against such an action. Lin Feng had always trusted his sixth sense. He believed that turning around now would bring him perilously close to death. Perhaps the spirit was already watching him, and a mere glance would allow her to strike. Lin Feng's instincts were correct. The malevolent spirit hovered just behind him, nearly touching his back. If he were to turn now, she would surely frighten him, and her condition for killing was simply to terrify her target once. Do not turn around, do not turn around, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he reached back toward the space beneath the bed. Continuing his search, the chest was situated near the head of the female corpse. Not a bad figure, Lin Feng remarked, before quietly extracting the chest. Upon hearing his comment, the malevolent spirit's fearsome facade crumbled. You insufferable human, she fumed, unable to contain her rage, just as Lin Feng raised his head after retrieving the chest. The malevolent spirit appeared before him, contorting her face into what she believed was a terrifying expression, eyes rolled back, veins bulging, and blood seeping from her orifices. Lin Feng merely stared at her, expressionless. Is this supposed to frighten me? I've seen far more terrifying apparitions in 3D horror films. The malevolent spirit was taken aback by Lin Feng's lack of fear. This man possessed an extraordinary audacity. Changing her expression, she let out a mournful wail. Shut up, Lin Feng retorted, slapping her. So this malevolent spirit is corporeal. Observing the spirit sprawled on the ground, Lin Feng scratched his head. Forget it. Let's just open the chest. After withdrawing the exorcism talisman from the chest, Lin Feng turned to the malevolent spirit. An exorcism talisman naturally used to banish spirits. The spirit, still reeling from the slap, was astonished that a human had struck her. You dare bully a ghost, Lin Feng, bewildered, gazed at the spirit. What is going on here? He disregarded her, for his time was precious. Raising the talisman, he asked, Do you know what this is? The malevolent spirit, who was actually quite striking, shook her head. She was a newly transformed spirit, having become a malevolent entity due to the heavy resentment from her forced ghostly marriage. Well then, let me enlighten you, Lin Feng chuckled, and without hesitation, he tossed the talisman. Huh, why is there no reaction? Lin Feng stared at the talisman that had landed on the ground, perplexed. Isn't it supposed to activate immediately? Ding, please, host, use a drop of blood from your fingertip to activate the talisman. Then recite urgent as commanded. Before throwing it, why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Feng awkwardly picked up the talisman, then resolutely bit his fingertip, applying the blood to the talisman. Once activated, the malevolent spirit sensed the threat of the talisman and hastily pleaded. I beg you, noble spirit, grant me mercy. I do not wish to harm anyone. Urgent as commanded. Lin Feng was unfazed by her pleas. Just because she was attractive didn't mean she could offer him a body-enhancing elixir. Women only slow down my draw. With Lin Feng's command, the talisman locked onto the malevolent spirit and flew toward her. Boom. With a deafening sound, accompanied by the spirit's anguished cries, she vanished without a trace. Ding, host has completed the task, rewards are being distributed. The rewards were dispensed, and Lin Feng received a body-enhancing elixir. Body-enhancing elixir. Consuming it will enhance physical constitution. After claiming his reward, Lin Feng turned his attention back to the iron chest. Remarkably heavy, it must weigh at least 20 to 30 kilograms, its thickness would likely withstand several bullets. After transporting the chest back, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the bed. It was, after all, a bed, complete with soft bedding and pillows. Perhaps he could take them as well. Assessing the size of the elevator against the bed, he sighed in disappointment. It seemed a bit too small. Regrettably, Lin Feng decided to only take the bedding. Pillows and sheets, showing no concern over the fact that these items were associated with a ghostly marriage. Chapter 7. The enormous leather backpack. Oh, I should also offer an apology to the original owner. Lin Feng scratched his head, then pulled the female corpse from beneath the bed. I'm sorry, beautiful. I'll just borrow your bedding for a while. Thank you ever so much. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Please decide whether to fulfill the malevolent spirit's final wish. Completion reward, an enormous leather backpack. To think a random task could be triggered. Lin Feng glanced at the elevator's closing timer. 40 minutes remained. Ample time to accept, thus, he chose to accept the task. Ding, random task, the malevolent spirit's final wish. In 5 minutes, the family of the groom for the ghostly marriage will appear on this floor. The host must eliminate them all and incinerate their bodies. Upon hearing the task's requirements, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed manageable, and there were no spirits involved. He reasoned that his hand crossbow should suffice. And it would be prudent to conserve ammunition. After contemplating, he decided to hide beneath the bed, dragging the female corpse along with him. After 5 minutes of stillness, 2 figures, a man and a woman, materialized before him. Cradling a corpse clad in groom's attire, this must be the target of his task. Lin Feng readied his crossbow, aimed, and fired. At such close range, he would be embarrassed if he missed. The man, struck in the neck, clutched his bleeding throat, unable to utter a word. Before collapsing to the ground, the woman gasped in shock, about to scream for help when Lin Feng's bolt reached her, having killed 2 individuals in quick succession. Lin Feng's mentality had stabilized, unlike the previous instance where he had disgustingly shot someone in the head with a handgun, resulting in brain matter splattering across the walls, a sight that could easily overwhelm any normal person. Of course, it might also be due to the less gruesome nature of this scene. Next came the task of incinerating the bodies. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and realized there was a ready-made solution. The room, perhaps to create a festive atmosphere, was adorned with numerous oil lamps, which he promptly overturned, dousing the corpses in oil. Instantly, a roaring fire erupted. Task accomplished. Lin Feng clapped his hands and returned to the elevator. Yet at that moment, the system had yet to provide a notification of task completion. It seemed the bodies needed to be entirely reduced to ashes first. The haul from this endeavor was indeed commendable. Even without any rewards from the system, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. He had utilized a ghost-repelling talisman and acquired 2 gold coins along with a blanket. The talisman was undoubtedly the most valuable item, as its purpose was to enable survivors to slay the vengeful spirit clad in red. After laying out the blanket and mattress, Lin Feng's bed finally resembled something comfortable. Lying down, he could quietly await the completion of his task. There were still over 20 minutes until the elevator closed. His system, will I not receive my reward if the bodies are not fully incinerated by the time the elevator doors close? Ding, fear not. Host, please be patient, the system reassured him. This response sparked numerous thoughts in Lin Feng's mind. Could it be that time continued to pass in these floors even after the survivors departed? A bold conjecture emerged in his mind. Might these floors be individual worlds unto themselves? Recalling the cacophony he had heard in the classroom floor, Lin Feng felt confident in his hypothesis. However, even if he understood that each floor was an independent realm, it mattered little, as escape was not an option. He decided to consume the body-enhancing pill. Lin Feng glanced at the dark pill in his hand and, without a second thought, swallowed it. What? Upon contact with his taste buds, Lin Feng's expression twisted in agony. Ugh, how bitter, why is it so astringent? Damn system, this pill isn't made from feces, is it? Although Lin Feng felt the urge to regurgitate, he hesitated and quickly took several gulps of water to wash it down. Others pills dissolve instantly upon ingestion, and while they may not taste like fruit, they are certainly sweet, yet this pill was as repugnant as excrement. Lin Feng gagged, then began to assess the changes in his body. If there were no changes, he would have words with the system. Ding, please maintain a calm mindset, the system will never deceive you. With that assurance, Lin Feng felt a measure of comfort. He nodded and waited. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Ding, host task has been completed. You have received an extra large leather backpack. What about the changes in my body? Why do I still feel as weak as before? Lin Feng clenched his fist, feeling no different from his previous self. Ding, please perform some push-ups to discover the changes that have occurred. I'll trust you this once. Lin Feng set the leather backpack aside and began to do push-ups. An hour later, holy cow, am I really this strong? Previously, Lin Feng had found it impressive to manage a dozen standard push-ups, but now he had effortlessly done them for an entire hour without breaking a sweat. At that moment, he suddenly felt his abdomen was hard. Touching it, tears of joy filled his eyes, his four-pack abs had finally returned. Ding, please continue your fitness regimen, the effects of the body-enhancing pill will persist. What a treasure, the system has proven reliable, confirming that he had not become a major liability. Lin Feng picked up the leather backpack for a closer inspection. It wasn't particularly large a weight. What? Upon touching the backpack, 5 compartments appeared in his vision. Ding, this backpack is a spatial backpack. Each compartment can hold one item and can stack up to 200 kilograms of that item. A divine artifact, this was truly a miraculous item. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stuffed wood and scrap metal into the backpack. If he had acquired this backpack in the recycling center floor, he would no longer lack for iron, he could fill all 5 compartments. A full ton of scrap metal. After securing the leather backpack, Lin Feng felt no weight at all, as it was merely the backpack's inherent weight. What a gem, Lin Feng marveled and carefully set the leather backpack aside. Then took out a can of beef and indulged in a hearty meal. It must be said, this canned food was delightful, not too salty nor too bland. After consuming both the broth and meat, he felt completely satiated, even slightly overfull. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng exercised for another 2 hours, finally going to sleep around 3 in the morning. He slept soundly until 11:30 the next morning. Chapter 8, The Prehistoric World. Perhaps it had become a habit, for this time Lin Feng awoke even before the system prompted him. Ding, the floor you are about to enter is the Jurassic World. Please exercise caution. After exiting the elevator, walk 50 meters to the right, and you will discover a dragon's nest unguarded by dinosaurs, where you can obtain a dinosaur egg that is about to hatch. Upon successful hatching, the little dragon will recognize you as its master, along with ample food and natural resources. Once again, please proceed with caution. The system's repeated warnings indicated that this Jurassic World was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Considering his current capabilities, attempting to slay a dinosaur, a creature of titanic proportions, seemed utterly absurd. If he had an assault rifle instead of a handgun, he might have entertained the idea, but with just a handgun, he feared he would run out of bullets without even managing to take down a single dinosaur. In Lin Feng's mind, dinosaurs were monstrous entities that would require Ultraman to confront. After half an hour of inner turmoil, he resolved to venture in and assess the situation. If it proved too perilous, he would retreat back to the elevator. He simply could not believe that he would enter and not return. Ding, the elevator is descending, please hold on tight. The announcement heightened Lin Feng's tension as he secured the leather backpack and gripped his handgun. When the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of deafening roars filled Lin Feng's ears. The world before him mirrored the Jurassic scenes from the movies: towering trees, prehistoric creatures roaming freely, and pterosaurs soaring through the sky in search of prey. As Lin Feng immersed himself in this grand spectacle, he suddenly realized the sheer magnitude of this floor. It was almost terrifying. If the eye could traverse all visible areas, this floor must span tens of thousands of hectares. However, the thunderous roars of dinosaurs nearby made it clear to Lin Feng that he could not afford to run amok. Otherwise, he might not even grasp how he met his demise. After exiting the elevator, he steeled himself and took a bold step forward, his sole objective being to obtain the dinosaur egg. The system had stated that the dragon hatching from this egg would likely acknowledge him as its master, so he had to seize the opportunity. Admittedly, this plan was somewhat audacious, but if successful, Lin Feng would become the most formidable survivor among them. 50 meters, 50 meters, 50 meters, Lin Feng murmured to himself while cautiously observing his surroundings. Fortunately, no prehistoric creatures seemed to notice his diminutive presence. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from a nearby berry thicket, prompting Lin Feng to raise his handgun, tense and ready to retreat. Moments later, a creature that resembled both a bird and a chicken leaped out from the thicket. Was that a dodo? Gaga. The dodo, upon spotting Lin Feng, did not flee. Instead, it charged at him with a fierce demeanor, as if intent on attacking him. Bang, bang. After firing 2 shots, the dodo fell, struck down. What was that? Indeed, it was a foolish creature. Lin Feng muttered, then placed the dodo into his backpack. Surprisingly, it was quite heavy, perhaps around 10 pounds. He also stuffed the entire berry thicket into the leather backpack. As long as it fit, it could be stored. After walking a bit further, Lin Feng finally spotted the fabled dragon's nest. Beneath a large rock lay 2 freshly hatched baby dinosaurs, along with an intact dinosaur egg, approximately the size of Lin Feng's head. Surrounding the nest were numerous carcasses of animals, mostly small creatures, with the dodo he had just slain being the most numerous. There were also some unidentified chunks of meat, likely from small carnivorous dinosaurs. Although there were no adult dinosaurs guarding the nest, the 2 baby dinosaurs looked quite formidable. Upon noticing Lin Feng, an unfamiliar being encroaching upon their territory, the 2 baby dinosaurs immediately assumed a combative stance. Growling fiercely in an attempt to intimidate him, undeterred, Lin Feng prepared to snatch the egg. After emptying the remaining bullets from his magazine, he swiftly dashed forward, gathering the intact dodo carcasses and dinosaur remains into his leather backpack. He collected the dodo bodies mainly to provide sustenance for the baby dinosaurs hatching from the egg, while simultaneously roasting some dinosaur meat on other floors. One could only wonder if it was even edible. Roar! Oh no, this is bad. The parents have come looking for me. Startled by the nearby roar, Lin Feng quickly stashed the dinosaur egg into his leather backpack and fled without a backward glance. It was merely a distance of 50 meters, he just needed a few seconds. Roar! The pursuing velociraptor, upon witnessing its offspring being slain, let out a mournful and furious shriek directed at Lin Feng. This unfamiliar creature, goodness, isn't that a velociraptor? Lin Feng felt his pupils constrict as he beheld the creature sprinting faster than a cheetah. At this rate, he would soon be caught. He had to fight back. Lin Feng abruptly halted, emptied his magazine, and relinquished any expectations of precision. He merely needed to land a few shots to hinder the velociraptor's speed, thus ensuring his own survival. Roar! 13 bullets struck only 4 times. Yet these 4 hits landed squarely on the velociraptor's hind legs. With a painful roar, the creature collapsed onto the ground, evidently incapacitated by the agony in its legs, unable to run normally. Ultimately, Lin Feng managed to return alive to the elevator. Once back, he leaned against the wall, panting heavily, and upon touching his back, discovered it drenched in cold sweat that had been exceedingly perilous. Thankfully, he possessed a handgun, although there were still 20 minutes before the elevator doors would close. Lin Feng had no intention of venturing out again. After placing the dinosaur egg on his bed, he reloaded the last magazine of his handgun. Just then, heavy footsteps reverberated nearby. That very velociraptor staggered into view, its leg injury impeding its speed, yet it still followed Lin Feng's escape route. Fortunately, Lin Feng was inside the elevator, and the velociraptor failed to notice him. Observing the creature's continuous shrieks, Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had slain 2 of its young and seized the last one. If he were in its position, he would surely be enraged. At that moment, a pterosaur swooped down from the sky and snatched the injured velociraptor away. Such is the harsh reality of the prehistoric world. Watching the pterosaur gradually disappear from view, Lin Feng cast a complex gaze upon the dinosaur egg. Chapter 9, seeking a crossbow bolt maker as the elevator doors closed completely. The once deafening roars faded from Lin Feng's ears. He now hoped that the dinosaur egg he had retrieved would successfully hatch and recognize him as its master. This would grant him a powerful ally during his future explorations of the floors. After securely placing the dinosaur egg on his bed, Lin Feng resumed his training. After 3 hours of exercise, he consumed the last can of beef and replenished his hydration before succumbing to slumber. Perhaps due to dietary issues, Lin Feng had not been able to relieve himself since arriving in this world, leading him to speculate whether something was amiss with his body. Upon awakening, he groggily glanced at the screen, which displayed exactly 11 o'clock. The chat room had become lively as everyone eagerly anticipated what the next floor would present. The iron and wood Lin Feng had previously sold had finally been purchased by someone intending to upgrade the elevator. And with the 2 coins he had found on the ghost marriage floor, he now possessed a total of 5 coins. Brothers, it takes 5 coins to upgrade a level 2 elevator to level 3. So those with coins should refrain from trading them casually. At that moment, a player who had just reached level 2 akin to a simpleton began warning those still on level 1. After his announcement, no one continued trading coins, and he found himself unable to acquire coins from the survivors of the level 1 elevator. His private messages were likely overflowing, leaving Lin Feng bemused. While he had encountered scammers before, he had never seen someone deceive themselves to such an extent, a true spectacle of absurdity. Fortunately, Lin Feng had gathered enough coins. He also understood the importance of being ahead of others. Only by staying ahead could one gain access to more information, as items deemed worthless by others might be essential for upgrading the elevator. At that moment, a comment in the chat room caught Lin Feng's attention. I have some unfortunate news to share. While exploring the previous floor, I discovered an empty elevator with bloodstains on the floor, positioned directly opposite my elevator. I understand your implication. Are you suggesting that someone committed murder and theft? Exactly, so I want to caution everyone that not everyone is willing to cooperate. While you may seek peaceful collaboration to survive, that individual might be contemplating how to eliminate you and seize your resources. Yikes, that is quite unsettling. Wasn't there someone who mentioned collaborating with another survivor? It's possible they were engaged in murder and theft. Ha, I'm a taekwondo athlete from South Korea. Having won numerous national awards, I hope those with malicious intent do not cross paths with me. By the way, I'm currently seeking a beautiful companion, if anyone is lucky enough to encounter me. It would be worth considering, as having a strong and dashing man to protect you in such a survival environment would be a blessing. After the South Korean athlete made his statement, someone immediately challenged him, seemingly a representative from the United States. To be honest, national awards from South Korea are practically meaningless. Have you ever heard of American Aikido? I'm not belittling Taekwondo. I admit it has some lethality, but can it compare to the weapon in my hands? I can take you down from 10 paces away. Whoa, you've already got a weapon. I'm still using a broken wooden stick. Hee, I'm just a bit skilled with manual work. I crafted a bowstring from some sinew I found on the floor, barely managing to make a bow so I can defend myself against danger. By the way, archery is my hobby. A mere bow, just let me get close to you, and you're doomed. Due to the South Korean athlete's comments, the chat room erupted into chaos as everyone boasted about their abilities. Meanwhile, the astute ones quietly gathered information about the other survivors, for this was a public chat room, and one could learn much about others. Each person's avatar and name were their true identities, which was primarily why Lin Feng seldom spoke in the chat room. He genuinely admired the person who had crafted their own bow. While he could manage to make a functional bow, creating one that was accurate, far-reaching, and powerful was beyond his capability. Lin Feng began to contemplate whether he should seek that individual to craft some crossbow bolts for him. If he could make wooden arrows, he should have no trouble making crossbow bolts as well, and wooden crossbow bolts wouldn't require retrieval after each shot. Additionally, wooden crossbow bolts could easily pierce human flesh unless the target wore heavy armor. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng clicked on the person's avatar. Lin Feng, hello? Yi Hua, hello, how can I assist you? In another elevator, a handsome young man glanced at the large 2 on Lin Feng's avatar and immediately understood Lin Feng's intent. He was likely interested in the coins he had mentioned in the chat room earlier. However, Yi Hua, having recognized the significance of the coins, was unwilling to sell them. Why Yi Hua? Sorry, I'm not selling my coins. Lin Feng, nope, I didn't come for the coins. I would like your assistance in crafting some crossbow bolts. Can you manage that? I can offer food as payment. Yi Hua, crossbow bolts? I can do that, but I only have a knife, so my efficiency may be quite low. I might only be able to produce a few arrows in a day, and they will be wooden arrows. So you'll need to provide the raw materials. Lin Feng, no problem, I'll send you a sample. Please make 10 wooden arrows for me to test. If they are satisfactory, I'll provide your payment. And you can tell me how much food you need then. Yi Hua, that won't work, you need to provide a deposit first. Lin Feng, haha, that is fine, just list an item for trade in exchange for food at the trading post. Lin Feng readily agreed, as he currently had no shortage of food. The leather backpack was filled with an abundance of berries, and besides those, it also contained plenty of meat. He just hoped it wouldn't spoil in the backpack. System, will the food stored in the leather backpack spoil? Ding, no host. Items stored in the leather backpack remain in a state of stasis. That is good. Just as Lin Feng suspected, the leather backpack functions similarly to a spatial ring, where time within it stood still. Chapter 10, the gaming floor. Casually extracting a piece of dinosaur carcass from his leather backpack, Lin Feng took out his machete and began to slice the dinosaur meat. Not wishing to reveal his entry into the Jurassic floor, moreover, he would not indicate the type of meat when listing it on the trading post, it would merely be labeled as meat. Thus Lin Feng cut off a small piece of meat as a deposit for the other party while also sending over some wood. Yi Hua, raw meat? Lin Feng, yes, it's crocodile meat. Figure out how to cook it yourself. Yi Hua, well, that is better than nothing. Yi Hua gazed at the raw meat sent by the other party, rubbing his stomach. He had not eaten for an entire day and needed to devise a means of igniting a fire before ascending to the next floor. At that moment, only half an hour remained until midnight. Meanwhile, Lin Feng also received a notification from the system. Ding, the floor you are about to enter is a game floor. In addition to you, 3 other survivors will participate in the game. The game's premise is hide and seek. The survivors will assume the role of the hiding party and can transform into random objects, while the floor's indigenous inhabitants will take on the role of hunters, tasked with locating the hiding party. Should a hunter find a survivor, death is immediate. Successful completion of the game will yield rewards: 2 vials of nutrient solution, 1 gold coin, and 100 kilograms of any elevator resource, excluding the gold coin. Ding, a reminder for the host. The seeking party will enter the floor in 1 minute. During this time, the host may seek a hiding spot. Although the likelihood of being discovered is merely 10%. I see, you mean for me to conceal myself at a higher elevation. Lin Feng chuckled softly, appreciating the system as support. However, he pondered whether the hiding party could inflict harm upon the hunters. Given that they had transformed into objects, it seemed unlikely they could cause any damage. Moreover, the system had not indicated otherwise, suggesting that Lin Feng, as a member of the hiding party, would be incapable of harming the hunters. What truly concerned him were the other survivors. Astonishingly, there were 3 additional participants aside from Lin Feng. That he had to exercise caution. If those survivors deliberately revealed his position, Lin Feng would have no recourse. Furthermore, should anyone perish in the game, their possessions would become fair game for others, implying that the true rewards of this floor lay in the legacies of the other 3 participants. Ding dong. The elevator is descending. Please hold on tight. The announcement echoed, and the elevator began its rapid descent. After it came to a halt, Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped inside. The atmosphere of this floor resembled that of an abandoned circus. Offering numerous hiding spots, Lin Feng soon discovered the height he sought, a platform used for tightrope walking. However, there was only one such platform left. Not long after entering the floor, Lin Feng encountered the other 3 survivors, who approached from different directions. Upon seeing each other, their gazes turned fiercely hostile. Clearly the impact of their prior conversations in the chat room was significant. The 4 of them exchanged no words, each maintaining a considerable level of vigilance. At that moment, a voice akin to the elevator's announcement suddenly rang out. Game start. The hunters will enter in 1 minute. You are to hide for 10 minutes. The unexpected announcement caught the other 3 by surprise. They had only ever scavenged for supplies within the floor. What the hell? Exclaimed a person transformed into a cardboard box, incredulously. Subsequently, Lin Feng also morphed into an object, albeit one that was rather conspicuous, a street lamp. It seemed utterly incongruous for a street lamp to appear in a circus setting. The remaining 2 participants transformed into a large iron gate and a garbage bin, both of which were far more fitting than Lin Feng's transformation. What now? Inquired the individual in the cardboard box, curious about the others' transformations. Could it possibly be hide and seek? Suggested the large iron gate, noting the resemblance to a familiar game mode. The announcement mentioned hiding. So it must be hide and seek. Quick, let's find a place to conceal ourselves. With only 30 seconds left before the hunters entered, Lin Feng refused to remain idle and quickly ascended to the jump platform. Trusting the system's guidance, after transforming into a street lamp, he had intended to return to the elevator but found himself unable to enter in his current form. It appeared he would have to wait for 10 minutes to see the outcome. Isn't this a bit too conspicuous? Fortunately, Lin Feng could control the street lamp's illumination, otherwise, he would surely meet a grim fate. Standing atop the towering platform, he observed the other participants scurrying to blend in with their respective forms. Just then, the hunters made their entrance, 2 heavily armed brutes appearing from nowhere. Lin Feng's pupils dilated as he caught sight of the shotguns they wielded. That must hurt terribly if hit. Bang, 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 upon entering. The hunters wasted no time unleashing their fire upon every decorative piece in the circus. Lin Feng was astounded. Was there no penalty for hunters who misfired, as depicted in the game? What purpose did their transformations serve if this were the case? Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as the iron gate, much like Lin Feng, was slain. Upon discovering a hiding survivor, the hunters exhibited evident glee. One of them casually tossed the cigarette butt from his mouth into a nearby garbage bin. Good grief, the survivor transformed into a garbage bin could only pray for the cigarette butt to extinguish itself as it landed atop his head. Unfortunately, his wish went unfulfilled. Minutes later, the butt not only failed to extinguish but also singed his hair. Despite the sharp pain in his scalp, he gritted his teeth and endured the corpse of the iron gate before him, serving as a grim reminder of his fate should he inadvertently expose himself. Minutes passed, and the 2 hunters returned. Upon seeing the garbage bin emitting black smoke, the hunter who had discarded the cigarette but chuckled darkly. Little mouse, so you were hiding here? The beleaguered garbage bin, unaware that he had been discovered, realized that any movement now would spell certain death. However, remaining still might afford him a chance at survival. Bang, yet luck was not on his side. The gun fired, and the bin's disguise dissipated, revealing a lifeless body in its place. With only 1 minute remaining until the game concluded, in the end, the surviving Lin Feng and the individual who had transformed into a cardboard box experienced racing heartbeats. The hunters, seemingly spurred by the impending conclusion, grew increasingly frenzied, shooting at anything within sight. It was baffling how they possessed such an abundance of ammunition. Thankfully, as the system had indicated, the hunters failed to glance upward. Had they done so, they would have spotted Lin Feng, a street lamp standing out against the backdrop of the other objects. Game over, prey victorious. The announcement concluded, and the 2 hunters exploded in an instant. The gruesome scene even left Lin Feng, who had taken lives before, feeling queasy following the hunter's demise. Lin Feng reverted to his human form, and his elevator now contained 2 vials of nutrient solution, 1 gold coin, and 100 kilograms of iron. Looks like it's just the 2 of us left, the young man transformed into a cardboard box remarked, eyeing Lin Feng's slender figure with an unsettling glint in his eyes. Indeed, it appears so. Lin Feng readied his handgun, silently observing the youth. Upon noticing the weapon in Lin Feng's grasp, the young man instinctively recoiled, attempting to retreat to his elevator. Goodbye, what? The youth turned back in confusion upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Bang! The gun fired, and the young man collapsed. Lin Feng emerged as the ultimate victor. At that moment, he realized that the countdown for the elevator doors had only just begun. He still had ample time. Lin Feng chuckled, reveling in his fortune. Upon returning to his elevator, he discovered that the rewards had already manifested within. Now Lin Feng was merely 60 kilograms of wood away from upgrading his elevator to level 3. Surely the resources in the other 3 participants' elevators far exceeded this amount. Ultimately, after over 50 minutes of effort, Lin Feng, aided by the magical leather backpack, managed to gather all the belongings of the other 3 participants. Without the enchanted backpack, he would likely have failed to collect everything in time. He also seized the shotguns wielded by the 2 hunters. Both were pump-action shotguns, although Lin Feng was unaware of their names. With 45 rounds remaining, they would suffice for Lin Feng's needs for a while, considering that shotguns possess significantly greater firepower than handguns. Having stuffed all his acquisitions, Lin Feng had no time to further explore the floor. The elevator would close in 1 minute. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng began tallying his spoils. However, before doing so, he needed to upgrade the elevator. Upon clicking the upgrade button, the required resources vanished into thin air. The elevator underwent a remarkable transformation, expanding in space and extending outward by more than double its previous size. The water tank toilet also changed, now resembling a wooden commode. Most importantly, a ventilation fan appeared above the elevator, finally alleviating the stifling air within. Standing inside, Lin Feng took several deep breaths, feeling considerably more at ease. With the materials acquired from the 3 participants factored in, he was now just 20 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, and 10 gold coins away from reaching level 4 for his elevator. Ding. Post mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Ding. New upgrade mission initiated. Please elevate the elevator to level 4. Reward: 2 universal medical kits. Damn, it requires that many gold coins. Presently, gold coins were nearly unattainable through trade, meaning Lin Feng was uncertain how many floors he would have to navigate to amass the requisite 10 coins. Of course, encountering other survivors would alter the equation. When it came to gathering resources, nothing was swifter than resorting to violence and pillaging. Lin Feng found no fault in his actions, in this world of survival within the confines of an elevator. Isn't it merely the law of the jungle? Indeed, overcoming the mental barrier was surprisingly simple. One only needed to experience it once. After laying out the food from the elevator shared with the 3 individuals, Lin Feng selected a can of fruit and a can of beef, and began to eat. The provisions within that elevator were limited: 2 cans of beef, 1 can of fruit, 3 dry loaves of bread, and 6 bottles of water. However, these supplies were sufficient for Lin Feng alone. After his meal and 2 hours of exercise, just as he was about to retire for the night, an urgent call of nature struck him. Goodness, after so many days, was the moment finally upon him? With the sensation finally arriving, how could Lin Feng let it pass? Without hesitation, he seated himself upon the toilet and exerted himself. A short while later, feeling relieved, Lin Feng secured the toilet lid. Its seal was commendable, leaving no unpleasant odors lingering in the elevator. After attending to his needs, he clutched his dinosaur egg and prepared for slumber. A notification chimed. The host is approaching the trading floor. This floor is designated as the peace floor, where the elevator will remain for 5 hours. You may engage in trade with others during this time. Please be advised, any violent conflicts on the peace floor will be managed by guards. A trading floor, engaging in trade with other survivors seemed somewhat superfluous given that direct transactions via the elevator screen were far more convenient, instantly providing the traded items within the elevator. Soon enough, the elevator's announcement rang out. Ding, the elevator is ascending. Please hold on tightly. The lift began its slow ascent, stopping just moments later. The doors opened automatically, a departure from Lin Feng's customary button-pressing. It was evident that this elevator was indeed quite unique. Securing his handgun at his waist, Lin Feng slung a shotgun over his shoulder and fastened a machete to his hip, arming himself as best as he could, although the system referred to this place as a peace floor. With the promise of guard protection, Lin Feng placed greater trust in the firearms he wielded. What a lively scene! Lin Feng observed the eclectic crowd, with some dressed in modern attire akin to his own, while others donned armor, ancient garb, or medieval European clothing. He even spotted a woman clad in exoskeletal armor striding past. This floor was rather intriguing. Lin Feng marveled at the thought. Could these individuals be from different worlds? At that moment, a merchant called out to him, garbed in a flowing black robe reminiscent of the Republican era. Young man, that intriguing gun you carry, are you willing to sell it? This one, Lin Feng inquired, removing the shotgun. Indeed, I offer you 2 gold coins for it, the merchant said, recognizing Lin Feng's novice demeanor and attempting to negotiate. 2 gold coins, selling this firearm to another survivor would yield far more than that. Was this merchant truly so naive? Lin Feng pondered, ready to decline when a woman in plate armor tapped him on the shoulder. Excuse me, sir, may I purchase that gun from you? I offer 5 gold coins. And you can set the price for the bullets, she implored earnestly. Hey, lady, do you understand the rules here? You can't poach customers. The merchant scoffed at the woman, dismissing her medieval attire as inferior. I am this marketplace. Those from less advanced eras held lower status, often needing to sell their wares to survive. I apologize, but I truly require that weapon, the woman insisted. Young man, I advise you to think carefully. Beware of being swindled by this lady. The merchant said, lazily fanning himself with a small fan. It was inconceivable that she would be willing to pay 5 coins for Lin Feng's gun, which he valued at no more than 4 coins. After all, his own world produced firearms, and he had never encountered this particular shotgun before. Had he known it was only effective at close range, he would not have offered even 2 coins. But Lin Feng was aware of who offered the better deal. He glanced at the merchant before deciding to trade with the woman. He had 2 shotguns, so parting with one was not a significant loss. However, he could not accept the 2-coin offer. 5 coins felt more appropriate. Upon seeing Lin Feng's willingness to trade, the woman beamed, producing 5 gold coins to complete the purchase. As for the bullets, Lin Feng agreed to sell 5 rounds. Considering his own limited supply, and set the price at 1 gold coin each. Sir, I find myself short on gold. May I offer leather or food items in lieu of the remaining coin? Very well, let me see what food you have, he replied. Certainly. The woman's smile widened as she retrieved her rations from her satchel. A collection of hard flatbreads emerged. Lin Feng was unfamiliar with them, but they appeared quite dense. Such provisions were likely acceptable only to those engaged in survival. He mused. I will take 5 of those flatbreads. The size of these flatbreads was impressive, each roughly 2 centimeters thick and as large as Lin Feng's head. 5 such breads seemed ample, perhaps even excessive. To his surprise, the woman immediately consented. How careless of him, he should have asked for more. After completing the transaction, Lin Feng stowed his items in his leather backpack and continued to explore the trading floor. Most transactions occurred using gold coins, with bartering being a rarity. After perusing the stalls, Lin Feng found nothing worth purchasing. His gold coins were insufficient, and upgrading the elevator remained his priority. As he could return to this trading floor. He initially intended to sell some items, but found that few wanted the wood or iron he could offer. Food, antibiotics, and nutritional liquids were essential to him, making them unsuitable for sale. Lin Feng kept antibiotics on hand, fearing illness might strike, and they could prove invaluable. As he prepared to depart, Lin Feng suddenly spotted a table displaying a handgun identical to his own. Realizing his weapon was out of ammunition, he surmised that bullets might be available here. The stall's proprietor, clad in black combat gear, bore a scarred face that made approach daunting. Hello, boss, greetings. What do you need? He asked, setting aside a grenade he was toying with. Do you have ammunition for this gun? Indeed. 1 gold coin for 20 rounds. Lin Feng produced 2 gold coins. The proprietor examined him before accepting the coins and handing over 2 boxes, each containing 20 rounds. After securing the bullets, Lin Feng prepared to leave. Kid, remember to haggle when buying here, the proprietor advised, returning 1 gold coin to him. Thank you for the reminder, Lin Feng replied, realizing he had perhaps undersold his own ammunition. 10 rounds for 1 gold coin was steep, while here he had acquired 40 rounds for a single coin. After expressing his gratitude to the merchant, Lin Feng exited the stall, with just 1 hour remaining before the elevator closed. Lin Feng vanished from the sight of others, though no one was surprised. It was customary for people to disappear without a trace here. This floor is truly remarkable, Lin Feng exclaimed, now acutely aware of the significance of gold coins. With sufficient coins, he could even purchase an entire exoskeleton suit. However, for now, such luxuries were beyond his reach. He then opened the chat room, eager to see if anyone else had discovered this trading floor. Yet, no one mentioned it. Most were engaged in casual conversation or trading items, sharing experiences. As more empty elevators were uncovered, trust among survivors waned, leaving them to communicate only in this virtual space. Encountering one another in reality would likely lead to conflict. At that moment, a red dot appeared next to Yihua's avatar. Was it possible the crossbow bolts he requested were ready? Yihua, hello, I have crafted 5 arrows, would you like to test them? Lin Feng, certainly, I will list an item in the marketplace for trade, and you can exchange it for the arrows. Yihua, understood. Lin Feng placed a small piece of wood in the marketplace, quickly receiving 5 crossbow bolts in return. He had to admit, the craftsmanship was commendable. These bolts were nearly indistinguishable from those provided by the system, albeit with wooden tips. They should suffice for dispatching unprotected individuals. After testing the bolts for accuracy, Lin Feng requested Yihua to produce 30 more and sent the necessary wood and food in exchange. The food remained raw dinosaur meat, with a bounty of 1 kilogram per transaction. With 70 kilograms of raw meat stored in his leather backpack, he was far from lacking in provisions. After exercising for a while, Lin Feng realized it was already 7 in the morning. Deciding against further sleep, he consumed some food and resumed his workout. He had to admit, the efficacy of the system's body-enhancing pills was truly remarkable. Transforming a person who has long neglected physical fitness into someone with the physique of a seasoned athlete is no small feat. While it may not be as instantaneous as the miraculous potions found in novels that turn one into a superhuman with a mere swallow, Lin Feng is nonetheless quite content with his progress. Chapter 13, Infinite Water Resources. This is the first time Lin Feng truly appreciates the exhilaration of working out. He set down the makeshift weights he had been using, feeling invigorated, thanks to the enhancement provided by the fitness elixir. Just a few days of exercise had already rendered Lin Feng remarkably strong. Although he couldn't quite claim the ability to fell a bull with a single punch, he firmly believed that with continued training, he would eventually become a one-punch hero. Ding, the host is about to enter the ice river level. You will find yourself in an exceedingly frigid world where a mysterious treasure lies submerged beneath the icy waters. If you are not afraid of becoming an icicle, you may wish to explore. There are also several adorable creatures in this level. If hunger strikes, you may choose to consume them. Ding, a selection task has been triggered. Option 1, dive underwater to retrieve the mysterious treasure, with a reward of a universal key capable of unlocking any lock in existence. Task assistance item, thermal diving suit, which will automatically vanish upon task completion. Option 2, remain in the elevator and await the next level, receiving a crisp and delicious apple as a reward. This must be option 1, Lin Feng exclaimed upon seeing such an obvious question. Ding, selection successful. Task assistance item has been issued. The elevator announcement chimed in. Ding dong, the elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. Upon opening the door, Lin Feng donned the thermal diving suit provided by the system and stepped into the level. BRR, it's truly freezing. Despite the thermal diving suit, the sub-zero temperatures made him shudder involuntarily. Could there really be creatures living in this desolate place? As he ventured deeper, he soon discovered an ice-covered river. The thick layer of ice allowed him to traverse its surface, but the challenge loomed. How to descend? The treasure lay at the riverbed, and without explosives, breaking through the ice seemed impossible. As Lin Feng pondered this predicament, several snow-white deer emerged from the underbrush, seemingly startled. While he was momentarily distracted, the ground suddenly began to tremble. What the an earthquake? Lin Feng gasped in shock and hastily retreated back into the elevator, where he felt secure from the seismic threat. It seemed this mission would remain unfulfilled. He sighed, uncertain when the tremors would cease. Even if they stopped within an hour, he doubted he could complete the task in time. However, to Lin Feng's astonishment, the earthquake appeared to be working in his favor. Mere minutes later, the shaking subsided, and the previously frozen river was cracked open by the brief yet intense tremor. Crystal clear waters re-emerged in the riverbed. After confirming it was safe, Lin Feng rushed to the riverbank, where he quickly spotted a golden chest nestled at the bottom. Damn it, I'm going for it. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. He was quite the swimmer, an adept dog paddler. To be precise, the water here was neither deep nor turbulent, so for the treasure, he would risk it all. Splash. With a resounding splash, Lin Feng dove in. Oh no, as he submerged, goosebumps erupted across his skin. While the water might be warmer than the air above, the sensation was entirely different, and he seriously doubted the thermal suit's efficacy. What a sham of a thermal diving suit, it offered no warmth whatsoever. And for some reason, Lin Feng's legs felt stiff, yet he had no time to dwell on that. He needed to dive deeper. Hold on, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he descended, finally reaching the chest. He swiftly opened it. Ding dong, congratulations, you have successfully acquired infinite water resources, now placed in the elevator for your perusal. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Feng wasted no time surfacing, although he wished to bring the golden chest along. It was far too heavy, exceeding even the limits of his sturdy backpack. Prioritizing his safety, he decided against being greedy. Cough, cough, cough. After a strenuous climb back to the shore, Lin Feng erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Damn it, I'm going to die. He shivered, trembling as he returned to the elevator. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have been awarded a universal key. The thermal diving suit will be retrieved in 1 minute. Please change your clothing promptly. Understood. Lin Feng examined the universal key, which gleamed with a golden hue, yet lacked the usual grooves or protrusions found on typical keys. Nevertheless, trusting the system's gifts, he stowed the key away and hurriedly changed back into his own clothes. Then turned his attention to the infinite water resources. Before him was a 1 square meter water basin, accompanied by a display screen that read, "Infinite water resources, no matter how much you use. It will replenish itself by the next day, and may even present delightful surprises. Note, liquid transactions require a container." Wow, how incredible! Lin Feng marveled at the description, realizing that with this, he would never again have to worry about water shortages. The basin appeared to be about 50 centimeters deep, more than sufficient for his needs, and he wouldn't have to fret about the water going stale, however, before he could revel too long in his fortune. A series of sneezes overtook him, followed by an excruciating headache. Damn it, am I coming down with a fever? Lin Feng pressed his temples, reaching into his backpack for a flatbread to eat. Surprisingly, although the bread was hard as a rock, it tasted quite good, albeit it tested his jaw strength. After finishing half the bread with some water, Lin Feng found his appetite waning. He felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. Dizziness washed over him and he felt cold. A quick touch to his forehead confirmed it. He was indeed running a fever. Lin Feng lamented inwardly, aghast that he had fallen ill under such conditions, without medication, while he might not meet the Grim Reaper. His progress in exploring the levels would certainly be hindered. Wait a moment, medication. Lin Feng suddenly remembered he had acquired a dose of antibiotics from the zombie level, previously noted that these antibiotics are special and can cure most common ailments. That should help. Lin Feng quickly retrieved the disposable syringe of antibiotics and, without hesitation, injected it into his arm. Ouch! I hope I feel better by tomorrow. After discarding the syringe, he collapsed onto his bed. Succumbing to sleep. Chapter 14, Wasteland Level. Ding. The host is about to enter the desert level, where a limited amount of low-value food can be found. Ding dong. The elevator is ascending. Please hold on steady. However, Lin Feng did not awaken. He slept soundly until 10 o'clock the following morning. Were it not for the hatching of the raptor baby that kept nudging him, he might have continued to sleep until noon. What in the world? Lin Feng groggily opened his eyes, immediately feeling a sharp pain in the back of his head, yet that was of little concern. He was more curious about the creature nudging his foot. Screech! The baby raptor collided with Lin Feng's foot while letting out a juvenile screech. What the heck? It hatched so quickly. Lin Feng, forgetting about his illness, scooped up the little raptor and examined it closely. The baby raptor displayed no signs of aggression. It clearly regarded Lin Feng as its mother. There were remnants of eggshell scattered about, suggesting it had already devoured quite a bit. Did it hatch last night? Lin Feng pondered as he stroked the raptor's head. Oh dear, is it hungry? He rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a piece of meat from an unidentified dragon carcass, slicing off a chunk and tossing it in front of the little raptor. Roar! The baby raptor devoured the meat in mere moments. Seeing this, Lin Feng's interest peaked, and he cut a larger piece to toss again. This time, the little raptor caught the meat like a dog and eagerly began to munch. After consuming about 2 kilograms of meat, the little raptor finally seemed satisfied. Wow, this little creature is quite the glutton. Lin Feng observed the lively baby raptor, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. If it eats this much at such a young age, what will happen when it grows up? He might not be able to afford to keep it. Watching the raptor drink from the infinite water basin, Lin Feng abruptly pulled it away. He would need to set up a proper drinking trough for it. It was practically half submerged in the water basin. The little raptor, bewildered by being lifted by what it considered its mother, stared in confusion. No drinking here anymore, okay? Very well, it seems this creature might not comprehend. After Lin Feng set the velociraptor down and glanced down, he realized that the little velociraptor was not merely drinking water, but rather devouring the fish that resided within it. Could this possibly be a delightful surprise? Lin Feng looked at the large fish leisurely swimming in the water, filled with astonishment. There were 3 sizable carp, each appearing to weigh at least 3 pounds. Lin Feng remembered distinctly that there had been no fish in the pond yesterday. Could it be that my mind has been compromised? Lin Feng touched his forehead. But it was no longer warm, thanks to the antibiotics from yesterday, coupled with his own constitution. He had fully recovered after a night's rest. It was only after he scooped the fish from the pond that he was convinced it was indeed real, not a mere figment of his imagination. Would this imply that his sustenance and water supply would never run dry in the future? Ding, the host is about to enter the wasteland level, which contains 20 zombies. Please assess your capabilities accordingly. At the center of the level lies a supply box containing 5 cans of beef, 5 bottles of clean water, 3 packs of instant rice, and 1 bottle of antibiotics, 50 tablets. Ding, a selection task has been triggered. Please make your choice. Option 1, enter the level and eliminate 20 zombies. Reward, a super microwave, requires no energy, with a pot. Option 2, do not enter the level, remain in the elevator while awaiting the next floor. Reward, 1 MP133 shotgun, 30 rounds of 1270mm ammunition. I choose option 1. Lin Feng's reasoning for selecting this option was not only due to the utility of the reward, but also because the supply box within the level would be exceedingly beneficial, especially the bottle of antibiotics. Had it not been for that antibiotic yesterday, he couldn't fathom how long he would have to lie in recovery. Moreover, the contents of this box were quite ample, with canned goods, rice, and 50 tablets of antibiotics. It was simply too abundant. Thus, irrespective of the reasons, Lin Feng felt compelled to venture into this level, now that he possessed 2 firearms. Dealing with 20 zombies should be a piece of cake. No, Lin Feng checked the ammunition in both his handgun and shotgun, then patiently awaited the elevator's announcement. Meanwhile, the little velociraptor, noticing its mother's serious demeanor, sat beside her with a matching solemnity. Roar! Ha! Lin Feng affectionately ruffled the little dinosaur's head, chuckling softly. While others petted dogs and cats, he was directly petting a dinosaur, just asking who else could do this. Ding dong, the elevator is descending, please hold on tight. The familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him once again, and Lin Feng had now fully acclimated to it. Soon, he arrived at the level, after pressing the door open. He raised his shotgun. This zombie level had no other compartments. It was a vast area that appeared to be a shopping mall, though it was completely devoid of any items, likely scavenged clean by the survivors of this world. Not even a single piece of clothing remained on the racks, leaving Lin Feng bereft of options for a change of clothes. Roar. Go back. Lin Feng quickly scooped up the velociraptor that had followed him outside and returned it to the elevator. A creature so small had no combat capability, and what if it were to contract the zombie virus? That would be quite unfortunate for him. Stay here, do not come out. Lin Feng gazed at the little dinosaur. And the little dinosaur looked back at him. Did you understand? Roar. Roar. Alright, I shall assume you did. Lin Feng picked up the shotgun once more and ventured outside. Odd, where are the zombies? No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than a cacophony of banging on the door erupted. Roar! A horde of zombies suddenly burst through the glass doors of the mall, charging wildly towards Lin Feng. Bang, bang! Lin Feng fired off 2 shots, taking down a few zombies, and quickly began to retreat. Damn it, how could this horde of zombies move so swiftly? Lin Feng turned back and fired a few more shots before dashing into the elevator, intending to exploit a bug to eliminate these zombies. He had truly underestimated them. Even with firearms, facing over 20 zombies alone proved to be quite the challenge. Lin Feng continued to fire shot after shot, aiming for headshots to ensure a swift kill. The shotgun had this advantage: immense power without the need for precise aim. Chapter 15, A crashed plane, savages, and a forest. 20 zombies are neither too many nor too few. After Lin Feng's efforts, he finally managed to clear all the zombies after more than 10 minutes, though the elevator had become quite messy. Fortunately, the blood from the zombies had not splattered onto the bed. The floor could wait for cleaning. For now, Lin Feng needed to hasten to scavenge useful items within the level. A ding, the host's task has been completed, and rewards have been automatically issued to the elevator. Please check. After retrieving the supply box, Lin Feng returned to the elevator, finding that there was little of value left in the entire supermarket level. Most of it consisted of empty shelves, and none were even made of metal. Back in the elevator, he casually set the supply box down. It appeared to be plastic and could not upgrade the elevator, but it sufficed as a storage box. Alas, he still had to clean up the bloodstains. Lin Feng sighed, but upon glancing around, he realized there was nothing to use as a rag apart from the clothes he wore. The clothing of the zombies outside was all stained with blood. Had he known, he would have stripped the clothes from the few he had slain earlier. After some contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately decided to trade for a piece of clothing in the chat room. Lin Feng, would anyone be willing to trade a piece of clothing for a bottle of water? Damn, big shot, are you here to distribute benefits? What the heck, whose hand is so quick? I was just about to trade and it was snatched away. It's just a bottle of water. Do you really need to be so excited? Big shot, I have plenty of clothes. Do you want any? I begged the big shot to sell me another bottle of water. I haven't found any water while exploring the levels these past few days. I'm about to die of thirst. Many individuals in the chat room who hadn't found water were incredibly excited about Lin Feng's offer, as the sheer number of people meant there would invariably be a few unfortunate souls unable to secure water. At this point, most people were unwilling to part with such life-sustaining resources, leading to this situation. Initially, Lin Feng had considered trading antibiotics as well, but based on his experience, antibiotics only appeared within the wasteland levels, thus making them quite precious. Using them for clothing seemed somewhat extravagant. The trade was soon completed, as it was merely a piece of clothing. Without much thought, Lin Feng extracted it. Upon holding it, he realized something was amiss. Who the hell had given him a protective cover? Lin Feng pinched it, noting there was still residual warmth. The original owner of the protective cover must have been quite sizable. Never mind, it would have to suffice. Lin Feng tossed the protective cover onto the ground and began to wipe the floor vigorously. Given the limited conditions, he could only make do. As long as the bloodstains were unseen, it would be acceptable. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng managed to clean the floor before the elevator doors closed, casually discarding the protective cover outside. Roar. Hungry, Lin Feng observed the little velociraptor persistently nibbling at his pant leg. Surmising that it must be hungry. It is undeniable that despite its diminutive size, this little creature had quite the appetite. Lin Feng had no choice but to retrieve a piece of meat from his backpack and toss it to the velociraptor. Meanwhile, he tinkered with the electromagnetic stove provided by the system. He was unsure what sort of black technology this was, capable of generating heat without electricity or any other energy sources. Lin Feng touched the bottom of the pot. Feeling the temperature rise rapidly after enduring so many days, he could finally indulge in some warm food. After enjoying a can of food, Lin Feng continued his exercise routine, while the little velociraptor lay on the ground, blissfully asleep. He still needed 20 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, and 6 gold coins to upgrade the elevator. After several hours of training, Lin Feng opened the upgrade requirements to check if he could acquire 6 gold coins on the next floor. His elevator could be upgraded once more. There were still 3 fish left in the pond. If he did not process them quickly, they would likely spoil by tomorrow, since he had other food to eat now. It would be better to sell all 3 fish. Naturally, the items for trade would be gold coins, with each of the 3 large fish worth 2 gold coins, totaling just enough for Lin Feng to upgrade the elevator. Surely there were still unfortunate souls out there struggling with food issues. Although gold coins were important, nothing was more crucial than life itself. The chat room remained bustling with activity, seemingly never having cooled down. It was then that Lin Feng noticed a number at the top of the chat room interface, 3585-262-159. Was this the number of survivors participating in the elevator survival game? 3,585,000,000 people. No wonder the chat room messages never ceased. Glancing at the time, it was already 7 p.m. Perhaps it was best to get some rest. Ding, the host is about to enter the forest level, where a crashed plane may yield useful items, along with 5 cannibalistic wild men and 2 goats. Please proceed with caution. Ding, a bounty task has been triggered. Enter the level and eliminate the wild men. Each one rewards 1 gold coin in the forest level. A crashed plane. Why does that sound so familiar? Lin Feng recalled that he seemed to have encountered such a scene before. After washing his face, Lin Feng waited quietly. Soon, the elevator began its descent. Ding dong, the elevator is descending, please hold on tight. Upon entering the level, Lin Feng finally understood why this scene felt so familiar. Isn't this precisely the spawn point from that forest game? It is nearly identical. The only difference is that the corpse of the flight attendant on the plane is missing, as well as the fire axe. Recalling his previous experiences with the game, Lin Feng remembered that there were plenty of food and medicine on the aircraft. After searching around, he indeed found a considerable amount of food, though regrettably, all of it was moldy. Ultimately, only 2 cans appeared to be intact. After a thorough search around the plane, Lin Feng discovered a single unopened suitcase. While all the other luggage had been broken open, their contents completely looted. Could it be that someone else had been here? Lin Feng glanced into the distance of the floor. The forest's layout offered no obstruction to his view, leaving him uncertain of the floor's true dimensions. However, as he walked a certain distance in one direction, he encountered a transparent wall blocking his path. Just then, in the midst of his confusion, 5 completely naked wild men suddenly appeared on the other side of the transparent barrier. The raptor that had been following Lin Feng immediately displayed aggressive tendencies. One of the wild men let out a fierce roar and lunged toward Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng had anticipated the presence of wild men on this floor, and his shotgun was at the ready. With a resounding bang, the wild man, mid-leap, was sent flying, collapsing into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a man holding a lighter in one hand and a fire axe in the other turned his gaze towards the direction of the loud noise. Chapter 16, Another World. I distinctly remember selecting single-player mode. How could there be gunfire? In another world, a small streamer sitting before his computer expressed his confusion. Streamer, could this possibly be an Easter egg from the developers? That seems unlikely, considering that the forest game has just been released, and it's already riddled with bugs. So, the gunfire we just heard might also be a bug. Streamer, hurry, and check it out. Based on the sound, it should be coming from the spawn point. Go and take a look. With the chat relentlessly urging him to investigate the source of the gunfire, Wang Lei reluctantly acquiesced. Driven by curiosity to discover whether it was an Easter egg or merely a glitched bang, another gunshot rang out, igniting the chat into a frenzy of speculation. Undoubtedly, it was an Easter egg planted by the game developers. Some suggested it might be a rescue team searching for the downed aircraft, claiming that reaching it would complete the game. Damn, are these wild men not afraid of anything? Lin Feng watched as the wild men continued to approach. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he recalled that the game had established that wild men were afraid of fire. How could creatures that feared fire not fear firearms? At that moment, 2 wild men remained, one of which had already lost its lower half to the shotgun blast. Although still alive, it likely wouldn't last much longer. Lin Feng wasted no time with the remaining 2 wild men, dispatching each with a shot, followed by the system's notification. Congratulations, host, you have eliminated all wild men on the floor. Reward, 5 gold coins. Brothers, just ahead is the spawn point, and after those last 2 gunshots, we can confirm they originated from this direction, Wang Lei exclaimed excitedly as he controlled his character. If he truly stumbled upon a shortcut to complete the game, his popularity would surely rise, especially since Forest is currently the most popular game worldwide. If it weren't for his limited funds, he would undoubtedly invest in a gaming pod to experience the virtual reality version of the Forest. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was cautiously crouched in the grass, noticing that, at a distance of over 10 meters, 2 goats had appeared out of nowhere. Finally found them, Lin Feng drew his pistol and took aim. The raptor's appetite would only grow, so he needed to prepare accordingly. If the shotgun was too slow, once the gunfire erupted, the other goat would surely bolt, and by then, the distance would be too great for the shotgun to reach it, leaving him no time to switch to the pistol. Of course, this was merely due to Lin Feng's lack of skill. He didn't want to take unnecessary risks and lose a goat. Bang! The first shot, having taken considerable time to aim, struck the goat squarely in the head, and it collapsed lifelessly upon hearing the gunfire. The second goat, witnessing its bloodied companion, bolted without a second thought. Lin Feng continued to fire at the fleeing goat. Bang, 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 bang. After 5 shots, astonishingly only one struck the goat's hind leg, and it was less than 20 meters away, clearly indicating Lin Feng's marksmanship was quite poor. Fortunately, the goat, injured in its hind leg, could hardly run anymore. Just as Lin Feng was gleefully preparing to deliver the final blow, a wooden spear flew through the air, striking the goat in the throat. What the hell, wild man? Lin Feng quickly raised his handgun toward the thicket from which the spear had been launched. Damn it, I told you all not to expose yourselves. Now I'm being targeted, and if I go out there, I'll be turned into a sieve. Streamer, why are you so scared? You can respawn. Worst case, just come back to pick up your gear. Exactly, come on out, don't hold any weapons. This guy looks like he might also be a survivor from the plane crash. Could he be a friendly NPC? Wang Lei glanced at the chat, and without hesitation maneuvered his character out of the thicket. Unfortunately, he was playing on PC. Had he been using a gaming pod, he could have spoken and performed various actions. But all those features were stripped away on the PC version. At that moment, Lin Feng was astonished to see the human emerging. This appearance, that familiar fire axe, that familiar lighter. Goodness, isn't this the character from the game? So am I currently in a virtual world, but why does everything feel so real? Seeing that this NPC bore him no ill will, Wang Lei decided to drag over the goat he had just killed and toss it in front of Lin Feng. Curious if it would trigger any dialogue, Lin Feng looked at the goat, then back at Wang Lei. Hello. As Lin Feng unexpectedly spoke, the viewers in Wang Lei's livestream erupted with excitement. It's definitely an Easter egg. Streamer, engage in conversation, you might discover another way to complete the game. The chat was flooded with messages urging Wang Lei to continue the conversation, while he remained utterly bewildered. How could he communicate when he couldn't even talk? And there was no dialogue box popping up. Is it possible to speak? Lin Feng waved his hand, having nearly confirmed that the individual before him was indeed a character controlled by a player. A normal person's gaze could never be so vacant, nor their movements so stiff. It seemed that this elevator survival world was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Lin Feng glanced at the elevator's closing time. He had no time to converse with this person. He needed to swiftly gather the goat, chop some wood, and collect some iron to take back. He proceeded to a tree, retrieving a chainsaw and promptly felling a tree. Then cutting it into several sections. Once his cowhide backpack was filled, Lin Feng prepared to leave. Until we meet again. With that, Lin Feng grabbed the one suitcase that hadn't been opened and returned to the elevator. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's sudden disappearance, Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback, while the livestream exploded with chatter, speculating whether Lin Feng was an Easter egg added by the developers. Simultaneously, Wang Lei hastily shared the game footage. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng immediately chopped off the suitcase's lock and rummaged through its contents. Inside, he found several shirts and jackets, all meant as clothing, which fit him perfectly if finally he had something to wear. Aside from these, he also discovered 3 bottles of medicine, 1 bottle of anti-inflammatory medication, 1 bottle of heart rescue pills, and 1 bottle of insect repellent spray. Other than these, there was nothing particularly useful. Not even a morsel of food. However, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied, having gleaned more secrets about the elevator survival world. Chapter 17, Elevator Upgrade. As Lin Feng organized his belongings, a message popped up on the screen. Transaction successful. Lin Feng received 2 gold coins. He had gathered enough materials to upgrade. Earlier, while on the forest floor, he had filled the remaining space in his cowhide backpack with wood and iron. Now, he had just enough materials to upgrade the elevator. After extracting all the materials, Lin Feng clicked on the upgrade button. Soon, all the materials vanished into thin air, and the elevator underwent a dramatic transformation, far more significant than the previous upgrades. Its size had at least doubled. And a table and chair had appeared. Additionally, a new area called the materials storage was introduced. According to the description, this area was for storing upgrade materials. Once the required materials were placed inside, they would automatically disappear, increasing the progress. When the progress reached its maximum, the elevator would be eligible for an upgrade. However, no other items could be stored there. Nonetheless, having a dedicated space for upgrade materials was indeed beneficial, as each upgrade consumed a considerable amount of resources, and piling them all in the elevator would take up too much space. After placing all the remaining wood and iron inside, Lin Feng found that he still needed 200 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of iron, 5 kilograms of gold, and 19 gold coins to reach a level 5 elevator. Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed the upgrade task. Rewards have been issued. Ding, upgrade task triggered. Please elevate the elevator to level 5. Reward, 5-time extension cards. This system is truly impressive. Lin Feng smiled inwardly and then began to examine the upgrade rewards. Point 2 Universal medical kits, containing a variety of items, even allowing for minor surgeries in the wild. Moreover, there was no need to worry about whether one would know how to use them. According to the description, once selected, the body would operate automatically, akin to using a health pack in a game. The time extension card granted upon reaching level 5 was something Lin Feng could surmise. After all, the only time constraint in this world was the closing time of the elevator after entering a floor. This time extension card should serve to prolong the elevator's closing time. Just then, 2 messages popped up on the screen. The remaining 2 koi fish had been sold, and Lin Feng's account received an additional 4 gold coins. However, he was still 15 coins short. If only he could visit the trading floor once more, he could find a way to procure some coins. Perhaps he should see what was in the pool. The little velociraptor seemed to comprehend Lin Feng's words, as 5 freshwater shrimp appeared in the pool, yet it did not rush over to catch them. Of course, it might also be because it was too full. Each of these shrimp was merely the size of Lin Feng's index finger. Frankly, they were tasteless, yet too good to waste. Even if he were to hang them at the trading post, it was unlikely anyone would be willing to exchange gold coins for such unsatisfying fare. Thus Lin Feng could only roast the 5 shrimp and consume them. Oh, I nearly forgot about you. Lin Feng patted the velociraptor's head and tossed a piece of dinosaur meat. To his surprise, the little velociraptor picked up the meat and placed it on the induction cooker. Oh wow, you want it cooked? Lin Feng sipped some water and then earnestly began to roast the meat alongside the little velociraptor. Although there was no oil, the dinosaur meat appeared to have some fatty portions, which should prevent it from burning immediately. Before long, a piece of meat that looked about medium rare was ready. The outside was cooked, but the center still bore a hint of blood. Lin Feng was hesitant to roast it any further, fearing his lack of skill would result in it being charred. After tossing it to the velociraptor, it extended its tongue to taste it, perhaps finding it a bit hot, and did not take a bite right away. It must be said this little creature possessed quite an impressive intellect. Furthermore, it was growing rapidly. Lin Feng felt that if he continued to feed it properly for another month, the velociraptor would be ready to fight alongside him. The 5 shrimp Lin Feng had just eaten were certainly insufficient to sate his hunger. It was likely due to the body-enhancing elixir, as his appetite was increasing day by day. Previously, he could survive on a single can for nearly a day. Now, just a few hours after eating, he was already feeling hungry again. The goats he had should contain some goat fat. If he refined it properly, he might obtain some cooking oil. With this thought, Lin Feng took the 2 goats out of his leather backpack. Roar, no eating. Lin Feng patted the velociraptor's head, and it immediately understood, carrying its meat patty a bit farther away. Oh well, just enjoy your meat patty. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and then began to cut up the goats with a sharp knife. The goat fat is typically located near the tail, and although there would not be much from these goats, there should be some. Just as Lin Feng was about to make the incision, he suddenly remembered that he was in the elevator. A single cut would surely result in a considerable amount of blood spilling, necessitating a cleanup of the elevator. It would be best to avoid that. After putting the 2 goats back into the backpack, Lin Feng decided to handle them on the next floor. As for food, he would continue with canned goods. However, after so many days of eating canned food, he was genuinely growing weary of it. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Feng boiled a large pot of water, which he then stored in water bottles after cooling it down. Although the water from the infinite pool was exceptionally clean, Lin Feng still preferred drinking boiled water. After completing his daily exercises, it was already 8 a.m. Lin Feng prepared to descend to the next floor. He checked his handgun's magazine, which was fully loaded, but the spare ammunition was running low. His shotgun was also filled with bullets, and he had 10 spare rounds. Soon Lin Feng was fully armed, with the shotgun slung over his back, a knife at his side, and a handgun in his hand. This set of equipment was likely among the elite in the entire survivor community. At least thus far, Lin Feng had yet to see any other survivor wielding firearms. However, weapons like bows and crossbows were likely available, as they were sold in the trading post, albeit at a high price, requiring the exchange of gold coins. Most survivors had already raised the elevator to level 2, thus increasing the demand for gold coins. Ding, the floor you are about to enter is a desert. No dangers, no usable items. Ding, random task triggered. Desert oasis. Please place 2 bottles of water in the desert floor. Task reward, 10 bottles of 1L drinkable water. Well, this floor was just right for processing the goats. Lin Feng set down the shotgun, keeping only the handgun and knife. The system had indicated that the floor was free of danger, so there should be no threats. Chapter 18, a special floor. Ding dong, the elevator is ascending. Please hold steady. Buzzed. It seemed the elevator had reached level 4, as Lin Feng felt no discomfort during the ascent this time. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. After pressing the door open button, Lin Feng stepped into a world engulfed in swirling yellow sand. First, he needed to complete the task assigned by the system, burying 2 bottles of water in the sand. Ding, task completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. After finishing the system task, Lin Feng took out the 2 goats once more. The little velociraptor, which had followed him, was evidently experiencing the desert for the first time. It was darting about, looking around, and soon enough, it buried itself in the sand. Roar, roar, Lin Feng said, stay still, don't run around, I'm busy here. After retrieving the little velociraptor from the sand pile, Lin Feng continued to process the goats. To be honest, it was his first time dissecting a carcass, and he was somewhat at a loss as to where to begin. Fortunately, he had seen the process of slaughtering pigs before. The first step was to bleed the animal. While goat blood was consumable, he currently lacked a container large enough to hold it, so it was best to let it drain directly with a swift cut to the throat. Blood gushed forth, and within minutes the goat's blood had mostly drained away. Next came the gutting, as he removed the internal organs, the assorted intestines and stomach. Lin Feng tossed to the velociraptor, which thankfully was not picky about its food. Despite the indescribable odor, it devoured the offering with enthusiasm. After finishing, it looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Soon, Lin Feng found several fist-sized lumps of goat fat near the internal organs. Besides that, there were the heart, liver, and lungs, which could be cleaned and eaten, so he didn't discard everything to the velociraptor. After securing the goat fat, Lin Feng proceeded to butcher the entire goat, completing the task with the experience from the first goat. Lin Feng was much quicker with the second one, ultimately finishing just 5 minutes before the door would close. Packing everything into his leather backpack back in the elevator, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, he could refine some oil. Lin Feng hurriedly poured some water into the induction cooker and then added the chopped goat fat. Lacking spices like Sichuan pepper or star anise, the rendered goat fat would undoubtedly have a strong odor. But he couldn't afford to worry about that now. Half an hour later, the pot began to bubble vigorously and now, he just needed to evaporate the water. Lin Feng wasn't entirely sure if he was doing it correctly. Nevertheless, he had learned from watching videos in the past, his expectations weren't high, as long as it was edible, but was sufficient. Soon a fragrant aroma mingled with a hint of burning wafted through the air. Fortunately, the elevator had ventilation. Had it been a level 1 elevator, Lin Feng suspected he would have started coughing by now. After persevering for another 10 minutes, Lin Feng felt he could not wait any longer. Strangely, he had followed all the steps correctly. Why did it feel as though it was about to burn? Lin Feng muttered in confusion, completely unaware that he had set the burner to the highest setting. Ding, esteemed host, you may want to try reducing the heat to the lowest setting. Lin Feng glanced at the needle indicating maximum heat with a touch of embarrassment, then turned down the heat and continued the rendering process. Finally, after more than an hour, a large bowl of fresh goat fat was ready. After pouring the goat fat into a pre-cleaned can, he had successfully completed the task. At last, he could prepare a proper meal. Before long, a bowl of pure, natural stir-fried goat meat was ready. Although it was merely the flavor of the ingredients themselves, Lin Feng found it far superior to canned food. He devoured it swiftly, leaving nothing behind, and accompanied it with his last piece of bread. After a trip to the restroom, Lin Feng began his exercise routine. This wretched toilet had no running water and required manual flushing. Moreover, the wooden bucket beneath needed to be cleaned out once full. To be honest, Lin Feng found it quite bothersome. Although it did not emit any foul odors, each time he ate, the thought of a bucket of waste beside him was simply nauseating. He wondered when the elevator might feature a dedicated restroom compartment or, as it expanded, when he could create one himself. At 6 p.m., after replenishing his hydration, Lin Feng lay down on his bed to rest. Preparing to welcome the new floor at midnight, Beepa the host is about to enter the challenge floor, where the host will assume the role of a robber alongside accomplices to raid a bank and escape alive. Please prepare yourself, as any items within this floor may be taken. Beep. A random task has been triggered. The host must execute a headshot on 5 enemies, with a reward of basic firearms proficiency. Lin Feng, who was deep in slumber, abruptly awakened. What the hell, a bank heist? Lin Feng pondered the information conveyed by the system. Since any item could be taken from this floor, the money in the bank would be of no use to him. But there was a small quantity of gold as well. That he could easily carry the gold away, which would be perfect for upgrading the elevator. Just moments ago, he was contemplating where to acquire gold. And now the problem was effortlessly resolved. Ding, the elevator is descending, please hold on tight. Soon it was midnight, the elevator resumed its operation, and this time the doors opened automatically, revealing a still road ahead. As he stepped onto it, the vehicles on the road came to life. Hey, put on the mask, I certainly don't want to be pursued by those FIB goons because of you. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a man in a gray suit placed a black robber's mask over his head. Alright, let us discuss the plan. Lao Chui and Lin will blow open the vault door, while I and Xiaofu will manage the hostages. Once the alarm sounds, the hacker should be able to delay us for 3 minutes. Combined with the speed of the getaway, we should have about 10 minutes to loot the vault. Relax, it's just a small-town bank. The heist will be quite straightforward. Okay, gentlemen, let us disembark. Click. The suited man cocked his gun and stepped out of the vehicle. There were 4 individuals in total, and it was evident that the suited man was the leader. The quartet sauntered into the bank, and as they approached the counter, they brandished their weapons. Spang, show me your hands. At that moment, a security guard approached, gun in hand, but before he could utter a word, he was shot in the head by the suited man. Stick to the plan. Chapter 19, Sudden Drop in Temperature. Lin, go install the explosives. With that, the man referred to as Lao Chui tossed Lin Feng a remote-controlled sticky bomb. The vault door in this small town wasn't particularly sturdy. After placing 3 sticky bombs, Lao Chui signaled Lin Feng to retreat. Boom. Oh damn, okay, if you don't want that greasy middle-aged man outside to be turned into a sieve, move quickly. With that, Lao Chui pulled out a duffel bag and began rummaging through the vault's cash. Besides the tens of millions in cash, there was also a stack of gold bars. Seizing the opportunity while Lao Chui was distracted, Lin Feng stuffed all of it into his leather backpack. Luckily, he had brought the leather backpack, otherwise, carrying over 100 pounds of gold would have been quite a challenge, whether it was a talent or sheer luck. Lin Feng managed to pack the money faster than the seasoned Lao Ciui in no time. The duo filled 4 large travel bags with cash. We can leave now. Withdraw, withdraw, Lin Feng shouted as he tossed the travel bags aside. Damn, that was exhilarating, my first bank heist, and I've never felt so alive. Just as the suited man had surmised, the authorities hadn't arrived yet. It was only then that Lin Feng realized he could understand their conversations. They had been speaking entirely in English, and somehow, he understood it and could even speak it. Damn it, the FIB is here. Lin has smashed their heads. The suited man in the passenger seat tossed Lin Feng a large pineapple grenade. What the hell? Lin Feng suddenly became alert, smashing the rear windshield and opening fire at the pursuing officers behind them. Although his aim was somewhat erratic under such firepower, Lin Feng completed the system's task. Scoring 5 headshots, however, the bad news was that a helicopter had also arrived, forcing Xiao Fu to drive the car into the sewer. I've already stashed motorcycles here. We'll split up and regroup at the textile factory. After saying this, the suited man was the first to mount a motorcycle and ride off. Once the others had left, an elevator suddenly appeared in the sewer, with only 10 minutes left on the countdown. Even if Lin Feng wanted to do something, it was too late, so he returned to the elevator. As the doors slowly closed, this thrilling journey finally came to an end, though danger was ever present. Lin Feng felt no fear. Instead, he remained in a state of exhilaration. Beep, congratulations, host, task completed. Rewards have been issued. Soon, the knowledge of basic firearms proficiency appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Although it was only basic, it was a significant improvement from being a novice. For instance, the shotgun in his hands, which he had not recognized before, was now clearly identified as an MP-133. He could also disassemble, assemble, and maintain the firearm. Ultimately, Lin Feng felt that his shooting skills had improved considerably. Though he had no means to verify it just yet, he could test his marksmanship on the next floor. Subsequently, Lin Feng meticulously maintained several firearms. Roar. Understood, understood. Lin Feng stood up and retrieved a piece of dinosaur meat from his leather backpack. I wonder how this dinosaur meat tastes. There was approximately 40 kilograms of dinosaur meat in the backpack, enough to feed the little raptor for several days. Watching the little raptor eat so heartily, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to try it himself. It had been quite some time since he sold some to that crossbow craftsman, and he seemed to be fine, so the dinosaur meat should be safe. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng cut a large piece of meat and placed it in the induction cooker to prepare. After nearly 2 hours, he prodded the meat with a knife. This should be cooked by now. Lin Feng uncertainly cut off a small piece and popped it into his mouth. It's done. The flavor is quite good, tender, with a texture somewhat like bullfrog. If only it had a bit more seasoning. A spicy flavor would be delightful. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng checked the infinite water pool, finding no surprises had refreshed today. Alright, time for bed. He patted the little raptor's head before drifting off to sleep. Just as most survivors had completed their floors and were resting, the temperature in the elevator suddenly plummeted, dropping from the initial 20-some degrees to below 10 degrees in an instant. Many were jolted awake. And Lin Feng was no exception. Not long after the temperature dropped, he felt as if he had transitioned from summer to winter in a heartbeat. Upon opening the chat room, he discovered that he was not alone in this predicament. Everyone in the elevator experienced a similar drop in temperature, nearing freezing. Clad only in a shirt, Lin Feng hurriedly moved the induction cooker next to his bed, adding water and cranking it up to maximum heat. This would provide some warmth, and the blanket he had obtained earlier came in handy as he wrapped himself tightly. Oh, almost forgot about you. Lin Feng looked at the shivering raptor and pulled it into his embrace. Now, the little raptor stood tall enough to reach Lin Feng's thigh. With the help of the induction cooker, the elevator's temperature gradually warmed up and Lin Feng set the blanket aside. Meanwhile, others were not so fortunate. Aside from those who resided in cold regions year-round, most were dressed in short sleeves or shirts. They were suffering immensely. Concurrently, warming supplies were being sold at exorbitant prices in the trading post, with even a single blanket listed at a price of 1 gold coin. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I need to start a fire. Are you out of your mind up there? The level 3 elevator has unlocked ventilation ducts. Starting a fire isn't entirely out of the question. Exactly. If you're not afraid of suffocating, you could give it a T or Y.B. By the way, have you noticed that the temperature is still dropping? After I woke up, there were ice shards forming in my bottle. Don't joke around. If the temperature drops any further, it won't be livable. The temperature is genuinely dropping. I acquired a thermometer on a previous floor, and the current temperature in the elevator is 2 degrees. It was 6 degrees not long ago. Dude, stop talking. I'm genuinely scared. I came in wearing shorts and a short sleeve, and now I'm freezing to death. The chat room buzzed with discussions about the sudden drop in temperature, and Lin Feng felt it had indeed become colder. An hour later, the temperature within the elevator began to rise, and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With the induction cooker, he didn't need to worry too much about the temperature drop. P.S. The large pineapple grenade was reclaimed after use. Chapter 20, Salt production failure. Although the temperature in the elevator had warmed a bit, the ordeal had left Lin Feng unable to fall asleep. At that moment, his private chat box suddenly flickered. Ye Hua, are you there, big brother? The crossbow arrows you requested are ready for your inspection. Lin Feng, you don't need to make any more for me at the moment. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Yi Hua, who had been typing, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had been hoping Lin Feng would have something warm to trade, but he never anticipated that this big brother would decline his offer. What to do now? The food from their last transaction had already been consumed. Yi Hua, brother, we can still negotiate the price. Lin Feng, I no longer have use for crossbow arrows. Yi Hua, well. Alright, but I can still create other items. Let me know if you need anything. Lin Feng, I will inquire if anything arises. Yi Hua, understood, brother. With a sigh, Yi Hua felt relieved that several others were still purchasing the arrows he crafted. So he wouldn't starve. After retrieving the crossbow arrows, Lin Feng closed the chat room. Ding, the host is about to enter the raft survival level, where a solitary raft drifts upon the sea, accompanied by a wooden crate. Opening it will yield a bottle of brandy, 2 gold coins, and a fishing rod. Ding, mission options triggered. Please make a selection. Option 1, enter the level and slay the great white shark. Reward, basic melee combat skills. Option 2, remain in the elevator without entering the level. Reward, stamina increased. I choose option 1, Lin Feng decisively stated. Although the reward for option 2 seemed appealing, stamina could be enhanced through exercise, while combat skills could not be self-taught. Ding dong, the elevator descends. Please hold on steady. As Lin Feng opened the door, the briny sea breeze enveloped him. Though the weather appeared pleasant, he felt an inexplicable agitation gazing at the boundless ocean. Nevertheless, the task took precedence. After hauling the crate back into the elevator, Lin Feng brandished his shotgun, searching for the silhouette of the great white shark. He buzzed. After a short while, the great white shark, having lurked beneath the waves, finally made its appearance, stealthily gliding through the water as if seeking an opportunity. Bang! At last, the shark clamped its jaws around the raft, attempting to shatter the fragile vessel. Lin Feng wasted no time and fired a shot at the shark's head. Although the wounded shark did not perish immediately, Lin Feng followed up with 2 more shots. However, as the shark submerged, these shots lacked penetrating power. Before long, the waters surrounding the raft were stained crimson, likely to soon attract other marine predators. The grievously injured great white would likely meet a gruesome fate. Lin Feng pondered whether he would be credited with the kill. Just as he feared task failure, the great white shark inexplicably resurfaced. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of shots at the creature. This time, it was utterly incapacitated, riddled with bullets, abandoning thoughts of consuming its flesh. Lin Feng reasoned that shark meat was not something one could consume indiscriminately. Diving down to retrieve it was imprudent given the blood that now clouded the waters, likely beckoning other predators. Just as Lin Feng surmised, the blood soon attracted a swarm of sharks, rapidly devouring the remains of the great white roar. The small velociraptor at Lin Feng's side let out a fierce cry. Sensing the threat posed by the underwater shark pack, initially Lin Feng had contemplated collecting some seawater, but now it seemed increasingly unfeasible. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards have been distributed. Instantly, a wealth of combat knowledge flooded Lin Feng's mind. Soon, he absorbed all the information. Although his head throbbed from the influx, he felt exhilarated. Given his current prowess, he could confidently fend off ordinary thugs without issue. Once the shark pack had finished feasting on the great white's carcass, they departed. Though the murky blood still lingered in the water. After the sharks left, Lin Feng returned to the raft, with half an hour remaining before the elevator closed. He resolved to procure some seawater and experiment with salt production. Without salt, roasting meat would soon become unappetizing. After waiting a while, the blood in the water gradually dissipated. Lin Feng filled 5 bottles with seawater, 5 liters in total, sufficient for salt extraction. He wondered if the resulting product would be edible. Regardless, he decided to give it a try. Upon returning to the elevator, Lin Feng placed a pot on the induction cooker and poured in the seawater, now awaiting crystallization. He hoped this plan would succeed, yet, a chill suddenly enveloped him. Observing the thin ice forming on the pool, Lin Feng shivered, sensing that the temperature had plummeted below 0.at that moment. Someone in the chat room updated the temperature in real time. Brothers, the latest temperature here is -5°C. I think I might have a fever. Does anyone have medicine? Don't even mention it, even if we did. We can't sell it. I feel like I might be ill too, either a cold or a fever. I can't believe it. I can barely fill my stomach, and now this is getting difficult. I truly envy those who have ascended to the 3rd elevator level. They can make fire without fear of choking. I just encountered someone who died in the elevator, probably from smoke inhalation next to a campfire. Has it already dropped below 0? Lin Feng glanced at the chat. Not overly concerned, as he had an induction cooker for warmth, mitigating the risk of freezing to death. As long as the temperature didn't drop excessively, he could manage with the cooker. After more than 3 hours, the seawater in the pot finally evaporated, revealing some white crystals. Can it really be consumed? Lin Feng wondered aloud, recalling that seawater contained numerous impurities. Simple evaporation could not yield edible salt, yet, under the current circumstances, He had no means to advance further. Should he taste a sample? Contemplating the crystals, he waited until they had completely dried. Lin Feng scraped a layer from the bottom of the pot and tentatively licked it. Instantly, his taste buds were assaulted. What in the world is this flavor? Lin Feng hurriedly drank some water to cleanse his palate. How to describe it? Salty with a hint of bitterness, bitter with a touch of astringency. And for some inexplicable reason, a trace of foot-soaking water flavor. Chapter 21. The beauty scheme. After so much effort yielding no success, Lin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Suddenly, he recalled a skilled acquaintance who might know how to produce salt. Perhaps he could give it a try. Lin Feng, do you know how to make salt? Yi Hua, who was busy promoting arrows in the chat room, quickly clicked on Lin Feng's message, salt production. He actually knew how, but the conditions here were far too restrictive. For now, he decided to respond to Lin Feng. Why Yi Hua, brother, I have some knowledge in this area and can give it a try. Do you have any raw materials? Lin Feng was taken aback by Yi Hua's knowledge. This was splendid news. Fortunately, he had not used all the seawater out of fear of failure, leaving him with 2 bottles. Lin Feng, I've listed the seawater in the trading post. Feel free to exchange it for whatever you need. Yi Hua, okay brother, please wait a few days. Lin Feng, alright Lin Feng, by the way. You probably don't have anything to keep warm, do you? Yi Hua, that's correct brother, however, I do have a coat that should suffice. Lin Feng, I'll give you a blanket as well, if you freeze to death. Who will help me make salt? Yi Hua, thank you brother. With the salt production issue seemingly resolved, Lin Feng felt considerably lighter. Yi Hua proved to be quite a talent, possessing such diverse skills. The blanket he was offering was one he had retrieved from the marriage bed in the ghostly wedding level. Lin Feng had a hunch that this fellow would achieve great things in the future. Fostering a good relationship with him was certainly not a bad idea. After wrapping up the arrangements, Lin Feng rummaged through his leather backpack and finally pulled out the berry bush he had brought back from the prehistoric world. Recently, he had been experiencing some constipation, possibly due to an unbalanced diet. He wondered if those purple berries were palatable. Picking one, he placed it in his mouth. Pure sweetness, no other flavor, delicious. You want some? Aren't you a carnivore? Lin Feng looked at the small velociraptor that had drawn near. Resigned to picking a few berries to toss its way, initially he thought the velociraptor was merely curious. To his surprise, after devouring the few berries, it began to demand more. Could it be you are an omnivore? Lin Feng picked another handful of berries and placed them before the small velociraptor, which happily indulged. After consuming some berries and a can of food, Lin Feng decided to rest. He had hardly slept the previous night due to the sudden drop in temperature. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep slumber. Thanks to the induction cooker, the temperature in the elevator remained above freezing, while others faced the risk of freezing or falling ill during the night. Ding! The host is about to enter the metal recycling level, where a plethora of scrap iron, copper, aluminum, and other metallic resources await, posing no danger. Awakened by the system, Lin Feng, still feeling drowsy, shook his head, dressed, and prepared himself. He also took time to tidy his leather backpack. With the addition of a material storage area, it had become much more spacious. One compartment held dinosaur meat, another goat meat, and 3 additional compartments remained vacant. Ample for storing items. Having organized everything, Lin Feng patiently awaited the passage of time. At this moment, the chat room was quite lively, with most participants fervently praying for a favorable floor. Unlike Lin Feng, who possessed the ability to foresee information about the floors, they often found themselves inadequately prepared or unaware of the perils lurking within. By the time they discovered these dangers, it would be too late to retreat to the elevator. I was frozen throughout the night without a wink of sleep. Now I merely hope that the next floor will be a warm haven, ideally with some means of warmth. Is there no way to create a chimney connected directly to the ventilation shaft? As long as it is sealed properly, we could easily build a stove down below or even a fireplace for warmth. Hey buddy, don't just talk, make it happen, if you can pull it off. I will definitely buy it. Indeed, with billions of us here, is there no influential person capable of constructing a fireplace? The conditions are too poor, there are no bricks or materials suitable for making a flue. I believe we should fully utilize the information available on the floors. Take the forest floor, for instance. I wonder if any of you have visited it. The mud there is an excellent building material. Damn, hearing you say that reminds me of a construction site I visited, where several bags of cement and numerous bricks were piled in a corner. At that time, I was only focused on iron and wood, completely overlooking those useful materials. The upper floors are impressive. I want to take useful items, but the elevator simply won't accommodate them. Thus, the most crucial task remains upgrading the elevator. Only with an expanded elevator space can we enhance our chances of survival. Lin Feng regarded the discussions in the chat room as quite insightful, acknowledging his previous negligence toward other valuable resources beyond those needed for upgrading. Of course, the most pressing issue was that the elevator could not hold much. Now, with the material storage area established, a significant amount of space had been saved. He resolved to pay closer attention to other useful supplies in the future. Ding dong, the elevator is ascending, please hold on tight. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Although this was a safe floor, Lin Feng still armed himself with a handgun and a shotgun, as it was essential to be prepared in case other survivors shared the same floor. Goodness, there is so much scrap metal here. Observing the towering piles of scrap, Lin Feng swallowed hard. The metal had been crushed into neat sheets, creating an orderly sight. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of world it was where such a vast quantity of scrap lay unattended. At that moment, on the opposite side of the scrap heap, two individuals emerged from the elevator. "Hello, beautiful. This place appears devoid of danger. Shall we agree to not disturb one another?" However, the woman struggled to move the heavy items. "Hey, could you lend me a hand?" The young man, amused by the woman's flirtation, thought to himself that she was likely not worth the trouble. "Sure, if you make it worth my while, I'll help you." Soon, the two found themselves entwined at the elevator's entrance. "Ah, you bastard." The young man, who had been squinting, suddenly felt a sharp pain below, and in the next moment, he felt a weight loss of 100 grams. Overcome by excruciating pain, he could hardly stand, let alone resist, as the woman drew a dagger and plunged it viciously into him. Chapter 22. Yihua die, die, die. Accompanied by the woman's whispered incantations, the knife had already struck 7 or 8 times. And the young man was long dead. After dispatching him, the woman wore a victorious smile. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Utilizing her allure, she had successfully elevated the elevator to the 3rd level. With the 4th level now within reach. Meanwhile, upon hearing the screams, Lin Feng hurried towards the source of the commotion. It was evident that another survivor was present on this floor. What had transpired would only be revealed by witnessing it firsthand. "What the hell? This woman is ruthless." Lin Feng observed the blood-soaked ground and the woman hauling supplies, quickly piecing together what had occurred. He raised his gun and cautiously approached. "Put your hands up." Upon hearing his voice, the woman turned, her heart sinking upon realizing another survivor was present. A cold smirk crossed her lips. It seemed today would see her ascend to the 4th level. "Oh, he tried to assault me. It was an accident, I swear. I'm so sorry." The woman trembled, her expression one of feigned innocence, her clothing gradually slipping down. She couldn't fathom that a man might find her body unappealing. "You're so strong. Could you please protect me?" The woman gazed intently at Lin Feng's handgun, contemplating the potential benefits of acquiring it. Perhaps she wouldn't need to rely on her looks anymore. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, she mistakenly believed he was already entranced by her charm, especially since he appeared to be just a freshly graduated student easily swayed. "Such a handsome young man, I truly can't bear to harm you," she mused, slowly advancing towards him. Bang! As the woman approached, Lin Feng's instincts kicked in, and he fired his weapon. Her head was instantaneously split in two, rendering any notion of dying with eyes wide open moot. "You thought you could seduce me? How naive!" Lin Feng scoffed, glancing at the young man's lifeless form, feeling a chill run down his spine. Indeed, this woman was no ordinary adversary. Subsequently, Lin Feng collected all the useful supplies from the 2 elevators. After half an hour of effort, he began gathering scrap metal. The 2 elevators yielded little of value, yet he stumbled upon 10 gold coins, a delightful surprise. At present, he required only 20 kilograms of wood, 80 kilograms of iron, and 3 more coins to complete his upgrade. Iron was not a concern. Lin Feng planned to fill the remaining compartments of his leather backpack in the last half hour. He efficiently amassed a total of 400 kilograms of scrap metal and 200 kilograms of scrap copper, while also stacking a significant amount of scrap metal in the elevator's vacant space, dozens of kilograms worth. Although uncertain of the copper's utility, he deemed it prudent to take along. There were indeed other metals, but time was running short. He resolved to return another day for those. Now, he was merely 20 kilograms of wood and 3 gold coins away from upgrading the elevator. After inventorying the supplies from the 2 deceased individuals, Lin Feng grimaced. Aside from the materials necessary for the upgrade, there was virtually nothing of value. 2 rock-hard frozen loaves of bread, a wooden stick, a handmade bao, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of water, and an iron axe. This constituted the entirety of their possessions. What a dire situation! Lin Feng grimaced, tossing the 2 bread loaves, as hard as stones, to the swift raptor, which devoured them without hesitation. To his surprise, the infinite water pond yielded a water snake today, a black serpent about a meter long. If memory served correctly, water snakes were non-venomous. Since Lin Feng had no desire to consume such a creature, he offered it to the swift raptor. Upon receiving Lin Feng's approval, the raptor swiftly dispatched the snake with a single bite and began feasting. Concerned that the raptor might not be satiated, Lin Feng cut off a sizable chunk of meat to share. As for why he wouldn't allow it to feast on human corpses, Lin Feng felt he had not yet descended into that level of depravity. He would never permit his swift raptor to consume human flesh. The berries he had eaten the previous day proved effective. After dining, Lin Feng felt an urgent need and rushed to the toilet. Yihua, hey, are you there? Do you have any fresh water? I'm running low, and if I use what I have left to make salt, I won't have any to drink. Just as Lin Feng finished his business, he noticed a message from Yihua, although he found it puzzling why fresh water would be needed for salt production. He nonetheless filled several containers and sent them over. As he had no shortage of fresh water himself, Lin Feng sent it over. When will it be ready? Yihua, under normal circumstances. It should be sun-dried, but since there is no sun here, I'm using evaporation instead. This will speed up the process a bit, and it should be ready by tomorrow. Lin Feng, evaporation? You remaking a fire in the elevator? Yihua, yes, I built a chimney using yellow mud and wood. Lin Feng, you possess such skills, by the way, the wood catch fire? Yihua, nope, I sealed the wood with yellow mud, it's merely a support structure. If I had suitable soft metals, I wouldn't need to be so troublesome. Yihua, moreover, as a craftsman enthusiast, it is quite normal for me to know these things. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire Yihua. A talent like him would likely never go hungry anywhere. However, Lin Feng realized he couldn't afford to show too much enthusiasm towards him, lest he lose the upper hand in their relationship. He had already resolved to pursue a long-term collaboration with this individual named Yihua. On the other hand, Yihua was equally intrigued by Lin Feng. After observing him for a prolonged period, he noted that Lin Feng consistently progressed faster than others. While most remained stuck at the second level, only a few had reached the third, whereas Lin Feng had already ascended to the fourth level. He decided to watch a while longer, hoping to forge a long-term partnership with Lin Feng. Given his own poor health, perhaps he could trade with Lin Feng for life-saving medicine. With this thought in mind, Yihua suddenly remembered he hadn't taken his medication today. He poured out a blue pill and swallowed it, counting the remaining doses. Typically one would take 2 tablets a day, however, he has now reduced it to merely 1 tablet daily. And later on, he intends to experiment with taking one every 2 days. With only 29 tablets remaining, can he survive for another month? Yihua pondered, feeling a sense of reluctance, although this world is fraught with peril. It has also illuminated a glimmer of hope for his recovery. He does not wish to meet his demise so easily, yet he remains oblivious as to why this medication appeared in his pocket. But it has been with him since his arrival in this realm and has proven remarkably effective against his ailment. Chapter 23, Elevator Announcement. The newbie phase has ended in the month ahead. He must devise a strategy to prolong his life. Yihua muttered to himself as he stirred the saline solution in the pot. Once it has evaporated sufficiently, he can proceed with the filtration. For now, lacking a proper filter, he resorted to purchasing a pair of stockings from the trading post, which he then cleaned to serve as a makeshift filter. At this moment, Lin Feng gazed in disbelief at the number of online participants displayed in the chat room. He vividly recalls that during his last check there were over 3 billion people. Now, just a few days later, that number has plummeted below 3 billion. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. If this trend continues, in less than 2 months, there may be no one left. Moreover, with the current low temperatures, the likelihood of illness increases, and without medication to treat it, many will succumb in the next wave. Ding, elevator announcement, attention. Fortunate individuals, the newbie phase of elevator survival has concluded. You will now face a far more brutal environment. Following the completion of this audio announcement, the difficulty of the floors will escalate. The time allowed on each floor has been extended to 2 hours. Additionally, upon entering a floor, the elevator doors will close, and you will be unable to return to the elevator until all hazardous creatures have been eliminated or the floor's tasks have been accomplished. Ding, some floors cannot be refused for entry. The synthetic electronic voice of the elevator announcement was almost indecipherable, marred by distortion. In the chat room, a cacophony of disbelief erupted. Are you kidding me? Wasn't this still the newbie phase? Whose newbie phase sees hundreds of millions perish in less than a month? This is disastrous. I was already hesitant to venture out, and now I'm even more reluctant. At least I have some rations left. I should be able to hold out for a few days. Brothers, I'm starting to panic. Damn it, I've trained for 2.5 years in combat. Whatever it is, I'll just rain down punches. To the brother above, I wish you luck in facing Sadako on the next floor. The chat room was filled with lamentations. If the newbie phase is this perilous, how will they survive the increased difficulty ahead? Lin Feng sighed inwardly, then resumed his training with the ion block. In truth, he fears only the supernatural entities. Mere physical threats do not intimidate him. After spending so many days in the elevator world, Lin Feng had adjusted his routine. Following his workout, he replenished his energy and indulged in a comfortable sleep. At 11 o'clock noon, Lin Feng awoke on his own. The induction cooker had been operational for 2 consecutive days, a testament to the system's quality. Had it been any other brand, it would have long since burned out. Just as he finished praising the system, a burnt odor wafted through the air, emanating from the cooker. Alarmed, he promptly shut it off, relieved that it remained undamaged. Perhaps the temperature had risen too high and needed cooling down. After all, he would soon be entering the floor world again and could restart it upon his return. As the induction cooker powered down, the temperature within the elevator began to plummet. Ding, the floor you are about to enter is the wasteland floor. There are 20 zombie dogs present, and within the belly of the Dog King lies 2 vials of zombie virus immunity serum. A blue container contains a weapon supply box, which upon opening grants you an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, 300 rounds of spare ammunition, 20 grenades, 1 purple flare, 1 red flare, 1 yellow flare, and 2 claymore mines. Ding, a bounty task has been triggered. Please eliminate all zombie dogs. A reward of 1 gold coin will be granted for each kill. Once again, the wasteland floor presents itself, and indeed, the difficulty has escalated. Lin Feng murmured to himself, zombie dogs are undoubtedly more formidable than regular zombies. And facing 20 of them at once is daunting. Truth be told, Lin Feng is reluctant to proceed, yet the rewards are undeniably enticing, whether it be the weapon supply box or the tasks issued by the system. Each one captivates Lin Feng's interest. However, he feels woefully under-equipped, as the speed of the zombie dogs is certain to be swift. The previous tactic of retreating to the elevator is now off the table. Once he enters the floor, the elevator doors will seal shut. Lin Feng harbored grave suspicions that the entity responsible for bringing them to this world had observed his previous maneuvers and promptly rectified that loophole. Damn it, it's time to fight. Lin Feng ruffled the feathers of the velociraptor at his side. This little creature has gained some combat prowess of its own. He decided to bring it along this time, alleviating his concerns about it contracting the zombie virus. If they can eliminate all the zombie dogs, they can obtain the immunity serum from the Dog King's belly. At that point, both of them can be injected without issue. Initially, most in the chat room were eager to continue exploring the floors. However, following the recent announcement, the majority resolved to remain in the elevator. After all, once they exited, there would be no turning back, and encountering a perilous creature would spell doom for them. Ding, the elevator is descending. Please hold on tight. Brothers, I'll scout ahead, if I manage to return alive. Stay safe up there. I'll hang back for a few days and observe the situation. I'm heading out as well. Opportunities must be seized. Who knows, I might acquire something extraordinary and take off from here. Hiss, the elevator came to a gradual halt. Lin Feng pressed the door open button and raised his shotgun. Vigilantly surveying his surroundings, this floor appeared to be within a derelict factory, with several half-eaten corpses of zombies littering the ground. Roar. As Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, a zombie dog suddenly leaped down from a metal shelf above. Fortunately, Lin Feng had honed his combat skills and reacted swiftly, using the butt of his gun to send the airborne zombie dog sprawling before firing a shot directly at its head. Watching the creature's head explode like a watermelon, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed not as daunting as he had imagined. However, in the next moment, from the dark corners of the factory, one after another, zombie dogs began to emerge. Woof, 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 woof. The little velociraptor at Lin Feng's side stood its ground, bravely barking back. Remarkably, its roar was quite formidable. The zombie dogs, having never encountered a dinosaur's bellow, froze momentarily before locating the source of the sound. This won't do. Fighting is impossible. Lin Feng perceived a mocking glint in the eyes of one zombie dog, clearly the Dog King, as it observed him. For the time being, the dogs had yet to launch an assault, likely awaiting the command of their leader. If all these zombie dogs charged at him, his chances of survival would be nearly non-existent, so he needed to find a higher vantage point. Chapter 24, Rising Difficulty. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled the zombie dog that had leaped down upon his entrance. Glancing upward, he spotted a control platform that required a ladder to access. The ladder was conveniently nearby. Without hesitation, Lin Feng scooped up the little velociraptor and dashed toward the ladder. Woof! With a command from the Dog King, the remaining zombie dogs surged forward, undoubtedly faster than Lin Feng. However, he managed to scramble up the platform just in time, kicking the ladder down behind him. It was then that Lin Feng realized this control platform was designed to operate a large saw blade below. If it were functional, it could prove advantageous. He examined the control levers, noting the rust that had settled upon them, rendering him unable to decipher their functions. Undeterred, he began manipulating all the buttons and levers of V-Room. To his astonishment, the machinery roared to life. The quality is truly remarkable, he thought, as he observed the saw blade spinning rapidly. Soon, Lin Feng located the lever that controlled the blade's movement. The blade could only shift left and right, and after a brief search, he found the appropriate lever. Lin Feng maneuvered the saw blade down to the platform's edge, effectively preventing the zombie dogs from leaping up, as the height was insufficient for the clever Dog King to reach it without assistance, such as a ladder or a box. With the massive saw now in play, the zombie dogs below could only watch helplessly, and nevertheless Lin Feng remained vigilant. Who knew how long the machine would continue to operate? The levers were rusted, indicating it had been ages since anyone had tended to it. Bang, bang, bang! Lin Feng fired several rounds at the barking dogs below. After systematically dispatching a number of zombie dogs, the Dog King realized a direct confrontation was futile. It let out a series of barks to the surviving dogs before vanishing from sight. Soon, all the zombie dogs that had surrounded the platform disappeared from view. As they fled, Lin Feng managed to take down 5 more, and now only 10 zombie dogs remained. If all goes as expected, these remaining dogs are likely waiting for him to descend or for the saw to cease its operation. Lin Feng let out a breath of relief, then turned his attention to locating the blue container. He found it. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy, for the container housing the weapon supply box was nearly 20 meters away. Located behind a damaged truck that was hauling the blue container now that the zombie dogs had departed, he pondered whether to take the risk of retrieving the firearms from the supply box. With just a handful of zombie dogs, fear seemed unnecessary. At that moment, however, the chainsaw below suddenly emitted a series of ominous clicks only to fall silent shortly thereafter. It seemed he need not venture down, as the remaining zombie dogs would likely come rushing in any moment. Indeed, as Lin Feng had anticipated, the moment the chainsaw ceased its noise, the remaining zombie dogs charged forth. Howl, woof woof woof. The zombie dog king was the first to leap onto the halted chainsaw, attempting to use it as a springboard to launch itself onto the control panel. Acting swiftly, Lin Feng fired a shot at the dog king, but to his astonishment, the creature had anticipated the attack, deftly altering its trajectory mid-air and evading most of the bullets. It sustained only a minor injury, hardly affecting its combat capabilities. Howl, howl, just as the dog king prepared to pounce on Lin Feng, a small velociraptor seized it by the neck with a fierce grip. A howl. While the velociraptor engaged the dog king, the remaining 9 zombie dogs leaped from the chainsaw. Lacking intelligence, they could not dodge in the air. Lin Feng dispatched them with remarkable efficiency, emptying his firearm with precision before hastily discarding it and switching to his handgun. However, in that brief moment, 3 remaining zombie dogs had already bounded forward. Lin Feng first sent one flying with a punch, then crushed another beneath his foot, firing several rounds into its skull, yet one still eluded him. Howl. The small velociraptor, having dispatched the dog king, rushed over and intercepted the zombie dog attempting to ambush Lin Feng, effortlessly snapping its neck. Soon, the last of the zombie dogs met its end at Lin Feng's hands. Well done, little dragon. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled the velociraptor's head. The fate of the dog king was gruesome. Torn to shreds by the small dinosaur, fortunately, the velociraptor bore only minor injuries, none critical. In a hurry, Lin Feng rummaged through the dog king's belly, retrieving 2 sealed syringes, presumably containing the serum. Hold still. He soothed the velociraptor before administering the injection. Howl. All done, you're fine now. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, having noticed the small velociraptor's eyes rolling back, clearly infected by the zombie virus. Thankfully, the immunization serum proved effective, restoring the creature to normalcy almost instantaneously. It was undeniable that the situation had been perilous, yet he was grateful for the velociraptor's assistance. He had not anticipated such ferocity from this prehistoric creature. Ding, congratulations, host, task completed. Reward, 20 gold coins. Finally, he had succeeded. Lin Feng smiled inwardly and approached the blue container. Inside lay a wooden crate covered with a moisture-proof tarp. Without hesitation, he lifted the crate, which was surprisingly heavy, at least 60 to 70 pounds. Struggling slightly, he eventually made his way back to the elevator, where he unloaded the weapons and ammunition that he discovered in 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, 300 spare rounds, 20 grenades, 1 purple flare, 1 red flare, 1 yellow flare, and 2 claymore mines. The rifle was modified, equipped not only with underbarrel grenades but also an optical sight and laser pointer. It came with 3 magazines, each capable of holding 30 rounds, while the grenades were 20 millimeters. And the flares were launched via the grenade launcher. However, Lin Feng deemed the flares unnecessary for his purposes. After fiddling with the rifle, he aimed outside and fired 2 rounds to test its accuracy. With his marksmanship combined with this automatic rifle, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Time to upgrade the elevator. Lin Feng approached the screen, only to realize that several million people had perished recently. The increased difficulty had evidently taken a significant toll on others. I can't believe I actually made it back. Upstairs, I didn't dare go out. Seeing so many dead makes it clear that it's no simple matter. Can you share what you experienced? I entered a floor resembling a prison, but instead of inmates, it housed zombies. Fortunately, those zombies were confined in cages, with only a few roaming free. Thankfully, I had prior experience with a bow, which allowed me to easily dispatch those zombies. Most importantly, I found a handgun on that floor. Now I'm part of the gun-wielding elite. With a gun, clearing floors will be a breeze. I'm envious. I didn't dare go out either. Had I known, I would have taken a look. Next time, I definitely will. After reading the chat room messages for a while, Lin Feng pressed the button to upgrade the elevator. With a shudder, the elevator ascended to level 5. Ding, congratulations, host, task completed. Rewards dispatched. Time extension card extends the elevator closure time for this floor by 1 hour. Ding, please complete the upgrade task to elevate the elevator to level 6. Reward, 1 opportunity to upgrade to an oversized leather backpack. The upgrade progress still required 77, needing 10 gold coins, 200 kilograms of wood, and 232 kilograms of iron. The ventilation outlet at level 5 was slightly larger, its range expanded significantly, and a workbench had been added. This workbench, however, did not function like those in games, where one merely tosses in materials and produces desired items. Instead, it provided tools for manual operation, which could not be taken away. Lin Feng fiddled with the tools, quickly losing interest as his craftsmanship skills seemed to have stagnated since elementary school. Expecting to craft a great sword or a Zhuge crossbow was utterly ludicrous. At that moment, Yihua announced the successful refinement of the salt. Big brother, the salt you requested has been successfully refined. I've listed it for trade, offering food in exchange. Alright, thanks, Lin Feng replied, clicking on Yihua's profile to view the trading information. Any food for salt was a fair deal. This lad was not greedy. Lin Feng approached the water basin, where a plump grass carp swam, appearing to weigh at least 2 pounds. He decided to trade that. After catching the fish, he traded it to Yihua. The amount of salt received was modest, as Lin Feng had only provided a limited quantity of seawater. Nevertheless, it would suffice for a day or two. The taste was salty with a hint of bitterness. Yet Lin Feng felt satisfied, finally enjoying a flavorful roasted meat after days in this world. Watching the salted meat before him, he wiped his mouth and indulged heartily. The small velociraptor, oblivious to why its mother was feasting so delightfully today, also relished its meal. After dining and exercising for a while, Lin Feng took a rest. Soon midnight arrived, and the system's notification chimed as expected. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is the death game. You must participate in 3 game rounds with other survivors before this floor can be completed. Entry into this floor is mandatory. Upon completing the 3 death games, you will receive 20 gold coins and 500 kilograms of any upgrade materials. Ding! Note for this floor, survivors participating in the death game must not engage in self-harm or killing outside the game. Hidden mechanism: if a survivor fails the game, they may commit suicide before dying to gain a chance to re-enter the game. With each person allowed 3 attempts. A death game, it seemed somewhat reminiscent of the previous hide-and-seek floor. Lin Feng mused. However, he now understood that the next floor would likely be populated by numerous survivors, which could potentially lead to a significant windfall for him, perhaps even allowing the elevator to reach level 6 in a single go. Ding dong, the elevator is descending, please hold on tight. Before long, the elevator announcement echoed, and Lin Feng took a deep breath, stepping out as the elevator came to a stop. As he entered the floor, the announcement resounded once more from above: welcome to the death pool. Each ball represents a body part of yours. Sink the billiard balls into the pockets, and you will be deemed to have lost that part. The player who sinks the black ball wins. After the game concludes, the victor will not lose any of their organs that were pocketed, while the losers will forfeit all organs that were sunk. Game start. As the announcement faded, a nervous young girl appeared before Lin Feng. Hello, shall we begin the game? Hello, big brother. I'm not very good at this. Lin Feng scrutinized the anxious girl, remaining vigilant, as he suspected her nervousness was feigned. The system had previously indicated that anyone entering the game floor would be well-versed in all death games. Having once ranked second in a local billiards club, Lin Feng considered himself quite skilled. This girl before him was undoubtedly not as simple as she appeared. He decided to gauge her skills by letting her break the rack first. After you, ladies first. Would you like to break? Lin Feng smiled gently, stepping back slightly. The billiard table has been set, but instead of the usual numbers, there lie various human organs: eyes, noses, hearts, kidneys, stomachs, brains, and so forth. Why don't you break? Brother, I'm afraid I won't do it well. My strength is rather limited. By the way, brother, my name is Xingxing. What about you? I am Guchen. Perhaps you should take the first shot. Breaking first has its advantages, Lin Feng said, feigning being captivated by Xingxing while slowly inching closer. Just as he reached out to touch her face, Xingxing deftly dodged. Alright, I'll break now. Xingxing rolled up her sleeves, revealing a delicate forearm as white as jade. Naturally, Lin Feng played along, realizing her intention to entice him. A smirk of satisfaction crossed his mind. Yet another man ensnared by her beauty. You brother, please don't stare at me. I'm feeling a bit nervous. Alright, I won't look. Now go ahead and break. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly, observing her grip on the cue. She must have played before, but her skills were likely lacking. Otherwise, she wouldn't be pretending to be so naive. Previously, Lin Feng had worked part-time as a coach at a billiard club, so he easily saw through Xingxing's facade. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed as 2 balls sank into the pockets, one belonging to Lin Feng and the other to her. Oh, I'm so sorry, Guchen. I didn't mean to. If I had known, I wouldn't have hit it so hard. I was just afraid it wouldn't scatter. And Xingxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face a mask of remorse. It's alright, after all, the balls that go in during the break are purely by chance. It's not your fault, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Okay, brother. And Xingxing leaned down to inspect the table again, realizing she couldn't make any shots. She casually took a swing, but it was evident to Lin Feng that she was merely pretending to play. A few more rounds like this, and he knew she would have set herself up for failure. As Lin Feng prepared to take his shot, and Xingxing interjected, Brother, could you let me have a turn? The fragrance of her youth lingered enticingly in the air, yet this was a game of life and death. Surely no one would truly risk their life for mere amusement. Don't worry, I would never allow such a charming sister to perish here. Remember to live on for me, Lin Feng stated with a tender look. Unconsciously reaching out to caress her soft cheek. However, Lin Feng soon lost interest in the charade, feeling somewhat bored. It was time for a swift conclusion, yet, he had to admit, Xingxing's beauty was indeed compelling. Likely a tactic she employed frequently. As she noted Lin Feng's reaction, her confidence swelled. he was merely an inexperienced boy who had never encountered a woman before. With a laugh, she thought to herself. This fool is willing to risk it all for me. Guchin, please don't do this. Let us play normally. I don't want you to let me win. You may not believe in love at first sight, but today, one of us will surely die, and I hope it's me rather than you. After a series of manipulative words, she lightly tapped Lin Feng's face, a gesture designed to disarm him. But Lin Feng, a resolute man, felt only disgust. Damn, does this girl have some sort of infectious disease? I hope she doesn't pass anything on to me. He gave her a bemused smile before focusing intently on the game again. With a decisive strike, he pocketed 2 balls, her heart and lung. Despite the anger brewing inside her, and Qingqing maintained a facade of delight. Yay, brother made a shot. Lin Feng observed her feigned excitement with a smirk. Thinking to himself, let's see how long you can keep this up. He continued playing, sinking another shot this time. The brain. An Qingqing's expression soured as she celebrated Lin Feng's success while complaining of the heat. Shedding her jacket to reveal a loose tank top that was undeniably alluring. Go brother. With another strike, Lin Feng failed to pocket the ball, not out of intent, but due to a lack of practice. Yet, he remained unfazed. An Qingqing, noticing his blunder, wore a disheartened expression. Please don't let me win, brother. I can't bear the thought of you dying here. She tugged at her strap, executing her routine with practiced ease. Then she leaned over the table, as if to seduce it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng calmly sipped his water, aware that An Qingqing could likely pocket 2 balls, with each player having 7 balls, including the black 8. He felt no urgency. To his astonishment, An Qingqing failed to sink even a single ball. Her blunder was genuine. How ridiculous, even when given a chance, you can't seize it. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, watching her disappointment. Although slightly vexed by her failure, An Qingqing remained confident, knowing her charms had him entranced. What a pathetic fool, she thought, then proceeded to tempt him more. With a swift shot, Lin Feng pocketed another ball. Feeling the stirrings of desire thanks to An Qingqing's deliberate provocations, truly a vixen, he mused, realizing that if the setting were different, he might have shown her what it truly means to ignite passion. With another successful shot, Lin Feng had now pocketed 5 balls, leaving only 3 remaining. An Qingqing's expression turned grim as she noticed his gaze. Go brother, she cheered, inching closer as he leaned down, preparing to strike. Lin Feng anticipated her attempts to distract him and adjusted his stance accordingly. Just as he was about to hit the cue ball, An Qingqing feigned a stumble, colliding into him. The white ball shot forward, striking several others. I'm so sorry, brother, I tripped, she exclaimed, her eyes darting to the table. To her dismay, one of her designated balls wobbled dangerously close to the pocket. Please don't go in. Don't. She silently pleaded, yet her prayers were in vain as the ball rolled into the pocket with a definitive thud. An icy dread filled her. Only 2 balls remained. Lin Feng assessed the positions of the last ball and the black 8. Fully confident now he had no intention of dragging this out any longer. Brother. Am I going to die? An Qingqing asked weakly, expecting a comforting denial. Instead, Lin Feng nodded. Yes, you're quite close to death, brother, you must be joking. She stammered, flustered by his nonchalance. But An Qingqing struggled for words, her mind racing. Ji Yu Chen, I'm only 18, I don't want to die here, please spare me, I've never even had a boyfriend. As she spoke, she began to shed her last layer of clothing. Inching closer to Lin Feng, please, no, I beg you, don't kill me. An Qingqing implored, having removed all her garments, yet concealing a blade between her fingers. Those who had survived thus far were not without their own means of protection. As she feigned vulnerability, she approached Lin Feng, her weapon hidden well. Die, she silently screamed within, lunging at his neck. However, Lin Feng, possessing basic combat skills, instinctively reacted, easily pinning An Qingqing to the billiard table. You wish to kill me? He chuckled. Just then, a masked figure approached. The masked man directly seized An Qingqing and bound her to a pool table. The survivor, An Qingqing, intended to violate the rules and would consequently be restricted from striking the ball twice. The survivor, Lin Feng, was granted 2 free shots. Lin Feng, An Qingqing gazed at Lin Feng, her heart filled with shock. Had this man been deceiving her from the very beginning? How foolish she had been to believe he had hidden his intentions so well. With only 2 balls remaining, she was left with merely 2 opportunities to seize her fate. Despite her desire to speak, her mouth was already stuffed, rendering her only capable of uttering muffled sounds. Bang! Lin Feng casually positioned the cue ball and effortlessly sank it. Now only the black 8 ball remained, conveniently located at the pocket's edge, a shot anyone could make. Naturally, Lin Feng did not hesitate. After potting the final ball, An Qingqing's desperate scream echoed as the corporeal remnants of her being began to detach from her form. Suspended in midair, they erupted violently. Moments later, An Qingqing was left as nothing more than a mere shell. Submerged in a pool of blood, the scene was truly gruesome. Lin Feng wrinkled his nose in disdain and then approached a grand door, which bore the inscription leading to the next deadly game. Upon pushing it open, he discovered an elderly man awaiting him inside. Such swiftness, it appeared this individual was no ordinary person. Lin Feng did not underestimate the elderly man despite his white hair. After all, anyone who could access this floor was certainly formidable. Greetings, young man, I am Bai Shang. Hello, I am Guchan, Lin Feng replied, extending his hand to shake Bai Shang's, thus solidifying their acquaintance. Of course, had Bai Shang not initiated the conversation, Lin Feng would have had no intention of engaging with his competitors, as one of them would soon meet their demise. What purpose would words serve? Lin Feng was uncertain about the nature of this game. The entire floor featured only a single table, however. The next moment, the elevator's announcement pierced the air: assemble your firearms and aim at the person in front of you. The survivor will emerge victorious. Suddenly, two piles of components materialized atop the table. Lin Feng and the elderly man exchanged glances before rushing forward to examine the parts. The game begins. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. Were these components for multiple firearms? Possessing expertise in weaponry, he immediately discerned that these parts belonged to at least a dozen different guns, yet this posed no challenge for him. In Lin Feng's eyes, each component was already inscribed with its purpose and label. He could effortlessly identify which parts were useful and which were not. The elderly man was evidently not to be underestimated either. Though appearing to be in his 60s, his hands moved with remarkable speed. Continuously comparing components, already assembling the rudimentary forms of 3 handguns. Young man, when it comes to handling firearms, you are still rather inexperienced. The elderly man chuckled, observing Lin Feng's immobility. It was natural to feel at a loss. As even he was somewhat bewildered by the vast array of parts. All the guns you're assembling are incorrect, Lin Feng stated calmly. His assertion was not unfounded. The 3 rudimentary guns the elder was constructing were all flawed, ultimately revealing the absence of critical components hindering their operation. Lin Feng swiftly began his own task, precisely sifting through the parts to locate the appropriate components, having already identified the necessary pieces. He proceeded to assemble them. Glancing at the elder's progress, Lin Feng accelerated his own assembly. The elderly man disregarded Lin Feng's previous comment, viewing it merely as an attempt to distract him. A minute later, Lin Feng completed the assembly of his handgun, loading the solitary bullet. The elderly man felt the cold metal against his forehead, setting down the half-finished product in his grasp. Fire away. I'm an old man, have lost, bang. Lin Feng wasted no time. Pity for the enemy was cruelty towards oneself. He cared not for the elder's identity. His sole focus was survival and finding a way back to Blue Star. After the elder's demise, another door appeared before Lin Feng. Please proceed to the next game. Upon opening the door, he found no one inside, only 4 chairs. Lin Feng casually took a seat, awaiting the next event in silence. After several minutes, a woman clad in a short skirt entered, yet the elevator's announcement did not sound, indicating that the game had not yet begun. Eventually, a bloodied brawny man arrived, followed by a middle-aged man with a substantial belly. And lastly, a muscular youth. The game commences. The name is Musical Chairs, with only 1 survivor permitted. As the announcement resounded, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and stood up. Players, please form a circle around the chairs. The others complied. They had all played musical chairs before. 1 person would be eliminated each round, leaving only 1 victor among the 5 of them. The muscular man and the brawny man appeared unconcerned, confident in their physical prowess to simply overpower others. The game begins. Beep, 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 beep. The beeping quickened, escalating in tempo. Suddenly, the beeping ceased. Acquainted with the rules, the participants swiftly scrambled for positions. Liton is eliminated. The middle-aged man, bewildered, glanced around in terror. No, please don't kill me. I have yet to find a wife and children. Please, I beg you. Bang. The middle-aged man exploded on the spot. I must say, if this is to be so bloody, could you at least provide a warning next time? Lin Feng exclaimed, brushing the entrails off his face. His clothes were effectively ruined. Ugh. The woman in the short skirt, witnessing the heart hanging from her leg, promptly retched. Although the brawny man and the muscular youth looked somewhat pale, they managed to hold their stomachs. Chapter 28. The death game concluded just as the group wore expressions of horror. An invisible force pushed them apart, and one of the 4 chairs vanished. The game continues. Beep, 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 beep. The beeping resumed, the sound halted once more, and the muscular youth was the first to sit down, followed closely by Lin Feng, while the brawny man shoved the woman aside to claim a seat. No, please, I beg you, let me live. The woman, realizing she had failed to secure a chair, screamed in utter despair, her eyes bloodshot and frighteningly wild. Let you live, and what of my own demise? A fool, the brawny man spat. Tang Miao is eliminated. Ugh. The woman clamped her mouth shut, blood gushing from her fingers. No, I don't want to die. She desperately retrieved her own vomited entrails, attempting to consume them as if that would prevent her demise. Yet, mere moments later, she succumbed to death, experiencing a harrowing end filled with agony. In contrast to the middle-aged man, who had died instantly, her death was torturous to behold. The subsequent events mirrored the previous ones. Another force separated the 3 remaining participants, leaving only 2 chairs. The game continues. Beep, 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 beep. The atmosphere grew tense as the 3 remained silent, their heartbeats resonating in the otherwise quiet floor, save for the incessant beeping. Although Lin Feng possessed basic combat skills and exceptional reflexes, luck was a critical factor in this game. It demanded not only quick reactions and strength but also fortune. The moment the beeping halted, Lin Feng swiftly seated himself. The muscular youth, unable to outmaneuver the brawny man, was forcibly shoved aside. Death is death. Who fears it? If you have the guts, make my end swift. Lin Jiahan is eliminated. Ha ha ha. Kill me, this cursed place, death will be a relief. The muscular youth vented his frustrations loudly before suddenly freezing in place, his eyes wide with terror as though confronted by an unspeakable horror. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the muscular youth collapsed to the ground, his body rigid, eyes still wide open, clearly having witnessed something that terrified him to death. Each death became increasingly agonizing. The brawny man suddenly found himself envious of the middle-aged man's relatively painless demise. Once more, the two were pushed apart, leaving only one chair. The game continues. The brawny man glanced at Lin Feng, who was also observing him. The beeping resumed. Beep, 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 beep. The two scrutinized each other, their pace quickening. Yet, the broadcast seemed stuck, the beeping continuing for a full 5 minutes without pause. Their emotions fluctuated wildly, tormented by the relentless sound. Even the rhythm of breathing synchronized with the increasingly rapid sound of the strikes. Observing the cold sweat on the brow of the burly man, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. The tension had reached such heights that he had emerged victorious in this game. Although Lin Feng was also anxious, it was evident that the burly man had been utterly stunned by fear. Suddenly, the sound of the strike ceased. The burly man, perhaps too tense, froze for a fraction of a second. Consequently, in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng seized the chair. At this juncture, the burly man understood that his demise was inevitable. He could only hope for a swift and painless end. A sudden death would be the most merciful outcome. Li Long has been eliminated. Upon hearing the announcement, the burly man slumped to the ground, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Li Long glanced at his abdomen. Realizing he could not even feel his ribs, staring blankly at Lin Feng, he then collapsed onto the floor. In that instant, every organ and bone within Li Long shattered, though he endured a few seconds of agony. It was far less than the torment faced by the previous two. Final victor of the death game, Lin Feng. Reward distribution underway. Reward, 20 gold coins, 500 kilograms of iron. Game over. After the elevator announcement concluded, everything in the floor vanished, leaving only 7 elevators. 1 belonged to Lin Feng, while the remaining 6 were for the individuals defeated by him. At that moment, only 10 minutes remained until the elevators would close. Lin Feng decisively used a time extension card and began to scavenge useful items from the elevators. The first priority was, of course, the materials needed for upgrades. The 6 elevators appeared to contain a fair amount of supplies. But they were in disarray. Once organized, it became apparent that there was not much. These individuals had yet to reach level 4, so there was no material pile zone, had there been such a zone. Lin Feng might not have been able to acquire upgrade materials so liberally. After transporting all the materials to the pile zone of his elevator via a leather backpack, Lin Feng meticulously searched each elevator one by one. After all, with a time extension card, there was no need for haste. Finally, after collecting all the useful items from the 6 elevators, Lin Feng summarized his findings: 8 clean garments, 3 very sharp knives. For bows, a spear, 5 loaves of bread, 18 bottles of water, 10 cans of beef, and some rags. Apart from these, the remaining items were of little use. In truth, the bows and spear were of no benefit to him. As he primarily wielded firearms and crossbows, however, these items could be valuable for trade. What Lin Feng deemed worthless might be treasures in the eyes of others. The collective haul from the 6 individuals yielded only these few useful items, which was quite normal, as it was challenging to store goods under such conditions. Upon returning to the elevator, Lin Feng noticed the small velociraptor curled up in the corner, causing his heart to skip a beat. Goodness, in such low temperatures, could it have frozen to death? Lin Feng hurriedly turned on the induction stove and gently touched the small velociraptor. Roar! It turned out it was merely asleep. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the lively little creature. Chapter 29. A chance encounter with an old friend. After confirming that the small velociraptor was unharmed, Lin Feng clicked through the screen to check his upgrade progress and discovered he was indeed eligible for an upgrade. Thus, he promptly initiated the elevator upgrade. Soon, the elevator trembled violently, more intensely than during previous upgrades. The screen displayed the new items available after the elevator's upgrade. Elevator upgrade complete. New additions: a comfortable bed, a simple fireplace, and an expanded area of 20 square meters. The comfortable bed was essentially a wooden frame similar to Lin Feng's previous one, but at least it was a proper bed, allowing Lin Feng to finally enjoy a good night's sleep. The fireplace, not occupying any ventilation holes, was equipped with a separate vent. Now, there was no need to rely on the induction stove for warmth. It seemed the master of this elevator world had not entirely exterminated humanity. Although the temperature had dropped, the presence of a fireplace offered a glimmer of hope for survival. After splitting some wood into small pieces and placing them in the fireplace, Lin Feng found some paper to ignite it, ultimately managing to get the fireplace lit. The temperature within the elevator began to rise rapidly. Wait a moment, system, why didn't I receive a reward for this upgrade? Ding! Upgrade task completed. 1 opportunity for large leather backpack upgrade granted. Automatically applied. Large leather backpack increased by 3 slots. Well, that's acceptable. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to prepare food for the day. With the temperature so low, consuming canned food cold was far from ideal. Fortunately, with the fireplace, he could warm up the beef cans. The small velociraptor's food consisted of 3 large turtles, all spawned from the infinite water pool. When the small velociraptor attempted to eat its first turtle, it nearly broke its teeth trying to gnaw through the shell. Eventually, Lin Feng had to use a machete to dispatch the turtle and extract the meat. However, 3 turtles were hardly sufficient to satiate the small velociraptor. Lin Feng had to rummage through his leather backpack for some dinosaur meat to feed it. The meat he had brought from the prehistoric world was nearly depleted. Fortunately, there remained meat from 2 sheep, some berries, and assorted food items. Along with the infinite water pool, even if food acquisition was temporarily halted, they could still survive for a while, after the small velociraptor was well fed and watered. It trotted off to the corner with a turtle shell to gnaw on. To his surprise, the turtle shell served this purpose, a delightful unexpected benefit. After several hours of daily exercise, Lin Feng finally decided to rest. Sleeping until evening, upon waking Lin Feng washed himself using the water from the pool and then sat before the screen, munching on berries while browsing the messages. By this time, most people had awakened. The chat room messages consisted primarily of trade offers and casual bragging, with mutual disdain evident among the participants. The new Royal Club has opened. Encounter us by chance. With a certain fee, you can experience the thrill of flight. We offer a variety of beautiful types for you to choose from, lowly, mature women, and more. The new Royal Club will make you feel at home. Goodness, advertisements are even visible here. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly. Then focused closely to discover it was posted by someone named Chenin. No way, isn't that my good buddy? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, while it was conceivable that there was another person with the same name. He distinctly remembered Chenin's face. Lin Feng and Chenin attended the same school and, like Lin Feng, were uncomfortable with dormitory life, prompting them to rent a shared apartment, due to Lin Feng's family background. Chenin had always looked out for him, even covering extra expenses for utilities. Over time, their relationship blossomed into a close friendship, often referring to each other as father and son, as they took turns playing the paternal role. It was unexpected that Chenin had also been transported to this world. The elevator level was even at 4, indicating Chenin's good fortune. However, what in the world was this advertisement about? To clarify what Chenin was up to, Lin Feng initiated a private chat. Lin Feng: hey buddy, how the hell did you end up here too? Seeing the message, Chenin, who was in the midst of posting advertisements, initially thought it was a business inquiry and quickly opened it to respond. Upon reading the content, he was momentarily taken aback. No way, isn't this Lin Feng? Chenin: what the hell, how did you get here? Lin Feng: it's all your fault. If you hadn't failed to set the alarm for our early class, we wouldn't have ended up in this world. Chenin: get lost? What does that have to do with me? Lin Feng: by the way, what's the deal with the advertisement you're running? Have you changed careers to become a pimp? Chenin: what the hell? I am just being employed here. A few days ago, I was spamming in the chat room, didn't you see? Lin Feng: I don't really pay attention to the chat room. Chenin: no problem. Let me explain. It's kind of like being part of a paid promotion. They provide food, and I help with advertising. I heard this new Royal Club specializes in providing mobile services, employing several ladies. Chenin: you can't deny that they have business acumen. I've managed to trade some advertising for food, which helped me through a rough patch. Lin Feng: I see. So how much food did they give you? Chenin: 1 black bread for 7 days of spamming. Lin Feng: what the hell, you're a slave, so cheap. Chenin: what could I do? My luck had been terrible. I couldn't find anything to eat. To avoid starving, I had no choice. But the good news is I'm no longer worried about food. In a few days, I won't need to spam for them anymore. This damn chat room has a real name system. It's just so humiliating. Chenin: by the way, are you managing to find enough to eat? Just call me dad, and I'll give you some food. Lin Feng: you foolish dog, who do you think you are? Chenin: I never expected we'd meet in this world. I thought I'd end up alone forever. Lin Feng: you fool. By the way, has that girlfriend you were dating come to this world? Chenin: so far, I haven't found her. I hope she doesn't end up here. It would be best if she forgets me and finds a good man to treat her well. Chenin's tone was imbued with a heartfelt warmth, leaving Lin Feng utterly speechless. This individual is nothing short of a notorious womanizer, constantly surrounded by a harem of women, with an average relationship lasting no more than 3 months. The audacity to utter such words left Lin Feng utterly speechless. Chapter 30, Return to the Forest Level. Lin Feng: alright, we all know you're a hopeless romantic, don't we? Chenin: hee. Well then, I shall continue to spread my little advertisements. If we cross paths, you must call me father. Lin Feng: get lost. Chenin: wait, how did you manage to upgrade to a level 6 elevator? Lin Feng: call me father, and I'll reveal my secret. Chenin: dad. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, what happened to your dignity? Qinan, who was just speaking. Seeing Qinan in such a state made Lin Feng chuckle, and he proceeded to share the required upgrade materials for both the level 5 and level 6 elevators, along with the new features that would accompany the upgrade. As for the method of upgrading, Lin Feng succinctly stated, kill and loot. Initially, Lin Feng intended to provide Qinan with some weaponry support, but Qinan adamantly refused, claiming to already possess a firearm. Faced with such bravado, Lin Feng chose to believe him. Shifting his gaze from the chat room, Lin Feng smiled. He had few close friends, and Qinan was undoubtedly one of them, perhaps even his sole companion. Reuniting with a good brother seemed quite pleasant. Meanwhile, in another elevator, Qinan wiped his Glock pistol with a grin. Silly dog Lin Feng, he probably has no idea of my true identity. I must survive. Lin Feng chuckled at Qinan's incessant spamming of advertisements in the chat room. This guy remains as flamboyant as ever. I sincerely hope to encounter him soon, preferably in a peaceful level. I certainly do not wish to meet him in a death game, Lin Feng pondered. Before consuming some food and starting his workout, his muscular physique had become quite pronounced, having developed an impressive six-pack. With just one more to achieve perfection, thanks to the body-enhancing elixir he consumed, his workouts yielded remarkable results in a short span. Ding, upgrade task triggered, please elevate the elevator to level 7. Reward, host gains expert level wilderness survival skills. Ding, the upcoming level is the Cannibal Tribe's camp, home to 25 cannibals and 1 cannibal chief. Within the camp lies a golden treasure chest, which upon opening will yield 5 gold coins. 1 universal antidote, 1 rhino horn bow, and 20 arrows. Ding, annihilation task triggered, earn 1 gold coin for each cannibal slain. 25 cannibals. Lin Feng felt no trepidation as he equipped the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle he had acquired in the zombie dog level. No matter how many savages there are, a single magazine will wipe them out. If necessary, I'll deploy grenades to display a dazzling fireworks show. The rewards for this level promise to be plentiful. Once completed, I should have enough gold to upgrade to a level 7 elevator. At present, Lin Feng required 80 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, 30 gold coins, and 100 kilograms of copper to ascend to the level 7 elevator. The gold he had previously obtained from robbing a bank remained untouched, though regrettably, it could not be converted into gold coins. Lin Feng recalled seeing a discussion in the chat room where someone mentioned that these coins were not pure. They contained various impurities, likely to prevent counterfeiting. Before long, the elevator's announcement echoed, prompting Lin Feng to recheck his equipped gear. Ding dong, the elevator is descending, please hold on securely. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Feng entered. Gun raised, before him lay a collection of rudimentary huts constructed from wood and straw, presumably the dwellings of the cannibal tribe. Yet, where were the cannibals? Lin Feng surveyed the nearest straw hut, finding no sign of the savages. The other huts yielded the same result. However, the system would not deceive him, and just as Lin Feng began to feel perplexed, a concealed underground opening revealed a few cannibals wielding wooden clubs. Roar, the dark-skinned cannibals, upon spotting Lin Feng, let out a deafening roar and charged at him. Having waited long enough, Lin Feng showed no mercy, firing his weapon in a seamless motion. A series of precise shots eliminated the emerging cannibals. The absence of a silencer meant that the gunfire attracted more cannibals from the surrounding area. Simultaneously, more cannibals emerged from the underground opening. Elsewhere, the player controlling the game character, Wang Lei, also heard the gunfire. Since he had discovered Lin Feng's gaming Easter egg, his streaming popularity soared. After all, in his world, the Forest game ranked as the #1 virtual reality game globally, though Wang Lei was unaware of how he had triggered the Easter egg. He was astute enough to maintain his growing popularity through clever tactics. The game company, Riding the Wave, incorporated Lin Feng's character model into the game, portraying him as a rescue team member seeking to save survivors. Following him would unlock an achievement. It must be said, the game company's strategy was indeed clever, significantly boosting the game's popularity. Additionally, the company rewarded Wang Lei with a deluxe gaming pod. Currently, Wang Lei launched in the gaming pod while streaming. Capitalizing on the Easter egg's hype, his comedic persona attracting a following that surged from tens of thousands to over 1 million. Brothers, did you hear that? Another gunshot, sounds like it's coming from the cannibal camp. Let us check it out. Could it be another rescue team? Wang Lei exclaimed, maneuvering his character toward the cannibal camp. Hey, Lei good, if there's an NPC, why not try to kill him, huh? Sounds plausible. Perhaps killing the NPC will unlock a new achievement, like cutting off the path of life. You should be a game designer, streamer. The guy has a gun, better not mess with him. So what if he has a gun? A quick shot from 7 steps away, and a swift blade up close. The streamer is on it, plus I could seize his weapon. You're mistaken, it's a quick shot from 7 steps away. And at close range, the gun is both fast and accurate, no need for aiming. Besides, not long ago, someone tried to take down a rescue team member, but the weapon didn't T-drop. I actually hope for a nurturing system, or I could build rapport with this NPC. Once the rapport is high enough, he'd be compelled to obey my commands. Oh, in that case, I hope for a female NPC. What are you planning? The chat was filled with mirth, and Wang Lei felt a surge of excitement. He realized that the Easter egg released by the game company was unlike the one he had encountered previously. Chapter 31, Communication across different worlds. After his last stream, Wang Lei had given this matter considerable thought. He believed that the character regarded as an Easter egg by the public was far from ordinary. His gaze was not the vacant stare typical of game characters, instead it radiated intelligence, something even current gaming technology could not replicate. Thus, he harbored a bold hypothesis: could this so-called Easter egg character be a human trapped within the game? Upon reaching the cannibal camp, Wang Lei, as before, lurked in the bushes, observing. Brothers, let us vote. Should we go out directly or wait for this NPC to finish off the cannibals first? Streamer, let us vote on whether to kill this NPC. I suggest we take him down. His equipment seems too good to be true. Why not just play another game? Killing that Easter egg rescue team member won't yield any weapons. Is this really the most realistic game? What a farce. Before long, the chat room became a cacophony of differing opinions, with various disparaging comments surfacing. Wang Lei, witnessing the chaos in the chat, could only sigh and contact the moderators to expel the more disruptive individuals. As for killing this so-called NPC, Wang Lei felt incapable. He sensed that this was genuinely not an NPC. The last time they met, it seemed the character had wished to converse with him. But regrettably, he had been using a PC without communication capabilities. Of the virtual gaming pod, while equipped with a voice function, was rendered useless, as the in-game cannibals were mere programmed entities incapable of comprehending human chatter. Soon, under Lin Feng's precise marksmanship, every cannibal in the camp lay slain. While eliminating the cannibals, Lin Feng counted and realized there were more than the system indicated. Perhaps some had been drawn in by the gunfire? He also located the cannibal chief, adorned with a necklace made of human bones, wielding a weapon fashioned from a human skull, along with 3 legs and 4 arms. Remarkably resilient, Lin Feng had to fire 5 or 6 shots before bringing him down. Regrettably, there was little of value on him. The only useful item in the entire cannibal tribe appeared to be the golden treasure chest. The level's difficulty had indeed increased significantly, as the broadcast had indicated. Without his automatic rifle, Lin Feng doubted he would have been so audacious, let alone the other survivors armed only with bows and arrows, who would find themselves awaiting death if surrounded by cannibals. First, he should locate the treasure chest. Lin Feng glanced at the elevator's closing time and realized he still had time. He began to earnestly search for the golden chest, having previously failed to find it in several grass huts. Now only one location remained, the cave from which the wild man had emerged. Gazing at the narrow damp entrance, a chill ran down Lin Feng's spine. Did he really have to go down there? His claustrophobia was about to resurface. At that moment, under the encouragement of viewers in the live stream, Wang Lei slowly emerged from the bushes. To avoid being turned into a sieve by this NPC. Wang Lei decided to greet it first. What a foolish streamer. Is there really a need to greet it? It's just an NPC, likely programmed to be friendly and won't attack regardless of what you do. That makes sense, but the streamer might be too immersed in the virtual reality. To be honest, I sometimes treat NPCs as real people when playing virtual reality games. Haha, treating them as real is too relatable. It's like when I played Moral and Law 10 in the gaming pod. I felt too guilty to kill anyone. At this moment, Wang Lei did not pay attention to the comments but was ready to end the stream because he feared he would soon ask some rather foolish questions. Worried that he might be ridiculed tomorrow for being a streamer who had lost himself in the game. Brothers, I just received a notification that there will be a power outage in about 5 minutes. So if I suddenly go offline, don't ask why. I'll start streaming again once the power returns. Power outage? What the heck, are you just trying to slack off? I can't believe there would be a power outage in this day and age. The streamer is definitely looking for an excuse to take a day off. I'll send a rocket, don't let the power go out. Ha. Lin Feng looked at the approaching player with some confusion. Why was this person not focusing on the game and instead coming to bother him? Wait, could it be that he thought of himself as an NPC in the game, given the player's tendencies? That was entirely possible. Hello, Wang Lei cautiously said. Hello, oh my, the streamer is interacting with an NPC. Could this be a test feature from the game developers? Perhaps in the future, players using the gaming pod will be able to chat with NPCs through in-game dialogue. That makes sense. Since the gaming pod has a speaking function, it must be useful. Streamer, continue the conversation and see what you can find out. Click, streamer has ended the broadcast. Don't forget to follow to stay updated. Faced with the sudden end of the stream, the viewers in the chat grew even more animated. Although Wang Lei had tried to use a power outage as an excuse, in this technologically advanced era, such a reason seemed rather far-fetched. Therefore, no one believed him. Instead, they speculated that the streamer had encountered a feature in the game's beta test and was contacted by the developers to end the stream. However, none of these speculations concerned Wang Lei. He was now certain that the person before him was not an NPC but a living human being. According to his knowledge, the game's developers had not implemented any interactive features with NPCs. The speaking function was solely for online play. Hello, are you human? Wang Lei's question left Lin Feng speechless. Did he look so different from a human? Or perhaps this person did not consider him an NPC. Clearly, I am human. What I meant was, are you a human trapped in the game? This forest appears to me as a game. I wouldn't say I'm trapped in this game, in an hour and a half. I will leave this world. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Lei felt an exhilarating rush. He had unexpectedly encountered such an extraordinary situation. So, who are you? I suppose I'm a poor soul traversing various worlds. Lin Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. His current situation indeed fit that description, moving through different floors, each representing a different world. Now, he had unexpectedly been discovered in a game world by a player. Soon, these two individuals from different worlds and civilizations began to converse. Chapter 32, Wang Lei defeated. Hello, let us get acquainted. My name is Wang Lei, from the Blue Planet, Long Nation. Wang Lei controlled his game character to extend a hand. Hello, I'm Lin Feng from the Blue Planet, Xia Nation. Lin Feng smiled and shook his hand. You mean to say you were brought to another space by some mysterious energy, and every day you have to scour different worlds for survival resources? Exactly, Sai. This world is somewhat useful to me. By the way, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Just say it. After all, I'm just a game character and can do anything. Could you check that cave for me to see if there is a golden treasure chest? If there is, I would greatly appreciate it if you could bring it out. Okay, I was planning to go down there anyway. I've heard that there are plenty of useful items in the underground cave of the wild man's camp. But there are too many wild men here for me to enter right now. I owe you one. As Wang Lei spoke, he pulled out a universal lighter. This lighter was truly remarkable. It could ignite under any condition and was powered by infinite energy. It was incredibly powerful. It seems there is water below. Please wait for me up here. I'll be right back. After saying that, Wang Lei jumped down. That moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He had truly communicated with a human from another world. If he revealed this information, experts who incessantly researched other civilizations in the universe would likely abduct him. Thus, this matter had to remain a secret. He needed to be cautious in his future streams as well. The video of his conversation with Lin Feng before logging off was probably already circulating on short video platforms. The developers might seize this opportunity to create an Easter egg. Strangely, the developers seemed unfazed. They knew best whether they had included any Easter eggs in their game. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Wang Lei finally reached the cave's bottom. Indeed, there was a small stream flowing below. As he walked forward, he could see some organ-like structures hanging on the cave walls. It was said to be part of the wild men's coming-of-age ceremony, which was truly bizarre. No wonder the number of wild men had always been low. Each tribal camp had no more than 30 members. After wandering through the underground cave for a short while, Wang Lei quickly discovered a golden chest. However, astonishingly, next to the golden chest stood a bizarre creature with 4 legs and 4 arms. Roar! What the hell? How is there a mutated wild man here? Wang Lei cursed loudly and quickly ran back. He only had a bow and a fire axe on him. What could he use to fight this mutated wild man? I'll shoot you dead. Wang Lei shouted as he drew his bow and fired an arrow. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was oblivious to the events unfolding below. He was busy cosplaying as Bald Chang with a chainsaw. Just a few more trees to fell and toss into the material pile, and I'll be rich. Ha! Lin Feng laughed heartily, having already cut down 2 trees that lay severed before him. Next, he would chop them into segments and soon place them in the material pile. Although the pile could only hold upgrade materials, its space seemed infinite. He had stuffed so many items in there without any slowdown. And there wasn't even a capacity display. Roar! The little velociraptor had somehow dashed out from the elevator, eyeing the wild man's corpse with some hunger. However, it let out a call, seeking Lin Feng's approval. Lin Feng allowed it to eat, and only then did it dare to indulge. Go ahead, eat. Roar! Wow, can this little dragon really understand human speech? Could it be that it has gradually understood me because it has been following me since birth? Lin Feng pondered and concluded that this must be the reason. The little velociraptor happily feasted on the wild man while Lin Feng diligently continued chopping wood. Only Wang Lei, deep in the underground cave, was in a desperate fight for his life. Damn, I'm out of health. After firing another arrow and checking his health, he found it nearly depleted. In a last-ditch effort, he pulled out his only Molotov cocktail. Let us go out in a blaze of glory, Wang Lei shouted, then stood his ground and hurled the cocktail at the mutated wild man. Smack! The crisp sound rang out, and Wang Lei's mentality shattered instantly. He had thrown it poorly. The mutated wild man instantly seized him and crushed him with a single swipe. Soon, an entirely naked Wang Lei resurrected in his home. He quickly donned a clean set of clothes and grabbed a wooden spear. Damn it, today, I will grind you down even if it kills me, Wang Lei roared, then charged towards the wild man's camp. Why is this damn weather so hot? Lin Feng suddenly remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He wasn't particularly tired, but the heat was unbearable. Roar! Suddenly, the little velociraptor dropped the meat in its mouth and began lowly growling towards the quiet grass ahead. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Noticing the little velociraptor's unusual behavior, roar, the little velociraptor turned its head and called out a few times, then continued to fixate on the still grass. "You stupid fool, Lousy has returned once more!" Wang Lei shouted, then leaped directly out of the bushes. Roar, Wang Lei defeated. Lin Feng stared in bewilderment at Wang Lei, who had been instantaneously annihilated by the small velociraptor. Wasn't he supposed to be in the cave? How could he possibly appear from this direction? Could there be wild men lurking beneath the earth? The small velociraptor, gazing at the slowly vanishing corpse, seemed perplexed after letting out a few calls directed at Lin Feng. It unexpectedly took refuge behind him. Ha ha ha, well, next time you encounter this person, refrain from attacking him, alright? Good boy. At the revival point, Wang Lei awoke once again, his body completely bare. What on earth was that just now? Wang Lei could only remember hearing a beast's roar, and the next moment, a shadow pounced upon him, instantly draining his health to 0. Surely, that must have been a new monster, Wang Lei pondered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He then picked up his wooden spear. As for clothing, he had none for now, so he set off clad only in his shorts. A new monster had appeared at the wild man's camp. And its lethality was alarmingly high. Would that individual from another world be alright? Wang Lei couldn't shake off his worries. While he could resurrect it, that person could not. With that thought, Wang Lei hastened his steps. Upon approaching the wild man's camp, he exercised considerable caution. He stealthily crept closer. Chapter 33. The horned bow, a shot that hits 100 targets. As Wang Lei cautiously advanced, the underbrush suddenly stirred. Oh, holy cow! Wang Lei, startled by the sudden appearance of the velociraptor, stumbled back several steps. Oh, my apologies, my pet mistook you for an enemy just now, Lin Feng said with an apologetic expression. It's fine. It's fine, after all I can respawn. This dinosaur is your pet? Wang Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it was a velociraptor. Can I touch it? Of course you can. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Lei then maneuvered his character a few steps forward. Cautiously placing his hand upon the dinosaur's head, the small velociraptor no longer regarded him as a foe and certainly would not bite him now, although Wang Lei couldn't touch it in reality. Merely seeing it in the game filled him with exhilaration to the extent that he took several screenshots. In their world, information about dinosaurs was scant, and fossils were exceedingly rare, thus, the appearance of most dinosaurs was purely a product of human imagination. Now that he had encountered a genuine dinosaur, Wang Lei could hardly contain his excitement. He snapped several pictures before finally stopping. Who would have thought he'd come across a dinosaur here? Oh, by the way, there is a mutated wildman below. He is a tough nut to crack, but it shouldn't be too difficult. I should be able to trade blows with him a few times. With that, Wang Lei picked up the dropped equipment and charged toward the cave. Hey, wait a moment, take this with you. Lin Feng tossed over a shotgun. With this in hand, I should be fine. Wang Lei nodded at Lin Feng and then promptly jumped down. Initially worried that he wouldn't be able to handle the shotgun, Wang Lei was surprised to discover that the game allowed the use of firearms, indicating that the developers intended to introduce guns in future updates. And had merely enabled the functionality for players at this stage. Let us see who can outgun whom. Wang Lei scoffed internally, then tiptoed toward the mutated wildman. Roar, upon entering the detection range of the mutated wildman. It immediately locked onto Wang Lei. With a roar, it strode forward with an air of arrogance. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Lei fired 3 shots in quick succession, and the mutated wildman collapsed to the ground. TCH garbage. Wang Lei cast a disdainful glance at the mutated wildman's strength and then extracted some useful parts from its corpse. For instance, its teeth could enhance the sharpness of his weapons. And its head could be taken back to intimidate the approaching wild men. This must be the golden treasure chest. Wang Lei gazed at the golden chest before him and promptly stowed it in his character's personal backpack. Indeed, how splendid, stuffing a 20-pound golden chest into his backpack with absolutely no weight to it at all. Soon, Wang Lei emerged from the cave. Brother, I found it for you, he exclaimed, tossing the golden chest from his inventory. He then returned the shotgun to Lin Feng. Thanks a lot, by the way, take this steel crossbow. I can't use it anymore. A steel crossbow, holy cow, isn't this far superior to a bow? Are you really giving it to me? Absolutely. Lin Feng smiled, glancing at the elevator timer. There was still time, just right for chopping down some trees. Speaking of which, I happen to need to fell a few trees. Would you like to join me, chopping trees? Brother, are you in dire need of wood? It's alright, but the more the merrier for me. You should have said so earlier. How much can you chop now? Just wait with that. Wang Lei jogged off. After about 10 minutes, he returned dragging a massive frame filled to the brim with chopped wood. Lin Feng estimated it must weigh over 1,000 pounds. Are the characters in this game superhuman or what? Brother, this is all for you. How can I possibly accept this? No worries, just take it. If it weren't for your appearance, I would still be an unknown small streamer in reality. Wang Lei smiled. He genuinely felt grateful to Lin Feng. Believing that he and Lin Feng were truly fated, among the multitude of streamers broadcasting this forest game, none had encountered someone from another world. Only he had, and he had met him twice. What else could it be but fate? That I shall humbly accept your generosity. Lin Feng grinned as he stuffed all the wood into his leather backpack, then transported it back to the supply area. Now, he truly wouldn't be lacking in wood for the foreseeable future. Finally, Lin Feng chopped some smaller logs for warmth. After completing these tasks, only 10 minutes remained before the elevator would close. Alright, I must take my leave. May we meet again by chance, Lin Feng said as he stored the chopped wood in his backpack. Okay, by the way, your brother, take these medicines with you, they refresh periodically on my end. So you should find them useful. There's basically a remedy for everything. Ida, thank you. When we meet again, I'll repay you. Right now time is a bit tight. No problem. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, the small velociraptor also chimed in with a greeting. Though it remained quite curious about this creature, wondering why its body vanished upon death and how it could resurrect. It was utterly astounding to the dinosaur. Before long, the elevator doors closed, and Lin Feng exhaled. Adding more wood to the fireplace. Sting, congratulations to the host for completing the extermination task, having slain a total of 30 wild men, receiving a reward of 30 gold coins, which have been issued. Indeed, there were not just 25 wild men. Lin Feng nodded. There were indeed only 25 in the camp, but a few more had come running in from outside, and he hadn't expected the system to count those as well. After opening the golden chest, Lin Feng received an additional 5 gold coins, along with a universal antidote in the horned bow. Initially, Lin Feng didn't think much of the horned bow. After all, he already had several guns and felt no need for cold weapons, otherwise, he wouldn't have given away the steel crossbow. However, upon interacting with the horned bow, a string of small text appeared on it. A shot that hits 100 targets. The user is guaranteed to hit their mark within a range of 400 meters. What does this mean? Lin Feng thought he must have misread it, but upon picking up the machete, he found no such text. Looking again at the horned bow, it indeed bore the inscription. Now convinced, Lin Feng realized that this was an innate trait of the bow. Based on his experience, it seemed to be akin to a game attribute. In other words, as long as he wielded this bow, he would become an expert marksman capable of hitting a target from 100 paces away. Chapter 34. Chenin is stunned. This bow is quite intriguing, and judging by that description, its range exceeds 400 meters, significantly surpassing that of a normal bow, at least double the distance. Yet, Lin Feng found it somewhat impractical. It appeared he would have to let this bow gather dust. Alternatively, he could gift it to that fellow Chenin, providing him with an additional means of self-defense. Just as he contemplated this, Chenin's icon lit up. Chenin, have you exited the elevator? I have something very important to tell you. Lin Feng, what's up? Lin Feng replied, puzzled. Chenin, if you ever enter a level with a succubus, do not engage with that succubus at all. Lin Feng, engage with a succubus? Holy cow, you're quite the lucky one, aren't you? What, does that mean you were drained by one in the previous level? Chenin, what are you talking about? Just remember this, if you ever find yourself in a room with an exceptional succubus, don't even think about indulging yourself no matter how seductive she may be. Lin Feng, what's going on? Chenin, I can't quite describe it, just remember my words. Lin Feng, alright. Although Lin Feng felt perplexed, he made a mental note of the warning. In another elevator, Chenin lay despondently on the bed. Tears unshed, mirroring Lin Feng's earlier speculations. He had indeed partaken in certain activities, yet the silver lining was that the two had reached an impasse, although Chenin felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. He ultimately retained his dignity as a man. He was even unaware of how he had returned. Initially seeking a brief respite, he found himself compelled to relax several times instead. In the end, the succubus expressed her satisfaction with him, gifting him a ring as a reward. At that moment, Chenin did not scrutinize its purpose. Now lying down, he picked up the ring once more, only to discover an inscription upon it. Enchant, the wearer will experience an increase in charm. Chenin, I nearly sacrificed my life for this trinket. What does a grown man like me need charm for? To beguile my good brothers? Never mind, it is ultimately a trade-off for my life. So I shall wear it. Sliding the ring onto his index finger, he struggled to rise and sought out some nutritionally rich sustenance. Without replenishing his strength, he feared he might not even manage to ascend to the 12th floor at noon. After consuming 2 cans of beef and downing a large bottle of water, Chenin checked the spare ammunition for his handgun. His true identity was that of a mercenary, who later turned to a career as a bodyguard. His employer had arranged for him to protect a wealthy heir at a university. Gradually, he became familiar with Lin Feng. Despite his rich experiences, he was merely a year older than Lin Feng. After a year in high school, he was expelled for misconduct. At that time, he had become quite engrossed in novels about mercenaries, leading him to make a rash decision to secretly flee abroad to a war-torn region. Becoming cannon fodder, however, he was remarkably resilient, having survived for several years without a single injury, even forming his own mercenary group before finally returning home to work as a bodyguard, with only 7 rounds left. He calculated that conserving them should suffice for traversing 2 floors. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was living quite comfortably. He was leisurely roasting meat while glancing at the assortment of medications provided by Wang Lei. Although the labels were all in English, the packaging contained instructions in Chinese. Ultimately, Lin Feng deduced that one bottle was Viagra, another was a heart-saving pill, 2 bottles were antihypertensives, 1 box contained anti-inflammatory medication. 3 boxes were antipyretics, and 1 bottle was painkillers. Each of these medications could incite a frenzy at the trading post. After some deliberation, Lin Feng decided to list 2 antipyretic pills for trade. Each box contained 18 pills, a considerable quantity. He intended to use these 2 pills to exchange for materials required to upgrade the elevator. Currently, he needed 100 kilograms of copper and 20 kilograms of iron. While it was unlikely that anyone would have copper at this stage, with so many people around, one could never be too certain. 2 antipyretic pills for 100 kilograms of copper and 20 kilograms of iron sounded outrageous. However, with the temperature dropping, many individuals were falling ill due to the cold, thus, these 2 pills could indeed be seen as a life-saving elixir. In the chat room, Lin Feng announced, "I have listed 2 antipyretic pills. Those in need should come purchase them quickly. There are only 2, once they are gone, they are gone." Wow, a level 6 big shot has emerged. There is probably only this big shot with a level 6 elevator. Truly deserving of being a level 6 elevator big shot, he even has medicine for sale. I must hurry to buy and stock up. Stop looking, the big shot wants 100 kilograms of copper. Where are we supposed to get that? I suspect upgrading to a level 7 elevator will require copper, so it's wise to stock up in advance. Big shot, please don't take down the listing. I am going to collect copper right now. The new Royal Club has opened. We may encounter each other by chance. With a certain payment, you can experience a feeling of flying with various types of beautiful women to choose from. Lolas, mature women, and more. The new Royal Club will make you feel at home. Another advertisement. By the way, has anyone been to this club? Is it really that enjoyable? I've been there. I have the most authority to speak on this. I spent 2 gold coins for a delightful experience. 2 gold coins? That is so expensive. You're not a shill, are you? Before long, the chatroom's atmosphere shifted dramatically due to the sudden advertisement for the new Royal Club. Lin Feng glanced over and realized that the advertiser was not his good brother. It seemed Shinan had finished his announcement. However, by observing the reactions of the crowd, Lin Feng could ascertain that most players were lagging behind him and many were in need of medicine. Lin Feng chuckled at the incessant private messages. As for lowering the price, apologies, but he had no intention of doing so. When he had just listed the medications, he had specifically checked the trading post and found that no one was selling any medicines. Not even disinfectant alcohol. This underscored the preciousness of such items. At that moment, over 10,000 people were following Lin Feng's trading information, and it appeared that number would continue to rise. Lin Feng had faith that among so many individuals, there would be at least a few who could find copper. Chapter 35. Treasure chest floor. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. The system provided another prompt to beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the treasure chest floor. Containing 2 black gold treasure chests, the host must defeat the monsters within the treasure chest floor to unlock the chests. Beep. There are 10 monsters on the treasure chest floor. For slimes, 2 orcs, and 4 mindless knights. Beep. The treasure hunter task has been triggered. Defeating all monsters and opening the treasure chests will yield double rewards. How generous. Without hesitation, Lin Feng donned his full armor and checked his ammunition. Even equipping grenades, since he had not encountered these monsters before, he was uncertain of their attacking power. Thus, it was prudent to bring his best weapons. Ding. The elevator is descending. Please hold on tight. Before long, Lin Feng opened the elevator door. No sooner had he stepped out than 4 skeletons, mindless knights, charged towards him. What the heck? Is this a door-to-door slaughter? Lin Feng quickly rolled aside while his small raptor tackled one of the skeletons, pinning it to the ground and gnawing at it relentlessly. These skeletons were not mere bones, their brains were surprisingly exposed. Lin Feng was baffled as to how that was possible, but it did not hinder his killing spree. After several gunshots pierced their brains, the monsters finally fell lifeless. So this is what a mindless knight looks like. The orcs and slimes were much easier to distinguish. Initially, Lin Feng was curious about what a mindless knight was. It turned out to be just this, truly mindless squish, squish. Following the sound, Lin Feng noticed 4 slimes had surrounded him, and the 2 orcs were also closing in, though temporarily held back by the raptor. Boom! Since the slimes were not particularly swift, Lin Feng easily created some distance between himself and them before firing a grenade. The 4 slimes instantly exploded into 8. The squelching sounds were quite off-putting. Lin Feng hastily reloaded another grenade and fired again. This time, the slime split into 16 and their speed increased significantly. Damn it, they can split. Lin Feng cursed and noticed from the corner of his eye that the small raptor was struggling. So he hurriedly fired several rounds at the orc preparing to attack the raptor. Originally 4 large slimes had turned into 16 smaller, faster ones. Lin Feng, distracted, soon found the slimes closing in on him. With no other option, he raised his gun and sprayed bullets indiscriminately, retreating as he fired. After emptying a magazine, the slimes finally ceased their advance. Now, only 1 orc remained. The small raptor proved to be quite formidable. Dispatching the orc in no time, the raptor had taken a few hits, but judging by its lively demeanor, it seemed to be fine. Excellent, this is your reward. Lin Feng retrieved some smoked lamb jerky from his backpack and tossed it to the raptor. After defeating the monsters, 2 black treasure chests suddenly appeared in the floor. These must be the black gold treasure chests, Lin Feng thought as he approached and opened them. The contents of the 2 chests were 10 gold coins, a chainmail, a healing potion with a note stating that drinking it would restore health, and finally, a ring engraved with the word luck. Could this possibly enhance luck? Lin Feng scratched his head, contemplating its likelihood. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the task. All items obtained from the chests will be doubled. In the next moment, each item refreshed and appeared anew beside the treasure chests. The contents transformed into 20 gold coins, 2 pieces of chainmail, 2 healing potions, and 2 luck rings. Lin Feng first adorned his fingers with the 2 rings, then collected the remaining items. He decided to hold off wearing the chainmail until his next venture into a new floor. As for the 2 black gold treasure chests, he initially intended to toss them into the material pile, but to his surprise, the pile rejected them, ejecting them back out, since the storage area is no longer needed. Lin Feng expressed his indifference, casually placing the items in a corner before opening the chat room to see if anyone was interested in trading. Upon entering, he was greeted by a plethora of private messages. After filtering them all, he glanced at the trading post, finding no one was exchanging items. However, the number of followers had significantly increased, possibly because his return was rather swift, and most individuals had yet to complete their floors. Lin Feng then had a quick bite to eat before resuming his training. 2 hours later, after finishing a bottle of water, Lin Feng looked at the screen in astonishment. There was indeed someone trading. He quickly opened the trading post and discovered that the 2 fever-reducing pills had already been exchanged. All the items obtained from the trade had been collected, 100 kilograms of copper and 20 kilograms of iron. After stuffing everything into the storage area, Lin Feng pressed the upgrade button for the elevator. Moments later, the elevator upgrade was successful. True to form, its range had expanded, and the ventilation system had been enhanced. The workbench had also transformed, now featuring a grinding machine. Additionally, a new item appeared at the elevator's entrance. Triggered poison needle trap, can be activated once per floor, automatically identifies friend or foe targets. And when an enemy passes through, it will automatically launch poison needles, causing the target to succumb to poison 1 second later. This contraption was impressive. Lin Feng, upon seeing it, decisively clicked to activate it. There was also an option to add to the friendly list, which required facial recognition. The device could even be detached, showcasing its user-friendly design. His own data was already stored within it, though it lacked information on the velociraptor. Little dragon, come here, huh? The young velociraptor scampered over from beside the pool, still clutching an unfinished fish. Come, it's time for facial recognition. As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up the little velociraptor and positioned its face in front of the facial recognition device. In the next moment, the words "addition successful" appeared on the screen. Okay, off you go to play. After placing the little velociraptor down, he disregarded it. It would likely catch a few more fish in the pool. If it wanted to eat, so be it was best for it to grow quickly to join him in battle. Given its formidable combat prowess even at a young age, one could only imagine how powerful it would become once fully matured. Chapter 36, The Luxury Cruise Ship Heist. Following the elevator upgrade, the system promptly chimed with a notification. Ding, host upgrade task completed. Wilderness Survival Expert level rewards have been issued. Please check. Ding, triggered upgrade task. Please elevate the elevator level to 8. Reward, qualification for body data inquiry. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of wilderness survival skills flooded Lin Feng's mind. It took him half an hour to fully absorb them, and he had to admit, his head was throbbing. However, these wilderness survival skills proved to be exceedingly beneficial. The scope of knowledge they covered was quite extensive. Lin Feng was now capable of crafting numerous tools and traps and had even mastered the technique of friction fire. Yet, these seemingly useful skills held little value for him now. The most advantageous information pertained to the flora and fauna. He had become acquainted with most species on Blue Star, even distinguishing between various insects and their toxicity. As for traps, they primarily consisted of animal capturing devices, which held little utility against humans. He decided to check how many resources he still needed to upgrade the elevator. Rubbing his temples, he approached the screen. To elevate the elevator to level 8, the following resources are required: 400 kilograms of iron, 100 kg of copper or 20 kg of aluminum, 10 kg of gold, and 19 coins. This was the current shortfall after Lin Feng had deposited all his supplies into the storage area. Aluminum, damn. What on earth do I need so much of this assorted junk for? While grumbling, Lin Feng listed 2 painkillers on the trading post, this time opting for analgesics. The selling price was relatively lower, requiring only 100 kilograms of iron ore. After making an announcement in the world chat, the trading link vanished almost instantly. Seeing how quickly they sold, Lin Feng decided to list an additional 6 pills. After these transactions, he would have ample iron for the elevator upgrade. Soon, this trading link was also successfully sold, and now Lin Feng only needed copper or aluminum, gold, and coins to elevate the elevator. If luck was on his side, he should be able to gather a few more floors worth of resources. Speaking of luck, he glanced at the 2 lucky rings he was wearing. So do these truly enhance luck? Lin Feng scratched his head. This notion required further investigation. However, luck, being an elusive concept, was indeed difficult to define. After tidying up the items he had acquired, Lin Feng retrieved the lamb chops he had previously hung in the fireplace. He had expertly controlled the flame to a low heat, ensuring the chops were perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside while tender within. After sprinkling some salt on them, he took a hearty bite. Instantly the juices burst forth in his mouth, and the aroma of the lamb filled the entire elevator. Once the little velociraptor finished the fish from the pool, it appeared unsatisfied upon catching a whiff of the delectable lamb leg in Lin Feng's hand. It became agitated. "Hey, are you still hungry?" Lin Feng chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He could hardly imagine the amount of food this creature would require in the future. Now he understood why there was so much meat stored in the dragon's lair. Nevertheless, he cut off a piece of roasted lamb for the little velociraptor, allowing it to indulge its craving. After swallowing the morsel, the little velociraptor, displaying remarkable understanding, refrained from asking for more. It quietly lay down beside Lin Feng, drifting off to sleep. After the meal, Lin Feng continued his training. By now, working out had become a habit. He felt somewhat uncomfortable if he missed even a few hours each day. The situation was similar for Qinan. Whenever he had free time, he dedicated it to exercise. Initially, when food was scarce, he would not engage in such energy-draining activities. Now that he had a portion of supplies, enhancing his physical fitness could not be neglected. Any lapse in diligence would lead to a rapid decline in his physical condition. In this world, one's body was the most reliable asset. After a brief rest, it was already 11:30 at night. Lin Feng donned his chainmail and patiently awaited the system's prompt ding. "The floor you are about to enter is the luxury cruise ship heist. In this floor, the host must cooperate with teammates to rob the luxury cruise ship and safely evacuate. The luxury cruise ship is protected by 100 armed security personnel. Ding. Triggered bounty task. Please eliminate over 50 enemies. Upon completion, the reward will be intermediate firearms proficiency. Another heist." Lin Feng frowned. In truth, he could not gain anything particularly useful from such floors. If luck was on his side, he might acquire some gold, but his chainmail would certainly be impractical, and he had no intention of wielding a firearm. After all, his teammates would surely provide him with one. But who keeps gold on a cruise ship? Ding. Elevator descending. Please brace yourself. The elevator descended swiftly, halting as its doors automatically opened. Before Lin Feng lay a stretch of golden sandy beach, time still suspended. Upon stepping outside, time resumed its flow. "Lin, you go rent 4 jet skis. This is the operational funding." A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard handed Lin Feng a wad of cash. "Why does he look so familiar?" Lin Feng pondered as he regarded the man in midlife crisis, feeling as though he had encountered him before. Wait a moment, wasn't this the same person he had followed during the last bank heist? "What's the rush? Speed it up. Lao Chui and the others are waiting impatiently." With that, the middle-aged man departed, leaving Lin Feng with no choice but to comply. At this moment, the elevator doors had vanished, likely to reappear only after the mission was complete. Just like last time, the little velociraptor awakened in the elevator. Realizing Lin Feng was gone, it began frantically pawing at the buttons, attempting to open the elevator door. But it remained steadfastly shut. Roar. The little velociraptor roared in frustration before settling down quietly on the floor. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived at the rental shop for the jet skis. "Boss, I'd like to rent 4 jet skis for a day." "Alright, each requires a $500 deposit, and the rental fee is $100 per jet ski." Lin Feng nodded, paid the fees, and received 4 keys from the proprietor, who then pointed out where the jet skis were located. "Thanks." Lin Feng waved goodbye and exited the shop, thinking the owner was bound to incur losses. There was no way those 4 jet skis would be returned. However, that was not his concern. His priority was to complete this floor as quickly as possible. The benefit of such floors was that there was no time limit, allowing ample opportunity to gather useful items. With this in mind, Lin Feng directed his gaze toward a food cart on the beach selling hot dogs and hamburgers. "Shouldn't he stock up a bit?" Chuckling, Lin Feng strolled over to the food cart. After all, with the amount of money that middle-aged man had given him, it was worth seeing what he could purchase. Chapter 37. Harvest time. "Hello, what can I get for you?" A blonde beauty stood behind the cart, addressing Lin Feng. He glanced at the menu hanging on the cart, all in English, but with pictures for reference. He could discern the general offerings, which were quite similar to fast food restaurant items. "Beautiful lady, how many hamburgers and hot dogs do you have?" "I'll take them all, along with all the cola as well." "No need for you to prepare anything, just give me all the condiments." "Huh?" The woman looked at Lin Feng, utterly bewildered, as it was her first time encountering someone making such extravagant purchases. "Hurry, I'm pressed for time." This should be enough money, right? No need for change. Lin Feng casually tossed a handful of dollar bills, estimating it to be over $2,000. Sir, are you serious? Serious? Will you sell? Yes, of course, the woman replied. Still in disbelief, where shall I place these items? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng dashed to the food cart and took everything from it. In truth, there wasn't much. He only grabbed a box of semi-finished fried chicken, 3 buckets of oil, 2 cases of bread, 2 cases of frozen steaks, and 3 types of condiments, salad dressing, ketchup, and black pepper. These items occupied 7 compartments of Lin Feng's leather backpack, as he purposely left one compartment free for other useful items. The woman gazed at Lin Feng's leather backpack, her mouth slightly agape. Actually, I'm an alien, so please don't tell anyone, Lin Feng whispered, placing a finger to his lips, before casually snatching a few pre-made hot dogs from the table. Alright, the woman nodded in a daze. What would an alien want with my hamburgers and fried chicken? Do they love to eat too? Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng arrived at the jet ski location and tossed the keys to the other 3. Just as expected, they were the same primary accomplices from the previous bank heist. 1 black man and 2 white men. Come on, don't tell me you took so long just to buy a few hot dogs? The middle-aged man asked, throwing up his hands. Try them. They taste quite good, Lin Feng replied, distributing the hot dogs among them. So is this our headless meal? Mike, enough, stop with the morbid jokes. Once we finish eating, we'll get to work. I've already prepared the weapons and diving suits, Mike said, taking a bite of his hot dog. The taste is indeed delightful. Lin has quite the discerning palate. Before long, the group rode the jet skis to a bridge beneath which they typically wouldn't encounter anyone. Where the weapons were hidden, there were a total of 4 submachine guns, each with 5 spare magazines, along with 4 diving suits. Alright gentlemen, let us set off. Once we complete this job, we can enjoy a good rest for a while, Mike declared, leading the way. Following him were Old Chui, Little Fu, and Lin Feng, who brought up the rear due to his lack of riding skills. After all, it was his first time on a jet ski, and he could barely control it. Just managing to stay upright was a victory. Previously, Mike had suggested Lin Feng sit behind Little Fu, but Lin Feng declined. He would need to ride away on his own later, and sitting behind someone else would only put him in harm's way. Vroom, Lin Feng suddenly twisted the throttle, and the jet ski shot forward. Whoa, fortunately Lin Feng was wearing anti-slip gloves, otherwise, the sudden acceleration might have thrown him off. Once he adapted, it became manageable. Lin Feng's speed was sufficient to keep up with the others. After about 20 minutes, a cruise ship came into view. That's the ship ahead. According to the intel, it carries $20 million in illegally obtained cash waiting to be transported. Hide the guns. Let us approach quietly. The cruise ship remained stationary, seemingly hosting a party with loud music. Even the security personnel on board were not patrolling the perimeter, likely believing that no one would dare attempt to rob such a heavily guarded vessel. Soon, the 4 men reached the underside of the cruise ship and successfully climbed aboard. Listen, we'll pretend to be tourists on the cruise ship. Everyone stay relaxed, Mike instructed, adjusting his suit before slowly making his way up. They left their diving suits on the jet ski as a precaution. Should they need to escape via the jet ski, they would have an alternative method at their disposal. Before long, they found themselves on the deck, which indeed was hosting a party. Several alluring women in bikinis were dancing on poles, surrounded by a group of men waving bottles and cheering. Do you see that beauty sitting by the pool? I really want to. Old Chui began making an inappropriate gesture, but was quickly silenced by Mike. The group then split up to search for the hidden dollars based on their leads. Lin Feng, however, chose not to search diligently. Instead, he approached a table laden with cakes and began indulging in a stack of cream cakes. The taste is truly delightful. The sweetness brought a smile to Lin Feng's face as he savored the moment. It had been a long time since he felt such joy from sweets. After finishing 2 small cakes, he finally set out to find the concealed cash. Mike had directed him to the warehouse on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lin Feng searched around until he found the area marked as the warehouse. However, there was a security guard with a gun stationed outside, and it seemed like a difficult challenge. Moreover, he had to avoid revealing his location, for failure would jeopardize the entire operation. Nonetheless, Lin Feng was quite confident in his combat skills. If he could execute a surprise attack, he could potentially eliminate the guard in one swift move. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng approached with a cup in hand. Excuse me, could you tell me where the restroom is? The guard, assuming Lin Feng was a tourist on the cruise, kindly pointed him in the right direction. As Lin Feng thanked him and turned to leave, he suddenly spun around, smashing the cup over the guard's head, followed by an elbow strike to his temple. The guard instantly lost consciousness, and upon crouching down to check for signs of life, Lin Feng found him dead. Satisfied, he nodded, and dragged the guard's body into the warehouse, stuffing the guard's pistol into his waistband. Damn it, this warehouse is so large, where do I even begin to search? Lin Feng muttered in frustration while surveying the contents of the warehouse. With so many treasures here, who would even want hamburgers now? With that thought, Lin Feng emptied his leather backpack. He was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of goods he discovered. Everything consumed and utilized on the cruise ship had been taken from the warehouse, so one could only imagine how rich this warehouse truly was. Chapter 38, Exposure. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng completely filled his leather backpack. He had packed 400 kilograms of semi-finished steaks, 400 kilograms of juice, 100 kilograms of chicken legs, and finally stuffed in some medical supplies. 8 compartments were just enough to accommodate everything. Lin Feng was increasingly fond of this leather backpack. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to carry away such a bounty, which would have been infuriating. Now he needed to search for the hidden cash in the warehouse. Earlier, while packing items, Lin Feng had thoroughly searched every nook and cranny but found no money. It was evident that the cash was not in plain sight. As Lin Feng wandered around the warehouse, he suddenly noticed that the sound of the wooden floorboards beneath him seemed off. Hollow. He stomped his foot, then kicked down hard. Bang! Indeed, there was emptiness beneath the board, revealing 2 travel bags wrapped in waterproof cloth neatly placed below. This must be it. Just as Lin Feng bent down to retrieve the 2 bags filled with cash, voices suddenly emerged from outside. Lin Feng quickly straightened up and calmly walked out. Hey, hello, do you have any extra beer? Can I get some? A black man, with a marijuana cigarette dangling from his lips, spoke up. Beer? There should still be some. Let me help you find it. Lin Feng smiled and turned to search for beer. He preferred to avoid confrontation if possible, hoping that this man would take the hint. Or should I help you look? You seem a bit unfamiliar. Where is that guy Anderson? The marijuana smoking man stepped into the warehouse, only to turn his head and spot Anderson lying unconscious on the floor. Shit, who are you? Lin Feng cursed under his breath, then swiftly subdued the black man. Fuck, do you know whose cruise ship this is? Bang! As he uttered a curse, Lin Feng grabbed the man's dreadlocks and slammed him against an iron frame repeatedly, until the man breathed his last. It must be said that the black man was quite resilient. It took multiple strikes with the solid iron frame to put him down. After disposing of both the black man's corpse and the security guard's body into a concealed compartment meant for cash, Lin Feng wobbled out while carrying the 2 travel bags. Old Mike, I found the bags with the cash. They're too heavy. Where should I put them? Okay, head to the western railing where there are no tourists, but 3 security guards are patrolling. Little Fu is waiting for you below on the jet ski. Toss the money to him, then look for an opportunity to escape. Mike's response quickly came through the walkie-talkie, indicating that he and Old Shui were still on the hunt for the cash. After orienting himself, Lin Feng calmly made his way westward toward the railing while carrying the 2 travel bags. Although a few passing tourists noticed his odd behavior, they did not pay much attention, as it was none of their business. Thus, Lin Feng made his way to the western deck without incident. The 3 armed security guards were chatting while smoking, completely oblivious to any potential threat. After placing the travel bags down, Lin Feng approached them slowly. Excuse me, gentlemen, could you tell me where the restaurant is? After being interrupted while engaged in conversation, the 3 security personnel appeared somewhat displeased. However, they nonetheless gestured in the direction for Lin Feng. Thanks, Lin Feng said with a smile, then seized the nearest guard and hurled him overboard. The other 2 guards, witnessing this, immediately prepared to draw their weapons, but were swiftly disarmed by Lin Feng. Alright, don't move. Get down by the railing, Lin Feng commanded, aiming his handgun at the 2 men. Naturally, they were unwilling to gamble with their lives, and promptly complied, crouching with their hands on their heads against the railing, obediently awaiting their fate. Earning a few thousand a month, who would risk their lives? With that, Lin Feng kicked both guards off the side of the ship. Below, a bewildered young man named Xiao Fu, riding a jet ski, stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He had come to collect money. How had 3 people fallen overboard? Hey, Lin Feng shouted to Xiao Fu, tossing down 2 travel bags one by one. Xiao Fu, displaying remarkable tenacity, managed to catch a travel bag weighing dozens of pounds. Though one could only wonder about the condition of his arms afterward. Having completed his task, Lin Feng also recalled the mission issued by the system, to eliminate 50 individuals in order to attain proficiency in firearms. Considering that everyone aboard the cruise ship could be deemed an enemy, he had only dispatched 5 so far. And those 3 guards he had thrown overboard, it seemed they couldn't swim. They would likely drown shortly. He still needed to eliminate 45 more, and Lin Feng pondered where he might do so. He mused that he couldn't simply expose his identity. Just then, a gunshot echoed from a distance. The nearby guards quickly armed themselves and rushed towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, the party continued unabated, the raucous music drowning out any external noise. Damn it, Lin, you and Xiao Fu need to find a way to escape. We've been compromised. Gunfire erupted in the background, and Mike's voice crackled through the intercom, accompanied by the din of gunfire. Hold your ground. After finishing his words, Lin Feng smirked slightly. Just moments ago he had been contemplating how to accumulate more kills, and now an opportunity had presented itself. However, the risk was considerable. Armed with merely a submachine gun and a pistol. If only he had a rocket launcher, a few shots would surely secure the completion of his mission. Xiao Fu, demonstrating loyalty, immediately returned to the ship upon hearing that Lao Chui and Lao Mai were in danger, ready to consult Lin Feng on a plan. Lin, I have an idea, would you like to hear it? Let us hear it. The 2 leaned against a wall, sipping drinks and basking in the sun. We could directly control the tourists and exchange them for Mike and Lao Chui. What do you think? That is not very realistic. There are too many tourists here for just the 2 of us to manage, and there are at least 100 guards on this cruise ship. Trying that would be akin to courting death. Instead, let us take advantage of the fact that our identities have been revealed and launch a surprise attack on the guards surrounding them. After rescuing them, we can make our escape. Lin Feng sketched a simple route on the ground. This may not have been the best plan, but it was undoubtedly superior to Xiao Fu's suggestion. After considering Lin Feng's proposal, Xiao Fu agreed. And they began checking their weapons before nonchalantly heading towards the area where Mike and the others were encircled. Chapter 39. I hope you truly represent luck. Before long, several guards spotted them. You two, get out of here, there are robbers ahead. As the guards approached, Lin Feng fired 2 precise shots, eliminating 2 of them. Impressive shooting, Xiao Fu exclaimed, praising Lin Feng's marksmanship. Quickly, put on their bulletproof vests, they might save our lives in a pinch. With that, Lin Feng swiftly stripped a vest from a fallen guard and donned it. Due to the gunfire, a dozen guards were dispatched to their location. Incoming, they're wearing bulletproof vests, aim for exposed areas. Lin Feng shouted from behind an iron door, then fired a few rounds haphazardly. The approaching guards were startled and quickly took cover. Although there were 100 guards on the ship, the vessel was quite large. And around 40 were assigned to protect the tourists at the party. Most of the tourists aboard this private cruise had some background, and thus, many guards were stationed at the party to ensure their safety. Nevertheless, the celebration had not yet concluded. Currently, only 4 robbers had been identified, and they had not yet alarmed the revelers. Open fire. There only 2, the guards surrounding Xiao Fu and Lin Feng upon receiving the order. Sluggishly moved forward. However, after Lin Feng injured one of them, the others quickly retreated to cover. Ha, Lin, these idiots are like turtles hiding in their shells, Xiao Fu shouted excitedly, then leaned out to fire several shots. Killing another guard, this prompted the remaining guards to hesitate even more. Regardless of how their captain urged them on, professionalism went out the window. If others weren't charging, why should they, seeing that his words were futile? The captain picked up the walkie-talkie to call for reinforcements. As for calling the police, that thought had not crossed their minds, for the ship was laden with stolen money. If they alerted the authorities, the FBI would surely come to search the vessel once the chaos subsided. Therefore, to avoid exposing their ill-gotten gains, they could not afford to make that call. Meanwhile, the gunfight on Mike's end continued. Though the pressure had lessened, Mike sensed something was amiss. Perhaps Lin and Xiao Fu had not fled after all. Sharing his suspicions with Lao Chui, the latter was visibly thrilled, exclaiming his intention to charge out and join Lin Feng and Xiao Fu. Rising to his feet, he emptied a magazine, instantly dispatching 4 guards. Fuck, are you crazy? Mike yelled from behind cover, then pushed forward as well. Lao Chui's aim was exceptionally precise, and coupled with his volatile temperament, he became exceedingly courageous. With a strange alchemy of debuffs enhancing his resolve, he became fearless in the face of danger. After emptying his magazine, he discarded his submachine gun and picked up a shotgun from the ground. Continuing his assault like a harbinger of death. Ha, a bunch of cowards, run away, Lao Chui taunted the fleeing guards from behind cover. Let us go save Lin and Xiao Fu. We can't stay on this ship any longer, Mike said, grabbing a nearby weapon. Let us move. I admire that those 2 didn't abandon their teammates and run. That's far better than someone else. The someone else in Lao Chui's remarks was undoubtedly directed at Mike, who knew better than to retort, as he recognized that the situation was indeed his fault. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's position in the fight was considerably advantageous. However, the opposing guards resorted to underhanded tactics, employing a grenade launcher. This forced Lin Feng and Xiao Fu to take cover. With the assistance of the grenade launcher, the guards advanced quickly, soon cornering Lin Feng and Xiao Fu, just as they were about to be obliterated by a grenade. Gunfire erupted behind the guards. Upon hearing the shots, Lin Feng peeked out and saw Mike and the others. The majority of the guards had been drawn to the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng and Xiao Fu burst forth, unleashing a barrage of fire on the crowd. In no time, the guards were decimated under the onslaught from both sides. Lin, Xiao Fu, are you alright? We're fine. We need to leave quickly. I just saw that they pulled all the guards from the party area. They likely coming to attack us. Xiao Fu, have you secured the money? Okay, don't worry. Good, let us retreat, Mike declared, and they began their escape. The commotion had naturally led to the cancellation of the party, and all the tourists returned to their cabins. Lin, here is a big one for you. Lao Chui tossed a grenade launcher to Lin Feng. This is a revolver type. It still has 5 grenades left. Lin Feng calculated that he still needed to eliminate over 30 individuals to fulfill his mission. The next steps would rely heavily on this grenade launcher. Before long, they reached the stairs leading down, where their jet ski awaited below. You all go first. I'll hold them off or else we'll be pursued, Lin Feng instructed the others, motivated solely by the desire to complete his mission. Although not completing it was an option, he genuinely coveted the intermediate firearms proficiency reward. What the hell, are you crazy? There are at least 40 of them, Xiao Fu protested vehemently, attempting to pull Lin Feng away. Enough, you all leave, just make sure to share the bounty with me later. Lin Feng firmly pushed Xiao Fu away, then glanced at Lao Chui and Mike, both seasoned veterans who understood that this was not the time for hesitation. After patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, they urged Xiao Fu to leave. I hope you truly represent luck, Lin Feng murmured, glancing at the 2 lucky rings. Before long, the remaining guards had all pursued them. Without hesitation, Lin Feng fired a grenade, the explosion sending several guards flying. The pursuers temporarily halted their chase, shouting at Lin Feng to come out and surrender. However, Lin Feng was resolute in his refusal to comply. Peering out, he unleashed another barrage towards the throng of people. Damn it, I can't delay any longer. He thought the opposition undoubtedly possessed heavy weaponry, so he needed to swiftly finish firing the grenades and make his escape. As for whether he could complete the mission, Lin Feng dared not speculate and could only leave it to fate. After firing off the remaining 3 grenades, he seized the opportunity created by the security personnel's evasive maneuvers and made his getaway. The sound of 5 explosions left Lin Feng momentarily dazed, but he hadn't clearly observed the previous situation, but it seemed that 2 individuals preparing to throw grenades had been blown away. And those grenades had rolled into the areas with the most people. Chapter 40. The Grand Cruise Ship Heist concludes. Having successfully boarded the jet ski, Lin Feng hurriedly made his escape. The pursuing security, lacking their own jet skis, could only stand on the deck and fire wildly. A quick, "Get the jet skis," the security captain shouted, aware that several jet skis were stored in the ship's hold. Frustrated at seeing Lin Feng slip further away, the captain fired off a few shots in anger, but it was futile. "Lin, are you still alive?" After escaping danger, Lin Feng suddenly heard Mike's voice over the intercom. Mike then informed him of the safe extraction point. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, intermediate proficiency in firearms. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng realized that this level was nearing its conclusion. Sure enough, after riding for a while, an elevator appeared ahead of him. As for the jet ski, it was of no use now. Carrying it would only take up space. Returning to the elevator, Lin Feng collected several bottles and filled them with seawater. Intending to use it for salt production, despite the vast storage space on the cruise ship, he had yet to find any spices. Perhaps there were more storage areas. Nevertheless, acquiring so many semi-finished food items was still a boon. His supply of mutton fat was dwindling, and while these foods could not be fried, they could certainly be roasted. Opening the chat window with Yihua, Lin Feng sent his request. "Lin Feng, continue making salt. IV sent the seawater. What do you need this time?" Yihua, received. "Big brother, I would like 2 painkillers. Do you have any? If not, just food will suffice." Lin Feng was surprised by Yihua's prompt reply. Perhaps he hadn't explored the level yet. Still, 2 painkillers seemed a bit excessive. "Lin Feng, I can give you 1 at most. You know how precious medicine is now. Why Yihua? Alright, thank you. Big brother, currently he truly lacked for nothing in terms of medical supplies. The medications gathered from the cruise ship's storage would last him a lifetime and covered nearly all common ailments. Moreover, the leather backpack categorized all these medications under a single classification, allowing for stacking. Otherwise Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to carry back such a variety. Roar. Noticing the small raptor incessantly gnawing at his pant leg, Lin Feng helplessly pushed its head aside. Alright, let us see if there is anything tasty in the pool. Roar. The raptor chirped excitedly before dashing to the pool's edge, quickly submerging its entire head. Sigh, this creature is as foolish as a husky. Lin Feng could only shake his head at the sight. However, he was now worried that the little raptor might relieve itself in the elevator. Previously, it had always found a suitable spot after entering a level. Now, having missed the chance to use the restroom at night, Lin Feng genuinely feared it would defecate in the elevator, but the little raptor was quite clever. Surely it wouldn't do that? Watching the small raptor happily fishing, Lin Feng felt he should at least teach it about using the toilet. I love roasted chicken. After explaining to the small raptor the importance of not relieving itself indiscriminately, Lin Feng hummed a little tune while rummaging through his leather backpack for a semi-finished fried chicken. The so-called semi-finished product meant that the chicken had already been marinated. It merely needed to be tossed into the oil to fry and would cook quickly. However, due to limited resources, there wasn't enough cooking oil for frying, so roasting would have to suffice, which was more economical. By managing the heat properly, the final result would be nearly the same. Notably, the wilderness survival knowledge Lin Feng had acquired included a wealth of cooking techniques for the outdoors, so he wasn't worried about burning it. Soon, the elevator was filled with the enticing aroma of Orland's fried chicken. Drawing the little raptor away from its fish, watching the little raptor beg and act cute, Lin Feng reluctantly tore off a chicken leg, blew on it, and tossed it to the creature. Eat slowly. Be careful, it's hot. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he tore off another chicken leg for himself. My skills are unparalleled, Lin Feng exclaimed with delight, then remembered that he had such a delicious treat to share with his good brother. Lin Feng, are you there, my good son? Call me daddy, and I'll give you roasted chicken. Chinan, roasted chicken. Is that true, adoptive father? Imagining Chinan's shameless expression, Lin Feng could already picture the cheeky grin on his face. Lin Feng, then hang something useless on the trading post, and I'll exchange the roasted chicken. Chinan, sure thing, adoptive father. Chinan quickly found a twig to hang on the trade post. And soon Lin Feng sent him half a chicken. Chinan, wow, it's even Orland's flavored. How impressive. Lin Feng, ha, of course it's impressive. You should know who I am. With a smile, Lin Feng and Chinan chatted while they ate. An hour later, they went about their own business, as they would need to enter a new level tomorrow and should get an early night's rest. The temperature in the elevator remained quite low. The fire in the fireplace could not be allowed to go out, or the temperature would plummet rapidly. Those who had yet to kindle a fire must have already frozen to death by now. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about gathering wood in his sleep, as the little raptor had learned how to do that on its own. After exercising, before sleeping, Lin Feng hung all the items needed for upgrades on the trading post, including common materials like iron, copper, and aluminum. He traded food for them and used medicines for gold coins, offering 10 gold coins for a single fever reducer or anti-inflammatory, a reasonable price. After listing all his needs on the trading post, Lin Feng sent a purchase message in the chat room. Having completed these tasks, he went to sleep. He realized that seeking resources was exhausting, now that he possessed a wealth of rare medicinal resources. Was there really a need for him to search for upgrade materials? He could simply sell them at a high price and let others find them instead. The next day, around 10 in the morning, Lin Feng woke up, rinsed his mouth with a cup of water from the pool, and made his way to the screen. No need to check. There were no snacks in the pool today, Lin Feng remarked as he noticed the little raptor had also run back to the pool, yawning. Alright, I'll get you something to eat shortly. Let me first see if anything sold yesterday. With that, Lin Feng opened the trading post. Chapter 41, Normandy, Hell Difficulty. After posting his trading message yesterday, many who remembered Lin Feng eagerly clicked in. Consequently, Lin Feng's harvest from last night was quite satisfactory. He managed to exchange some canned goods and bread, which he had grown tired of, for 400 kilograms of iron, 100 kilograms of copper, and 10 kilograms of gold. Ever since Lin Feng acquired copper, others had speculated it might be needed for future upgrades, so they had hoarded it. Upon seeing the demand, now, he only needed aluminum and gold coins to complete the upgrade. If all went well, he should be able to gather everything today. After retrieving all the items, Lin Feng stuffed them into the material pile. Soon, the system notification chimed. Ding, the level the host is about to enter is the war level. The host must survive for 1 day, acting as a squad leader leading soldiers into battle. Rewards will be calculated based on the number of kills after the level ends. This level is extremely dangerous. Refusal to enter is not permitted. Please be cautious. Ding, legendary mission triggered. The host must kill over 500 enemies to earn the Eagle Eye ability. Wait, a war level? What is that? Lin Feng suddenly felt inexplicably tense. This level required him to survive for a day, indicating it was far from an ordinary battlefield. Ding dong, the elevator is descending. Please hold on tight. V-room. The elevator began to descend rapidly, taking a full minute before it gradually came to a halt. Ding dong, survivors are requested to survive for 24 hours in this level. Upon completion, generous rewards will be granted. After the elevator's brief announcement, the doors opened. The little raptor seemed to sense the unease, continuously chirping at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not intend to take it with him. In a battlefield, bringing the little raptor would likely serve little purpose. It was better to let it stay in the elevator, where the pool would refresh food and water daily, alleviating any concerns about hunger. This time, Lin Feng could not see the scene outside the elevator, as it was enveloped in a blinding white light. Initially, Lin Feng intended to carry his equipment inside, but as he approached the shimmering white light, all his gear unexpectedly fell away from him, as if an unseen force was compelling him to step into the luminous veil. Ultimately, the only items that accompanied Lin Feng out of the elevator were the lucky ring adorning his finger and the clothes he wore. Upon exiting the elevator, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut against the blinding radiance. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions and the ringing in his ears, mingled with the tumultuous shouts around him, left Lin Feng momentarily disoriented. Squad leader, squad leader. At that moment, a soldier clad in deep green military attire vigorously shook Lin Feng. The language the soldier spoke was unfamiliar to him, yet oddly, he could comprehend it. What has happened? Squad leader, our bunker was just bombarded by naval artillery. And you were knocked unconscious, the soldier hurriedly explained, assisting Lin Feng to a nearby chair before departing with his weapon. A lever-action rifle? What on earth? Lin Feng felt increasingly bewildered. It was then he noticed that the soldier's uniform bore a striking resemblance to that of a Third Reich soldier. Glancing at himself, he saw his dark officer's uniform and black leather boots. The mention of naval artillery. Good heavens, could this floor be the battlefield of the Third Reich in Europa? Shaking his buzzing head, Lin Feng finally understood why the system had warned him of the extreme danger here. The mortality rate on such a battlefield was exceedingly high. However, it remained unclear what stage of the conflict he had entered. If it were the early to mid-war phase, the likelihood of completing his mission would be considerably better. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng gradually rose from the chair. His firearm lay in the corner, and with his intermediate expertise in weaponry, he immediately recognized the weapon, a G43 semi-automatic rifle. After retrieving the rifle, Lin Feng stepped out of his designated rest area. Outside the lounge stood 3 soldiers operating machine guns, who greeted him with shouts of squad leader. Now at a loss for the situation, Lin Feng could only nod and then gazed outside. The landscape was a wasteland, strewn with the remnants of destroyed anti-tank obstacles and barbed wire. Not far below, he could see the ocean and the ships relentlessly bombarding the area. "Hurry, take cover." The soldier who had just acknowledged Lin Feng urgently pulled him down. In the next instant, a violent explosion reverberated. But fortunately, the fortress was remarkably sturdy and suffered little damage. Cough, cough, coughed. I was a bit dazed by the blast. "Where exactly am I?" Lin Feng inquired of the soldier before him, reporting in, "This is Normandy. The Allies are attempting to cross the English Channel and land here. We have been tasked with repelling their forces." "Normandy, good grief, it's Normandy." Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, realizing it was already the latter stages of World War II. And the Third Reich was on its last legs. How on earth was he supposed to survive this hellish difficulty? Fortunately, if he was only required to endure a day in this wretched place, he should manage without too much trouble. Squad leader, would you care for a cigarette? You seem a bit off, one soldier offered. "Thank you." Lin Feng accepted the cigarette, instinctively reaching for his lighter, only to find a box of matches instead. I feel much more at ease." Although the smoke was somewhat overwhelming, it undeniably alleviated Lin Feng's tension significantly. After gathering further information, he learned that the Allied assault had just been repelled, and they were currently saturating the area with firepower in an attempt to eradicate all bunkers and fortifications. Lin Feng's squad was responsible for defending this particular bunker. Remarkably, out of 10 men, none had perished after a week of combat, successfully repelling the Allied forces' assaults over a dozen times. Their morale was notably high. Given that the fortress was fortified enough to withstand even the most powerful naval bombardments, their daily task involved manning heavy machine guns and pulling the trigger. With this newfound knowledge, Lin Feng felt increasingly relaxed. It seemed the advantage lay with them. Upon returning to his rest area, he rummaged through his belongings and discovered he had a supply of special cigars, chewing gum, and instant coffee. Was this the lavish treatment of a mere squad leader? It was his first time trying a cigar. Lin Feng removed one, inspected it, then bit off the cap, lighting it up and taking a draw. "Damn, that's potent." After a few puffs, he quickly lost interest and stepped outside, handing it to the soldier with whom he had been conversing. "Here, for you." Chapter 42, Incendiary Bombing. Upon receiving the cigar from Lin Feng, the soldier expressed his gratitude and eagerly shared it with those nearby. As ordinary soldiers were seldom issued cigars, and even tobacco was in short supply, soon, the resupply time arrived, and several logistics personnel pushed in carts laden with food and various weapons and ammunition before departing. Peering through the narrow firing slit at the dim sky outside, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. "Hey, squad leader, fancy a game of Monopoly?" The Allied troops were currently on a break and would not launch an attack, marking the only time of day they could relax. Playing cards were their sole form of entertainment. Having previously encountered the game, Lin Feng quickly grasped the rules. The hours of merriment were short-lived. An hour and a half later, the Allied forces launched another offensive. The soldiers of Lin Feng's squad immediately returned to their positions, unleashing a torrent of gunfire from the bunker. Waves of Allied soldiers attempting to land were mercilessly mowed down. The heavy howitzers at the beachhead began bombarding the amphibious tanks that had just landed. As Lin Feng had a mission assigned by the system, he too manned a machine gun. However, the distance was considerable. Despite his proficiency in firearms, hitting every target was unrealistic, and soon the gun barrel began to overheat. The assisted loader quickly replaced the barrel to ensure a continuous rate of fire, while Lin Feng was suppressing the enemy. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his cheek. Upon touching it, he discovered it was damp. "Damn, did I just get hit?" Lin Feng lamented as he examined the wound on his face, realizing it was likely just a grazing injury from a stray bullet. Thankfully, it was better than a lethal shot to the head. "You take over the machine gun. I need to tend to this wound," Lin Feng instructed the soldier. Upon entering his rest area, Lin Feng glanced at himself in the mirror, assessing his appearance. Fortunately, the wound, though deep, was not excessively long. At least his visage remained intact. He retrieved some sulfanilamide powder from his medical kit and sprinkled it on the injury, then wrapped it with a bandage. His technique informed by the wilderness survival skill he possessed. After taking precautionary measures to prevent infection, Lin Feng returned to the firing slit. This time, he opted for his sidearm, the G43 semi-automatic rifle. After several hours of fierce combat, the Allied offensive was once again repelled. However, the Allies had not emerged empty-handed. Relentless bombing by aircraft had finally destroyed 2 exposed bunkers. This news sent ripples of fear through the previously confident Imperial soldiers, as even the seemingly indestructible bunkers had fallen. Meanwhile, ships and planes continued their bombardment of the fortifications in Normandy, as if ammunition were of no consequence. Yet, for Lin Feng, hiding in the bunker, the situation felt relatively safe. Aside from some vibrations and mild tinnitus, he encountered no significant issues. While the soldiers in the bunker were taking a moment to rest, a fleet of bombers laden with incendiary bombs, navigating through the dense anti-aircraft network, began dropping countless red-marked bombs on the designated bunker locations. Boom! A barrage of massive incendiary bombs exploded above Lin Feng's bunker, igniting a ferocious blaze, although the flames could not directly harm the enemies within. Prolonged exposure would render the bunker unbearably hot, akin to a steam chamber. Lin Feng, seated within the bunker eating canned food, felt the temperature rising rapidly. Squad leader, our bunker has been hit with 2 incendiary bombs. Headquarters has ordered us to hold our position, but at this rate, my brothers will be cooked alive. Damn, what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here, Lin Feng exclaimed, tossing aside the can. No wonder the temperature was soaring. He was now drenched in sweat, his shirt thoroughly soaked. But squad leader, headquarters instructed us to hold our ground. Do you wish to die? Lin Feng asked the obstinate soldier. The soldier simply shook his head. Then let us move. Anyone who wants to stay can remain here. This bunker is no longer an option. We are relocating immediately. But squad leader, if the military police discover us, we will face severe punishment. Fear not, I have a plan, Lin Feng reassured as he patted the soldier's shoulder. He then led the remaining soldiers swiftly out of the bunker, the entrance engulfed in flames, though fortunately, the fire was not overwhelming. This battle would undoubtedly result in the Empire's defeat, and from that point onward, the Empire would continue to falter, rendering the soldiers' concerns moot. After all, it remained uncertain whether these soldiers would survive that long. As Lin Feng led a group of soldiers out of the bunker, the chaotic scene outside left him momentarily dizzy. Nevertheless, he quickly sprinted towards the nearest bunker, which appeared relatively safe, at least untouched by incendiary bombs. He had already prepared his excuses. Just as they were nearing the fortress, a mortar shell exploded not far behind Lin Feng, instantly obliterating 2 soldiers who had followed him, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over him. Yet, he pressed on, hastily entering the stronghold. Hey, are you the reinforcements? Lin Feng was taken aback when, before he could even speak, the commanding officer stationed at the stronghold preemptively provided him with a rationale. Lin Feng readily accepted, and the officer showed no suspicion. After a brief introduction, Lin Feng instructed his soldiers to swap places with their stock. He was surprised at how swiftly reinforcements had arrived after he had just requested them. He had feared that his distress signal would be disregarded. Considering the current dire state of the Empire, the officer was quite talkative, a stark contrast to the conventional soldiers of the Third Empire. Lin Feng sensed an unusual smoothness about him, and he could not quite discern the essence of a soldier emanating from this individual. Conrad, where are you from? Oh, I hail from Hamburg. I enlisted 3 years ago and have finally managed to reach the rank of a junior officer. Ah, Conrad replied without hesitation, though Lin Feng failed to notice the sweat soaking his back. Yes, that's so. I'm somewhat similar, though I enlisted from a small village you've likely never heard of. It is quite beautiful there. By the way, I have a fiancée. See, in chapter 43, Normandy concludes a vacation. Lin Feng was not fabricating. The man he had possessed carried a photograph of a woman whose smile was radiant. Lin Feng surmised that she must be his fiancée. Oh my goodness, you must survive to return. Are you planning to marry once the war is over? War is over. I'm not even certain I will survive until then. Don't worry, we will make it, Conrad reassured him, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng returned a smile, counting down the mere 14 hours until he could escape this hellish place. The words exchanged felt like mere theatrics. However, the bunker they occupied remained perilously exposed, a prime target for naval and aerial bombardment. Just moments ago, Allied bombers had bravely attacked the Third Empire's positions amidst anti-aircraft fire, suffering significant casualties themselves. The prospect of a second low-altitude bombing raid loomed uncertainly. In fact, this place isn't too bad. Look, the view is expansive, the space ample, and most importantly, it's incredibly sturdy. Not even a 500mm naval gun could breach it, though it might feel like an earthquake. Conrad remarked, pouring Lin Feng a cup of coffee and adding 2 sugar cubes. Let us perk ourselves up. We might not get any rest tonight. Reliable intelligence suggests the Allies will launch a night raid. Cheers. As Lin Feng stood behind the firing slit, observing the coastline, he sighed. It seemed impossible to accomplish the mission of eliminating 500 enemies. He had perhaps taken down a mere 100. While he could still attempt more. Lin Feng prioritized his own survival over system rewards. He had no intention of recklessly exposing himself again. Touching his cheek, he felt the bandage, thoroughly soaked with sweat. This was untenable. If the wound became infected, it could lead to greater complications. Soon Lin Feng replaced the bandage. Boom. Just then, the Allies commenced another round of bombardment, and Lin Feng was thrown to the ground. Thankfully, the naval shells did not penetrate the fortress. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed as he clumsily got back on his feet. Within less than 20 hours, he had grasped the fragility of human life in war. One careless moment could lead to being shattered into pieces. The Allied assault remained firmly confined to the coastline, facing the impregnable fortress positions, their morale nearly shattered. 10 hours later, Lin Feng slowly stood up. The moment had finally arrived. What moment? Conrad, sitting beside Lin Feng, inquired. It's nothing. Not by the way, you're not a genuine Imperial soldier, are you? What do you mean by that? Conrad asked nervously, unable to believe his disguise had been seen through. If I'm not mistaken, you must be. Lin Feng did not finish his thought as Conrad's expression confirmed his suspicions. Lin Feng had no ulterior motives, he merely sought to indulge his own dark curiosity. You, Conrad stood up. Visibly agitated, but before he could speak further, Lin Feng felt a bright light envelop him, and the next instant, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ding, floor completed, congratulations survivor, you have thoroughly accomplished your task, rating, A. Reward, vacation time 10 days. The elevator S announcement, though still cold, sounded remarkably comforting to Lin Feng. He could not bear to remain in that wretched place called Normandy for even a second longer. His military uniform had been replaced with his previous attire, though the bandages and wounds remained, and he was still quite dirty. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, skill eagle eye. Wait, this counts as completing a task? Ding, reminder, the enemies killed by your subordinates also count towards your total. Had I known, I wouldn't have nearly faced death, Lin Feng remarked, feeling exasperated, then touched the wound on his face. Ouch, that hurts. However, fear was no longer an issue. The eagle eye skill was incredibly powerful, capable of magnifying up to 16 times and automatically adjusting the magnification, thus Lin Feng now possessed a human-operated 16-power scope. Yet he was left wondering why he had risked his life for such a reward, along with an incomprehensible extension of vacation time. Just as Lin Feng pondered this, the small raptor, startled by his sudden appearance, froze for a moment before rushing over and nuzzling him with its claws. The little creature had grown to half Lin Feng's height. If it collided with him, it could very well knock him down. Alright, are you hungry? Let me find you something to eat. Lin Feng patted the raptor's head and rummaged through his leather backpack for some meat. Yum. The small raptor chirped happily before launching into a vigorous assault on the feast before it. Let us see if I have any materials to upgrade the elevator. Approaching the screen, Lin Feng discovered several messages from Chinan. Chinan, hey big brother, I'm back. How is it going over there? Still alive? Chinan, what the hell, you're not replying to my messages now, huh? Chinan, seriously, it's been an hour, what is going on? Chinan, Lin Feng, you're not really dead. Are you? Chinan, damn, why are you moving so fast? Wait for me, I'll come find you below and keep being your father. This was the last message from Chinan. And Lin Feng was startled. Could this fool genuinely think he was dead and had gone to commit suicide? Lin Feng, I'm not dead. Chinan, oh my god, you scared the life out of me. What the hell happened? Were you injured and unconscious? Seeing Chinan reply immediately eased Lin Feng's worried. He recounted his experiences, and to his surprise, Chinan responded with excitement, leaving Lin Feng quite puzzled. If only Lin Feng knew what Chinan had done in the past, he would not have found it so strange. After chatting with Chinan for a while, Lin Feng noticed a message from Yi Hua, indicating that the salt refining was complete. Upon opening the trading post, Lin Feng discovered that all the goods he had listed had been successfully traded. This meant he could now upgrade the elevator. After retrieving the salt and the materials required for the elevator upgrade, he clicked to upgrade the elevator. Instantly, the elevator ascended to level 8, though there was no visible change. Just as Lin Feng began to wonder, the elevator S announcement rang out, detected that survivor Lin Feng's elevator has reached level 8, granting a vacation of 5 days. Vacation, in Chapter 44, returning to Blue Star. What is a vacation? Just as Lin Feng pondered this, the elevator S announcement promptly provided an answer. Ding, vacation commenced, elevator ascending, vacation duration 15 days. The elevator began to rise rapidly, and Lin Feng clung tightly to the handrail on the wall. The speed of the ascent unprecedented. He could only speculate what antics awaited him. Moments later, the elevator came to a halt, and the doors slowly opened, revealing a familiar white light before him. Strangely, the system did not provide any accompanying prompts this time, leaving Lin Feng uncertain of what to make of it. Ding. Step out of the elevator and embrace your holiday, for all items acquired in the realm of the elevator cannot be taken with you. Your time within the elevator will be suspended, and any belongings obtained in the original world are prohibited from entering the elevator original world? What does that mean? Could it be that the world beyond this shimmering curtain is the realm of reality? Lin Feng glanced at the small velociraptor. If time was indeed paused in the elevator, it would not go hungry, alleviating his concerns. Upon stepping through the luminous veil, Lin Feng felt a sudden lightness, only to discover he had re-entered another elevator. However, this one lacked a screen, and the adjacent floors were all selectable. Lin Feng pressed the button for the first floor, and the elevator began its gentle descent. Through the mirrors embedded in the elevator walls, Lin Feng realized his attire had transformed into casual wear. As he touched his pocket, he was astonished to find his own phone. What on earth is happening? While Lin Feng pondered this perplexity, the elevator doors slid open, revealing what appeared to be a shopping mall. Yet, the staff were predominantly middle-aged, with few young faces, likely engaged in more lucrative professions. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly recognized this mall. It was the very one he frequented in the past. Even the arrangement of the counters was identical, rubbing the wound on his face, which still throbbed with pain. He realized this was no dream. A bold thought struck him. Could it be that he had returned to Blue Star? Verifying this notion proved to be quite simple. In his world, over 3 billion people had abruptly vanished. An event that could not have gone unnoticed in the news. Lin Feng quickly pulled out his phone and searched for the latest headlines on Baidu. Sure enough, the top story was about the recent mass disappearance of the population. The article dated back a month, stating that on that fateful day a dense fog enveloped the globe, and when it cleared, humanity was found to be reduced by more than half. Governments swiftly implemented emergency measures, transitioning from a surplus of labor to a shortage. To avert the outbreak of conflict, major powers signed non-aggression treaties. I have truly returned to Blue Star, Lin Feng exclaimed with exhilaration, thanks to the vast population of Xia country. Even with such a substantial number of people disappearing, society remained relatively stable. Just as Lin Feng prepared to shut off his phone, he noticed another headline: the private yacht of Tycoon Ford from the lighthouse country has been hijacked. The identity of the assailants remains unconfirmed, suspected to be pirates. Fortunately, no casualties among the tourists on board, and Ford claims he will thoroughly investigate the matter. This. Surely it cannot be. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. It must be a coincidence, undoubtedly a coincidence. However, as he attempted to convince himself of this, a text message arrived. Mike, no, it cannot be. Lin Feng uttered, his voice trembling slightly. Hey, Lin, how is your time in Xia country? The money from the yacht hijacking has been distributed, and your share will be deposited into your bank account soon. Rest assured, the transfer is legitimate, initiated under Old Chui's International Trading Company name, and will be divided into 3 installments over the next 6 months. Soon after, another message arrived from the bank, announcing a transfer from overseas amounting to a staggering 60 million RMB. This is real. Lin Feng nearly choked on his shock, and the next moment, the bank called, not to inquire about the origin of the transfer, but to ask if he wished to upgrade his membership level. This transfer had been entirely legitimized, thus no one would trace it back to him. Naturally, Lin Feng opted for the upgrade, as there was no harm in doing so, especially since he wouldn't remain here for long. In 15 days, he would return to the elevator world. At that moment, Lin Feng was more curious to see if any familiar events had transpired in the real world. Excuse me, young man, could you please step aside? I need to mop the floor. Just as Lin Feng stood still engrossed in his phone, an elderly lady spoke from behind. Oh, my apologies, ma'am. Lin Feng quickly nodded and made way. Standing in the middle of the mall while looking at his phone did seem rather foolish. He promptly exited the mall and took a taxi back to his rented apartment. It appeared he had not yet been reported as a missing person. The bank's reaction confirmed this. If he had indeed been classified as missing and suddenly reappeared, he feared the police would already be searching for him. In the future, when someone upgrades the elevator to level 8, they too would enjoy a holiday. At that time, they could explain the situation to the government. Lin Feng had no desire to be apprehended and interrogated until the holiday concluded. Upon returning to his room, he noticed a bowl of leftover instant noodles from Qin An's breakfast that morning. With a look of disdain, he tossed the bowl aside and resumed browsing the news on his phone. Russian Airlines flight Su-207 has gone missing over the Pacific. The crash site has yet to be located, with 375 passengers on board. Will housing prices plummet significantly after the drastic population reduction? Today, various governments announced the commencement of child-rearing subsidies. A plethora of disorganized news articles, most penned by self-media, caught Lin Feng's eye. He could tell from the headlines that they lacked substance, merely designed to attract attention. The only item of slight interest was the missing Russian flight incident, though it bore no relevance to him. However, could it be that there was truly no connection? On a nameless island in the Pacific, a human wielding a fire axe and lighter was desperately fending off a wild man intent on devouring him. Chapter 45, Vacation. Upon returning to his familiar little abode, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. He switched on the television and randomly tuned into a channel, reclining on the sofa as he ordered takeout. Damn, the delivery fee is so exorbitant, Lin Feng lamented, staring at the steep 8 yuan charge, though he soon rationalized it as normal. The current consumption levels had surely skyrocketed compared to before. Wages might have even doubled or tripled. During the wait for his meal, Lin Feng discovered an application on his phone titled Elevator Survival. Upon opening it, he realized it was a chat room dedicated to elevator discussions. However, this application only allowed for chatting and prohibited transactions. Half an hour later, knock, knock, knock. Hello, your takeout. Quite prompt, indeed. Lin Feng stretched lazily, then opened the door to receive his meal. Eating takeout while watching a movie, Lin Feng reveled in a level of comfort he hadn't experienced in ages. Finally back on Blue Star, with millions resting in his bank account, he felt the urge to indulge himself. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng took a taxi back to the mall he had just visited. After purchasing a high-end outfit in the clothing section, he intended to take a taxi to the Forest dealership to retrieve his car. However, just as he stepped out of the mall, he received an international phone call. Hello, Lin, Mike, what is going on? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Could they possibly have devised another heist? Yet, following standard protocol, shouldn't they be lying low right now? We've rented a yacht and are planning to unwind. Do you want to join us? By the way, all the guests on the yacht are beautiful women. Of course, I'll catch a flight to the lighthouse country right now. No need. we're heading to Xia country first. Just wait for me at Wuzhanku port in Mo City, and I'll arrive the day after tomorrow, okay? Lin Feng had initially contemplated where to spend his leisure time next, but now he had a destination. Wait a minute, how am I speaking English, and so fluently? I was the one who flunked the English exams repeatedly. How am I suddenly so articulate? Lin Feng could only attribute this newfound skill to the elevator world. Mastering an additional language is certainly a boon, and now Lin Feng was off to Mo City. He checked the ticket and noted that he would arrive just in time the day after tomorrow. So he decided to take the high-speed train instead. 3 hours later, he found a train departing soon, booked a sleeper, and headed to the train station after passing through security and waiting for a few hours. Lin Feng finally boarded the high-speed train. Once in his compartment, he reclined on the sofa, enjoying the solitude of having the entire compartment to himself, complete with an independent restroom, free from disturbances. Indeed, there is a reason for luxury. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng did not call for service, nor did anyone disturb him. He dined at mealtime, slept when tired, and entertained himself with his phone, checking the elevator world's chat room before he knew it. The high-speed train arrived at its destination. The arrival time was 2 in the morning. With half the population vanished, the exits were not as congested as before. Even the ladies holding signs asking if you needed a taxi or a room were nowhere to be seen. After exiting the train station, Lin Feng found a hotel and fell asleep. The following morning, Mike called again, stating they were nearing the port. The hotel provided breakfast, featuring local specialties from Mo City. After a quick meal, Lin Feng took a taxi to Wuzhanku port. The roads were clear, and he arrived swiftly. Mike was already waiting outside for Lin Feng and approached him upon seeing him get out of the car. Lin, long time no see. As soon as Mike arrived, he enveloped Lin Feng in a bear hug. Everyone witnessed Lin Feng's actions during the last cruise heist, where he delayed the team's evacuation. Ultimately, after negotiations, Lin Feng's share was increased by 10%, and both Mike and Old Chui, along with Xiao Fu, regarded Lin Feng as a true brother rather than merely a member of a robbery gang. Otherwise, they would not have invited him aboard the cruise. Come on, brother, there is a plethora of beautiful women waiting for you on the ship. Just look at those muscles of yours, they will surely swoon over you. Mike chuckled. I was contemplating where to indulge myself upon returning home, and here you are arriving on a cruise to find me, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Mike and the others were indeed generous. They had rented an entire cruise ship. Wait a minute, if memory serves me right, Mike, Trevor, and Xiao Fu should be game characters. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized they were indeed the protagonists from the game GTA 5. He hurriedly took out his phone to search for it, only to discover that the game did not exist in this world. GTA had only reached its 4th installment, and according to the data, the game's company had completely abandoned it due to poor sales. Yet, in Lin Feng's memory, GTA had been exceedingly popular. So is this truly Blue Star, or has the elevator world altered Blue Star's history? Lin, huh? Startled by Mike's call, Lin Feng quickly snapped back to reality. What's up? Nothing, just reminding you that we have arrived, Mike said, pointing to the cruise ship before them. His second favorite pastime was drifting on the ocean aboard a cruise. Fishing and enjoying the scenery, his primary passion, of course, was directing films. Upon boarding the cruise, Lin Feng found that it was indeed filled with stunning women, excluding the security personnel. The only males present were himself and a few others. While there were dozens of women, goodness, would he truly not be drained of energy aboard this ship? There were over 100 security guards, each armed. Hey, Lin, Trevor exclaimed upon seeing Lin Feng embracing him just like Mike had. However, Lin Feng was aware that Trevor had an interest in men as well, so he quickly pushed him away. Xiao Fu's greeting was less exuberant, simply a gentle hug. Soon, the cruise ship departed from the port. Lin, weren't you eager to enjoy yourself? Did you see that swimming pool? Let's go. After changing into beach shorts, Trevor dragged Lin Feng to the pool, where several women in enticing swimsuits were beckoning to him. Lin Feng, not one to shy away, stripped off his clothes and jumped into the throng of women, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Lin Feng thoroughly enjoyed the experience of being pampered. Meanwhile, Mike leaned against the railing, humming a tune while fishing, and Xiao Fu and Old Chui were engaged in a card game with a few women. Lin Feng reveled in the divine service provided to him in the pool. Chapter 46. The vacation comes to an end. After a day of revelry aboard the cruise, Lin Feng no longer cared whether this was his original world. Regardless, it was a vacation, and he could enjoy himself anywhere. Old Mike, how was your catch? In the evening, Lin Feng observed Mike, who was hauling a water tank. This fellow truly had patience, fishing on the deck all day. We'll have grilled fish tonight. Mike proudly raised the tank in his hand, indicating a successful haul. After setting up the barbecue on the deck, Mike played some music and began an immersive grilling experience. Although the cruise offered a restaurant, Mike preferred this lifestyle. Old Mike, let me try a fish. Lin Feng approached, draped over a blonde beauty. Here you go, but make sure to give me a good review, or Mike's Fish Grill will blacklist you. Old Mike handed the grilled fish to Lin Feng. Oh, that is not guaranteed. Old Mike's service could use some improvement, Lin Feng teased, taking a bite and giving a thumbs up. Not bad, you should try some. Lin Feng offered the grilled fish to the blonde girl. Thank you, Boss Lin, she said in her clumsy Chinese, taking a small bite. They had initially planned a wild party for the night, but the captain announced that there might be rough seas, advising everyone to return to their cabins. The dangers of the ocean were no joke, so the party was cancelled. The blonde beauty Lin Feng was with clearly desired to engage in something more intimate with him that evening. Lingering at the door, one must admit, foreign women are indeed quite open. The blonde beauty was stunning, even more so than in Qingqing, who had previously seduced Lin Feng in the game. Perhaps her fair skin contributed to her allure. Care to join me for a few drinks tonight? Lin Feng asked, noticing how close the blonde was leaning against him. I would be most honored. As the night progressed, words became unnecessary. After a few drinks, they delved into the main event. To Lin Feng's surprise, the blonde was still a virgin, contrary to his expectations of her being a seasoned veteran given her openness. When dawn broke, Lin Feng awoke feeling refreshed. Something he hadn't experienced in a long time, as his sleep schedule had been disrupted in the elevator world. The only reason he had managed to sleep was sheer exhaustion, after working from 7 in the evening until 2 in the morning. Even a superman would be worn out. The blonde beauty was still asleep, and Lin Feng dressed and headed to the dining area to fetch 2 breakfasts, coincidentally running into Mike. Old Mike, give me some cash, Lin Feng said, patting Mike, who was gathering his meal. Looks like you had a good night. Mike's face lit up with a knowing expression as he pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet. You really don't need to pay her, they're here to cozy up to us, Mike shrugged, explaining that after posting a video of the luxurious cruise on his social media, hundreds of women had messaged him, asking if he wanted company on the trip with us. He seized the opportunity to bring so many women aboard. These women just want to ingratiate themselves with wealthy individuals. Thanks, I'll transfer you the money later. I am off. Lin Feng waved goodbye. Come on, you think I'd want that little amount back? Mike laughed and scolded, then returned to making his sandwich. Upon returning to his cabin, the blonde was still asleep. Lin Feng placed the sandwich and milk on the bedside table and took out the stack of cash, estimating it to be around 4,000 to 5,000. He tucked the money under the milk cup before leaving the room. The feeling of wealth was delightful. Lin Feng leaned against the railing, gazing out at the vast ocean, unknowingly activating his eagle vision ability, taking in the distant scenery. The cruise had now reached international waters, and aside from a few ships visible in the distance, there was little else to behold. The route taken was from the lighthouse country to the summer country and then to Siam. Before returning the same way, after completing this circle, Lin Feng realized that his vacation time was dwindling. Lin, upon hearing his name, Lin Feng turned around. You're awake. The blonde girl waved the money in her hand. I can't be responsible for you, so consider this money a form of compensation, Lin Feng explained. The blonde girl understood. After all, in her eyes, Lin Feng was worth millions, so it was natural he could not be tied down to her. Thank you. She leaned in and kissed Lin Feng lightly before quietly sitting by his side. Days later, the cruise arrived in Siam, and the group prepared to explore Bangkok, eager to experience the local culture. Upon hearing that there were many ladyboys, old Chui became ecstatic, insisting on studying their anatomy. The others did not discourage him. During the next 2 days, Lin Feng sampled the local raw dishes and experienced a Thai massage. Thus, the journey in Siam came to an end. Time flew, and soon it was the last day of the vacation. Lin Feng found himself in Lighthouse Country, dancing at a bar with Mike and the others. Glancing at the countdown timer he had set, he sighed. Guys, I need to hit the restroom, Lin Feng announced to the group. Okay. Upon entering the bar's restroom, there was 1 minute left on the countdown. After washing his hands and splashing water on his face, he heard a familiar yet strange voice. Ding, your vacation has ended. The elevator instantly appeared in a compartment. Goodness, it certainly knows how to find a spot. Lin Feng opened the restroom door and stepped into the elevator's white light. Roar. The sound of a small velociraptor echoed in Lin Feng's ears. It feels like a dream, Lin Feng reflected. Indeed, it was akin to a dream. Checking the time in the chat room, he discovered it was already 11 at night. Was he about to enter a new floor? The people in the chat room continued to share their various experiences from different floors. Ding, upgrade task triggered. Please raise the elevator to level 9. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Right, reaching level 8 means I can check my body attributes, right? Where do I look? Ding, please check. Host, name, Lin Feng, gender, male. Strength, 15, speed, 12, agility, 18, intelligence, 10, luck, 2. Wink with a frown. All attributes, except for luck, have an average human value of 10, while luck is 0. Skills, intermediate firearms proficiency, basic hand-to-hand combat, expert wilderness survival, eagle eye. Chapter 47, Attribute Panel. It seems that my attributes are quite commendable. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction after reviewing his attribute panel. Those 2 rings indeed enhance his luck attribute, while the average person's luck is 0. Lin Feng's luck stands at 2. Although he is uncertain about the significance of this difference, he feels immensely gratified. At this moment, the elevator requires an additional 500 kilograms of iron, 30 gold coins, 50 kilograms of gold, and 100 kilograms of copper and aluminum to ascend to level 9. The materials for upgrading are relatively easy to procure, and Lin Feng can acquire some through trade as well. As before, Lin Feng exchanged food and medicine for the necessary resources for the upgrade, but he refrained from excessive trading, as scarcity adds value. Having recently engaged in a trade, a large-scale exchange using medicine might lead to depreciation. Thus, he must carefully regulate the volume of his transactions. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is the Wasteland World floor, where a mutated creature known as the Tyrant awaits. Please eliminate it to receive the floor reward. Beep. Random task triggered. Monster Hunter. Please eliminate the Tyrant for a reward of 2 strength. Soon, the elevator's announcement echoed. Ding. The elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. Moments later, the elevator came to a steady halt. After donning his chainmail and HK assault rifle, Lin Feng pressed the button to open the door. Upon exiting the elevator, he was immediately hit by a nauseating stench, a foul mix of blood and excrement. With his flashlight, Lin Feng quickly assessed his surroundings. It appeared to be a sewer, which explained the horrendous odor. Even the small velociraptor displayed its disdain, using one claw to cover its nose. You wait by the elevator for me, Lin Feng said, patting the small velociraptor's head. The Tyrant should be formidable, even calling you might not be of much use. Rawr. The small velociraptor turned its head defiantly, refusing, and continued to follow Lin Feng as they ventured further. Suddenly, a white light flickered in the dark passage ahead, standing out starkly in the pitch-black sewer. The source of the white light seemed to have noticed Lin Feng and blinked, as if requesting a response. Naturally, Lin Feng flickered his flashlight in return. Soon, the figure blinked back and then rushed towards Lin Feng, drawing closer and closer. Uncertain of what this entity might be, Lin Feng cautiously readied his weapon. If a glowing monster approached him unprepared, it would be quite awkward. Indeed. Hello, is anyone there? Just then, a voice called out from the direction of the white light. A human. Lin Feng felt a surge of suspicion. Tightening his grip on the gun, regardless of whether this was a native of this world or another survivor from the elevator, Lin Feng could not afford to lower his guard. Sometimes, the most perilous threats come from one's own kind. Are you human? Lin Feng inquired. I am human. I am human. What in the world is this place? Ugh. Given the man's reaction, he was undoubtedly another survivor from the elevator. However, would he mistake Lin Feng for a native? Immediately raise your hands so I can ascertain you pose no threat. Upon seeing the man who had called out, Lin Feng promptly shone his flashlight on his face. I raise my hands. I surrender. Don't shoot, don't shoot. The man, upon seeing the long gun in Lin Feng's hands, hastily discarded his bow and dagger, shouting for mercy as he did. Once Lin Feng confirmed he posed no threat, he lowered his weapon. Why are you here? I don't know. I've lost my memory. When I woke up, I found myself in this place. The man had no idea what kind of world this was and fabricated a convenient excuse for his amnesia. Lin Feng nodded, feigning belief in the man's flimsy explanation while secretly contemplating his own strategy. The fact that this man had sprinted from that direction without being consumed by the Tyrant indicated that it must lie further behind. Thus, it would be perfect to use this man as bait to lure the Tyrant. Observing the man's cowardice, Lin Feng was confident he could compel him to comply with a gentle push of his gun from behind. How about this? I will escort you out, you move ahead, and I will protect you from behind. Lin Feng stepped forward, signaling for the man to proceed. Forward. Indeed, with my protection, what do you have to fear? Hurry, we shouldn't linger here. Lin Feng raised his gun slightly, infusing his tone with an implicit threat. Okay. The man, left with no choice, steeled his resolve and moved forward, genuinely fearful of disobeying and facing a bullet. Fortunately, with a flashlight, he could see the path ahead, which brought him some comfort. Thus Lin Feng followed a few meters behind the man for over 10 minutes. Move faster. The sewer is perilous. We must leave quickly, Lin Feng said, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. The man was moving at a pace akin to a frail elderly person. After 10 minutes, they had barely covered a few hundred meters. At this rate, they might run out of time on this floor. Be brother, how far is the exit? Soon enough, just keep moving quickly. I'm right behind you, and I will shoot at the first sign of danger. But brother, please aim well. The man's composure shattered as he spoke, regretting having come this way. Who would have thought he'd be met with a gun at his forehead? After another 10 minutes, the man suddenly caught sight of a shadow darting ahead, which startled him. A ghost. A ghost? Brother, shoot. Didn't you see it? What ghost? Where? Lin Feng inquired immediately, instinctively stepping back. He sensed that what the man had just glimpsed was likely the Tyrant. It was right ahead, but it vanished in an instant. I have no idea where it is now. The man retreated as he spoke, while Lin Feng utilized his eagle-eye skill for thorough reconnaissance, but found nothing. Brother, why are you so far from me? The man turned back and realized Lin Feng was at least 10 meters away, a sight that did not inspire confidence in his protection. Enough chatter. Keep moving forward. Lin Feng dropped the pretense, aiming a red laser at the man's head. Yes, please don't shoot. The man gulped hard, then cautiously continued onward in the dark. Chapter 48. Elimination of the Tyrant. At this moment, the man realized he had been reduced to bait. Yet pressing onward might afford him a sliver of hope. Turning back could mean facing a bullet from the native behind him. In the dark corners where the flashlight's beam could not reach, A mutated gorilla, the so-called tyrant, was fixated on the man ahead. Its breathing grew heavier, and suddenly, the mutated gorilla seized an opportunity, leaping down from the abandoned drainage pipe. Roar! The man was instantly pinned beneath the mutated gorilla. Emitting a cry of agony that was abruptly silenced, the tyrant had brutally wrenched off the man's head, greedily feasting on his brain matter. Witnessing the sudden emergence of the tyrant, Lin Feng could not remain idle. However, everything transpired too rapidly. Just as he prepared to fire, the man was decapitated. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng immediately fired several shots at the tyrant's head, yet the bullets sparked and ricocheted off its skull, yielding no effect. What kind of monster is this? Lin Feng swallowed hard, beginning to retreat. Roar! The small velociraptor also sensed an unprecedented threat, curling up in readiness for a desperate fight. Back, small dragon, Lin Feng commanded, and the small velociraptor obediently retreated. The tyrant, having finished its gruesome feast, now turned its attention to Lin Feng. Roar, roar, bang! Lin Feng decisively launched a grenade at the tyrant, which landed precisely at its feet. The explosion sent countless fragments striking the tyrant's lower body. But the effect was minimal, it merely drew a trickle of blood that quickly healed. What is this? Are you joking with me? Lin Feng was at a loss for words at this absurd scene. The good news was that grenades could inflict damage on the tyrant. The bad news was that it could regenerate. He could not afford to confront it head-on. He needed to adopt a kite-flying strategy. Infuriated by the explosion, the tyrant let out a deafening roar and charged at Lin Feng, quickly loading another grenade. Lin Feng fired again. Boom! The grenade once again inflicted injuries upon the tyrant's leg, resulting in a significant reduction in its speed. Moreover, Lin Feng observed that following the explosion, the tyrant instinctively shielded its eyes with its arms. It is well known that any creature, when faced with peril, will instinctively protect its vulnerabilities. Lin Feng surmised that the tyrant's eyes were indeed its weak point. Swiftly reloading his magazine, he commenced a relentless barrage aimed at the tyrant's eyes, with its weakness under constant assault. The tyrant had no choice but to continue shielding its eyes with its arms, consequently losing its line of sight and becoming an easy target. However, Lin Feng's magazine contained only 30 rounds. And even with precise shooting, it would soon be depleted. Once the suppression of fire ceased, the tyrant immediately lowered its arms and charged at Lin Feng. With a sardonic smile, Lin Feng realized that the creature lacked intelligence. It was easily deceived. He still had 10 rounds left in his firearm, and if all struck true, even if the tyrant did not perish, it would certainly sustain grievous injuries, with the aid of his 16-fold magnification and intermediate firearms proficiency. Lin Feng swiftly zeroed in on the tyrant's pea-sized pupils. Bang, 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 bang. All 10 rounds struck the tyrant's eyes. Caught unprepared, the tyrant was unable to defend against the bullets and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. After a moment's pause, when the system's notification did not sound, Lin Feng concluded that the tyrant had not yet met its demise. In response, he hastily fired a grenade at the tyrant's head. Moments later, the grenade detonated beneath the tyrant's cranium. Boom! Flesh and blood were scattered everywhere, with brain matter splattering around. Even Lin Feng, standing at a considerable distance, found himself splattered, after shaking off the remnants of the gruesome scene from his clothes. Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. Surely the tyrant must be dead now. Soon, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Monster Hunter rewards have been issued. Strength attribute 2. Lin Feng immediately felt a surge of power within him. Approaching the tyrant's corpse, he found nothing of value. After exerting so much effort, he felt somewhat cheated. What a waste, Lin Feng muttered as he kicked the tyrant's lifeless body in frustration. Fortunately, that man was also a survivor, and his elevator should be nearby. He hoped that it contained some intriguing items, though judging by the man's complete lack of combat prowess, Lin Feng did not hold out much hope. Continuing on his path, Lin Feng soon discovered an elevator with its doors ajar. Astonishingly, it was rated at level 5, and the resource storage area had long since appeared. Upon entering the elevator, Lin Feng inspected the storage area and was delighted to find that the items could indeed be retrieved. This was a relief, as he had been concerned about whether he could extract anything. What does this mean? After clicking to retrieve from the storage area, a prompt appeared on the screen. Would you like to transfer the resources from this elevator directly into the survivor, Lin Feng's elevator? How convenient, Lin Feng thought, skepticism lingering as he clicked yes. Before long, the resources in the storage area began to vanish rapidly. Lin Feng chose to disregard it for the moment, planning to check back later. Within this man's elevator, there were some food items, albeit merely biscuits and canned goods. Although Lin Feng was not particularly fond of them, he collected everything, reasoning that they could be sold later. Apart from these, a foam box wrapped in plastic caught Lin Feng's attention. He reached out and brushed away the droplets of water on the inside of the film, revealing its contents. Is this a plant? Lin Feng scratched his head, pondering whether this individual was attempting to cultivate crops. Goodness, how impressive. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided to transport the foam box back with him, envisioning the possibility of growing vegetables for variety in his diet. The remaining items did not pique his interest, so he gathered a few pieces of clothing and returned to his own elevator. With over 30 minutes until the doors closed, Lin Feng was in no rush to call out to the small raptor outside, who was diligently attempting to relieve itself. He surmised that the sewer was likely free of danger now. After placing the heavy foam box down, Lin Feng returned to the resource storage area to check for upgrades. Indeed, the available resources had increased. He was only 300 kilograms of iron, 20 gold coins, and 100 kilograms of copper and aluminum shy of upgrading the elevator. He wondered where this individual had procured such a bounty of gold. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find a staggering 100 kilograms. Chapter 49, The Fortune of the Ring. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to transact for the materials needed for the upgrade, Shinan's avatar suddenly flickered into view. Fengzi, where did you acquire so many medicines for trade? That's rather imprudent, don't you think? Lin Feng replied. How do you know? I was just about to list them. Shinan responded, Bah, your name has become quite well known in the chat room. Many are waiting to snatch up the medicines you sell. I happened to see a discussion about you the other day and did a bit of research. Lin Feng remarked, Is that so? Do you need any medical supplies? Shinan hesitated before saying, Fengzi, I suggest you conserve your resources. Medicines are incredibly precious, although I don't know how you came by so many. I advise against trading them. Lin Feng reassured him, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and remember to come to me for medicine if you follow. Shinan replied, Got it, just take care of yourself. After exiting the chat, Lin Feng cancelled the listing of the medicines he had intended to sell. The IT wasn't merely because of Shinan's advice, rather he had come to a realization: rarity breeds value. As the individual with the most medicines, it was imperative for him to control the quantity he sold and inflate the prices. After all, no matter how many medicines he possessed, he could not hope to satisfy billions of people. As for Shinan's counsel, if he knew just how many medicines Lin Feng had, he would likely not have said such things. Hey, don't touch that, Lin Feng admonished the curious little raptor eyeing the phone box. Huh, the little raptor replied, momentarily puzzled, but obediently stepped back. If the phone box was off limits, it would find something else to entertain itself with. The little raptor joyfully approached the water pool, peering in. Glug glug glug, Lin Feng pondered. Is this little one entering a rebellious phase? So many little antics. He had indeed noticed that the little raptor had become increasingly lively and mischievous of late, raising suspicions that it might be experiencing the tumult of youth. What are you up to? Lin Feng questioned, pulling the little raptor's head from the water, surveying the pool and then the creature. There was little in the pool, just two plump freshwater fish that made Lin Feng contemplate a meal. How about some grilled fish tonight? After a brief consideration, he fished out the two unknown fish. You can keep playing yawo. The little raptor chirped happily and dove back into the water, resuming its bubbling antics. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. At least the water was automatically refreshed, ensuring it remained clean. He decided to let it play while he prepared the fish. After cleaning the fish, he skewered them with branches and placed them beside the fireplace. After about 20 minutes, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Lin Feng took a bite and found it delicious, rivaling even Mike's grilling. He had only added a sprinkle of salt. If he added some chili and pepper, it would undoubtedly taste even better. As a competent little gourmand, the raptor never missed a meal, and it would always come to mooch whenever Lin Feng prepared food. Lin Feng had saved the fish heads for the little raptor, believing them to be brain food. The little raptor, showing no signs of pickiness, devoured the two fish heads with its tail wagging in delight. However, that alone was insufficient. Lin Feng tossed it some scraps of raw meat. After consuming about 5 pounds of meat, the little raptor finally felt satiated. Lin Feng mused that his food supplies were now ample. But the little raptor still needed more. The goat meat was now down to half. He hoped the next floor would be a haven filled with animals. Lin Feng tossed the sticks he had used for grilling into the fireplace as he spoke. At that moment, the lucky ring on his finger suddenly shimmered. Though Lin Feng remained unaware of this subtle change, satisfied and well-fed, he resolved to continue his training. According to his personal panel, exercise was indeed beneficial. His previous fitness level had been below the average, but through training and the use of body-enhancing potions, he had significantly improved his scores. Noticing Lin Feng performing some peculiar movements, the little raptor ceased its antics and lay quietly beside the pool, treating that area as its nest. After a period of training, Lin Feng retired for the night. The following day, as Lin Feng slumbered soundly, the system suddenly chimed, Ding! The floor you are about to enter is the prairie floor. The danger level for the host is relatively low, so there is no need for concern. This floor is home to various wild animals as well as an indigenous tribe. Note, the indigenous people are hostile to all outsiders entering the prairie. Wow, it really is a floor abundant with animals. How fortunate! Lin Feng instinctively glanced at the lucky ring he wore. Could it truly be the ring's influence? He resolved to test it at the next opportunity. The indigenous people are likely to possess little combat capability. Should one encounter them, it would be a matter of simply eliminating them. Ding, the elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. As the announcement faded, The elevator began its rapid descent, coming to a halt moments later. Lin Feng took a moment to verify the weapons he carried before stepping out. Upon exiting the elevator, he was immediately met with a wave of sweltering heat. The stark temperature difference between the interior and exterior of the elevator compelled Lin Feng to stifle a sneeze. Not far from him, a herd of wild buffalo was indeed drinking water. Goodness, so many buffalo, this is my chance to strike it rich. Xiaolong, you sneak up quietly. Once I fire, leap out and grab whatever you can. The small raptor nodded eagerly, crouching low to conceal itself within the tall grass. As the small raptor cautiously advanced, it suddenly noticed something ahead there. A gaunt lion lay hidden in the underbrush, its eyes fixed intently on the drinking buffalo, seeking out the weaker members within the herd. However, both the calves and the elder buffalo were well guarded by the strong adults, making a successful ambush quite difficult. Thus, the lion had waited patiently until now, yet, it was so focused on the buffalo that it failed to notice the terrifying raptor lurking behind it. With a low growl, the small raptor lunged, its sharp teeth swiftly sinking into the lion's flesh. Hearing the sound, the lion attempted to turn and fight back, but with a slight increase in pressure. The raptor ruptured the lion's throat. Soon, it could no longer resist, its body falling lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 50. The indigenous people. The brief episode with the raptor concluded swiftly, without alarming the buffalo herd. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the raptor's location, held his breath, and aimed directly at the nearby buffalo herd. Pulling the trigger, the gunshot echoed, startling the buffalo, which scattered in a frenzy. Lin Feng quickly emptied an entire magazine, successfully bringing down 2 buffalo, while a few others, despite being shot, managed to escape with their remarkable vitality. The small raptor, hidden in the grass, seized the opportunity to attack an injured buffalo, biting down as it emitted a pained cry in a desperate attempt to call for help. Unfortunately, the panicked herd paid no heed, fleeing swiftly away. After reloading, Lin Feng fired a few more shots, but to no avail, and ultimately decided to abandon the pursuit. After all, 3 buffalo would suffice for him and the raptor for quite some time. However, these buffalo were indeed quite large, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. Attempting to fit them into his leather backpack seemed impractical. Each compartment of the backpack could hold a maximum of 200 kilograms. Making it impossible to transport the buffalo whole. Therefore, Lin Feng resolved to dismember them for their meat instead. Prior to entering the elevator, he had already cleared out 2 compartments in his leather backpack, stacking medicines and non-perishable food in a corner of the elevator. The ample space allowed for everything to fit comfortably, even after removing all the contents from the leather backpack. Soon, Lin Feng gathered the 3 buffalo corpses together. With swift precision, he began the dissection, quickly opening the first buffalo. The small raptor remained nearby, eagerly devouring the entrails and bones that Lin Feng tossed aside. Lin Feng decided not to store the entrails. Focusing solely on the meat, dismembering a buffalo was indeed time-consuming. Glancing at the remaining time on the floor, he noted, 1:20, there was still over an hour left. If necessary, he could use a time extension card to prolong his stay. Just as Lin Feng became engrossed in butchering the meat, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. He lifted his gaze to see several black individuals, their upper bodies painted in vibrant colors. Sprinting towards him, however, they bore no substantial weapons, only rudimentary melee arms. It appeared they were not friendly. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his gun and began firing. The system had clearly indicated that the indigenous people on this floor were hostile towards all outsiders, so their approach could not be for a friendly chat. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, and several natives fell to the ground. Struck, the remaining dozen or so natives, upon hearing the shots, dropped to the ground, shouting in a language Lin Feng could not comprehend, throwing their weapons aside in apparent surrender. Is this truly surrender? Lin Feng scratched his head in confusion. Had he known the nature of the era he was currently in, he likely would not have found the situation so perplexing. Observing the buffalo carcasses before him, a thought struck Lin Feng. Why not have these natives process the buffalo for him? Their speed would surely surpass his own. He then fired a few shots into the air and waved toward the surrendering natives. They complied without hesitation, approaching him, their earlier fierce demeanor completely gone. Come here and take care of these buffalo, Lin Feng instructed, gesturing toward the carcasses and the meat he had already prepared. The simplicity of his request was immediately understood by the natives, who promptly began to move the remaining 2 buffalo. Dividing the meat with remarkable efficiency, Lin Feng stood by, gun in hand, overseeing their work. The productivity was significantly improved. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded as, in less than half an hour, all the meat was portioned. After stuffing the meat into the leather backpack, he also collected the bones and entrails he could carry, which could be roasted and consumed later, as the elevator maintained a low temperature that would preserve them for several days. Noticing the natives still following him, Lin Feng was momentarily bewildered. Had they taken him for their master? What an eccentric tribe. He shook his head in disbelief and waved them away. You can go back now. Oh, the small raptor also bared its teeth at the natives. Following that, Lin Feng re-entered the elevator. The natives, left standing in place, were startled into kneeling as Lin Feng vanished from their sight. After his departure, a group of elegantly dressed nobles on horseback approached. Drawn by the earlier gunfire, seeing the kneeling natives, the leading officer chuckled, amused by this unexpected bounty. With a wave of his hand, several soldiers advanced to bind the indigenous people. Inside the elevator, Lin Feng hung all the ribs by the fireplace, preparing to dry the meat for better preservation. Naturally, he did not forget about the small raptor's share, providing it with 2 whole ribs and 2 hearts. This should suffice for its needs. Lin Feng still had to handle the remaining meat and entrails, which he planned to roast and store for gradual consumption. Completing these tasks consumed an entire afternoon. Finally, he finished everything. Stretching lazily, Lin Feng lay down on his bed ready to sleep, when he suddenly recalled the supplies he had listed in the marketplace. It would be prudent to check on their returns. Before resting, he intended to post another batch. Approaching the screen, Lin Feng opened the marketplace to find a considerable number of buyers. However, they were all trading basic materials. Wood and iron were plentiful, while other supplies were scarce. Lin Feng cancelled the wood exchange, as he still had enough from the previous forest level, and had acquired an additional 200 kilograms through trading. He had gained 100 kilograms of iron, a gold coin, 10 kilograms of gold, but neither copper nor aluminum. This was likely due to the absence of medicinal items in his offerings. Had he listed some medicines and stipulated that they could only be purchased with gold coins, he might have seen immediate sales. After relisting some food and water obtained from others' elevators, Lin Feng finally went to bed. The ring. Lying in bed, Lin Feng removed the ring from his finger. It grants luck? He had casually remarked yesterday that he hoped to reach a floor abundant with animals, and today it had come true. Although he found the thought somewhat absurd, he believed there was little in this world that was impossible. Moreover, the system's attribute panel had confirmed that these rings enhanced luck. Chapter 51, The Great Escape. After all, making a wish wouldn't cost him anything, Lin Feng mused, then looked at the ring and said, "I hope my next floor has plenty of resources for upgrading elevators." The ring showed no change this time, and after making his wish, Lin Feng settled down to sleep, eagerly awaiting the results at midnight. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the Battle Royale floor, where 100 survivors will enter the world together, randomly appearing in any location within it. Weapons and equipment will be distributed randomly throughout the Battle Royale floor. Ding! The system detects that the host is about to enter a large-scale PvP world. As such, it provides 3 resurrection coins, which allow you to respawn at a chosen location upon death. Any unused resurrection coins will be cleared after the floor concludes. What the heck, system? You truly live up to your title. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the resurrection coins provided. His apprehension about the forthcoming Battle Royale dissipated, while others had no margin for error. He had 3 chances to spare. What was there to fear? Ding! The elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. The elevator began its rapid descent, and upon stopping, the doors opened, with Lin Feng being gently pushed out by an unseen force. The elevator doors vanished, leaving the small raptor inside. It appeared he had once again entered a mandatory floor. Ding! This floor is designated for a survival game, featuring 100 contestants vying for survival. Among you, relationships can either be adversarial or allied, yet ultimately only one individual may emerge alive. The sole survivor will safely exit the floor, rewarded with the resources from those they have directly eliminated. Ding! The game commences, and all contestants will be teleported to random locations, leaving their original equipment in their personal elevators. The initial gear consists of an electronic map, which reveals the location of the safe zone. At this moment, many contestants are still grappling with the situation when they suddenly experience a wave of dizziness. In the next instant, they find themselves in an entirely different locale. Lin Feng, however, materializes in a desolate village, a place evidently ravaged by conflict. Every structure bears the scars of destruction. Lin Feng, well aware of the Battle Royale format, understands that his immediate priority is to procure weapons and transportation. Weapons for self-defense, and vehicles for evading the encroaching danger. Lin Feng is unconvinced that this cursed floor would lack a toxic zone. What sort of Battle Royale would it be without a toxic circle? It simply cannot be. He swiftly dashes toward the nearest residence. The entrance lies a corpse, its state of decay indeterminate, but in its grasp is a valuable firearm. A P2000 pistol, accompanied by 3 magazines. Beyond this, the lifeless body yields no further useful items. Observing the civilian attire, Lin Feng surmises that the unfortunate soul was merely an innocent caught in the crossfire. After checking the safety of the pistol, he continues his search. Suddenly, he catches sight of a figure rushing past. Lin Feng raises his pistol and, at a brisk pace, follows. The figure turns out to be a woman, unarmed, who quickly enters a modest dwelling. This house appears small, prompting Lin Feng to refrain from entering. Instead, he opts to conceal himself at the door, waiting for an opportunity, a rather cunning maneuver. This place is utterly devoid of supplies. In contrast, R&T Battle Royale games typically abundant with resources. The woman, sporting a high ponytail, grimaces as she prepares to exit the house. Just as she steps over the threshold, a bullet is fired in her direction. Bang! It is Lin Feng, fully aware that the ultimate reward on this floor correlates directly with the number of opponents he eliminates. Thus, he harbors no notions of mercy. The moment she emerges, he pulls the trigger. Yet the P2000's limited power, coupled with a non-headshot, spares her life. No, please don't kill me. She pleads, her eyes filled with desperation, blood streaming from her abdomen. Regrettably, this floor allows only one victor. Lin Feng approaches her slowly. Now aiming with precision, bang, a shot to the head, bringing her suffering to a swift conclusion. A cursory examination of her remains yields nothing of value, prompting Lin Feng to hasten his search through other residences. Ultimately, within this small village, he discovers 3 bandages, a used painkiller with only 4 pills remaining, 2 bottles of energy drink, a pump-action shotgun, and 10 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, he comes across a vehicle, a mountain bicycle. Although it is merely a bicycle, it is certainly superior to traversing on foot. Ding. In 5 minutes, the radiation zone will contract. Please proceed to the safe area. The elevator's announcement jolts Lin Feng. And he glances at the electronic map on his wrist, realizing, to his dismay, that he is teetering on the edge of the map, meaning he is poised to encounter the first toxic circle. Currently, he is still 2 kilometers away from the safe zone. Curse it, a bicycle, 2 kilometers, 5 minutes. Without hesitation, Lin Feng begins pedaling furiously. 5 minutes later, the toxic circle will close, but given that the pace should not be too swift. Even if he fails to reach the safe zone within that time frame, it is not a grave concern. After several minutes of intense cycling, Lin Feng finally reaches the safe area, having encountered no other contestants along the way. Otherwise, with his current arsenal, he would have been ill-equipped for long-range engagements. Once he secures his bicycle, he surveys the small town ahead. This town appears larger, and he anticipates discovering more valuable supplies within its confines. With this thought, Lin Feng rushes into the nearest 2-story building. Inside, he finds several energy bars, 2 bottles of water, and a sharp machete, but alas, no firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupts nearby. Instinctively, Lin Feng ducks behind cover, quickly realizing that the shots are not directed at him. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continues. Oddly, this does not seem like a shootout. Rather, it resembles target practice. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng glances toward the source of the sound and, after a moment's contemplation, makes his way over. After all, he possesses revival tokens. Why not take a chance? Minutes later, Lin Feng reaches the rooftop of a 3-story building. Over the course of those minutes, the gunfire echoes once more. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. What on earth? Lin Feng, equipped with an innate proficiency in firearms, observes the scene across the street with clarity. He witnesses rows of civilians kneeling with bowed heads, awaiting their execution, while a group of masked thugs carries out the grim task. Among these civilians, Lin Feng spots a few individuals dressed distinctly, likely unfortunate contestants who have been seized for this fate. Chapter 52, Battle Royale 2. Open fire, as the leader, clad in desert-colored attire, bellows the command. The gunfire resumes, claiming yet another group of civilians. It becomes evident that this is far from a mere battle royale. Lin Feng marvels internally, recognizing that his current position remains relatively secure. He can afford to remain hidden until the thugs depart. Engaging them is not a risk he is willing to take. Even with revival tokens at his disposal, there is no need to sacrifice himself unnecessarily. Outnumbered and outgunned, Lin Feng resolves to lay low. Out of sight, out of mind. He reclines on his back, gazing up at the blistering sun, which casts a warm glow upon the rooftop. After a span of more than 10 minutes, the gunfire ceases. Lin Feng rises, only to discover that the thugs have vacated the scene, leaving behind a grim tableau of bodies. Witnessing such a harrowing sight prompts a sigh of resignation from him, and he promptly descends to resume his quest for supplies in the town. Before long, Lin Feng stumbles upon a convenience store. The proprietor lies lifeless, riddled with bullets, yet beneath the counter, Lin Feng discovers a Mosin-Nagant, a firearm presumably intended for self-defense. It is loaded with 15 rounds. While lacking a scope, Lin Feng can effectively utilize the rifle with his sharp eyesight. Just then, he hears footsteps approaching from outside. He hurriedly conceals himself behind a shelf, peering through the gaps for a clearer view. Initially, he fears the return of the thugs, only to realize it is merely another contestant. As Lin Feng prepares to eliminate this newcomer, a gunshot rings out from a distance. The contestant, caught in the open, collapses in the street, wounded but not dead, the bullet having pierced his thigh. Shit, damn it, he exclaims, struggling to maneuver his body while hastily applying a bandage to his leg. Please don't kill me. Please. Bang, another gunshot, and the man is struck in the heart, swiftly becoming a corpse. The shooter approaches, intent on looting the body. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Feng smirks, slowly extending his gun. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 3 shots, he rises and steps out. The 2 individuals are foreigners, which explains their adeptness with firearms. Lin Feng chooses not to scavenge on the street. Instead, he drags both bodies back to the convenience store before thoroughly looting them. The man possesses only a handgun with a different caliber, which Lin Feng disregards, but the woman wields an impressive AK-47, seemingly acquired from an unknown source. Remarkably, she even has ammunition pouches, complete with 4 spare magazines. Without hesitation, Lin Feng discards the shotgun in favor of the AK, securing the handgun within the pouches. Once he completes this task, feeling parched, he drinks an energy beverage. Ding, the radiation zone is about to contract. Please proceed to the safe area. Just as Lin Feng replenishes his energy, the elevator's announcement echoes once more. Checking the map reveals, to his dismay, that he is once again outside the safe zone. Could he be this unfortunate? Lin Feng begrudgingly mounts his bicycle and hastens toward the designated safe area. To avoid detection by the thugs or other contestants, he opts for a mountainous route, though it proves somewhat taxing. It prioritizes safety. Whoosh! Just as Lin Feng nears the safety zone, the sound of a bullet slicing through the air reaches his ears. With his expertise in firearms, he immediately recognizes it as a gunshot. And the assailant is employing a silencer. Damn it, he has been ambushed. Lin Feng curses inwardly, rolling off his bicycle and managing to evade further gunfire by taking cover behind a slope. However, his assailant's position remains unclear. Realizing Lin Feng is not reappearing, they choose not to fire again, maintaining their concealment. Thus, the standoff ensues, but Lin Feng is far from calm. The toxic zone is gradually encroaching, and soon Lin Feng will have no choice but to venture out. Leaving his adversaries confident in their assessment of him, suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle reverberates behind Lin Feng as a figure riding a dirt bike emerges amidst a cloud of dust. A gunshot rings out. The bullet striking the motorcycle with a sharp crack. The man on the bike can only slam on the brakes, seeking refuge behind a slope, much like Lin Feng. Brother, don't shoot. The man, seeing Lin Feng aiming his weapon at him, hastily discards all his armaments. Observing this, Lin Feng remains vigilant, uncertain whether the assailant might be concealing a weapon in some hidden nook. Brother, we need to collaborate to take down that sniper ahead. Otherwise, we won't escape the radiation zone when it arrives. Once we neutralize the sniper, we can part ways. What do you say? Lin Feng hesitates for a moment but ultimately nods, recognizing the necessity of cooperation to eliminate the sniper. It is a perfect arrangement. One acts as bait while the other takes aim. Haha, I see you have a long-range weapon. I'll be the bait. You take the shot, by the way. My name is Song Fei, and you, Lin Feng? Lin Feng? No way, the Lin God, Song Fei exclaims incredulously. What do you mean? Are you the Lin God, renowned for being the highest ranked in the elevator system and always selling pharmaceuticals? Am I really that famous now? Lin God, how's your shooting? Song Fei inquires, lowering his head. Not too shabby. Okay, Song Fei gives an okay gesture, then quickly raises his head, only to duck down again. However, the enemy has yet to react. Remaining silent. Damn, why isn't he shooting? Song Fei mutters under his breath, then raises his head once more. This time, gunfire erupts. Lin Feng finally discerns the sniper's general location and swiftly positions his Mosin. Found you. Lin Feng sneers at the glimmer atop the hill, adjusting the magnification before slightly elevating his rifle's muzzle and decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! The shot echoes through the air, and the distant target is instantly killed. Humph, dare to challenge me, Lin God, is it done? All taken care of. Lin Feng, however, remains uncertain about the presence of additional enemies. That he gestures for Song Fei to move ahead, reasoning that if Song Fei emerges unscathed, it would indicate that the sniper's position is clear. Song Fei nods and cautiously raises his head, relieved to find no bullets whizzing overhead, prompting him to stand up. Lin God, I'm leaving now. Don T-shoot, perhaps we will meet again. With that, Song Fei mounts his motorcycle and speeds away. Lin Feng watches the retreating figure, slowly raising his weapon. Perhaps it's for the best, Lin Feng sighs. Then hops on his bicycle, accelerating towards the safety zone. He decides against scavenging the body of the sniper, as the distance is considerable, and a sniper rifle holds little utility for him. Instead, he opts for the Mosin. Sufficient for his needs, as the scope on a sniper rifle could easily reveal his location. Soon, Lin Feng reaches the safety zone, finding himself in an industrial area abundant with potentially useful items. After parking his bicycle, he enters through a broken iron fence. The factory appears deserted, having likely been bombed. Those who could flee have done so, and those who could not remain buried beneath the rubble. Woof, woof. To his astonishment, Lin Feng discovers a dog still alive, chained and trembling amidst the ruins of its den, which has been reduced to debris. How it survived is a mystery. Woof, do you bite? Lin Feng cautiously prods with a stick. Realizing the wolf dog exhibits no aggression, evidently traumatized by the previous bombardment, upon being poked, it trembles uncontrollably, emitting a pitiful whimper. As long as you don't bite, hang tight. I'll set you free. Lin Feng slowly approaches and begins to unchain the dog. The moment it is liberated, the wolf dog bolts away, only to return moments later, stopping before Lin Feng. Want to follow me? Then come along. Lin Feng shrugs nonchalantly. Gaining a loyal companion is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Despite having just met this wolf dog, Lin Feng finds it more trustworthy than a stranger. Before long, Lin Feng and the wolf dog explore the factory together, with the canine adeptly leading Lin Feng to various items. By the end of their search, Lin Feng has acquired 3 remote-controlled bombs, mysteriously present in the factory, along with a complete set of bulletproof armor and a helmet found in the security office. as well as 2 FAMA's rifles, of which he takes one fully loaded. Finally, in the manager's parking garage, Lin Feng discovers a fully fueled off-road vehicle. At last, he has a means of transport, with little else to be found in the bombed-out factory. He considers himself fortunate to have unearthed these treasures. Get in, dog, Lin Feng calls, opening the passenger door. Without hesitation, the wolf dog leaps inside. After closing the door, Lin Feng quickly takes the driver's seat. As a novice driver, he has never operated anything beyond a compact car since leaving driving school, leaving him uncertain about handling this desert beast. Wait, is this an automatic? Lin Feng scratches his head, but after some fiddling, he manages to get it moving. However, shortly after setting off, a barrage of gunfire erupts. A bullet strikes the windshield of the driver's seat. Though it does not penetrate, it's only natural for a vehicle driven by a leader in such a place to be bulletproof. Lin Feng swiftly swerves the wheel, pressing the accelerator to flee the scene. Engaging in a prolonged skirmish here would be futile given that the enemy holds the advantage. Damn, what a coward! A man crouched on a hillside curses as he watches Lin Feng's vehicle speed away. He had anticipated that Lin Feng would confront him head-on, thus providing him with a vehicle. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle approaches from behind. Bang, a gunshot rings out, and the man collapses lifeless. Before long, the boundaries of the safety zone shrink by half. Lin Feng halts in front of a gas station, glancing at the map on his wrist. He finds himself near the center of the safety zone. A relatively secure location, the fiercest combat rages at the edges, where many choose to ambush those attempting to enter. At this juncture, the map indicates that there are still 57 survivors remaining. It appears there are still quite a few individuals, prompting Lin Feng to exercise caution. Remarkably, he has not encountered any bandits along his journey, leaving him to wonder where they have fled. Suddenly, the sound of an elevator chimes. Ding, a random airdrop has appeared. To his astonishment, Lin Feng exclaims, "There really is an airdrop." He looks skyward to see a transport aircraft gliding towards him, trailing a plume of white smoke. Soon, a supply crate emitting red smoke descends gradually. Airdrop incoming. Lin Feng hastily swallows the water he was drinking, then sprints back to his vehicle, grabbing a fuel canister to toss in the back. He had intended to stop for a brief respite and refuel, but now fate has thrown an airdrop into his path. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng speeds to the airdrop's landing site, quickly beginning to rummage through the crate. Damn, not a single weapon, just food and medicine. Lin Feng had hoped to find formidable armaments such as a Gatling gun, a rocket launcher, or a rogue warrior's outfit. To his dismay, he discovers only a food supply crate. The medical supplies are plentiful, and adhering to the principle of making the most of his visit, he loads everything he can into his vehicle, anticipating the arrival of other survivors. Once he has gathered his haul, Lin Feng takes cover on a nearby hillside. Aware that everyone despises the old six and yearns to take his place. Chapter 54, Battle Royale 4. After lying in the grass for over 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally spots his first target. Watching a car approaching from the distance, a smile creeps across his face. "Ha, I can't believe I'm the first to claim the airdrop." Wang Wu, upon noticing the absence of others near the airdrop, excitedly parked his vehicle beside it. After disembarking, Lin Feng refrained from immediately opening fire. It was not a sudden bout of mercy, but rather a calculated observation, as he spotted 2 groups of individuals racing toward the airdrop in the distance. It appeared that one of the vehicles contained 2 passengers. Could they be a team? Although teaming up might bolster their strength, ultimately, only one could survive, necessitating constant vigilance against the potential betrayal of allies. Without a protective mechanism for teammates, forming a team seemed counterproductive. Wang Wu glared in frustration at the clearly looted airdrop crate, incensed that someone had gotten there before him, just as he was about to leave. He collided head-on with a member of the opposing team, igniting an immediate gunfight. However, it was evident that neither side possessed any significant marksmanship skills. Amidst the chaotic barrage of gunfire, neither party sustained any injuries. At that moment, another individual arrived, drawn by the sound of gunfire. Like Lin Feng, he opted not to engage directly, instead concealing his vehicle and observing from a distance. An airdrop would naturally attract more than just these few individuals. Yet upon hearing the gunfire, several approaching figures wisely chose to alter their course and retreat. "Come on, let us not be cowards, get out there and draw their fire. Watch me nail a headshot." One urged. "Do you think this is just a game?" retorted the other. Just as they were bickering over who should take the lead, the gunfire from their opponents abruptly ceased. "Out of ammo," Wang Wu exclaimed. Hastily switching magazines or realizing their adversaries had run dry, the other 2 emerged from their cover and unleashed a flurry of bullets toward Wang Wu's position. Before long, Wang Wu was gunned down in the crossfire. "Ah, you go loot the airdrop. I'll keep watch. We'll split the spoils later." The duo gleefully approached the airdrop, first inspecting Wang Wu's gear before beginning their search. "All done?" inquired the man who had arrived later, a sardonic chuckle escaping his lips as he cautiously peeked from behind a tree, expertly switching his weapon to single-shot mode, a clear indication of his proficiency with firearms. The individual rummaging through the airdrop suddenly found himself a target. Bang! A bullet struck true, delivering a fatal blow. The lookout, startled by the gunfire, quickly sought refuge behind the car. Lacking experience, he failed to discern the direction of the shots, leaving half his body exposed. Bang! Bang! The target was eliminated. The man surveyed the scene, confirming it was safe before swaggering out confidently, yet, as he did, a gunshot rang out, and he was struck, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he uttered a single word before collapsing. Nanny. As the final victor, Lin Feng surveyed the corpses, meticulously selecting weapons to load into his vehicle. He also collected bandages, disinfectants, and hemostatic agents without hesitation, grateful for the ample space in his vehicle to accommodate his newfound bounty. Good boy, no barking, this is your reward, Lin Feng said, gently ruffling the fur of his large dog. On the ground lay an open can of pork, retrieved from the airdrop. Lin Feng had feared the gunfire might startle the dog into barking and revealing their position. But to his surprise, it remained unfazed, perhaps accustomed to the frequent gunfights in this cursed place. The large dog conveyed its familiarity with such chaos as ding dong. The radiation zone is about to shrink. Please proceed to the safe area. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Feng glanced at the map, confirming his position within the safe zone before leisurely driving toward another urban area, the largest on the map. Whoosh, boom, what the hell, Lin Feng muttered, bewildered by the distant explosion. Could this be the fabled bombing zone? Boom, another detonation echoed. Fortunately, Lin Feng's luck held, and he remained unscathed. The map offered no indication of danger in this area. He had to rely solely on instinct to escape the bombardment. After several minutes of driving through the relentless artillery fire, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have emerged from the bombing zone unscathed. Soon, he laid eyes on the grand city of Tal City. Unfortunately, this urban area had not escaped the ravages of relentless bombardment either. In fact, it appeared more devastated than the villages and towns he had previously encountered. All buildings lay in ruins. Shops and streets reduced to rubble, with not a single intact structure to be found. The roads within the city were in such disrepair that even Lin Feng's off-road vehicle struggled to navigate the crater-filled terrain. Damn this wretched road, he cursed, glancing at the map and speculating that Tal City would likely serve as the final battleground. With this determination in mind, Lin Feng decided to hide his vehicle behind a building. While he himself concealed within a partially collapsed structure, patiently awaiting the final showdown, his equipment was more than sufficient. He possessed ample medical supplies, food, water, a bulletproof vest, a helmet, and several firearms. Most importantly, he had 3 respawns at his disposal. Rather than seek out further conflict, it would be wiser to endure until the climactic moment. Today is uneventful. Let us enjoy the music. Lin Feng reclined on a dilapidated sofa, gazing at the sky. The distant sounds of gunfire seemed to have no bearing on him. After 2 more announcements from the elevator, the radiation zone shrank again, confirming that the safe area now encompassed Tal City. Buzz, suddenly the sound of an engine pierced Lin Feng's reverie. As he feigned sleep, he gradually opened his eyes. Finally, action was imminent. The ruins where he had taken refuge were unlikely to be discovered unless he revealed himself or someone ventured to search the area. The driver who approached clearly recognized the unsuitability of the terrain for vehicles. Even Lin Feng's rugged off-roader had succumbed to the conditions. Damn it, how many times has this cursed place been bombed? The man cursed, his car stalling as he angrily pounded the steering wheel before exiting with his weapon drawn. Dog, take care of him, Lin Feng commanded. With a low growl, the large dog stepped out boldly. Lin Feng, not yet ready to expose his position, entrusted the task to the dog, confident in its combat abilities, as it stood nearly as tall as he did. Chapter 55, The Battle Royale 5 ARG. What is this, a dog? The man exclaimed, spotting the large dog emerging clumsily from the ruins. He displayed no wariness, even extending his hand to beckon the dog closer. The dog obediently approached, limping slightly, an impressive display of feigned weakness. Good dog, here is a tasty treat, the man said, lowering his weapon as he produced a sausage from his pocket, tearing open the packaging to entice the dog. Woof, the large dog cautiously barked, then seized the sausage. But in an instant, its feigned vulnerability transformed into fierce aggression. With a swift motion, it bit down hard on the man's hand. Damn, you beast, let go, the man yelped in pain, instinctively reaching for his gun with his other hand. Just then, the dog released its grip and lunged at the man, pinning him to the ground. Lin Feng emerged slowly from the ruins, twirling a knife in his hand. You've been eliminated, he declared. The man stammered Hugh, but was swiftly silenced as Lin Feng plunged the knife into his throat, ensuring a quick demise. After casually discarding the body into a shell crater, Lin Feng returned to the ruins. What is this? On his way back, Lin Feng noticed a newspaper wedged beneath a rock. It featured various images and snippets of text in English, and to his surprise, some sections had Chinese translations. After a quick glance, he grasped the situation unfolding in this place. The country had experienced a military coup, leading to a division between revolutionary forces and government troops. The revolutionaries, aided by foreign powers, had acquired a substantial arsenal, including biological weapons. Judging by the damaged newspaper, the revolutionaries appeared to be the antagonists, with images predominantly depicting their execution of civilians. Lin Feng realized that Tal City, where he currently resided, served as the capital of the government forces. After prolonged assaults, the revolutionaries had resorted to employing biological weapons, subjecting the capital to relentless bombardment. So that as it, Lin Feng mused, the radiation zone must be the result of these biological weapons. No wonder the ruthless bandits had vanished. They likely fled upon learning that this area would soon be engulfed in radiation. Connecting the dots, Lin Feng deduced the origins of the airdrop and the bombardment. The airdrop was probably a supply drop from the government forces for any remaining civilians, which explained the food and medical supplies. The bombings, on the other hand, were likely executed by the revolutionaries. Targeting those seeking sustenance in the vicinity of the airdrop, these revolutionaries truly lacked foresight. Their coup was intended to seize power, yet their current actions would surely alienate the populace. It would be remarkable if they succeeded. Lin Feng scoffed internally, tossing the newspaper aside. At that moment, the remaining survivors had also converged upon Tal City. The map indicated that there were still 18 survivors left in the vast expanse of the city. Concealing oneself from 18 individuals proved to be a rather straightforward endeavor, thus the toxic zone undoubtedly had to constrict. Lin Feng found himself situated in a secure area near the center, allowing him to remain untroubled. However, most individuals shared Lin Feng's sentiments, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of vehicles, gunfire, and explosions. A collective intention emerged among the crowd to rush towards the center of the safe zone, seizing advantageous positions to ambush others. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic sound of gunfire reverberated beside Lin Feng, and through the crevices of the wall, he glimpsed a man clad in combat trousers, moving like a deity of war. Shooting as he advanced, the individuals ahead, using vehicles as cover, fell victim to his precise shots. Could this possibly be a mercenary? Lin Feng pondered, increasingly astonished by the man's adeptness in reloading one-handed. Such an individual could not be left unchallenged. Indeed, remaining an observer was far more comfortable. Lin Feng took aim through the gap at the man crouched behind the vehicle, his back fully exposed to Lin Feng's line of sight. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets from an AK-47 struck the man with unerring accuracy. Lin Feng's position, however, was now revealed, necessitating a search for a more concealed location. Ding, the radiation zone is about to shrink. Please proceed to the safe area. The safe zone had diminished significantly, now encompassing merely 4 buildings, indicating that the final circle was upon them. At this juncture, only 8 survivors remained. As the safe zone continued to contract, the gunfire within the city remained incessant. Suddenly Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck in the back by a burly man, nearly losing his balance. Hiss. Fortunately, he was clad in a bulletproof vest. Hastily, Lin Feng sought refuge behind a wall, feeling the warm blood trickling down his back, yet the bullet seemed not to have fully penetrated. Having been caught by the vest, the assailant, surprised that Lin Feng had survived the shot, resumed firing at the wall behind which Lin Feng had taken cover, trying to penetrate it to eliminate him. After a moment, the gunfire ceased, not due to the man's relinquishment of his quarry, but because another individual had discovered him. Once the gunfire halted, Lin Feng wasted no time in vacating the broken wall to find another hiding spot. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and eliminated another unfortunate soul attempting to cross the street to evade the radiation zone. Thankfully, no heavy weaponry had yet been uncovered. Should a grenade appear, even the cover would prove ineffective. With 5 survivors remaining, the radiation zone contracted once more, ultimately encompassing only the building where Lin Feng resided. The remaining 4 raced against time from various directions. Lin Feng crouched by the window, first dispatching one individual before dashing to the staircase that was the sole means to reach the second floor. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of gunfire, only 2 individuals remained, Lin Feng and the man who had previously allied with him. Is that you, Lin God? Song Fei called out, pressing against the wall of the first floor. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Feng was taken aback. This fellow had managed to survive until now. Hush, don't move, Lin Feng said, affectionately patting the head of his canine companion Song Fei. Lin God, ha, I knew you would make it to the end. Let us have a duel. Song Fei laughed heartily, then produced a grenade. Lin Feng, I am curious to see what treasures you have in your elevator, Song Fei murmured, pulling the pin and tossing the grenade onto the second floor. After a brief pause, the second floor of the building was merely a small attic, and the grenade's blast radius would easily encompass the entire space. Lin Feng's pupils constricted upon seeing the grenade. In the next moment, a dark shadow darted past him. Woof! The large dog lunged for the grenade, but just as it reached the window, the grenade detonated. Boom! Chapter 56. The battle royale concludes with the explosion's roar. A cloud of blood mist erupted. The wolf dog's form vanished without a trace. Damn it! Foolish dog, you've only known me for a day and already you sacrifice yourself. Lin Feng wiped the blood and flesh splattered on his face and slowly rose to his feet. Most of the shrapnel from the grenade had been absorbed by the wolf, while some pierced through its body, striking Lin Feng. Fortunately, none had hit vital areas, nearly impairing his mobility. Song Fei, having just thrown the grenade, presumed Lin Feng had been obliterated, yet he wondered why the floor had yet to conclude. Cautiously, he ascended the staircase, convinced that the grenade should have killed Lin Feng. The entire attic lay within the explosion's range. And even if Lin Feng survived, he surely must be gravely injured. Unable to rise, Song Fei was increasingly resolute in his belief, quickening his pace upon spotting bloodstains at the staircase's top and on the attic ceiling. His conviction solidified. Now I shall become the strongest in the elevator world. Just as Song Fei reveled in his triumph, Lin Feng slowly aimed his firearm at the staircase. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng unleashed a full magazine upon Song Fei's form. As the elevator's announcement echoed, ding, congratulations, you have become the last survivor. You will receive all the supplies from the 8 individuals you eliminated. Lin Feng paid no heed to the elevator's announcement. Instead inquiring of the system, can I still use that revival coin? Beep, it can be used on this floor. That's good. Lin Feng exhaled, then drew his pistol, aiming it at his temple. Bang, as the gunshot rang out. Lin Feng collapsed, and in the next moment, his body vanished, reappearing in the attic. Refreshing his status, he found it significantly improved. Alas. Sigh, Lin Feng gazed at the wolfdog's corpse, lamenting that the revival coin could only be utilized for himself. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng returned to the elevator. Let me see how much loot these individuals possessed, he remarked as a virtual screen materialized before him, summarizing the resources from the 8 individuals. Even the firearms and medical supplies scavenged during the battle royale counted among them. Naturally, Lin Feng would not waste any of the ammunition or materials necessary for upgrading the elevator. All upgrade materials were automatically transferred to Lin Feng's resource storage. While the firearms and ammunition appeared in the vacant spaces within his elevator, the remaining task was to sift through various supplies. First, he collected food and water. Such items were never excessive, although Lin Feng was not lacking in water. He required containers to hold it, so he took all that was available. Following this, he selected a dozen new garments and several machetes, as the one he had been using had dulled and needed replacement. Oh, there are even medicinal supplies, Lin Feng chuckled, taking both bottles of anti-inflammatory medication. After acquiring these items, he gathered 3 leather barrels, a leather whip, which Lin Feng was unsure why he had taken, and 3 books, martial arts novels that could serve as entertainment during his leisure. Most importantly, Lin Feng discovered 10 rolls of toilet paper. Previously, he had relied on leaves for his sanitary needs, and finally, he had paper. Once Lin Feng had selected all his items, he returned to his elevator, pressing the button to close the doors. This floor finally came to an end. Roar, the little velociraptor affectionately bumped against Lin Feng. After playing with it for a while, Lin Feng checked his resource storage to see if he could upgrade. As anticipated, he had amassed sufficient materials, even exceeding the requirement. He had over 1,000 kilograms of excess wood, iron, and just under 5 kilograms each of copper and aluminum, while gold exceeded 150 kilograms, and he had 40 additional gold coins. Upgrade elevator. Upon pressing the button on the screen, the elevator began to tremble, and its space doubled once more. This time, the internal layout of the elevator changed. The restroom and bed were distinctly separated. The elevator doors transformed into double layers, with the inner door specifically marked as explosion-proof and gas-proof. 2 additional poison spike traps were added to the elevator doors, and the workstation underwent transformation. Initially, this workstation had seemed rather useless to Lin Feng. However, upon reaching level 9, an electronic screen appeared beside the workstation, detailing various crafting methods known as the synthesis table. Nevertheless, the actual operations would still rely on his manual skills, requiring a basic level of craftsmanship. Fortunately, Lin Feng's wilderness survival skills included manual crafting. His craftsmanship was now quite adequate. No way, I can even repair firearms. Lin Feng gaped at the modest workstation before him. After dispatching the 8 individuals, coupled with the firearms he had collected during the battle royale, Lin Feng now possessed 17 firearms of various models, along with assorted ammunition. The workstation's ability to repair firearms was immensely beneficial to him, as long as he could craft a gun maintenance kit at the workstation, he could maintain and repair his weapons. Moreover, the workstation was capable of producing ammunition, provided the necessary raw materials were available. The synthesis table contained the methods for crafting bullets. Just as Lin Feng was perusing the synthesis table, the system's prompt sounded. Beep, congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading the elevator to level 9. You have been awarded 5 free attribute points. Beep, upgrade task triggered. Please elevate the elevator to level 10 for a reward, unlocking an additional synthesis table, with all items rewarded by the system being craftable at the workstation. Wow! Upon hearing the reward for the new elevator upgrade task, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The first item that came to his mind was the cowhide backpack. Crafting cowhide backpacks, the more the better. Then the madness of nesting dolls ensued. A leather backpack contained yet another leather backpack. Remarkably, even when filled to the brim, the leather backpack hardly felt burdensome. I truly underestimated this workbench. Lin Feng ran his fingers over the tools on the workbench, emitting a series of clicking sounds, and now, he needed to swiftly elevate the elevator to level 10. At this moment, the upgrade was only 10 gold coins away. along with 120 kilograms of both copper and aluminum. Suddenly, the elevator's announcement echoed. Chapter 57, The Novice Succubus. Ding, congratulations, survivor, your elevator is about to reach level 10. You must flawlessly navigate through 4 floors to elevate it to level 10. Flawlessly passing through 4 floors? What is this nonsense? Lin Feng scratched his head. He had initially planned to acquire the remaining resources through the trading post and directly upgrade to level 10. But unexpectedly, this pesky elevator had devised such a scheme. At this moment, the screen in the material stacking area indeed displayed a new condition for the upgrade: flawlessly navigate through 4 floors. The subsequent explanation clarified that one must pass through the 4 floors without sustaining any injuries while maximizing benefits. This meant Lin Feng would need at least 2 more days to upgrade. Well, you are the boss. Your word is law. Lin Feng yawned and glanced at the time. It was 10 a.m. He decided not to sleep. After sharing a meal with the small velociraptor, Lin Feng engaged in a brief exercise, and then the system notification arrived. Beep, a premium succubus awaits on the floor you are about to enter. Satisfy her, and the succubus will bestow upon you wondrous rewards. This floor is devoid of danger. Note, this succubus is a novice and easy to deal with. A succubus. Lin Feng's throat involuntarily moved. For the sake of the miraculous rewards the system spoke of, he would begrudgingly sacrifice a bit of his charm. Ding, the elevator is ascending. Please hold on steady. Soon, the elevator came to a gentle halt. And upon the door's opening, Lin Feng found himself in a dimly lit room. On the bed lay a hazy figure, seemingly adorned with a pair of small wings. Wow! Lin Feng let out an exclamation. Then stepped into the floor. Just as he exited, the elevator vanished in an instant. It appeared that the elevator would only reappear once he completed this floor. Lin Feng slowly advanced, and there, perched at the bedside, was a succubus with a pair of black wings and a heart-shaped tail. Her attire was practically non-existent, complemented by standard tattoos. Greetings, human, my name is Lilith. An incredibly seductive voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears, causing him to feel a tingling sensation throughout his body. Indeed, this was a top-tier succubus. Her mere voice was enough to stir excitement. Meanwhile, Lilith scrutinized Lin Feng, finding him quite handsome and robust. She was intrigued. Do you find me beautiful? Having taken note of Lin Feng's physique, Lilith was eager to get straight to the point. She was merely a beginner succubus, and this was her first attempt at seducing a human. Yet the succubus tribe possessed an innate talent for such endeavors. Before long, Lin Feng leaned in closer, omitted 100,000 words. Several hours later, Lilith nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. It was hard to fathom what had just transpired. Fortunately, Lin Feng had completed the task, and he had even exceeded expectations. This is your reward, powerful human. Lilith draped a necklace around Lin Feng's neck. May this necklace bring you good fortune. After speaking, Lilith gently kissed Lin Feng on the lips. At that moment, the elevator reappeared. Miss Lilith, I must take my leave. Lin Feng hastily pushed Lilith away and quickly returned to the elevator. That scoundrel Qinan must have definitely overextended himself. Once back in the elevator, Lin Feng lay down on the bed. He was fortunate to have encountered a novice succubus. Had he encountered one of those seasoned veterans, he likely would have had to crawl back. The nutrient solution he had acquired in the wasteland level came in handy. This nutrient solution was rich in essential nutrients. After consuming 2 bags, Lin Feng smacked his lips. It was sticky and tasteless, but it should be effective. After resting to regain some strength, Lin Feng finally got up, preparing to find something to eat. Grilled meat. It had to be grilled meat. At that moment, the small velociraptor suddenly let out a few calls towards the water pool, then emerged with a turtle in its mouth. Note, it was a soft-shelled turtle. The small velociraptor seemed to be seeing this creature for the first time, so it began to play with it on the floor. I recall that turtles are supposed to be good for kidney health, right? Lin Feng scratched his head, but never mind, he would just stew it first. Approaching the pool, he discovered 4 more soft-shelled turtles inside. After quickly cleaning them, Lin Feng placed them all into the pot. Unfortunately, he lacked spicy seasoning. Otherwise, spicy soft-shelled turtle would have been delightful. After stewing the turtles, Lin Feng went to the chat room to post the remaining materials needed for the elevator upgrade. This time, Lin Feng traded medicines, food, and water. Most people had begun stockpiling copper and aluminum, so his copper and aluminum trade offer was swiftly snatched up. After clicking to complete the transaction, 120 kilograms each of copper and aluminum appeared in the material stacking area. The 10 gold coins were coming in a bit slowly, but 5 had already been traded. And Lin Feng was not in a rush. At that moment, Qinan's avatar lit up once again. Qinan, Fengzi. Qinan, I discovered the elevator's hidden rules. Lin Feng, hidden rules? What hidden rules? Qinan, if the elevator descends, it indicates that the upcoming floors will possess a certain degree of danger, and the faster it descends, the higher the risk. Conversely, if the elevator ascends, it signifies that the forthcoming floors are safe. This is something I have deduced myself. I cannot claim it to be 100% accurate, but it is definitely over 90%. You can try it for yourself. Lin Feng, now that you mention it, upon reflection, it does seem to be the case. Lin Feng recalled that he had not paid much attention to the elevator's ascension and descension previously. Merely assuming it was random, it now appeared to be more intricate than that. Chinan, I told you so. By the way, I need to tell you something, gold coins are incredibly important. I just entered a place called the trading floor. And it was simply amazing. If you have gold coins, you can buy anything, even mechs. Lin Feng, truly, you are my excellent son. Your thoughts for your father are greatly appreciated. Chinan, Chinan, you better not cross my path or else, he. Lin Feng, After chatting with Chinan and sharing their respective situations, the two went about their business. Lin Feng sat by the fireplace. Examining the necklace Lilith had given him, he noticed that his luck attribute had increased by 2 points. He allocated all 5 of his free points to intelligence. If he could have allocated points to luck, he would have done so, but unfortunately luck could not be increased. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 17. Speed, 12. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 15. Luck. For wink with a frown, all attributes, except for luck, are at the human average of 10. Luck is at 0. Skills, intermediate firearm proficiency. Beginner combat skills, expert wilderness survival, eagle eye. Chapter 58. Returning to the classroom, the taste of the soft-shelled turtle soup was rather mediocre, but it was palatable enough for a meal. After a meager meal, Lin Feng took a rest. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, he slept soundly until 11 o'clock at night, when the system notification jolted him awake. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the classroom floor. Entry is mandatory. On this floor, the host must attentively attend class and actively respond to the instructor's questions. After class, you may leave the floor. The reward for each question answered correctly will be 2 gold coins. Caution, all students and teachers encountered in this floor are monsters. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose 1 item. Beep. Task issued. Please successfully answer more than 5 questions to leave this floor. Upon successful completion, the host will receive the title, Little Genius, which grants a 5 boost to intelligence and unlocks a new attribute, Rationality, which is 10% of the intelligence attribute and cannot be allocated further. Monster Classroom. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He was not particularly keen on such floors, yet this was unavoidable. He had to enter. Ding. The elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. Boom. This time, the elevator plummeted downward violently, as if it had lost control, and only after a full minute did it come to a screeching halt with a loud crash. The elevator doors opened automatically, and Lin Feng was gently pushed out. He touched the gun at his side, feeling somewhat reassured, though he still wondered if these weapons would even harm ghosts, so it was prudent to attend class obediently. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Feng suddenly realized that this classroom seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the very floor he had first entered? Lin Feng's mind suddenly became a bit muddled. Currently, the classroom was devoid of students, and the wall was adorned with the class schedule and the times for lessons, alongside the somewhat nostalgic motto, "Study diligently and strive for progress every day." The clock indicated that it was 9:30 a.m. While the next class was set to commence at 9:45 a.m., this upcoming lesson, the third period of the morning, was not the familiar subjects of language, mathematics, or English, but rather the theoretical course on how to integrate into human society. Gazing at the schedule made Lin Feng involuntarily gasp. Upon closer inspection, it contained only Chinese and mathematics, while the other courses appeared utterly bizarre: human law class, imitating humans, human living habits, how to exterminate humans, This monstrous school. Studying humans? Lin Feng approached the lectern, hoping to find some useful clues, but the desks were empty as well. At that moment, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he pulled open the drawer of the lectern, revealing a cleaver that looked identical to the one he had previously found. Ding dong. This floor requires survivors to attend class attentively and actively answer questions. For each correct answer, you will earn 2 gold coins. While incorrect answers will result in the random loss of 1 organ. Class is about to begin. Please return to your seats. You may return to the elevator at the end of the class. Just then, the elevator's announcement echoed, and Lin Feng's seat materialized at the back of the classroom. With only a few minutes left before class began, the outside corridor was eerily silent. Did this group of monstrous students not need to arrive early? While Lin Feng pondered this, the piercing sound of the class bell suddenly rang, its rapid frequency making him feel somewhat agitated and even a bit breathless. Swish! The moment the bell ceased, the once quiet corridor erupted into a cacophony as numerous grotesque students poured into the classroom. To his dismay, Lin Feng's deskmate was a little girl devoid of eyeballs, her nose cruelly severed. Without a doubt, her ghastly appearance signified that she was a ghost. Gulp! Lin Feng glanced at the little girl beside him. Struggling to swallow, just as he prepared to turn away, she suddenly turned her face towards him, revealing a radiant smile. "Hello, new deskmate. My name is Lin Ke." "Hello, I am Lin Feng," he replied, forcing himself to endure the discomfort as he gazed into Lin Ke's hollow eye sockets. Stand up. Suddenly, a student in front shouted, "Hello, teacher. Everyone, please take your seats." The teacher standing at the podium did not resemble a monster. Rather, she appeared as a living woman, exuding a mature charm. In this lesson, we will learn how to blend into human society. First, to integrate into human society, you must possess a human appearance. The male student at the back has done quite well. Not only has he transformed into a normal form, but he has also brought props. However, firearms are prohibited for civilians in human society, so he must be cautious in the future. The student being pointed out was Lin Feng, and in an instant, dozens of gazes locked onto him. "Teacher, he looks just like a human. I want to eat him." This only served to illustrate that the student's disguise was quite effective, and they should all learn from him. "Now let me see how well you have practiced your disguise techniques. I will give you 5 minutes, and after that, I will inspect each of you one by one." As the elegant teacher spoke, she began to pace around the podium, the sound of her high heels echoing through the classroom. The other students hurriedly began to disguise themselves. Lin Feng observed as his deskmate became enveloped in a dark aura. Moments later, her face returned to normal, her features reappearing, the bloodstains vanishing, and her complexion becoming rosy. Her hair transforming from loose strands to twin ponytails, she looked just like an ordinary little girl. "Lin, deskmate, how does my disguise look?" Lin Ka smiled at Lin Feng, her expression now mirroring that of a human. Lin Feng nodded with great difficulty, affirming her transformation. This was utterly absurd. If these monsters were to infiltrate human society, how would anyone be able to distinguish them? Soon, the 5 minutes elapsed, and the teacher began her inspections. Lin Feng finally understood the purpose of the cleaver. It was indeed used to chop students. Any student whose disguise was deemed inadequate would receive a harsh blow. However, since they were all monsters, they could quickly revert back, indicating that physical attacks would not pose any real harm to them. Before long, the teacher arrived at Lin Feng's side. "May I touch your face, student?" Sure," Lin Feng replied, looking at the attractive teacher. Knowing that this could not be her true appearance, her real face would likely require a mosaic. Soon, he felt a pair of icy hands pinch his cheeks. "Very good, your current appearance is perfectly suitable for blending into the human world." At this moment, the teacher glanced at Lin Ka. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the teacher's knife severed Lin Ka's head from her shoulders. "Your negative energy has leaked. You have failed. Bring your parents tomorrow." "Teacher, please don't call my parents. I was wrong." Although Lin Ka's head rolled onto the desk, she continued to plead pitifully, reaching out to press her fallen head back into place. No negotiation. "Alright, class, let's proceed with some questions," the teacher announced. Taking out chalk and writing on the blackboard, 7 years ago, the mother's age was 6 times that of the son. The son is now 12 years old. How old is the mother this year? Who would like to answer this question? Lin Feng initially thought it would be a challenging problem, but to his astonishment, it was merely an elementary math question. Looking around, he found that not a single student raised their hand. They all kept their heads bowed, fearful of being called upon. This was too realistic. Eager to earn gold coins, Lin Feng raised his hand without hesitation. "Alright, this student, you may answer." The teacher regarded Lin Feng with appreciation. 37 years old. "Very good, please take your seat." Lin Feng exhaled, realizing that it was as straightforward as he had thought. Soon, the second problem was written on the board. A rope wraps around a tree 3 times, leaving 30 centimeters remaining. If it wraps around the tree 4 times, it will fall short by 40 centimeters. What is the circumference of the tree, and how long is the rope? Lin Feng quickly calculated in his mind and raised his hand decisively once again. No one else raised their hand, so he was naturally called upon. The circumference of the tree is 70 centimeters, and the rope is 240 centimeters long. Excellent, please take your seat. 2 more gold coins were added to his collection. This was absurdly easy. Before long, the third question was swiftly inscribed on the blackboard. What is the most efficient way to kill more humans? This question had no fixed answer, and any student with an idea could raise their hand to speak. The teacher would judge the best method. The difficulty just escalated drastically. Quickly, a student raised their hand. "We can infiltrate human society and find crowded places to devour them all." The speaker transformed back into his true form. A werewolf, showcasing his sharp fangs as he spoke. A decent method, but it's one-time use and too violent. Next student, disguise as normal humans, and then use supernatural methods to gradually kill those around us. Too inefficient. Next. At this point, Lin Feng pondered a method. Recording cursed videotapes would undoubtedly be effective. Wasn't this akin to the approach of Sadako? Find a ghost, record it, make multiple copies, and then spread them online. Offer a reward for watching the entire video, perhaps a few coins, and many would likely click out of curiosity. How efficient. When it was Lin Feng's turn to respond, he naturally shared his idea. As expected, he received praise, and even the teacher was impressed by this method, rewarding him with a small red flower. After all this time, was this really elementary school? The subsequent questions mostly revolved around human habits. As a human himself, Lin Feng found these inquiries to be a walk in the park. Soon, he accumulated a total of 16 gold coins and 3 small red flowers appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Lin Feng's inner thoughts were, "What the hell? Fortunately, there were still 15 minutes left until class concluded. If he could just endure this floor, it would soon be over. Initially, he had felt a bit frightened upon hearing that this floor was filled with monsters. But to his surprise, these monstrous students had not recognized him as a human. Of course, this lesson had saved Lin Feng. It just happened to be a class on disguising as humans. Had it been any other subject, he likely would have met his end right away. This world as humans were truly feeble. A group of monsters had established a school to study them. TSK. There must be many hidden monsters in human society, and supernatural events would surely abound. How utterly terrifying. The remaining time was devoted to the elegant teacher imparting knowledge on various methods to prey upon humans. Lin Feng found little use for what he learned. At long last, he endured until the end of class, and the jarring bell rang once more. The teacher did not prolong the lesson. After delivering a brief farewell, he departed without delay. The other students followed suit, and soon the classroom was left desolate. Where they had gone, Lin Feng could not ascertain, but he was well aware that he could finally leave this place. The elevator materialized once again within the classroom, and Lin Feng hurriedly stepped inside, promptly pressing the button to close the doors. The rewards bestowed by the elevator appeared in his inventory. Now, having ascended to level 10, he possessed sufficient materials. He merely needed to flawlessly complete 2 more floors. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, Little Genius. Title has been automatically equipped. Rationality attribute unlocked. Current intelligence is 20. Irrationality is 2. In an instant, Lin Feng's personal attribute panel underwent a transformation. The words, Little Genius, now accompanying his name. As for rationality, as defined above, it represented resistance against mental attacks and the probability of maintaining composure in extreme danger. This reward was indeed commendable. Should he encounter any specters in the future, he would at least possess some defensive capability, for ghostly attacks are, after all, forms of mental assault. Suddenly, the little velociraptor let out a cry and leapt onto the toilet. Lin Feng gazed at the creature's actions, utterly perplexed. When did this beast learn to use the toilet? The thinker on the toilet, observing the little velociraptor, its eyes gently closed as it concentrated. A word surfaced in Lin Feng's mind to describe it. Nevertheless, the fact that it could use the toilet was indeed a blessing. At the very least, he need not worry about it making a mess. After finishing its business, the little velociraptor dutifully grasped a tin filled with water, wobbling as it went to flush the toilet. Seeing how considerate the little creature was, Lin Feng decided not to interfere and began preparing a midnight snack. After eating, he fell into a deep slumber until the next day. Although the elevator remained illuminated around the clock, Lin Feng was able to drift off to sleep quickly. This was indeed his most relaxing moment. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is the trading floor. A peaceful level. The elevator will remain docked for 5 hours. You may engage in trade with others on this floor. Should any violent conflict arise on the peace floor, guards will intervene. Please take heed. Host, ding, the elevator is ascending. Please hold on steady. After a smooth ascent, the elevator gradually came to a halt. As the doors opened, Lin Feng was greeted once more by the familiar sights of the trading floor. Chapter 60, Sudden Wealth. The little velociraptor also peered out curiously. Come along with me, but refrain from biting anyone, Lin Feng said while ruffling its head. Rar. Lin Feng nodded and retrieved 6 gold coins from his inventory. These coins were surplus. He had no intention of making any significant purchases, merely needing to replenish his firearms ammunition. The layout of the trading floor remained unchanged from his previous visit, and Lin Feng relied on his memory to navigate back to the stall where he had bought bullets last time. Boss, do you have any ammunition for this firearm? Lin Feng inquired, placing the 416 Hong Kong dollars atop the wooden box before him. HK, yes. What type do you require? Armor-piercing or standard? Armor-piercing rounds are pricier but can effectively penetrate bulletproof vests. The scarred-faced proprietor replied, inspecting the gun. How much for the armor-piercing rounds? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng expressed interest in the armor-piercing bullets, hoping to assess their price. M995, 1 gold coin for 10 rounds. Good heavens, that's exorbitant. Lin Feng realized that with his 6 gold coins, he could only acquire 60 rounds. Very well, I'll take 30 armor-piercing rounds and use the remaining coins for standard bullets. Okay, standard bullets are 1 gold coin for 30 rounds. These bullets lack penetrating power. Upon striking a target, they fragment within the body, typically used for hunting. In no time, the proprietor presented 4 packages of ammunition. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a sign at the stall indicating a request for purchase. High price offered for medication to treat ALS. Boss, is this your sign? That's someone else's request for help. If you possess the required items, you can check at stall number 33 across the road. Alright, thank you, boss, Lin Feng replied gratefully, then returned to the elevator. The little velociraptor, seeing Lin Feng depart, wagged its tail and followed closely behind. Strange, where did that person acquire a dinosaur? The scarred-faced proprietor mused, lighting a cigarette. Perplexed, upon returning to the elevator, Lin Feng donned his leather backpack. Contemplating a lucrative opportunity system, does this universal medical kit have the capability to treat any ailment or injury? Indeed, host, excellent, then I shall proceed with confidence. Lin Feng smiled lightly and hurried toward stall number 33. Why is there such a crowd ahead? Lin Feng wondered aloud, eyeing the throngs of people. Could there be some intriguing spectacle? Fortunately, Lin Feng was tall enough to see over the crowd with a slight tiptoe. He observed several individuals seemingly fighting over something, with one person even killed in the scuffle. TSK, how bold to cause a ruckus here. They must be newcomers. Lin Feng overheard a man clad in a Zhongshan suit lamenting beside him. Hey, brother, what happens if a disturbance occurs here? A fine, naturally. 100 gold coins. What if one cannot pay? If one cannot pay, then it's Nai Izute. Take him out. Lin Feng nodded, thanked the man, and moved on. The individuals he observed appeared to be other survivors that he had no inclination to spectate. It was far more important to reach stall number 33 and claim the reward after navigating around the commotion. Lin Feng finally arrived at stall number 33. Hello, I'm here to sell medication for ALS. Lin Feng announced to the man seated at the stall. Show me the medicine first, the man replied blandly. Since posting his request, many had approached him, but none of their remedies proved effective. The man had long since lost hope upon seeing Lin Feng produce the universal medical kit. He could only manage a resigned smile. Fine, let us see if it works. If it restores him to normal, we can negotiate the price. But what if I cure him and you refuse to pay? Lin Feng inquired, considering the awkwardness of the situation should he succeed and the man abscond. Can you really cure him in one go? Of course, Lin Feng affirmed. Seeing the confidence radiating from Lin Feng piqued the man's interest, and he produced a stack of gold coins. Here are 200 gold coins as a deposit. If you can cure him, I will give you an additional 300 gold coins. This is all I possess. The coins are here for you to take any time, not if I fail to pay you. The guards will apprehend me. Upon witnessing such a bounty of coins, Lin Feng exclaimed internally, fortune has smiled upon me. His visit had indeed proven fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have missed out on these 500 gold coins. Let us get started. Lin Feng approached the man lying in a wheelchair, seemingly on the brink of life and death. Almost immediately, an option appeared before him that only he could see: treatment. But upon selection, Lin Feng's hands began to move of their own volition. The sensation was peculiar, as if an external force was guiding his body. Naturally, he could cancel the treatment at any moment, halting the process immediately. A progress bar for the treatment appeared beside him, indicating that it would take approximately 10 minutes to complete. After a little over 10 minutes, the treatment progress reached 100%, all done. The used universal medical kit vanished without a trace. The man, upon witnessing this scene, did not display extraordinary surprise. In this realm, witnessing remarkable events had become commonplace. His current skepticism lay in whether Lin Feng could truly cure him in such a brief span. At that moment, the man gradually regained consciousness. It seems, General, you can speak now. How do you feel? My legs. They seem. The man spoke as he slowly rose from the wheelchair. Now, he appeared no different from a normal person. After taking a few steps, he felt utterly relieved. Brother, this is your reward. Thank you. The man expressed his gratitude sincerely, recalling how previous high-tech civilizations had claimed only medical pods could provide treatment. He marveled that the youth before him had managed to achieve healing in mere minutes. No need for thanks, Lin Feng nodded, refraining from elaborating further as he stowed the gold coins in his leather backpack and departed from the stall, originally intending only to replenish his ammunition on this floor. He had unexpectedly struck gold. Now it was time to indulge in some spending. The little velociraptor followed Lin Feng the entire way, behaving exceptionally well. Although curious about everything around it, it remained silent, observing the novel environment. Many individuals were equally intrigued by Lin Feng's velociraptor, with offers even reaching 50 gold coins, yet all were graciously declined by Lin Feng. Chapter 61. Charged handgun. Soon, Lin Feng returned to the scarred-faced proprietor's stall. Please load me 180 armor-piercing rounds. Have you struck it rich? The proprietor inquired with curiosity as he organized the boxes of ammunition. The young man, who just moments ago could scarcely afford armor-piercing bullets, has now returned to purchase a substantial quantity of it. Appears he has accrued some savings. I believe that acquiring a few additional high-quality bullets for reserve is prudent. Lin Feng refrained from disclosing that he had cured the individual suffering from ALS and earned a significant reward. He understood the wisdom of discretion regarding wealth. Boss, do you have grenades that are compatible? Indeed, we have fragmentation and high-explosive grenades, both priced the same. How many would you like? 20 high-explosive grenades. The fragmentation grenades possess a broader lethality radius than the high-explosive ones, albeit with less destructive power, prompting Lin Feng to decisively opt for the latter. The price of grenades is relatively steep, 2 grenades for 1 gold coin. At this moment, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the array of firearms displayed behind the proprietor. However, he was not in need of additional weapons, having acquired a plethora during the last battle royale that will do. A total of 28 gold coins. Here you go. After placing the coins in the wooden chest, Lin Feng departed. The trading floor was vast, offering an extensive array of goods. Subsequently, Lin Feng spent another 15 gold coins on a bounty of spices and a 25-kilogram barrel of cooking oil. A price he found quite acceptable. Initially, he had contemplated exploring some impressive high-tech weaponry, but the exorbitant prices of items such as laser guns and exoskeletons, often costing several hundred gold coins, dissuaded him. Lin Feng suddenly felt satisfied with his current equipment. A laser gun would indeed be superfluous. He refrained from frivolously spending the remaining gold coins. He had ample supplies of food, water, medicine, and ammunition that should suffice. Little Raptor, let us prepare to return. Roar! The Velociraptor turned its head and called out before following Lin Feng. Upon returning to the elevator, Lin Feng promptly closed the doors, while others could not see the elevator. He still felt a twinge of awkwardness being inside. Does this floor count? The progress toward a perfect clearance of the levels was nearly one floor shy. Lin Feng had initially assumed this floor did not contribute to that tally. After organizing the spices and cooking oil, he activated the induction cooker to prepare a sumptuous feast. 4 hours later, Lin Feng sat slumped in a chair, rubbing his stomach. I overindulged. After satiating his hunger and lounging for a while, Lin Feng began his workout routine. For him, merely increasing strength through exercise had become somewhat sluggish. Even with added weight, gains were marginal, thus his daily fitness regimen was more about maintaining a healthy habit. You should join me in training. If you just eat and lounge around every day, you'll be too fat to run. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and hoisted the little Velociraptor up. Roar! Although the little raptor longed to relax, it obeyed Lin Feng's command, mimicking his movements as it performed squats. In the dead of night, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber. Glancing at the time, it was almost time. After adding some firewood to the hearth, he sat at the workbench, intrigued as he began to tinker. Swords, axes, torches. Let us try making a torch. After surveying his materials, he found that crafting a torch was the simplest task. A wooden stick, fabric, and alcohol oil, so straightforward that Lin Feng completed it in a matter of minutes. This item could even be fashioned without a workbench. He eagerly awaited level 10, anticipating the rewards from the crafting system. Lin Feng set down his hammer and yawned. Ding. The next level the host is about to enter is the Ice Age Apocalypse. This floor contains 30 snow beasts and 10 marauders. The marauders are humans equipped with formidable weaponry. Within the house marked as B on the floor, there is a locked box. Upon opening it, you will receive a charged pistol. It is advised that the host carries a claymore mine. Ding. Mission triggered. The host is to eliminate all marauders. Reward: 1 piece of memory metal, a primary material for crafting a universal key. The Ice Age Apocalypse floored. Lin Feng quickly donned additional layers of clothing, draping a coat over the little Velociraptor as well. Without a doubt, it would be freezing outside. Ding dong. The elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. Moments later, Lin Feng opened the elevator doors. As he stepped outside, a gust of frigid wind rushed toward him. Bang, 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 bang. The distant sounds of gunfire captured Lin Feng's attention. Rising to investigate, he discovered that the source of the gunfire was his objective, the house marked B. Utilizing his eagle eye skill, he could clearly see a horde of enormous, snow-white creatures assaulting the building. Where the marauders he was tasked to eliminate were likely holed up. To his surprise, the snow beasts had engaged the marauders upon arrival. It seemed the snow beasts were struggling against the marauders. Lin Feng decided to wait until the snow beasts had been vanquished before confronting the marauders himself. As he contemplated this, he stealthily approached from the marauders' blind spot. Both he and the little raptor took about 10 minutes to reach a small house adjacent to the bee house. With only 10 marauders, all their attention was fixated on the snow beasts, rendering them oblivious to Lin Feng's presence. The bee house was a single-story dwelling with 2 exits. However, Lin Feng noted that their snowmobiles were parked outside, indicating the marauders would likely exit through this door. So the claymore mine would come into play here. Lin Feng grinned mischievously as he positioned the claymore mine at the entrance and covered it with snow for concealment. After a few minutes, the gunfire gradually ceased. The 30 snow beasts had been eliminated. The 10 fully armed marauders emerged from the house, chatting and laughing. Boom. The claymore mine detonated instantly. Countless steel balls flew toward the marauders, killing 3 on the spot. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng fired a grenade directly at the doorway. Boom. Another explosion ensued, claiming 3 more marauders. The remaining 4 marauders attempted to encircle Lin Feng through the windows, but his marksmanship was exceptional. With a few precise shots, he eliminated the last of the marauders. The marauders appeared to possess decent gear, yet their combat abilities were lacking. After gathering all the bulletproof vests and firearms, Lin Feng ventured into the house. The box lay beneath one of the marauders' corpses. Their objective must have been this box. What? A fingerprint lock? Lin Feng stared awkwardly at the universal key he had prepared. However, when he placed the universal key on the fingerprint verification area, something miraculous occurred. The lock opened. Click. Truly a universal key, capable of bypassing even a fingerprint lock. The used universal key vanished automatically, but the system's reward would soon provide the primary materials for crafting another one. Lin Feng excitedly grasped the charged pistol. Nearby, there was a thoughtful instruction manual attached. Charged pistol. By holding the trigger, the pistol will automatically absorb energy from the air. Releasing the trigger will fire. With power dependent on the charging duration, this weapon is experimental, boasting immense power. Please use with caution. Chapter 62. Elevator upgraded to level 10. The charged pistol was remarkably compact, featuring an energy bar at the sight. This bar likely displayed the charging status. Lin Feng stepped back a distance and aimed at the house before pressing the trigger. The energy bar rapidly filled. After 10 seconds, the bar was fully charged, and the pistol began to vibrate faintly. Observing this, Lin Feng quickly released the trigger, only to be propelled backward with a resounding bang, crashing against a nearby utility pole. The house before him was pierced through, and he had no idea where the energy projectile had gone. Lin Feng stood up, bewildered, propping himself against the pole. What just happened? Something just sent me flying. Was that recoil? The house before him bore two perfectly round holes. No wonder the warning advised caution. Lin Feng rubbed his wrist and switched to his other hand. He began to incrementally increase the charging time, eventually discovering his maximum tolerable charge time: 0.5 seconds. The energy projectile he launched had considerable power, akin to an RPG. 0.5 seconds is the way to go. After locking the trigger of the energy pistol, Lin Feng approached the snowmobile to inspect it. Such a large contraption would be of no use to him, so he decided to dismantle any removable parts. Ultimately, he retained one snowmobile to ride back to the elevator. The elevator's countdown was nearly complete. Lin Feng then retrieved the bulletproof vests worn by the marauders, as well as their insulated suits. The vests belonging to those unfortunate souls who were blown apart were rendered useless, but they could be exchanged at the trading post for materials to upgrade the elevator. He kept one intact insulated suit for himself, while the rest, riddled with bullet holes and stained with blood, would naturally be listed at the trading post. The insulated suit would surely attract many buyers. The elevator's temperature remained low, and numerous individuals had yet to unlock the fireplace, struggling to survive by the warmth of campfires. I'll use everything to exchange for materials to upgrade the elevator. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng clicked to upgrade the elevator. Soon, the elevator was successfully upgraded. This upgrade expanded the elevator's range slightly, but there were no noticeable external changes. However, Lin Feng discovered that the trading post had also been upgraded. Currently, the exchange allows items for sale to be stored within its premises, eliminating the need to pile them up in the elevator. Previously, once an item was listed for sale, it remained in the elevator until the transaction was successfully completed. This new feature significantly conserves space, though the exchange only permits storage for a maximum of 7 days. Moreover, Lin Feng conceived a cunning strategy. Should he accumulate too many items, he could utilize the exchange as a temporary warehouse. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check them at your convenience. Lin Feng initially believed the reward was for upgrading the task, but it turned out to be a bounty for slaying a raider, a piece of memory metal, which is not the kind produced by contemporary scientific research. Shortly thereafter, the rewards for upgrading the elevator were also dispatched. Lin Feng's workstation had undergone a remarkable transformation thanks to the system, and the synthesis table now displayed items previously awarded by the system, such as fitness elixirs, leather backpacks, steel crossbows, chainsaws, and universal keys. Lin Feng promptly checked the materials required for the leather backpack: 4 pieces of cowhide and 1 piece of super cowhide. While the 4 pieces of cowhide were understandable, what exactly was this super cowhide? Was it skin stripped from a super cow? Never mind, he decided to first explore how to create the universal key. Presumably, the system would later distribute super cowhide as a reward. Chuckling to himself, Lin Feng mused that he had seen through the system's tricks. The creation of the universal key required a small piece of aluminum, just a few dozen grams, and a piece of memory metal. With these two components, he could forge a universal key. Grabbing the pliers from his workstation, Lin Feng snipped off a small piece of aluminum and retrieved the memory metal provided by the system. The weight of the memory metal was surprisingly light, and akin to a non-Newtonian fluid. When squeezed forcefully, it became as hard as steel, yet when handled gently, it transformed into a pliable substance like clay. After placing the two materials on the workstation, the words "manufacture universal key" appeared before Lin Feng. Upon clicking, his hands began to move of their own accord. Moments later, a brand new universal key emerged. What is the principle behind this? Lin Feng wondered. If he recalled correctly, he had merely hammered and twisted the materials, so why had the process been so effortless? It must be due to the system's power. Acknowledging this ability as a gift from the system, Lin Feng refrained from synthesizing anything further. Just as he was about to prepare a meal, the little velociraptor suddenly let out a series of shrill cries directed at the water pool. Moments later, splashes erupted as the creature lunged at something within the water. Alarmed, Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed his shotgun and approached. What's going on? Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to see a crocodile measuring over a meter in length in the pool. The pool was rather small for the crocodile, limiting its ability to fight back as the little velociraptor inflicted numerous wounds upon it. Lin Feng stepped forward and fired 2 shots at the crocodile's head. Killing it and restoring calm, crocodile meat, he dragged the hefty 6 or 7 dozen-pound crocodile out. Never mind, processing it in the elevator would just create a bloody mess. After contemplating, Lin Feng went to the screen and listed the crocodile for sale at the exchange. Wow, the little velociraptor, witnessing the crocodile vanish suddenly, began circling Lin Feng like an inquisitive child. Alright, I'll go prepare food. Lin Feng turned on the induction cooker, retrieved some beef, and started cooking for the little velociraptor. He tossed a beef bone and a large chunk of meat, which it joyfully began to gnaw on. Ding, triggering upgrade task, please elevate the elevator to level 11. Reward, leather backpack. Each compartment can store an additional 300 kilograms. He and Tia checked how many materials were required for the elevator upgrade. After a workout, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and headed to the materials pile. He had plenty of wood, iron, gold, and coins, but still lacked copper and aluminum, 150 kilograms of each. Additionally, a new item had appeared, an upgrade set. Although only one was required, Lin Feng had never encountered such a thing in the world of floors. Could it possibly become available in the future? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the lucky ring on his finger. Previously, he had wished for abundant materials for upgrading the elevator on the next floor. And indeed, he had been granted numerous resources upon reaching the survival floor. Chapter 63. What does it mean to hit every target within 400 meters? Could it be that the ring truly had some influence? Lin Feng traced the engraving on the ring. I hope to acquire an upgrade set on my next floor. After uttering this wish, Lin Feng found it somewhat amusing, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. After making his wish to the ring, Lin Feng tucked himself under the covers and fell into a deep sleep. As noon approached, the system's prompt rang out precisely on time. Ding, the floor you are about to enter is the grassland floor, which hosts 5 cows, 30 indigenous people, and 20 colonial soldiers. The danger level for this floor is low for the host, and there is no need for concern. Ding, triggering challenge task, please eliminate all enemies on this floor using cold weapons. Reward, cold weapon mastery, proficient in the use of all cold weapons. This floor again, yet it seemed his wish had not been fulfilled. He recalled visiting this floor not long ago, during which he had captured several indigenous individuals to process beef. Surely this time it wouldn't be the same group, would it? As for killing with cold weapons, Lin Feng picked up the nearly dust-covered rhinoceros hornbow from the corner. I'll use this. Let us see if it truly can pierce through the air with precision. Subsequently, Lin Feng purchased 100 iron-tipped arrows from the exchange. The price was slightly steep, costing him 10 kilograms of beef. Naturally, he couldn't rely solely on the rhinoceros hornbow. He also equipped himself with a charged pistol and an HK assault rifle, donning a bulletproof vest and helmet for precaution. After all, colonial soldiers might have firearms, albeit likely of inferior quality, yet Lin Feng remained cautious. Beep, the elevator is descending, please hold steady. The elevator began its slow descent, and after mere seconds, it came to a halt. Stepping out of the elevator, Lin Feng was greeted by a vast expanse of grassland, with several grass huts clustered nearby. In the center of these huts, a group of indigenous people mingled with the 5 cows, all of which Lin Feng observed clearly through his eagle eye. However, scarcely had Lin Feng taken a few steps when a vigilant indigenous person spotted him. The individual shouted several times, prompting 30 others to seize their machetes, spears, and bows and arrows, rushing out of their village filled with murderous intent. Just as before. As anticipated, these indigenous people remained hostile to any outsiders. Rhinoceros bow, I'm counting on you, Lin Feng smirked mischievously, knocking several arrows onto the bowstring. Indeed, he loaded about 10 arrows, with the indigenous people still roughly 200 meters away. According to the bow's description, it guaranteed a perfect hit within 400 meters, but it never specified that only 1 arrow could be shot at a time. System, whoosh, Lin Feng drew back with all his strength and released the arrows. Instantly 10 arrows shot forth in a chaotic flurry, a feat that should have been impossible, yet, this was a rhinoceros bow boasting the attribute of perfect accuracy within 400 meters. The arrows, which were initially destined to fall, suddenly corrected their trajectory, homing in on the fleeing indigenous people like guided missiles. Thud 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 thud. Over a dozen indigenous individuals collapsed in serene silence. Observing the effectiveness of his strategy, Lin Feng drew another arrow and released another flurry. Just as before, the arrows pursued the fleeing figures, exhibiting an astonishing drift. Lin Feng shook his sore arms and remarked, "This is indeed exhausting. The indigenous people, he is hacking, this person is cheating." The last few survivors promptly abandoned their resistance, discarding their weapons and expertly prostrating themselves on the ground. Lin Feng spared their lives, knowing they could be useful later. Hearing the system's prompt about colonial soldiers, he pondered why he couldn't see any. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. Oh, reinforcements are arriving. The colonial soldiers were indeed heading toward the indigenous people. 30 indigenous individuals could fetch a handsome price. Lin Feng planned to treat everyone to drinks at the tavern tonight. This place felt like paradise. It seemed as though there was no end to the indigenous people he could capture. Look, from the sky an attack, whoosh 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 whoosh. 10 arrows plummeted from above, instantly slaying 10 individuals, enemies over there, open fire, bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of gunfire, Lin Feng remained unscathed. One must admit, the accuracy of firearms in this era was indeed poor. Especially considering these individuals were mounted, switched to melee weapons. There's only one of him, charge. The officer assumed that with the speed of his steed, the earlier arrows could not possibly hit him. However, he had not anticipated encountering someone who seemed to be cheating. At this moment, they were still about 100 meters away from Lin Feng, who calmly prepared 10 arrows, bidding farewell before releasing them. Whoosh, the last 10 soldiers were swiftly shot down from their horses, which then bolted away in panic, scattering rapidly into the distance. It must be said that this bow is rather effective. If only it had explosive arrows. Lin Feng chuckled softly, then slung the hornbow across his back and made his way to the indigenous people's village. The only item of value to Lin Feng within the entire tribe was those 5 cattle. They were tethered together, and naturally Lin Feng would not pass up the opportunity for this beef. Moreover, he required 4 cow hides to craft a leather backpack. After slaughtering the 5 cattle, Lin Feng gestured to the surviving indigenous people, signaling them to dismember the carcasses. The 5 natives comprehended, immediately grasping their knives and beginning to process the meat. At this moment, there was still an hour left before the elevator doors would close. So there was no rush. Xiaolong, keep an eye on them, roar. The little velociraptor immediately raised its head and began to circle around the indigenous people, causing them to hasten their movements out of fear. Lin Feng then proceeded to gather useful items from the colonial soldiers. 20 firearms and 20 bags of ammunition. Excellent, he thought, taking them all to the trading post. After rummaging through his pockets, Lin Feng discovered some trinkets and a few pocket watches. The pocket watches were of little practical use, yet held considerable collectible value, so he selected the most exquisite one and pocketed it. He then returned to the elevator to temporarily remove the contents from his leather backpack. Ding, the host's mission has been completed, rewards have been issued. Yes, that it, Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, wondering if the remaining indigenous people had truly relinquished their hostility toward him so easily. Was this not rather spineless? Upon returning to the village, the natives continued diligently dismantling the 5 cattle. Each cow could yield approximately 200 kilograms of meat, fitting perfectly into the leather backpack. The meat from the 5 cattle even left 3 additional slots available, one for the hides and the rest for bones. After more than half an hour of hard work, they finally finished, and Lin Feng returned to the elevator laden with his bounty. Back in the elevator, he took the opportunity to organize his backpack. Ultimately, he retained only 2 slots of beef, 2 slots of steaks, 1 slot of fried chicken, 1 slot of medical supplies, and 1 slot of cowhide, leaving 1 empty slot. All other non-perishable items were stored in the elevator. The surplus beef, bones, and some juice were all listed for sale at the trading post, available for purchase with gold coins or materials for elevator upgrades. Chapter 64, The Corrupt Slaughterhouse. At this moment, Lin Feng's name flooded the elevator's chat room. What is going on with Lin Dilao? Why is he suddenly selling so much food? Wow, I suddenly want to know what floor Lin Dilao has traversed. By the way, have you noticed that Lin Feng has already reached level 10? Wow, that is terrifying. He is undoubtedly the highest level individual right now. Just 2 days ago, I teamed up with a level 7 expert to clear an escape floor. And I thought that person was the highest level. Speaking of which, do any of you have good methods to earn gold coins? The amount required for upgrading the elevator is utterly outrageous. Upstairs, I recently visited a peaceful floor where the elevator broadcast mentioned it was a trading floor. There were quite a few merchants from other worlds, and they all traded with gold coins. So that should be a way to acquire gold coins, right? Trading floor, whoa, I was there yesterday and even witnessed a fight break out, after which a few soldiers dragged the combatants away. So what can we sell? They probably won tea by scrap metal, right? After all, it's not a recycling center. I once found a healing potion on another floor. I wonder if it could fetch a few gold coins. I also found a zombie virus serum. Do you think there are merchants from the zombie world? This serum would undoubtedly sell for a good price. Come on, they probably don't even deal in the same virus. Lin Feng perused the messages in the chat room, simultaneously gauging the progress of other survivors. After a lengthy search, he discovered that aside from himself, the next highest level was merely 7, while most others hovered around levels 5 or 6. So many level 7 survivors. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, wondering what chaos would ensue when they all reached level 8 and earned their vacations. Among these individuals, there would surely be some who would directly call for help. However, such matters were beyond Lin Feng's concern. Upon checking the trading post, he noted that only a third of the beef and bones he had listed had sold. He had expected them to be snatched up immediately. Yet all the damaged bulletproof vests, winter gear, and the 20 firearms had sold out. The slow sales of food could only indicate one thing: food and water were no longer the most scarce resources. After sifting through the trading post orders, he indeed found numerous listings for food. The majority comprised canned goods, bread, compressed biscuits, and instant rice, all available for purchase using materials for elevator upgrades or medical supplies. Moreover, the prices they were listed at were increasingly lower. It seemed that competition thrived everywhere. After closing the trading post, Lin Feng resumed his workout with the dumbbells he had crafted. 2 hours later. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to retire for the night, he suddenly noticed a message from Qinan. Fengzi, I've upgraded my elevator to level 8, and the elevator broadcast just mentioned that I can earn a vacation after completing one more floor. What does vacation mean? Did you experience this when you reached level 8? Qinan was progressing rather swiftly, reaching level 8 already. Lin Feng replied, vacation simply means you can return to Blue Star for a few days. It's nothing more than that. Qinan, what? Return to Blue Star? Lin Feng, calm down, I need to sleep now. You should also organize your equipment properly, your next floor will likely be quite challenging. Qinan, okay. After Qinan's response, he excitedly sat down on his bed, ensuring he prepared his best gear. Ding, the host is about to enter the floor known as the corrupt slaughterhouse. This floor contains 3 other survivors and 1 butcher. The survivors must find the keys to escape the slaughterhouse before the elevator doors close. Each key allows 1 person to escape, and only 3 keys are available. Ding, please note, host, the butcher on this floor is not invincible. The resources of deceased survivors will be distributed among the living, and survivors can harm one another. 1 survivor may collect all the keys and escape, thereby indirectly eliminating the others. Survivors are prohibited from bringing any items into this floor. What sort of gameplay is this? Lin Feng scratched his head. It appeared this floor was solely about escaping. However, what intrigued Lin Feng more was the dynamics among the survivors. Were they to cooperate, or would it lean toward, according to the system's hints, the relationships among the survivors seemed to lean more toward hostility. For individuals, 3 keys, surely one would perish in the end. If someone grew greedy and desired the resources of others, they could escape with all the keys. Ding, mission triggered, an alternate path. Please eliminate the butcher when only 1 survivor remains on this floor. Upon the butcher's death, you may exit the floor. The item required to kill the butcher is the farmer's shotgun, which will be marked for the host upon entering the floor. Mission reward, stealth invisibility. Upon activation, remaining motionless for 2 seconds will render the host invisible. Moving again will deactivate the invisibility. Ding dong, the elevator is descending. Please hold on tight. Buzz, the elevator plunged rapidly, the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness compelling Lin Feng to grasp the nearby handrail. Roar, the little velociraptor clung tightly to Lin Feng's leg. Fortunately, this roller coaster-like experience did not last long, and soon, the elevator's speed stabilized. When the elevator came to a halt, the doors automatically opened, and the announcement once again reverberated. Ding dong, survivors are advised to evade the butcher and locate the keys to escape the slaughterhouse before the elevator closes. Each key allows 1 person to escape, and there are only 3 keys available. Those who fail to escape will have their resources divided among the others. Initial equipment includes an electronic map, which can display the location of the exit door and refresh the locations of the keys every 10 seconds. The butcher is invincible. After the announcement concluded, Lin Feng was gently pushed out of the elevator by an unseen force. The elevator then vanished, and the other 3 survivors appeared before Lin Feng, a black woman, a bespectacled gentleman of refined demeanor, and lastly, a man with an explosive hairstyle. The 4 exchanged wary glances, their eyes filled with suspicion. At that moment, a flock of crows flew past, emitting harsh, jarring cries. In the distance, a hulking figure slowly approached, accompanied by the sound of a chainsaw revving. Undoubtedly, this was the butcher. Lin Feng glanced at his wrist, checking the map. A gun icon indicated the item the system had mentioned for dispatching the butcher. Lin Feng needed to locate that shotgun first. Chapter 65, the unfortunate Qin and the other 3 survivors scattered, as only those who found the keys first could escape following the electronic map. Lin Feng arrived at a room filled with the carcasses of cattle and sheep. The air was thick with a putrid stench, forcing Lin Feng to hold his breath while swatting away the flies that incessantly buzzed around him. Where could that shotgun be? Lin Feng searched the area while simultaneously lamenting his circumstances, all the while seeking other useful items. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his heart racing significantly. Outside the house, the sound of a chainsaw could be heard. Why has the butcher with the chainsaw come directly to find me? Lin Feng cursed vehemently and hurriedly exited the room, only to collide head-on with the butcher. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted swiftly, sidestepping the butcher's chainsaw, and delivered a kick to him. However, his foot ached from the impact, while the butcher appeared completely unfazed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Feng cast a glance at the butcher and then fled without looking back. With the butcher hot on his heels, the butcher was truly hideous. His features seemed as though they had been stitched together. As Lin Feng glanced back to check the butcher's position, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. To his surprise, the butcher heard him, yanking the chainsaw with ferocity and charging toward Lin Feng. Damn it, this guy has ears like a hawk. After running for a while, Lin Feng turned back to find that the butcher had vanished. He had now reached a place stacked with hay, beside a dilapidated tractor. Where did that guy go? Lin Feng exhaled deeply and surveyed his surroundings, spotting a powerful flashlight. Beside the flashlight lay a note. Can blind the butcher. But it seems to be running out of battery. A valuable item indeed. He swiftly took it. At that moment, the butcher was pursuing another individual. As long as someone found the key, the butcher would fixate on the person carrying it and pursue him relentlessly. The one who first discovered the key was the bespectacled gentleman, though he seemed to be struggling with his stamina, gasping heavily after a short while. No, please, don't come any closer, the man coughed. Hurling a leg of lamb infested with maggots at the butcher in a desperate attempt to delay him. However, the butcher effortlessly severed the leg mid-air, maintaining his relentless speed towards the man. Buzz, the chainsaw instantly sliced through the man's arm, blood spurting forth. The bespectacled man stared in horror at his severed right arm, rendered speechless as he watched the butcher seize him, impaling him with a hook through his throat and hanging him in the room filled with carcasses of cattle and sheep. After emitting one final scream, the bespectacled man fell silent, the key still resting in his pocket. At this point, only 3 individuals remained. If they chose to cooperate and escape together, this floor would conclude. However, the black girl and the explosive-haired man seemed intent on hoarding all the supplies for themselves, their greed evident in their actions. Lin Feng turned back to the room filled with carcasses. The electronic map on his wrist indicated that the key was still with the bespectacled man, but Lin Feng decided against retrieving it. The bespectacled man had likely been pursued by the butcher after finding the key. He had alternative means of escape, so there was no need to attract more trouble. The other 2 had each found a key, but there was only one exit, and the butcher was waiting there. How can we get past? The explosive-haired man glanced at the butcher blocking the door and looked around. They were already aware of the bespectacled man's fate, and with another key still on him, he deduced that the butcher would track the key holder. Now that both he and the black girl possessed keys, the butcher had chosen to block the exit. The explosive-haired man observed the black girl approaching from behind. Formulating a plan and gripping the key tightly, he slowly approached the black girl. Hey, don't be nervous, how about we team up? There are only 3 of us left, and the other guy is nowhere to be found. We both have keys, so why not escape together? The last person standing won't have a chance against the butcher. The black girl nodded in agreement. Finding his reasoning sound, the explosive-haired man chuckled, then patted her shoulder, allowing the key to slip into her hood. He then claimed he would distract the butcher and dashed away to the side. Now only the black girl had a key, so naturally, the butcher would abandon the door and charge at her. Damn it, the black girl cursed, turning to run, bewildered as to why the butcher, who had been guarding the door, suddenly fixated on her. Yet, the butcher's stamina seemed inexhaustible, and soon her pace began to falter. Meanwhile, the explosive-haired man had reached the bespectacled man's corpse. Glancing at the electronic map on his wrist with a cold smile, the butcher had moved away from the entrance, and if he sprinted at full speed, he would surely escape. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had finally discovered a shotgun amidst a cattle carcass. He opened the chamber to find it fully loaded with 10 rounds. On the other side, the butcher caught up to the black girl, immediately sawing her in half before turning and sprinting towards the room where Lin Feng and the explosive-haired man were located. Hey brother, how about we team up? The explosive-haired man smiled and inched closer to Lin Feng, wary of the shotgun in Lin Feng's possession. Otherwise, he would have simply taken the key and left. Boom, a gunshot rang out, and the explosive-haired man fell to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. He had never expected Lin Feng would shoot him, but if he had just taken the key and run, Lin Feng wouldn't have fired. Yet, this fool insisted on complicating matters. Now, only Lin Feng remained. He made his way to an open area, calmly awaiting the butcher's arrival. The butcher was swift and soon stood before Lin Feng. However, upon seeing the shotgun in Lin Feng's hands, he hesitated, fear evident in his demeanor. Boom, Lin Feng raised his weapon and fired, the shot striking the butcher squarely in the head. Ding, task complete, rewards have been dispensed, the system's voice echoed as the butcher fell, and the shotgun in Lin Feng's grasp vanished. After the butcher's demise, Lin Feng instantly exited this floor, finding himself back in the elevator moments later. The screen displayed the supplies of the other 3 individuals. He collected all the materials for upgrading the elevator, knowing they would ultimately appear in the resource area without taking up space. Lin Feng selectively gathered some remaining items: 20 cans of meat, 15 bottles of water, 5 loaves of bread, 3 apples, over 10 pounds of dried meat, 12 anti-inflammatory pills, a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, a pack of hemostatic powder, and several rounds of ammunition for a dilapidated gun. Let's see what new abilities I have acquired. Lin Feng activated his stillness invisibility, standing motionless. 2 seconds later, he completely vanished, including the clothes he wore. Roar. The little velociraptor, startled by Lin Feng's sudden disappearance, immediately stood up, sniffing the air. This is quite a nifty trick. It would be even better if I could move while invisible. Lin Feng chuckled and deactivated the stillness invisibility. In another world, Qin crouched in a bomb crater, nervously clutching his steel helmet. Surrounding him lay the bodies of allied soldiers. Damn it, why am I stuck in a World War II floor? Who cares if it's Normandy? To make matters worse, I'm just cannon fodder for the Allies. All he wanted was to hide among the dead and safely endure the day. Chapter 66. The Gold Rush game. Lin Feng was oblivious to Qinan's predicament, otherwise, he would surely gloat. For he had once been the squad leader, comfortably sheltered in a bunker as long as he kept a low profile. In the elevator, Lin Feng sat before the screen, munching on an apple. To be fair, this apple was crisp and delicious, truly delightful. Just as Lin Feng finished his midnight snack and prepared to sleep, an unusual noise erupted from the infinite water pool, causing the little velociraptor sleeping beside it to spring up. Seeing the water splashing, Lin Feng grabbed his shotgun and approached, fearing it might be another crocodile incident. Roar! The little velociraptor growled at the creature in the pool and lunged forward to bite it. The next moment, a fish about 50 centimeters long was caught in its jaws. Having mastered wilderness survival skills, Lin Feng recognized the vicious fish, the African tigerfish, a giant carnivorous fish, with some reaching lengths of up to 1 meter. The tigerfish, still writhing in the little velociraptor's mouth, struggled violently, while 3 more tigerfish swam aggressively in the pool just as these fish prepared to leap out and bite the little velociraptor. Lin Feng fired several shots into the pool. Moments later, the entire pool was stained crimson with blood. The little velociraptor then tore the tigerfish in half and devoured it greedily. Good grief! This infinite water pool doesn't adhere to any schedule for spawning creatures. Lin Feng glanced at the clock. It was just past 3 in the morning. These tigerfish must have just spawned. Otherwise, the little velociraptor would have detected them long ago. After 2 encounters with the infinite water pool, Lin Feng deemed it necessary to implement some protective measures. Crocodiles and tigerfish were manageable. But if a highly toxic creature emerged one day without either of them noticing, wouldn't it be disastrous to find themselves dead in their sleep? Lin Feng looked at the puddles of water inside in resignation before beginning to clean up. The bodies of the tigerfish in the pool would be automatically cleared by morning. After drying the floor, Lin Feng found a metal sheet to cover the water pool, securing it with a heavy iron block on top. Simple and effective. Next time, even if a tigerfish emerges, it will have to stay put. After completing his tasks, Lin Feng yawned incessantly and retired to rest. It was noon when he awoke from his slumber. Stretching and glancing at the chat room, only to find that Qinan had not sent him any messages. Based on Lin Feng's understanding of this individual, he was certain that upon returning to Blue Star, Qinan would undoubtedly inform him. For the moment, he might still be navigating through some level. Lin Feng suddenly recalled his own experiences in that particular level. Normandy, a most unpleasant ordeal. He hoped that Qinan would not encounter that place. Meanwhile, Qinan, still nestled within a shell crater, found himself both famished and parched. Above him lay several corpses, which he had dragged over for cover against enemy fire. The individual rations he had been equipped with were long since soaked by seawater, rendering them inedible. However, his position was quite advantageous. Having remained there for an extended period, he had encountered no issues. Ding! The level the host is about to enter is a survival treasure hunt game. This level contains 18 survivors and 40 natives. You must locate the evacuation point and leave safely before the elevator closes. Any equipment can be carried in, and all items obtained within the level can be brought back to the elevator. Ding! Task selection initiated. Choice 1. The host enters the level and eliminates 10 natives. Reward: 1 piece of super leather. Task assistance. The electronic map will display the locations of all natives. Choice 2. The host does not enter the level. Reward: a beef ham as thick as an arm. A survival treasure hunt game. One can even bring equipment inside. I shall undoubtedly choose option 1. Super leather. Lin Feng quickly emptied his leather backpack, reasoning that the low temperature would preserve its contents if left in the elevator for the time being. After clearing out the backpack, he retrieved his HK assault rifle and a charged pistol. Once he ensured that his ammunition was ready, Lin Feng awaited the moment to commence. Ding dong! The elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. The elevator soon came to a halt, and the announcement echoed once more. Ding dong! Welcome to the treasure hunt game. Please locate the evacuation point according to the electronic map before the elevator closes. All items obtained in this level can be taken back to the elevator, and all individuals encountered here are enemies. At that moment, the elevator doors did not automatically open, indicating that the choice to enter was at his discretion. However, Lin Feng was resolute in his intention to proceed. Upon opening the elevator doors, he halted the small velociraptor that attempted to follow him out. Stay put. I'll take you out to play next time. After patting the velociraptor's head, Lin Feng exited the elevator. Upon stepping outside, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. It appeared he was situated within a forest. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noticed what seemed to be an evacuation point not far from him. The electronic map not only marked this point but also indicated the names of various areas, such as a police station 100 meters ahead and a gas station diagonally across from it. 500 meters to his rear right lay a meteorological station. Only 5 enemies lingered in the vicinity, all within the police station. He decided to investigate. Lin Feng sprinted towards the police station, raising his weapon. After a brief moment, he reached a road, with the barbed wire enclosed police station visible across it. The vehicles along the road were mostly wrecked. leading Lin Feng to ponder whether he had once again stepped into a war-torn area. As he crouched behind a large rock, he activated his invisibility. The electronic map indicated two individuals directly ahead. Soon, Lin Feng spotted two men standing behind the police station's booth smoking. Their attire did not resemble that of police officers, rather, they appeared akin to terrorists, most likely natives. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man outside was instantly incapacitated. A sniper. The other man, upon realizing this, hastily tucked the cigarette into his mouth and crouched behind the booth, believing himself to be safe. However, Lin Feng smirked wickedly and drew his charged pistol. 1 2 3 4 5. Boom! The booth was obliterated. And the man hiding behind it was reduced to mere fragments. RPG, the army has arrived. Observing the red dots on the electronic map swiftly converging, Lin Feng deduced the locations of the remaining three enemies, all within the police station. After firing two more energy shots, the last three enemies met their demise. Confirming the area was secure, Lin Feng entered the police station. Chapter 67, Major news from Blue Star. The police station had lost a wall due to his explosives, and the bodies of the fallen were nowhere to be found, their gear likely destroyed. The first floor yielded little of interest, though Lin Feng did uncover a few packs of cigarettes in a drawer, which appeared to be of decent quality. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered two unlocked safes, within which lay 10 gold coins and a seemingly valuable vase. He stowed the vase in his leather backpack, knowing he could discard it later if necessary. After consulting the electronic map, Lin Feng noted that the area with the highest concentration of natives was a nursing home located 2 kilometers away, which conveniently also had an evacuation point. Other areas were largely devoid of natives, compelling Lin Feng to make his way there. Observing the vehicles parked along the road, he realized they were mostly inoperable. Nevertheless, 2 kilometers was not an insurmountable distance. He could traverse it in mere minutes. Strangely, he had yet to encounter a single survivor. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng voiced his confusion. His journey had been remarkably uneventful, and he had even taken down 2 wandering natives, from whom he procured 2 damaged AKs and some provisions. Now, only 3 natives remained for him to eliminate, and the nursing home was rumored to harbor at least 20. Bang, bang, bang. As he approached the outer wall of the nursing home, the sounds of intense gunfire erupted from within. Lin Feng checked the map, then shattered a window and climbed inside. The nursing home comprised 3 buildings, east, west, and central. Most occupants had been drawn to the gunfight occurring in the west building, leaving Lin Feng's side relatively unguarded. He thus resolved to head toward the west building to fulfill his task. But first, he decided to explore the rooms. After a thorough search, Lin Feng discovered several weapon cases containing attachments for his HK-416, along with smoke and flash grenades. Another safe. Crouching down, he gently twisted the handle, and with a click, the safe opened. To his surprise, the suitcase appeared within, emblazoned with the words, "Upgrade Kit." An upgrade kit, Lin Feng exclaimed in delight. Retrieving it, upon opening, he found a collection of simple tools, leaving him uncertain whether they were indeed for upgrading the elevator. He decided to take it regardless. Conducting a brief search, Lin Feng navigated through a corridor to the west building. He was unfamiliar with this place, relying solely on the sounds of gunfire in the map to guide him. I hit him. Ha, guys, I'm out of bullets. He's done for, huh? The gunfire gradually subsided, prompting Lin Feng to slow his pace as he ascended to the 3rd floor. The fierce battle above had masked the sound of his footsteps on the stairs, but with the area now quiet, he aimed to remain as silent as possible. The electronic map displayed over 10 natives still above, and there were no guards at the stairwell. As he ascended, Lin Feng drew his charged pistol. Boom! Instantly, the entire corridor was awash in blood and gore, the natives scavenging for spoils reduced to mere mist. This weapon is truly powerful. After expressing his awe, he realized he could not linger in this location. The map indicated that the natives were converging on him. He made a hasty retreat. The evacuation point lay in the basement of the east building. Lin Feng swiftly ran toward it, eliminating a few more natives along the way. Remarkably, he had not encountered a single survivor. Was he the only one to have entered? Upon reaching the basement of the east building, Lin Feng gazed curiously at the dark passage before him. Surely, there could not be ghosts lurking here. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. 5 seconds later, the elevator materialized before him. Ding! Task completed. Reward, 1 piece of super leather. Although he had not gathered a plethora of treasures this time, the super leather awarded by the system, along with the upgrade kit discovered in the safe, left Lin Feng thoroughly satisfied. Speaking of which, was this indeed an upgrade kit? He scratched his head and placed the suitcase in the materials area. By golly, it truly is, Lin Feng exclaimed, then clicked to upgrade the elevator. The elevator successfully ascended to level 11. And the space expanded to twice its previous size. Then there was nothing more. The space had merely increased, but that was quite satisfactory nonetheless. Blue Star, Chinan sat in a beef noodle shop looking disheveled as he slurped his noodles. The proprietor regarded him with a furrowed brow. Young man, this is your 3rd bowl. Perhaps we should take a break. Auntie, it's fine. It's just so delicious. Whoa, it's too good, Chinan exclaimed, savoring the noodles. After receiving a 7-day holiday, he had crossed through the light barrier and found himself in a public restroom. Upon returning to Blue Star, starved for a day and a night, he detected a tantalizing aroma wafting from the restroom, only to discover it emanated from the noodle shop outside, leading to the scene before him. Having devoured 3 bowls of ramen, Chinan reclined comfortably in his chair and let out a satisfied burp. "How much, auntie, young man? That will be 36 in total, alright." As Chinan took out his phone to make the payment, he suddenly realized that his account had been frozen. Damn it, he awkwardly glanced at the auntie. "Auntie. Never mind, dear. I understand your predicament, just wash those few bowls and you can leave." The auntie sighed, observing Chinan's disheveled appearance and recalling how he had devoured 3 large bowls of noodles. In her mind, she had already conjured a tragic tale. Alone on the bustling street, Chinan slowly sat down on a staircase. Sigh, it feels like everything has changed so much. He gazed at the busy street, when suddenly, a woman in a trench coat halted right in front of him. Just as he was puzzled, the woman produced a red bill and placed it on the ground, then walked away. Chinan, do I really look like a beggar? However, given that his account was frozen, he indeed needed the money. After picking up the cash, Chinan returned to the apartment he shared with Lin Feng. Lying on his bed, he opened his phone to see if anything significant had occurred on Blue Star. The tape of Sadako has become reality. Mysterious footage has led to the deaths of thousands. Police debunk rumors. Suspected serial killings. Investigation ongoing. A small African nation has experienced a military coup. Revolutionary forces have deployed biochemical weapons. Government troops are in retreat. Our country has completed the evacuation, with no casualties reported. The largest farm in the lighthouse nation, Cold Wind Farm, failed to sell. Investigation reveals that all livestock have perished, and the owner is missing. Another Russian plane has crashed in this area. Is this a new aviation no-fly zone? Zombies suspected in Australia. Experts respond, these are not zombies but a disease that will not spread to humans. Chapter 68, The Forest Floor. Ding. The elevator upgrade task has been completed, rewards have been issued, and the leather backpack's weight limit for each compartment has increased by 300 kilograms. Ding, the upgrade task has been triggered, please elevate the elevator's level to 12. Reward, all attributes 1.2 upgrade kits are still needed for the elevator upgrade. And now Lin Feng knows what the upgrade kits look like and will pay more attention while exploring the floors in the future. Just then, Lin Feng noticed that Chinan had sent him several messages. Chinan, Fingzi, I've reached Blue Star. I never imagined I could connect to the elevator chat room with my phone. Chinan, by the way, did you leave any cash behind when you returned last time? The government seems to have listed me as missing, and now I can't even afford a meal. Lin Feng, there should be a few hundred in cash under my mattress. Take it if you need it. By the way, has anything happened on Blue Star lately? Lin Feng suddenly recalled the events he learned about after returning to Blue Star and began typing to inquire further. On the other side, Chinan quickly replied, Chinan, nothing major, but there are a few interesting news items. Hold on, let me copy and paste them. Soon, Chinan sent over the news articles, mockingly commenting on the absurdity of the current marketing narratives, even dragging Sadako's name into it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he read the content Chinan had sent. A terrifying video link. Wasn't that something he had suggested back in that classroom? The military coup in a small African nation. Didn't that resemble the survival floor? He recalled coincidentally seeing that newspaper. The news of the farm failing to sell in the lighthouse nation reminded Lin Feng of his experience at the corrupt slaughterhouse. The description in the news was eerily similar to what he had witnessed. As for the remaining news articles, Lin Feng was less familiar. However, he could now confirm that certain floors he had experienced seemed to influence the real world. If 1 or 2 instances could be attributed to coincidence, how could he explain so many? Lin Feng slowly sat on his bed deep in thought, then purchased a pen and a notebook at the exchange. Preparing to document all the floors he had traversed, most of the floors he had experienced were now manifesting in Blue Star. Reflecting on his previous explorations, he ultimately settled on 2 floors that seemed likely to occur, the forest floor and the recently experienced gold grab floor. The forest floor was the one where he encountered game players. There were no news reports regarding this yet, so Lin Feng was not particularly clear and would need to investigate further in the future. As for the gold grab floor, all he knew was that it featured a plethora of Russian text set against the backdrop of a war-torn city, with the natives perhaps being gold diggers within the city. After documenting this information, Lin Feng set it aside. He rose and settled by the fireplace, quietly warming himself. Reaching into his pocket, he felt the cigarettes he had scavenged from the gold grab floor. Exhaling, Lin Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. After a brief respite, Lin Feng approached his workbench and crafted a leather backpack. Now, he could put his ideas into practice. To his astonishment, placing the leather backpack inside another leather backpack was indeed feasible. This meant he effectively had 15 compartments of space, and in the future, if he acquired more leather backpacks, he could continue to stack them. Thus, the concept of bags within bags could truly materialize. Ding, the floor you are about to enter is the forest floor, which contains 20 wild men and 5 mutated wild men. Defeat all hostile creatures to exit the floor. Ding, task triggered, entrance to the truth. Please locate the entrance to the underground laboratory and eliminate all wild men at the entrance. Task reward, 50 poison arrows. Any creature struck will enter a state of paralysis for 30 seconds. Rationality attribute 1. Lin Feng had some recollection of this, wasn't he, at the endgame scenario of the game? Ding dong, the elevator descends. Please hold on tightly. As the elevator announcement echoed, Lin Feng readied his weapons. And the elevator finally came to a halt. A small velociraptor squawked at Lin Feng as if asking permission to enter. After a moment's thought, he allowed it to follow. It was merely a matter of locating the entrance. He certainly could not bring the velociraptor into the laboratory, as he would need to dive later. Upon opening the elevator doors, Lin Feng was greeted by a dense thicket. The velociraptor immediately assumed an attack stance upon stepping out, indicating the presence of dangerous creatures nearby. Indeed, from within a patch of grass came rustling sounds, and a burly wild man emerged, brandishing a wooden club. Roar! The velociraptor charged at the wild man with a fierce cry. Come back, Lin Feng shouted, then promptly dispatched the wild man with a headshot. Given its size and weapon, this was no ordinary wild man. If the velociraptor recklessly engaged, it could very well find itself at a disadvantage. He wondered if Wang Lei was nearby. Lin Feng pondered, as Wang Lei, being a gamer, would possess a map. Although Lin Feng had played this game, he would genuinely struggle to locate a sinkhole in this context. Not far away, Wang Lei, having just acquired a breathing apparatus, immediately associated the sound of gunfire with Lin Feng. It wasn't yet time for his stream, so without hesitation, he maneuvered his character towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, hearing the call, Lin Feng chuckled, surprised that this guy was so close. Here, he shouted, and Wang Lei quickly approached. After a brief exchange, Lin Feng inquired about the location of the sinkhole. Wang Lei was also preparing for the completion of the game and had found the sinkhole's location. So he led Lin Feng there directly. There are too many wild men below. I haven't descended yet. I plan to go down during my stream tonight for some dramatic effect, Wang Lei chuckled. Indicating that he had already set up the rope for descent, Lin Feng nodded and approached the edge of the sinkhole, raising his gun to begin firing. Bang, 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 bang. In no time, an entire magazine was emptied, leaving only a few mutated wild men alive at the bottom of the sinkhole. They seemed to possess a higher intelligence, taking cover behind rocks upon being attacked. Wang Lei watched Lin Feng's actions in awe. Did these wild men hold a grudge against him? Is that rope secure? Lin Feng asked Wang Lei. Good God, what are you planning? You're not actually thinking of going down there, are you? Well, I can't leave without taking care of those mutated wild men. Oh, in that case, leave it to me, just a few octopuses. Without those little monsters around, I can handle it with ease, Wang Lei said confidently, then slid down the rope. Chapter 69, The Nuclear Lighter. In truth, Lin Feng had initially intended to use his charged handgun to blow up the area below. However, since someone was willing to handle it, he opted not to complicate matters. Wang Lei, brimming with confidence, drew his bow as he descended into the sinkhole. Yet, just a few steps in, a hunched wild man suddenly leaped in front of him. Roar! Wang Lei, caught off guard, lost half his health in an instant. Damn! Wang Lei cursed, swiftly switching to his katana and decapitating the wild man. He had not been joyful for long when another wild man leaped upon him and swiftly dispatched him once more. Moments later, rejuvenated to full health, Wang Lei donned his spare equipment and raced back to the pit. The small velociraptor glanced down into the abyss and then at Wang Lei, its head tilting in curiosity. Ahem, well, accidents happen. It won't happen again this time. Wang Lei confidently thumped his chest and then slid down. After more than 10 minutes, he dashed back from behind Lin Feng once again. His gear was increasingly inferior, and this time he had even put on a flight attendant uniform. Lin Feng let out a sound of disdain, covering his eyes, while also shielding the small velociraptor's eyes. It was one thing for this fellow to wear a flight attendant uniform, but why on earth was he wearing black stockings? It was simply too much for the eyes. Brother Lin, this time, it's absolutely foolproof. With a face full of confidence, Wang Lei leaped into the pit. Just when Lin Feng thought this fool was about to throw it all away again, the system's notification chime sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been dispatched. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow had finally finished his business. Those 50 poison arrowheads should be waiting for him in his elevator soon enough. Wang Lei climbed up from below. There should be no wild men left down there. Wang Lei smiled and said, "Oh right, I'll give you this gun." Lin Feng tossed a TOZ 106 bolt action shotgun along with several magazines to Wang Lei, as a token of gratitude for helping him clear the area. This shotgun, which Lin Feng had scavenged from the natives on the gold-grabbing floor, resembled a sniper rifle, yet it was a shotgun, and its power was nothing to boast about. However, it was entirely sufficient for close encounters with wild men. The primary reason Lin Feng gifted him this shotgun was that it came with an ample supply of ammunition. Holy crap, Godfather, you truly gave me this gun. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Lei instantly burst into excitement. Dancing with JOY.in return, he gifted Lin Feng the nuclear-powered lighter he had been carrying. The two then collected a substantial amount of wood, as there was plenty readily available at Wang Lei's camp. Ultimately gathering over 6,000 kilograms of timber, only then did Lin Feng prepare to bid farewell to Wang Lei. By the way, do you know the ending of this game? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Oh, I know, I read the guide before. The ending involves shooting down a passenger plane and then resurrecting the sun, Wang Lei replied, shrugging. Well, then, I'll take my leave. Lin Feng waved thoughtfully. Your brother Lin, may we meet again by fate. Until we meet again. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he vanished from sight. Wang Lei could not see the elevator, so from his perspective, Lin Feng simply disappeared into thin air. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng glanced at the lighter in his hand and chuckled. This object was indeed quite absurd in the game. It not only possessed infinite energy but was also waterproof. However, it probably wouldn't retain those qualities in the real world, would it? Smack! Lin Feng submerged the lighter in water and pressed it down. To his astonishment, a flame slowly ignited beneath the water. Lin Feng, the scene before him shattered his worldview accumulated over more than 2 decades. How on earth was this possible? Lin Feng cautiously extended a finger to touch it, only to find it scalding hot. What a treasure! Although it seemed to have no practical utility, such a reality-defying object was certainly worth keeping. After finishing his workout and preparing to sleep, Lin Feng was suddenly drawn to a phone box in the corner. Damn, I forgot about this. He hurriedly approached and ripped open the film. This was a plant he had found in a survivor's elevator, initially intending to nurture it and enjoy fresh vegetables. However, upon opening it, a foul odor of decay wafted forth. Well, it's all rotted away. Without sunlight, the plants couldn't grow at all. Oh well, if they can't grow, they can't grow. Lin Feng covered the film back over, blocking the stench of decaying plants before heading off to sleep. On Blue Star, Qinan lay on his bed like a salted fish, scrolling through his phone. He truly wished to remain in such a worry-free existence forever. However, in just a few days, the holiday would end, and he would be sent back to that cramped elevator. Late Night Skit, Renowned Teacher Online Teaching, www.com. Click the link to watch immediately. What the heck, are the ads for short videos this brazen now? Qinan exclaimed in surprise as an advertisement link suddenly popped up. Just as he intended to close the ad, he noticed the close button was perilously close to the link. Qinan felt speechless. They even resorted to such petty tricks. Just as he was about to close it, he inadvertently touched the link's edge. The next moment, his phone went black. Qinan pressed the power button, but it was unresponsive. Fearing it had been infected with a virus, he cursed under his breath and forcefully restarted the phone. 1 minute later, as the screen illuminated, Qinan sighed in relief. He had been relying on his phone for entertainment these past few days. If it broke, where would he find the money to buy a new one? However, upon rebooting, the phone automatically began playing a video. The footage displayed a television screen filled with snowflakes. Suddenly, the snowy screen flickered, and a woman in white, with flowing hair, appeared on the television. Her face was obscured by her hair, so Qinan couldn't discern her features. He felt an unsettling vibe from the video, prompting him to turn off his phone screen, but no matter how many times he pressed the power button, the screen remained lit. Damn, what kind of cursed thing is this? As the woman on the screen drew closer, Qinan felt cold sweat trickling down his back, and his heart raced significantly. He even experienced difficulty in breathing. At that moment, he recalled the morning news about a horror videotape becoming real. This can't possibly be true, can it? He hurriedly opened the door and tossed the phone outside. The eerie sound ceased. Qinan sighed in relief, feeling all the symptoms from before vanish. Could it be a psychological issue? He wondered to himself. Meanwhile, the woman with flowing hair in the video did not emerge from the phone. She merely let out a piercing scream before the video vanished. Chapter 70, Apocalypse City. After the shrill scream subsided, Qinan cautiously opened his door and found his phone had gone black. He stepped forward to reboot it. The restarted phone functioned normally again. Qinan breathed a sigh of relief, returning to his room, dismissing the earlier incident as a prank video. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? Given the current popularity of horror videotapes, it was not unusual for someone to make a video to scare others. However, after such a scare, Qinan lost the desire to play with his phone. He placed it on the table and went to sleep. Several hours later, Lin Feng was awakened by the system's notification sound. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is Apocalypse City. This floor is teeming with zombies and numerous mutated entities. The host must assume the identity of a soldier and survive on this floor for 2 hours. Upon successful departure, you will receive an upgrade kit and an obsidian treasure chest. Note: this floor has a high danger level and equipment cannot be brought inside. Please enter with caution. Ding! Challenge task initiated. Please severely injure a special mutated entity. Reward: self-healing. The difficulty level of this floor is exceedingly high, and task assistance items will be provided. The host may choose one item to bring into this floor. After hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng slowly lit a cigarette. A high difficulty level, but the rewards truly are plentiful. There is also an obsidian treasure chest that he had never even seen before. Moreover, the system allowed him to select an item to bring in. How could he possibly refuse to enter this floor? Naturally, he chose to bring the energy pistol. Lin Feng also possessed the ability to remain invisible. If he truly encountered danger, he could simply find a place to hide and remain invisible for 2 hours. Ding dong, elevator descending, please hold on tight. Buzz. The elevator began to descend rapidly, and after several seconds, it came to a gentle stop. Lin Feng pressed the door button and walked out. Upon leaving the elevator, his attire had transformed into a sleek black combat uniform. And in his hands, he wielded an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. The energy pistol had indeed been retained, nestled within the magazine pouch. He seemed to be in a military base, surrounded by numerous soldiers dressed similarly. Along with 2 tanks and several armed helicopters, the equipment configuration was quite impressive. After all, they were just zombies, so why did the system declare this floor exceedingly dangerous? Puzzled, Lin Feng scratched his head. At that moment, the whistle blew, and the surrounding soldiers assembled. Seeing this, Lin Feng joined them. Gentlemen, the Marine Corps has discovered a special mutated entity in Central Park and is requesting our assistance. Prepare your gear and board the vehicles. The officer standing atop a tank succinctly delivered the mission before retreating into the tank, while 3 armed helicopters set off for Central Park. Brother, where is your gas mask? Put it on. Central Park is a heavily contaminated zone. A soldier beside Lin Feng reminded him. Thanks, Lin Feng replied as he donned the gas mask. Don't be nervous. That special mutated entity is very cunning, seeing that we have so many people. It should flee immediately. The soldier patted Lin Feng's shoulder and reassured him. Subsequently, the convoy began to move. Once they left the military base, Lin Feng noticed that the outside world seemed devoid of any apocalyptic scenery. Cars were driving normally on the roads, and many people were strolling and walking their dogs in the pedestrian area. This certainly did not resemble an apocalyptic scene at all. However, after the convoy had traveled for 30 minutes, Lin Feng beheld the apocalyptic city he had envisioned. Everywhere he looked, there were wrecked vehicles and a multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Even the sky above had transformed into a dark crimson hue. Before long, the convoy found itself besieged by a horde of zombies, yet 2 tanks provided crucial protection, and the soldiers aboard the trucks were well equipped, ensuring that the undead posed little threat to their passage. Lin Feng joined the fray, firing an entire magazine of bullets, and he observed that the soldiers exhibited remarkable marksmanship, often landing headshots with just 2 bullets required to dispatch a single zombie. This was particularly impressive given that they were shooting from the moving truck, their proficiency rivaling his own. With such formidable firepower, one had to wonder why they were wary of that peculiar mutated entity. Could it be the Hulk? As they pressed deeper, Lin Feng began to sense that matters were becoming increasingly complex. The fissures in the earth, the abandoned tanks, and the wreckage of downed helicopters instilled a sense of impending danger. Suddenly, the convoy came to a halt. They had arrived at Central Park. The 2 tanks were the first to advance, with the soldiers following closely behind. Their journey had been relatively uneventful until they reached the park, where a squad of camouflaged soldiers swiftly approached them. Saluting Lin Feng and his team, it appeared that his military rank was superior to theirs. The officer who had spoken earlier poked his head out from the tank and inquired about the special mutated entity. Sir, the hunting squad has arrived, but the special mutated entity fled. They have already pursued it, came the report. The hunting squad referred to the 3 armed helicopters, tasked specifically with tracking the mutated creature. The officer nodded curtly and retrieved a walkie-talkie, issuing a command. Maintain vigilance. We will withdraw after a 20-minute search. Their objective was to eliminate the special mutated entity, and if they did not receive a response from the hunting squad or locate the creature within that time frame, they would return to base. Although zombies continued to approach, they were swiftly dispatched as soon as they appeared. Just as Lin Feng exhaled in relief, a skinless monstrosity suddenly leaped from the sky. The creature's size was comparable to that of a tank, and it landed with a tremendous thud, striking one of the tanks with a powerful blow. Fortunately, the tank merely tilted slightly, and its occupants remained unharmed. A fighter, open fire, came the command. The soldiers brandishing guided rocket launchers locked onto the creature. Suddenly, 2 rockets soared through the air, launching the fighter backward. Another tank seized the opportunity to fire, obliterating the creature into fragments. The tank initially struck by the fighter sustained severe damage to its side armor and had to retreat to base. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers continued their search for the special mutated entity near Central Park. Chapter 71, The Abnormal Special Mutated Entity. Meanwhile, after losing track of the special mutated entity, the hunting squad reported briefly and began their return. We lost sight of the target. That little mouse must have hidden away somewhere. Let us withdraw. Lin Feng heard the officer's voice in his earpiece. After dispatching a few zombies in front of him, he prepared to regroup with his fellow soldiers. This level seemed less challenging than he had anticipated. He mused, strolling back alongside his comrades, engaged in light-hearted conversation. At that moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the assembled ranks ahead. Lin Feng squinted, realizing with horror that they were firing upon their own. No, wait, was that soldier even human? Who could withstand a hail of bullets and still leap several meters high? Alarmed, Lin Feng's companion shouted, "It's a special mutated entity." He quickly hoisted his rocket launcher. Aiming to lock onto the creature that was rampaging through the crowd. In an instant, a whip-like appendage pierced through his body, and the next moment, his corpse was yanked away. Lin Feng was taken aback by the shocking turn of events and hastily retreated to safety. Fortunately, the special mutated entity showed little interest in him. After dispatching several soldiers wielding rocket launchers, it turned its attention to the tank. Boom, boom. The creature's whip vanished, transforming into two colossal fists, with a single strike. It bent the tank's cannon. At that moment, Lin Feng had activated his invisibility mode, crouching aside in stunned silence. Was this truly human? Observing the creature, which bore a human semblance yet exhibited such monstrous capabilities, Lin Feng's lips curled in disbelief. No wonder the system had warned him that this level was formidable. Who could contend with a tank in hand-to-hand combat? Suddenly, the sound of helicopters filled the air. The three armed helicopters had arrived, likely responding to a distress signal. They unleashed a barrage of fire, and within moments, several bullets struck the mutated entity, yet, astonishingly, it appeared unfazed. After knocking the tank's turret askew, it lifted the turret with ease. As Lin Feng pondered its intentions, the creature executed an astounding maneuver, hurling the turret directly at one of the helicopters. Boom, one helicopter plummeted to the ground, the remaining two quickly ascended. But their fate was sealed. Looking up, Lin Feng witnessed the mutated entity leap into the air, soaring several meters high, its arms transforming back into whips, successfully piercing through another helicopter, with the alarm blaring. Only one helicopter remained airborne. The two pilots exchanged glances before decisively opting to withdraw. The mutated entity, however, showed no interest in pursuit. Instead, it approached the wrecked tank and pulled out the unconscious officer. At this point, Lin Feng was the sole survivor in Central Park. If he maintained his invisibility, he could safely depart after an hour, yet, he was also enticed by the system's task rewards. Inflicting serious damage on the special mutated entity was undoubtedly directed at the man before him. The creature, seemingly fixated on the officer, extracted him and, with a single blow, shattered his skull. Lin Feng watched as the officer's body began to merge with the mutated entity. Recognizing the opportunity, he drew his energy pistol and steadied his aim. Even though he had deactivated his invisibility, the mutated entity was preoccupied with its own injuries and failed to notice Lin Feng's presence nearby. After witnessing its formidable defensive capabilities, Lin Feng fully charged the energy pistol. Boom! The energy orb shattered the ground beneath him, sending Lin Feng flying backward 5 meters due to the recoil. Fortunately, the energy ball struck the entity directly, obliterating the man. Well, not entirely, only his head remained. Ugh, that hurts. Lin Feng grimaced, rubbing his wrist. This creature must be dead, right? Cautiously he approached, and upon confirming that only the head remained, he sighed in relief, doubting its ability to survive. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed, reward has been issued. Please check your attribute panel. Lin Feng smiled faintly and settled into a nearby chair to await the passage of time. However, he failed to notice that the special mutated entity's eyes were slowly opening, and the blood pooling on the ground was being absorbed by it. Soon, the objective of surviving for 2 hours was accomplished, and an elevator materialized before Lin Feng, its doors sliding open with a soft chime. As he entered the elevator, his attire transformed back to the previous outfit. Much to his surprise. To his delight, he found that he had been equipped with a sleek black combat uniform and a weapon, all pristine and devoid of any bloodstains. Upon reaching the screen, Lin Feng checked his upgrade progress, noting that he was merely one upgrade set away from completion. What was that self-healing ability for again? Opening the attribute panel, he discovered a new skill labeled Self-Heal. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 17. Speed, 12. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 4. Sanity, 3. With the exception of luck, all attributes are at the human average of 10. Luck is 0. Skills, Master of Cold Weapons, Intermediate Firearms Proficiency, Basic Hand-to-Hand Combat, Expert Wilderness Survival, Eagle Eye. Self-Heal, recovery speed significantly increases after injury, energy consumption of the body doubles. This ability seemed somewhat lackluster. Lin Feng took out a dagger and examined his arm. Let's see how effective the self-healing really is. Swish, the blade sliced through, leaving a fine wound, with blood oozing from the cut due to the dagger's swift action. Lin Feng felt no pain. Ordinarily, such a minor cut would take a day or two to scab over. After approximately 20 minutes, he watched as the wound gradually healed before his eyes, leaving no trace of the injury behind. Even skipping the scabbing process entirely, this skill could prove invaluable in critical moments, especially when medical supplies were unavailable. Lin Feng had originally expected to heal instantaneously like Deadpool after sustaining injuries. Aside from the wound on his arm, the pain in his wrist had also vanished. After verifying the efficacy of his self-healing, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger in his stomach and decided to consume a can of food to quell it. As he observed Chinan's avatar lighting up once more, Lin Feng ambled over while munching on the canned goods. Chinan's message concerned his encounter with a terrifying video. After contemplating Chinan's description for a moment, Lin Feng concluded that it was undoubtedly his own idea that had led to the incident in that classroom. The late-night skit was quite clever, yet he wondered why the female ghost hadn't attacked Chinan afterward. Could it be that simply throwing the phone elsewhere and waiting for the video to finish would prevent any mishaps? Taking another bite of the tender braised beef, Lin Feng replied to Qinan. Acknowledging that he couldn't be of much assistance and advising him to exercise caution, however, he figured that Qinan was resilient enough not to encounter any serious trouble. Speaking of which, it was quite unfortunate for Qinan to stumble upon such a situation just when he had a few days to relax. Glancing at the greasy broth in the can, Lin Feng decided to pour it out for the little velociraptor. Knowing it wouldn't be picky, and the seasoning wasn't too overpowering, he reminisced about the time when he couldn't bear to waste even a drop of soup. Opening the trading platform, Lin Feng searched for fruits and found a considerable number for sale, though fresh fruits were quite pricey, and there were also many canned varieties available. Ultimately, he exchanged 5 kilograms of beef for 5 kilograms of apples. Now that he had the means, he was determined to maintain a balanced diet, ensuring he consumed enough vitamins to avoid constipation. Eating meat daily, Lin Feng would release a fragrant aroma that could fill the entire elevator. Little dragon open wide, Lin Feng tossed an apple into the air, and the little dragon leaped up to catch it. Observing the little velociraptor, Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering that it was time to craft a set of armor for it. Given its physique, custom metal armor would likely hinder its agility, yet a leather armor could offer some protection without compromising its mobility. With that thought, Lin Feng navigated back to the trading platform and purchased a piece of cowhide. Little dragon, come here, let me see if this cowhide is sufficient. Summoning the little velociraptor, he examined the hide, cutting out holes for its forelimbs and hind legs. After some meticulous crafting, which took over an hour, the leather fit the little velociraptor snugly and allowed for easy movement. Although it appeared somewhat unflattering, Lin Feng was quite pleased with his handiwork. Not bad, quite fitting, as it was the little velociraptor's first time wearing clothing. It walked in a slightly comical manner, yet it seemed to enjoy it, bounding joyfully in the elevator. Seeing its delight brought a smile to Lin Feng's face. His skills had been validated by his pet. Go check if there is anything tasty in the pool. Lin Feng pointed to the water basin. Rawr, the little velociraptor exclaimed, scurrying over to drag a metal plate from the pool, revealing 2 large black fish swimming inside. After grilling the fish, the two of them settled down to enjoy their meal together. At that moment, a comment in the chat group caught Lin Feng's attention. Where is this place? Where am I? I am a citizen of the Empire, let me out. Eliminating all possibilities, it seemed this person was a new arrival. However, what empire could possibly exist in Blue Star? Upon checking this individual's level, it was found to be one. Many others, alongside Lin Feng, expressed interest in this seemingly new member. An empire. Buddy, you must be dreaming. Wait a minute, how is your elevator only level 1? You can't be serious. Wow, I just realized, his elevator level is indeed 1. Hold on, I want to know the difficulty of the floors he is facing and if the elevator's temperature is the same as ours. Under the barrage of inquiries and explanations from the crowd, the self-proclaimed citizen of the Empire finally responded to their questions. He confirmed that the temperature in his elevator was just right and that he had just arrived in that elevator. Yet, he provided no further information regarding the Empire he spoke of. A new member had joined the elevator. Although it was only one, there would undoubtedly be more to follow. What could this possibly signify? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng decided to abandon his thoughts. This seemed to have little relevance to him. Upon opening the previously awarded obsidian treasure chest, Lin Feng discovered a blue fruit named Wisdom Fruit and a red injection serum, the latter of which bore no labels apart from a description stating that upon injection, one would gain abilities surpassing those of humans, with a negative effect of -99 to sanity. Would injecting this turn him into a lunatic? Lin Feng resolutely decided against using the serum. While the blue fruit clearly indicated its wisdom-enhancing properties, after taking a bite, he found it quite palatable and consumed the entire fruit. Checking his attribute panel afterward, he noted that his intelligence had indeed increased by 2 points, bringing it to a total of 22. After some exercise, Lin Feng glanced at the time and decided to take a rest. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is an abnormal floor. Please maintain your sanity while searching for an exit. You may encounter aggressive creatures, but as long as you keep your wits about you, no significant issues should arise. Each time you find an exit, you may choose to return to the elevator. The more exits you find, the richer the rewards. This floor cannot be refused, and you may not bring any items with you. Ding! Task issued, life or death. Successfully escape from an entity's pursuit. Completing the task will grant you an increase of 5 sanity. Before Lin Feng could fully comprehend what the next floor meant, the elevator's announcement chimed. Ding dong, the elevator is descending. Please hold on. Buzz. Upon reaching its destination, the elevator doors opened automatically, and Lin Feng was thrust out by an unseen force. The moment he stepped out, the elevator vanished. The damp, yellowing carpet exuded a musty odor, and the monotonous, bizarre yellow hue pervaded the entire space. A row of glaring fluorescent lights lined the ceiling, incessantly buzzing with an irritable hum. As Lin Feng surveyed the space before him, an inexplicable sense of oppression welled up within him. Nevertheless, he knew he needed to find an exit quickly. The layout of this place resembled a labyrinth. Making the search for an exit far from a simple endeavor, after walking for over an hour, he was still confronted by yellow walls, further aggravating his agitation. The incessant noise from the fluorescent lights had begun to cause a slight ringing in his ears. "Please follow the arrow to proceed, it will lead you out of here." "What in the world is this place?" Lin Feng exclaimed, punching the wall beside him, his knuckles becoming damp, even the walls were excessively moist. Noticing his wet fist, he couldn't help but lick his dry lips, yet, he descended into madness to the extent of licking the unknown fluids on the walls and floor. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, realizing he had fallen into a vicious cycle. Although the layout around him hadn't repeated itself, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity. With a ripping sound, Lin Feng tore a piece of fabric from his clothing and placed it on the ground as a marker before continuing forward. This time, he walked straight ahead. However, after about 10 minutes, he was astonished to see the black fabric he had just laid down. He was utterly certain he had walked in a straight line. How could he encounter his own marker? After inspecting the fabric, he confirmed it was indeed the piece he had torn from his clothes. Had he been wandering in circles this entire time? Determined, Lin Feng decided to change direction and avoid walking in straight lines. Watching the fabric disappear from his sight, he believed this time he would not retrace his steps. 10 minutes later, despair washed over him as he once again found the marker. He wanted to scream in frustration. But he also knew that losing his sanity now would mean being trapped here until he perished from dehydration. He had no choice but to continue onward. As he took a few steps, he suddenly noticed a line of text on the wall. Strange, it hadn't been there before. Lin Feng felt puzzled, and the message on the wall read, "If you find yourself trapped here, please follow, it will lead you out." Beneath the inscription was an arrow drawn on the wall. As Lin Feng followed the arrow, he discovered 2 more messages appearing below it. "Please do not follow the arrow. It is deceiving you. Please continue following the arrow, you will find the exit." Lin Feng stared at the 2 contradictory messages, unsure of which to trust. However, if he followed the arrow, he had a 50% chance of finding an exit. If he didn't, he might be doomed to wander forever. Thus, Lin Feng decided to take a gamble that he would follow the arrow in search of an exit. From then on, Lin Feng continued to follow the arrow. The conflicting messages beneath it became increasingly severe. Along the way, he even spotted a red balloon floating in mid-air, but maintaining a cautious demeanor, he chose not to linger and continued following the arrow. After over an hour, Lin Feng's clothes were completely soaked through. In this damp, sultry, and monotonous environment, one can easily become irritable. However, Lin Feng's eyes remained remarkably clear at this moment, perhaps due to his rationality being intact for 3 crucial reasons. Although he had yet to find an exit, there was a glimmer of good news. He had not encountered the discarded fabric he had left behind, indicating that he was not merely going in circles. And that alone was sufficient solace. Nevertheless, after traversing this expanse for so long, Lin Feng felt a tinge of fatigue, and the relentless sweating had rendered his lips increasingly parched. Fortunately, this discomfort was still within tolerable limits. How much longer must he endure before he could escape? An hour later, Lin Feng panted heavily, gazing at the seemingly endless space before him. Cough, cough, cough. While coughing, he pressed onward, following the direction of the arrow. Moments later, he read the encouraging words beneath the arrow: "Walk another 100 meters in the direction of the arrow, and you shall successfully leave this place. Do not advance any further. You will perish here. Upon seeing a red balloon approach it, it shall lead you away from this place. Do not go near the red balloon." These messages appeared as if inscribed by 2 opposing entities. Whether they were human or not, Lin Feng could not ascertain. Having believed in the arrow for so long, he found himself with no retreat. Should he fail to escape soon, his stamina would not suffice. Thus, Lin Feng continued onward. After a minute, a wooden door appeared before him. "Open the door and step out, and you may leave this level." "Are you certain you wish to step outside? It is exceedingly perilous. Seek the red balloon, for it can guide you from this cursed place." Without hesitation, Lin Feng turned the doorknob. The other side of the door revealed what resembled a warehouse. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng realized he had not been mistaken. The other side of the door finally displayed a different hue. Upon stepping through, he beheld an elevator, complete with a 60-second countdown, allowing him to decide whether to return. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to re-enter the elevator. This level felt too bizarre. He could not guarantee that he would discover a new exit. If he failed to complete the system's task, so be it. There were no penalties, and his life was of paramount importance. Exhaling deeply, Lin Feng lay on the elevator floor, inhaling the fresh air. The stifling, humid atmosphere of the previous level had left him somewhat oxygen-deprived. After resting for a while, he sat up, and his small velociraptor companion quietly sat beside him, clutching a briefcase. Remembering that Lin Feng had previously handled this briefcase, it had picked it up, ready to present it to him. An upgrade package? Could this be a reward from the earlier level? Lin Feng took the upgrade package from the little dinosaur's mouth, pondering aloud. Having just found an exit, was this reward truly all there was? If he found a few more, would the rewards not be even more bountiful? Shaking his head, Lin Feng recalled that he had no desire to relive that previous level, had he not chosen to follow the arrow. He might have never escaped. At that moment, Qinan sent another message. Qinan, Fengzi, your father has returned, the holiday flew by, and I find myself back in this wretched place once more. Wasn't Qinan's holiday supposed to last 7 days? Why had he returned after just a few days? Lin Feng, wasn't your holiday 7 days? Qinan, indeed, I have completed 7 days. Lin Feng, yet from the day you left. It has barely been 3 days. Qinan, Nanny? Qinan, could it be that time flows differently in the elevator's space compared to Blue Star? Lin Feng, that seems to be the only explanation. I just emerged from an exceedingly strange level, so I need to recuperate. I am utterly exhausted. Qinan, oh, what level has worn you out? Lin Feng, where did you acquire such a lewd expression? Chapter 74. The elevator ascends to level 12. After exchanging barbs with Qinan for a while, Lin Feng opened a bottle of mineral water and drank it in one go. Ah, what a relief! He let out a contented sigh and then lay back on the cool floor. The refreshing sensation eased the tension in his mind considerably. The oppressive atmosphere of the previous level had weighed heavily on him. Seeing Lin Feng's unusual demeanor, the little velociraptor grew concerned and nudged him with its head. Ow, hungry, Lin Feng reached out to stroke the dinosaur's head, then got up to retrieve a large piece of beef from his leather backpack. Preparing a meal for both himself and the little dinosaur, the exertion from earlier had severely depleted his energy. Stir-fried beef paired with an apple, perfect. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng approached the material pile and elevated the elevator to level 12. Upon reaching the 12th level, the elevator expanded once more, revealing a television mounted in the corner, positioned perfectly for viewing while lying in bed. Naturally, a television comes with a remote control, albeit this one required coins. There were no channel buttons, only a single line of text. 1 gold coin grants you access to a day's worth of television programming, with shows played at random. Is this even possible? Lin Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. However, with an ample supply of gold coins, what harm could there be in indulging for a day? After inserting a gold coin, the television flickered to life. Pleasant goat and big wolf. Lazy goat, boiling goat, slow goat, soft and fluffy, red wolf, gray wolf. Lin Feng, well, having already spent the coin, watching cartoons isn't too bad. The little velociraptor, witnessing the television for the first time, was equally captivated, sitting by the poolside and gazing intently at the animated show. Though it was unclear whether it understood anything. Ding, host's task completed, rewards distributed, all attribute points 1. Ding, an upgrade task has been issued. Please elevate the elevator to level 13. Reward, 1 resurrection coin, usable on oneself or other beings. Seeing that the system had dispensed its rewards, Lin Feng hurriedly opened his attribute panel, eager to discover whether the one applied to luck and rationality as well. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 18. Speed, 13. Agility, 19. Intelligence, 23. Luck, 5. Rationality, 1/10 of intelligence 2. The protagonist did not complete the life and death task, hence did not receive 5 rationality. All attributes, except for luck and rationality, have an average value of 10 for humans. Luck starts at 0, and rationality is based on intelligence. Skills, Master of Cold Weapons, Intermediate Firearms Proficiency, Basic Combat Skills, Wilderness Survival Expert Level, Eagle Eye. Self-healing, the recovery speed of wounds is significantly accelerated. But energy consumption is doubled. Luck has increased to 5, and rationality has risen to 4. Now, this is what it means to have all attributes enhanced. Subsequently, Lin Feng reviewed the materials required for the upgrade. Most were sufficient, but he still needed 3 upgrade packages and 100 kilograms of obsidian. Suddenly Lin Feng recalled the obsidian treasure chest he had acquired in the apocalyptic urban level. Thankfully, he had not discarded it. He lifted the obsidian treasure chest and tossed it into the elevator. The display indicated he still needed 45 kilograms of obsidian. As for the remaining obsidian, Lin Feng was in no rush to trade. He had yet to gather all the upgrade packages. Based on his experience, acquiring these upgrade packages was no simple feat. Ow. Just then, the little velociraptor suddenly let out a loud cry directed at the television. Lin Feng turned to see that the program had changed. This time, it was showcasing the animal kingdom, which explained the little dinosaur's excitement. The creatures appearing on the screen were practically all on its menu. Drool, such a gluttonous little dragon. Lin Feng, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, remarked that the little dinosaur had just eaten but was already craving more. The little velociraptor protested with a cry, "Ha, you little rascal." Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, then settled back to watch, finding the animal kingdom slightly dull, yet far preferable to staring at the ceiling in silence. It was impossible to tell how long he had been watching. But Lin Feng gradually dozed off, only to be roused once more by the system's notification. Ding, the host is about to enter a level featuring a grassland, devoid of danger, home to various herbivorous animals. With a freshwater lake at the center. A safe level, indeed. Lin Feng yawned and then picked up his horned bow. It was the perfect opportunity to hunt a few animals to stockpile some meat. With an extra leather backpack now available, he could store more provisions. Ding dong, the elevator is ascending. Please hold on tight. Upon exiting the elevator, Lin Feng was greeted by a refreshing breeze filled with the scent of fresh grass. It was utterly delightful. After inhaling deeply a few times, he surveyed the surrounding animals. The little velociraptor's hunting instincts were palpable, eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's command. Go ahead, have your fun in Owo, the little velociraptor joyfully shouted and then darted off like an arrow, causing 2 wild rabbits to leap in fright at its approach. Meanwhile, Lin Feng nocked 3 arrows, aiming at 3 unsuspecting sheep. Whoosh, all 3 arrows found their marks, delivering fatal blows to the sheep. Ah, my friend's archery skills are truly remarkable, Lin Feng said with a sense of pride. The rhino hornbow retorted, I'm almost embarrassed to mention this. Do you have no shame? Meanwhile, the little velociraptor seemed to have made some progress. Having captured 2 wild rabbits, seeing its delight, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Aside from that, there wasn't much else. There appeared to be some fish in the lake, but Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested. They were too small and catching them would be a hassle. After spending an hour tending to 3 sheep, Lin Feng approached the lake to wash his hands. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he stroked his stubbly chin, realizing that he hadn't tea-bathed since arriving in the elevator world. With this thought, Lin Feng jumped into the lake for a thorough cleanse. The little velociraptor, seeing Lin Feng leap into the water, followed suit, relieved that the lake wasn't too deep, allowing its head to surface. After bathing, he used the remaining time to wash his clothes. Once on shore, clad in fresh attire, Lin Feng felt considerably more comfortable. The little velociraptor emerged, clutching 3 fish, its insatiable appetite evident as it scurried about. After tidying up his beard with a dagger and indulging in a moment of vanity, Lin Feng called for the little velociraptor to return to the elevator. Chapter 75, Collaborating Against Adversity. Encounter with Qin. And upon returning to the elevator, Lin Feng deliberately checked the chat room. After a prolonged observation without any messages from the first-level elevator residents, he inquired in the chat, only to learn that the individual who claimed to be an imperial citizen had abruptly ceased responding during a conversation yesterday. Speculation arose that this person might be a survivor from another elevator world, resulting in a crossover in the chat room. Others conjectured that the individual was merely being enigmatic or had met their demise. Or perhaps someone had stumbled upon an empty elevator and entered, and used its screen to mislead others. Suddenly, a long unheard acquaintance sent Lin Feng a message. Ye Hua, brother Lin, do you have any heart-saving pills? Or other medications for heart conditions? Yi Hua, I'll buy a bottle for 50 gold coins. During this time, Yi Hua had observed Lin Feng occasionally selling various medications at the trading post and surmised that Lin Feng possessed a substantial stockpile of diverse pharmaceuticals. Coincidentally, he was running low on his own supplies and realized that without replenishment, his survival would be short-lived. Aware that gold coins were a rare commodity, one could only scavenge 5 or 6 per floor. And not every floor yielded any. Yi Hua gathered all his accumulated coins, most of which were traded due to his skills. 50 gold coins. Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. Why didn't Yi Hua purchase a heart-saving pill at the trading post? If he had yet to enter a trading floor, Lin Feng could only conclude that this fellow was truly unfortunate. Lin Feng rummaged through his stock of medications and discovered 3 types effective for heart conditions: fast-acting heart-saving pills, nitroglycerin, and metoprolol. Conveniently, he had the heart-saving pills Yi Hua sought. With 10 boxes available, each containing 2 bottles, he decided to sell 3 boxes to Yi Hua. Recalling their previous agreeable transactions, Lin Feng, 3 boxes containing 6 bottles of fast-acting heart-saving pills. Each bottle with 40 pills will be listed at the trading post. Yi Hua, brother Lin, I only have 50 gold coins. Lin Feng, yes, just 50 coins. Yi Hua, thank you, brother Lin. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will do my utmost to assist. Yi Hua did not expect Lin Feng to be so generous, and his gratitude overflowed like a relentless river. The demand for heart-saving pills was not particularly high, yet with over 2 billion survivors, Lin Feng's listing attracted dozens of trade requests the moment it appeared. Yi Hua's offer topped the list due to its highest bid. After completing the transaction with Yi Hua, Lin Feng found himself with an additional 50 gold coins in his stockpile, while Yi Hua had received 3 boxes of heart-saving pills. Regarding seeking assistance from Yi Hua, Lin Feng checked at the workstation but found nothing he required at the moment. However, given Yi Hua's impressive craftsmanship skills, he knew he would surely have use for them in the future. It was also beneficial to have him owe Lin Feng a favor. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the synthesis recipe for the body strengthening pill. Recalling the peculiar flavor of the body strengthening pill, Lin Feng curiously examined the ingredients: body strengthening pill, 50 grams of ganzhonghuang, 1 century-old ginseng, and 1 red reishi mushroom. Lin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating the unfamiliar ganzhonghuang. He had a vague recollection of it being some sort of herb. But what exactly was it? System, what is ganzhonghuang? Ding, dear host, the primary ingredient of ganzhonghuang is a type of licorice. Oh, licorice. Lin Feng nodded in realization. All these herbs seemed perfectly normal. Why did the resulting body strengthening pill have such an indescribable taste? By the way, system, if I consume the body strengthening pill again, will it still be effective? Ding, dear host, it remains effective. Each consumption of a body strengthening pill increases your strength, speed, and agility by 1. Okay, understood. Lin Feng nodded, then began lifting dumbbells while watching television. It hadn't even been 24 hours yet. Ding, the host is about to enter a team combat game. This floor contains 10 survivors, divided into 2 teams of 5, with the game consisting of 5 rounds. The losing team will be entirely eliminated. No items can be carried into this floor. It is recommended that the host proceed. Ding. Game rules. The police faction must prevent the criminal faction from planting bombs, while the criminal faction must detonate the bombs within a specified time. Fallen or injured individuals will recover in the next round, and weapons can be purchased during preparation time. There are no team injuries, and rewards will be settled through a lottery upon game completion. All survivors entering this floor possess battlefield experience. Please do not underestimate the situation. Isn't this just CS? Lin Feng muttered sleepily. Initially, he thought he could dominate the game with his proficiency in firearms, but the system's final statement prompted him to reconsider his complacency. It would be quite amusing if he were to fall due to underestimating the challenge. Ding, the elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. Ding, this floor is a team combat floor, containing 10 survivors, each team consisting of 5 members. The subsequent explanation closely resembled that of the system. Once the elevator came to a halt, Lin Feng stepped out, leaving the little velociraptor behind, as it wouldn't contribute much in the face of firearms. The other 4 individuals appeared, 3 men and 1 woman. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a gaze scrutinizing him. Turning his head, his eyes widened in astonishment. Qinan, no way, Fengzi, is it really you? Qinan, having recognized Lin Feng's silhouette, approached with excitement and enveloped him in a bear hug. Since we have a minute before the game begins, shall we introduce ourselves? After all, we are teammates, and our survival will depend on our collective efforts. At that moment, the only woman in the group spoke, her voice cold, emanating an air of aloofness. Oh right, my apologies, everyone, I got a bit too excited. Qinan laughed heartily, then introduced himself. Lin Feng followed suit, stating his name. The other 2 men, one covered in tattoos named Li Dao, and a burly fellow named Dongyu, also introduced themselves. The short-haired woman introduced herself as Zhang Shuang. Ding, the game is starting. Teams are being assigned. You are on the criminal faction, with a preparation time of 5 minutes. Before long, Lin Feng's vision widened, and the next moment, they found themselves in a vast desert. What the hell, Santu? Qinan and Lin Feng exclaimed in unison. Chapter 76, Santu. What is Santu? Zhang Shuang inquired, while the other 2 displayed confusion. Clearly they were not well acquainted with FPS games, or they wouldn't be so perplexed. This is a classic map from a shooting game. We both frequently play it and can navigate it with ease. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, noticing a screen on his wrist, which served as the marketplace. Since that's the case, how about you lead the team? Zhang Shuang suggested without hesitation, recognizing that having someone familiar with the area as the leader would benefit everyone. I have no objections, Qinan shrugged. Alright, let us hope you can guide us to victory. Dongyu replied with a hearty laugh, agreeing with the idea of Lin Feng leading the team, trusting that he wouldn't betray his teammates. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Li Dao stated, while familiarity with the map is indeed important, practical experience is even more crucial. I was previously the leader of a mercenary group in the Middle East, bringing ample combat experience. I'll serve as the vice captain. You can sketch the map and we'll analyze it together. Agreed. Everyone concurred. Qinan refrained from revealing his true identity to contest for the vice captain position. With 3 minutes remaining until the official start, Lin Feng wasted no time. He used his finger to draw a simplified map of Santu in the sand and discussed some commonly used strategic points. Many individuals with battlefield experience can swiftly comprehend such a simplified map. As for purchasing equipment, it would suffice for you to acquire a bulletproof vest, while Qinan should procure a flashbang to blind the enemy. We shall charge directly from point A. Deputy leader, you will guide the other 2 through a small to execute a stealthy maneuver. Understood. Qinan nodded and subsequently bought a flashbang. As for Lin Feng's shooting skills, observing his confidence, Qinan chose to trust him. After all, he was not the only one capable, and the others appeared to be quite formidable as well. By the way, where did this guy Feng acquire his battlefield experience? Round start. Lin Feng dashed towards a door with a small pistol in hand. Qinan followed closely, tossing the flashbang ahead. Bang! The flashbang exploded in the air, momentarily blinding a crouching officer at a door, who immediately turned and fled. At that instant, Lin Feng charged out, taking several shots at the fleeing figure. However, the Glock's power proved somewhat insufficient, and coupled with the opponent's bulletproof vest, Lin Feng had to fire 4 or 5 shots into the man's back before he finally succeeded in eliminating him. Quick, there are many at A, exclaimed an officer stationed on the A platform, witnessing his comrade's demise as he hastily radioed for reinforcements. Subsequently, the officers guarding a small and another watching B swiftly returned to defend. Li Dao, Zheng Shuang, and Dong Yu successfully infiltrated the unguarded. A small bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng wildly fired his pistol, not particularly concerned about accuracy, primarily aiming to create chaos. Qinan, where did you acquire your battlefield experience? Lin Feng shouted in bewilderment. Damn it, I didn't want to reveal this, but I was once a mercenary. What? Lin Feng was taken aback, completely unprepared for this revelation about Qinan's past. And you, where did you gain your battlefield experience? Qinan shouted back while randomly firing a few shots. I once participated in a battle royale in the Normandy invasion. Normandy, Qinan recalled the terror of being caught in machine gun fire. Were you part of the Allies? Impossible, I was a squad leader of the Third Reich enjoying coffee and cigars, with no danger whatsoever. Qinan, but he now wondered if the one manning the machine gun that had rained fire upon him was perhaps his own comrade. Ultimately, Qinan refrained from disclosing his own experience as cannon fodder during the Normandy invasion. At that moment, the gunfire on the platform began to dwindle. It was evident that Li Dao and his team had successfully launched a surprise attack. They succeeded. We should move as well and secure the blue car. Bang, bang, bang. Following a few gunshots, the round concluded with no casualties, though Li Dao and Zheng Shuang had sustained injuries. However, by the second round, both had regained their strength after purchasing full armor. Their wallets had swelled with riches, allowing them to acquire long guns and equipment. The tactical approach remained focused on though this time they would attack from a small. Lin Feng jumped into the dark passage and tossed a smoke grenade towards the middle door, effectively sealing it off. Li Dao, accompanied by Zheng Shuang and Dong Yu, stealthily approached a small, with Qinan following closely behind. Lin Feng kept watch for any threats from the rear. The defenders at B would undoubtedly attempt to return to a. Observing the smoke at the middle door, the officers stationed there quickly deduced that an assault on a small was imminent and promptly communicated through their radios to keep an eye on it. Bang, 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 a small erupted into a fierce gunfight. An officer armed with a Uzi, positioned at the ninja spot, had anticipated the attack on a small and had already aimed at it, while the other two kept watch, one at the blue car observing a large, and the other at our box monitoring a small. Of the lead attacker, Li Dao, was instantly struck by a barrage of bullets and fell dead on the spot. Zheng Shuang and Dong Yu, witnessing this, swiftly eliminated the ninja spot's defender before making a hasty retreat. I have a flashbang. There is someone on the platform, declared Zheng Shuang. Understood. Dong Yu nodded and switched his AR to single fire mode. Bang! The flashbang detonated, and Dong Yu quickly leaned out to fire several rounds at the blinded officer on the platform, successfully landing a headshot, though he himself was also taken down by an enemy from the blue car. Zheng Shuang promptly rolled away, unleashing a torrent of firepower to suppress the enemy at the blue car, pinning them down so they couldn't raise their heads, likely due to the car's special material rendering it impenetrable. Qinan hastily pulled a grenade from his vest and hurled it towards the blue car. Boom! The enemy at the blue car was immediately blown away. Zheng Shuang, you go plant the bomb while I keep watch. Fengzi, have you noticed any activity at B? Not at the moment, the remaining two should be at B. You and Zhang Shuang keep an eye on a large in the police house while I monitor B1. Received. The bomb was quickly planted, and the other two officers finally appeared in the middle lane. The last two were making their way towards the police house. Zheng Shuang pressed the radio and then opened fire on the two fleeing individuals, managing to injure one. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng decisively leaped down from a small, preparing to flank them from the middle door. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a flurry of bullets rained down on Lin Feng. It was unclear whether the opponent was deliberately targeting him or simply had poor aim, but a barrage of bullets struck his limbs. The pain caused Lin Feng to grimace. The attackers, realizing they hadn't killed him, attempted to follow up with shots but were swiftly taken out by Zheng Shuang, who had exposed himself. There's one more. Chapter 77, Rush B. The final opponent, hiding in the police house with a shotgun, hoped to take down at least one adversary, but the next moment, a grenade rolled towards him. This grenade was bought by his teammate. Boom! He was instantly obliterated, signaling the end of the second round. Once revived, Lin Feng pondered, having engaged in 2 consecutive assaults on the opponents would surely fortify their defenses at this time. Thus, they needed to alter their strategy and rush B. Rush B, deputy leader, you'll still lead the other two through B1 and strike B via the middle, while Qinan and I will press through B tunnel. No problem, they nodded in agreement, equipped themselves, and the round commenced. Qinan and Lin Feng promptly purchased a full array of equipment. Upon reaching B2, Lin Feng first sealed off B tunnel with smoke, then threw a fire grenade towards the sniper position. Qinan coincidentally tossed out a flashbang. Just as their plan was progressing smoothly, B1 encountered trouble. A Uzi had been set up at a small, promptly eliminating Li Dao and his team. The situation rapidly turned unfavorable. However, the good news was that Lin Feng and Qinan had successfully breached B, taking down the enemy at the white car with a headshot, leaving the sniper position undefended. Plant the bomb, Qinan shouted, then tossed a fire grenade into the dog hole, racing towards the white car to cover B door. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive flashbangs were thrown in. Blinded by the flashes, Qinan was swiftly gunned down by an enemy charging out. Ultimately, Lin Feng, overwhelmed by the odds, was also eliminated in a trade ouch that really hurt. Upon respawning, Lin Feng rubbed the spot where he had been shot. My apologies, everyone, my previous command was misguided. I never anticipated an enemy would set up a machine gun there. As Lin Feng spoke, he equipped himself with a bird sniper in full armor. It's alright. It's rather embarrassing for three of us to be taken out by one person. Li Dao waved dismissively, and none of them held any grudges. If I catch that guy from last round, he won. Escape my wrath. Li Dao clenched his fist, sneering, this round, I'll set up at the dark passage with the sniper. You guys go away and feel free to improvise. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he leaped into the dark passage, positioning himself with the bird sniper to observe quietly. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the middle door. Lin Feng smirked, still daring to push forward. Bang! A headshot rang out as Lin Feng quickly cycled the bolt and continued to aim at the gap in the middle door. Bang! Another shot fired, hitting a survivor attempting to dash through the middle door right in the abdomen. In the game, a shot below the head would not result in death. However, this was no game. Having been hit in the abdomen, the individual, although not dead, was incapacitated by the pain. It likely wound be long before he succumbed to blood loss. Deputy, the guy who gunned you down with the machine gun last round is severely injured and hiding in the sand. He probably isn't dead yet, so you can go finish him off soon. Received. Captain. Li Dao grinned, already prepared to take care of that individual. At this point, they had successfully arrived at a large. Having covered the entire main road with smoke, the three of them advanced in an orderly fashion. The trio on the A platform did not give up the chance for a counterattack. Lin Feng sprinted with the bird sniper towards a small. At that moment, a survivor was aiming at a small from behind an oil drum, anticipating that someone would be watching a small. Lin Feng refrained from charging out directly. Instead, he extended his arm, giving the middle finger. Bang, 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 bang. The individual watching a small, already on high alert, instinctively pulled the trigger upon seeing Lin Feng's gesture. After confirming the shooter's position, Lin Feng did not rashly expose himself. At least two individuals were still aiming at him. You guys should go from a large. They have at least two people watching me right now. The entire main road was engulfed in smoke, and the four of them concealed themselves within it. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, they swiftly charged out of the smoke. Qinan scored 2 quick kills, while Lin Feng finished off the remaining adversary with a headshot. However, the game was not yet over. There was still an opponent lying half dead in the sand. Let us plant the bomb. That will earn us an extra $300. Lin Feng smiled, glancing at Li Dao. Go and give him a swift end. Remember to use a knife and add another $1,500. Ha ha. Li Dao chuckled lightly, then executed a somersault and leapt down. The individual on the sandy ground had already turned pale from excessive blood loss. Li Dao drew his dagger and slowly approached. As the opponent reached for his pistol to shoot, Li Dao swiftly hurled the dagger, striking his arm with precision. Ah, damn it, if you want to kill me, just do it. Hurry up and finish this round. Stop dragging it out. The man cursed vehemently while the blood continued to flow from his wounds. Hee, consider it done. Li Dao extracted the dagger and plunged it back into the wound. You bastard. The round concluded. Now if Lin Feng and his team could secure 2 more rounds, this level would come to an end. Presently, the wealthiest among them was Li Dao, who decisively equipped a sniper rifle in full armor. Lin Feng, on the other hand, continued to use a bird sniper, finding it exceptionally comfortable to wield, with their momentum now established. Lin Feng refrained from strategizing further and led a collective rush towards point A to swiftly conclude the game. Meanwhile, the police opted for a defensive strategy of 4A and 1B. However, point A proved impossible to defend. Under the cover of smoke grenades, visibility from the platform was entirely obstructed. The old 6th man stationed by the blue car was also forced out by a Molotov cocktail. Just shoot. They must be hiding in the smoke. The 2 Nejif guns on the platform opened fire in an instant. At that moment, a grenade arced beautifully and rolled beneath the feet of the 2 armed with Nejif's grenade. Boom! The 2 were blasted away. Their earlier gunfire had not been in vain. Dong Yu was killed by stray bullets, while Zhang Shuang suffered severe injuries, rendering him incapable of fighting. The remaining 2 at point A quickly retreated behind a crate, with one throwing a grenade down the slope. However, it was deftly returned by Qinan. Boom! A double explosion. His teammate likely began to curse at that moment. The last surviving man found himself in utter despair. Just as he reached the police, he was informed that they had lost control. He was now in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Facing 5 opponents was out of the question. It would be wiser to leave his gun behind. Resolving this, he decisively exited. After setting up the C4 and noticing no one was coming to defuse it, Lin Feng deduced the man's intentions. After a while, the C4 detonated, concluding this round, leaving only the final one. Chapter 78, Game Over. Primitive Era. In the last round, the group contemplated and decided to charge point B once more. All 5 members were now adequately equipped with the best gear available, 2 sniper rifles, 2 AKs, and 1 SG-553. Their items were also top-notch. This time attacking point B, they employed no tactics, only a fierce rush. Point 3 long guns led the charge, while 2 snipers covered the rear. They tossed smoke to extinguish the fire and leapt out. Unleashing a hail of bullets, Lin Feng initially thought that the fire could not be extinguished on this level, but surprisingly, this characteristic had been preserved, although such a charge could lead to immediate demise. The momentum they had built was undeniable. Qinan, leading the way, dashed forward, AK in hand, spraying bullets at various hiding spots. After finishing a magazine, he performed a swift reload, showcasing his prowess as a fierce bandit. The police had surprisingly stationed 3 individuals at point B, with another monitoring the mid. Lin Feng's side suffered casualties as well. The fastest, Qinan, fell after expending an entire magazine. Li Dao and Dong Yu were injured, leaving only Lin Feng with the sniper and Zhang Shuang unscathed. Dong Yu, hand me your gun. Lin Feng exchanged his sniper for an SG and positioned himself behind the white car. Zhang Shuang kept watch over B tunnel from the sniper position. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining survivors were exceedingly anxious, for if they lost this round, it would truly be the end for them. Damn, even with such an advantage, they are still holding firm. One survivor, hiding behind a crate, occasionally poked his head out to curse. The other remained relatively calm. They can't possibly be at full strength. I refuse to believe that those 3 at point B haven't killed anyone. Do you have any grenades? Yes, hand it over. We'll approach from B tunnel. The man tore off his face mask. Let us go. At this juncture, only 3 minutes remained before the C4 detonated. The 2 swiftly made their way from B1 to B2. There was likely a sniper positioned opposite, so they planned to throw smoke into the B tunnel while one would throw fire and a grenade bouquet. Boom. Their plan executed smoothly, seeing the grenade fly towards him. Zhang Shuang had no choice but to leave his position. Although Li Dao and Dong Yu were severely injured, they were still capable of firing, pressing against the wall with their guns trained on B tunnel. Bro, let us charge. There is no time left. Alright, charge. Bang 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 bang. After the simultaneous gunfire, the 2 fell. The elevator announcement chimed. Ding dong. Game over. The bandit faction has emerged victorious. The following 5 survivor supplies will be randomly drawn as rewards. Ding dong. Survivor Lin Feng has received the elevator supplies from survivor Jin Chang. The other 4 also received their respective rewards and returned to their elevators. Lin Feng gazed at the assortment of items that had appeared in the elevator, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the upgrade materials had automatically been placed in the storage area, otherwise, he would have spent a long time organizing them. This Jin Cheng fellow had truly amassed a chaotic collection. Suddenly, a small velociraptor let out a loud cry and jumped out from among the clutter. What's wrong? Lin Feng glanced over curiously and couldn't help but laugh. What's this on your head? A bitter tea hat, and it's pink. What kind of peculiar taste does a grown man have to collect a pink bitter tea hat? The obliviously blinded velociraptor stumbled towards Lin Feng. Amused, Lin Feng took the hat off the little velociraptor's head and tossed it into the fireplace to burn. This item would likely fetch no interest at the trading post, after spending over an hour organizing the miscellaneous items. Lin Feng took a quick look. A box of soap, a large jar of sugar, a heap of clothing, 4 wooden boxes, a revolver, a shotgun, a flintlock pistol, numerous bullets, 3 grenades, a case of beer, several blankets, 5 plastic barrels, various knives, some food, and over a dozen bottles of water, and finally, a collection of medicines. Lin Feng noted the newly acquired gold coins. This fellow had amassed 30 coins, which was quite a substantial amount. Oh, there is enough obsidian. Lin Feng marveled at the ample supply of obsidian. Perhaps he had kept it for its aesthetic value. In addition, the last set of gear that everyone had acquired appeared in the elevator. Lin Feng received a bulletproof vest, a bulletproof helmet, a G3 SG-1L sniper rifle, and a Desert Eagle handgun. The sniper rifle came with 5 magazines, each containing 20 rounds, while the Desert Eagle had 7 magazines, each with 7 rounds. These items were unexpected windfalls. Lin Feng decided to keep them for personal use, only selling the flintlock pistol at TSK. This flintlock pistol wasn't at mine to begin with. Lin Feng shook his head and listed it on the trading post. Currently, there weren't many sellers for firearms, and prices were generally high. Thus, Lin Feng's flintlock pistol was quickly purchased after being listed, and upon confirming the sale, it was sold to the first buyer. At that moment, Qinan messaged him. Qinan, Fengzi, do you need food? I found a pile of it in that guy's elevator. Lin Feng, no, keep it for yourself. Qinan, alright, when did you reach level 12? Lin Feng, just lucky. Head heh. By the way, if you see any obsidian or upgrade sets, remember to save them. We'll need them for future upgrades. Qinan, okay. Lin Feng merely mentioned the upgrade set casually. One would likely not encounter it unless they reached that level. To verify this, Lin Feng procured a bottle of antibiotics, 50 capsules, and listed it for trade with the upgrade set as the item for exchange. If anyone possessed an upgrade set, they would undoubtedly be tempted to purchase it. The survivors who had been lurking at the trading post were astonished to see Lin Feng selling an entire bottle of antibiotics. As for what the upgrade set was, they had no clue and could only buzz around asking questions like headless flies. Lin Feng chuckled at the prolonged silence from the trading post. Meanwhile, his private messages had exploded with inquiries. A multitude of people were asking Lin Feng what the upgrade set was and if they could trade other items for it. As expected, his assumptions were correct. Lin Feng ignored the flood of messages, stretched lazily, switched on the television, and lay in bed, becoming a sloth. After awakening from his slumber, a new day had arrived, but it was not the warm sunlight that roused Lin Feng, but the system's cold voice. Ding. The host is about to enter the primitive era level. This level features a primitive tribe that poses a relatively weak threat and is quite friendly, with a plethora of wild animals. Ding. Task issued. Please assist the tribe in storing food for winter reward. Intelligence 5. Chapter 79. This dragon wasn't raised in vain. Ding. Task auxiliary item. Language translator, capable of automatically converting all human languages. This item will be permanently retained upon task completion. Wow, the reward for this task is truly exceptional. First, there was an enhancement of intellect by 5 points, and now a human language translator has emerged. Most crucially, this floor appears to be devoid of danger. As Lin Feng pondered, the elevator's announcement chimed. Ding dong. The elevator is ascending, please hold on steadily. Indeed, it was a safe floor upon hearing the sound of the elevator rising. Lin Feng mused to himself. He then secured his leather backpack and weapon, preparing to embark on his journey. Shortly thereafter, the elevator came to a halt. Lin Feng, accompanied by the little raptor, stepped out, since this was a safe floor. The elevator doors remained open, allowing Lin Feng to return at any moment. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth? Lin Feng had intended to breathe in some fresh air upon exiting the elevator, but as soon as he inhaled deeply, he erupted into a fit of violent coughing. It was as if the air harbored some irritating gas. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that apart from the scent of vegetation, there was nothing amiss. Oh, the little raptor, upon catching sight of the surrounding forest, became exuberant, bounding about Lin Feng like a child in glee. It appeared that winter had already settled in, with snow blanketing the ground and the temperature plummeting. The system had assigned him the task of aiding the primitive tribe on this floor in storing provisions for the winter, yet Lin Feng was at a loss as to where to find this tribe. At that moment, the little raptor suddenly ceased its playful antics, its gaze sharpening as it focused on something in the distance. Baring its sharp teeth, observing the raptor's expression, Lin Feng raised his gun. The raptor's keen instincts were notable, and such a display could only signify one thing: there was something perilous lurking in the nearby woods. Growling, the little raptor emitted a low growl, positioning itself protectively in front of Lin Feng. The sight of the raptor's action stirred a sense of gratitude within Lin Feng. Truly, this creature was not one to be taken lightly. Growling, just as Lin Feng felt moved, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the forest. In the next instant, a creature resembling a tiger but with elongated, curved fangs burst forth. Could it be a saber-toothed tiger? Growling, the little raptor responded fearlessly, yet its small stature clearly rendered it incapable of confronting the saber-toothed tiger. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the saber-toothed tiger tumbled to the ground in a heap. Although it still drew breath, rising again was out of the question. Satisfied, Lin Feng fired a few more shots to ensure the saber-toothed tiger was utterly deceased before approaching. At that moment, a disheveled human figure perched atop a towering tree caught sight of Lin Feng effortlessly dispatching the saber-toothed tiger. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he swiftly descended the tree to return to his tribe. Chief, what is it, guy? You seem flustered. There's a very strange person outside. He can emit flames and has slain the saber-toothed tiger. Guy gestured animatedly, striding to convey the scene he had witnessed, though the chief merely looked on. Bewildered, all right, Guy, let us investigate together. The chief then selected several brave warriors from the tribe, arming them with wooden clubs and stone spears before setting off, for this was indeed their territory, and encountering such an unusual individual warranted a closer look. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had commenced the dissection of the saber-toothed tiger, preparing to divide it into sizable portions to stow in his leather backpack for the primitive tribe he hoped to encounter later. What manner of beast is this? It lacks even the fur for warmth. The chief watched Lin Feng at work, perplexed, then noticed the raptor circling around him, an unfamiliar creature, yet one that appeared formidable. Oh, the little raptor nudged Lin Feng and then let out a roar in the direction where the chief was concealed. Lin Feng immediately grasped the implication and raised his weapon, remaining vigilant. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to have detected him, the chief stepped out into the open, for their tribe prized peace and seldom initiated aggression. Lin Feng blinked in astonishment at the figures emerging. Were these the primitive people? In terms of appearance, they undoubtedly bore some differences from modern humans, yet upon first glance, the disparity was not particularly stark. They were clad in animal pelts for warmth, while Lin Feng's attire appeared quite unconventional. Greetings, Lin Feng ventured tentatively, addressing the silent primitives. To his surprise, their astonishment was palpable upon realizing that he could speak. After all, the guy had described Lin Feng as not belonging to any nearby tribe. The fact that Lin Feng communicated in their language seemed to bridge a gap. Consequently, the chief lowered his guard. We hail from the Sun Moon tribe, and this is also our hunting ground. Are you from the Stone tribe? I have no tribe. I am merely a traveler. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng fabricated an identity. What is a traveler? The chief inquired curiously. A person who wanders about. Then you must be very brave. Why not come to rest with us in our tribe? The chief nodded slightly, though he considered it rather perilous to roam alone. even their most adept warriors would not dare venture far from the tribe unaccompanied. However, recalling Gaia's account of this peculiar individual, the chief found it plausible. Moreover, the saber-toothed tiger's carcass lay nearby, a clear testament to Lin Feng's prowess. Of course, but can you carry the saber-toothed tiger's body back with you? Otherwise, it would be a waste, as I cannot transport it alone. Perhaps I could gift it to you for the winter. Gift it to us. The chief gazed at Lin Feng incredulously. With the onset of winter, many animals had migrated, rendering food incredibly scarce, and this man before him was willing to bestow his hunted prey upon them. Lin Feng nodded slightly in affirmation, and together with the chief, he made his way back to their tribe. The little raptor sensed no hostility from them either and obediently followed Lin Feng. The Sun Moon tribe resided in a natural cave. Within, several fire pits provided illumination and warmth. The tribe's women appeared to be processing animal hides for the winter. Their tools fashioned from stone, the Stone Age, perhaps. By the way, I still do not know your name, the chief remarked as he led Lin Feng further. Lin Feng? What a peculiar name, the chief mused. Guiding Lin Feng into the cave, it was not damp inside, and the floor was covered with dry grass for insulation. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. The cave was spacious, and outside, there were several thatched huts constructed on a platform. Although these huts might not retain heat as well as the cave, they provided shelter from the elements. Lin Feng observed that the Sun Moon tribe comprised roughly 70 to 80 individuals, predominantly adults. With only 5 or 6 children, the chief first settled Lin Feng beside a soft mound of grass, then hurried off to converse with a woman. Minutes later, he returned and sat beside Lin Feng. Engaging him in conversation, the chief was thoroughly convinced of Lin Feng's ability to breathe fire. After all, how else could the saber-toothed tiger have met its end, even if their tribe dispatched 2 robust warriors to confront a saber-toothed tiger? Success was far from guaranteed. Typically, they relied on traps and long spears to hunt large animals. It was due to Lin Feng's strength and generosity that the chief held him in such high regard. Lin Feng, how did you slay the saber-toothed tiger? We wish to learn. The chief's intent was clear. He sought Lin Feng's guidance on how to produce fire, which would significantly simplify future hunts and eliminate the need for fire preservation. With this, Lin Feng raised the 416 Hong Kong dollars in his hand. What is this weapon? The chief curiously touched the cold surface of the HK-416. Allow me to demonstrate outside, Lin Feng said with a smile. Just then, several men approached, carrying stone containers and dried meat. Lin Feng, let us not rush. Let us first partake of some food, the chief suggested with a grin. After contemplating the passage of time, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The stone containers held a liquid that emitted a fruity aroma, perhaps a type of fruit wine. Lin Feng took a sip, finding it quite palatable, and then drank deeply. Rowo, the little raptor called out. Eyeing the fruit wine curiously, the aroma intrigued it. Uncertain whether the little raptor would be adversely affected by the wine, Lin Feng, adhering to a principle of utmost safety, refrained from offering it any. Instead, tossing it a piece of dried meat. After sharing food and drink for a while, the chief led a dozen brave warriors from their tribe to follow Lin Feng outside the cave. Do you see that towering tree? Lin Feng pointed to a massive tree 100 meters away. He then raised his firearm and fired several rounds at the tree, the bullets embedded deeply into the trunk. The gunfire startled many within the tribe. One warrior who approached to investigate stared in shock at the bullet holes, running back in excitement while shouting. The chief observed the man's expression and understood that the weapon's power was indeed considerable. Moreover, as he watched the weapon discharge flames, he wondered if it were a divine artifact. The Sun and Moon tribe venerates the great fire seed, which was brought by Gao, the fire deity they worship. Even the tribe's totem is a representation of Gao, although its appearance is merely a figment of imagination. Now, with Lin Feng wielding a weapon that not only emits flames but also possesses formidable power. The chieftain naturally regards the firearm in Lin Feng's hands as a divine artifact bestowed by Gao. Consequently, his words became imbued with greater respect. By the way, do you have enough food for the winter? Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the chieftain shook his head. The saber-toothed tiger they had captured was but a drop in the bucket. Come, guide me to the area teeming with animals. Lin Feng calculated the time and prepared for a swift resolution. Lest he waste the overtime card. Most animals have migrated to warmer regions, yet there should still be some left. To Gao, lead Feng there. Yes, chieftain. Before long, Gao led Lin Feng to the outskirts of the forest, where a vast prairie lay before them. Although the ground was blanketed with snow, a few animals were indeed foraging for food in the frosty landscape. Feng, the mammoths have not departed. They are simply too large and numerous for us to hunt. I see. Lin Feng observed the mammoth's massive size, contemplating that taking down a few would suffice for the tribe's winter provisions. Besides the mammoths, some bears had also ventured from the forest to the prairie in search of sustenance. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's focus remained on the colossal mammoths. Each one must weigh around 10 tons, at least. The group cautiously approached, halting when they were over 100 meters from the herd. Lin Feng held his breath, carefully aiming at a mammoth that was rummaging for food. Bang, 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 bang. To ensure a lethal strike, Lin Feng fired several shots directly at the mammoth's head. Boom. The mammoth collapsed without delay, twitching a few times before succumbing to silence. The herd, sensing the assault, began to search for the source of the threat. Given the mammoth's size, it could be said that they feared no one. However, it was likely that any carbon-based creature would succumb to bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng fired again, felling another mammoth. At this point, the herd felt fear bellowing and then retreating in unison. Ultimately, Lin Feng used the remaining bullets in his magazine to take down a third mammoth. Witnessing Lin Feng effortlessly hunt 3 mammoths from such a distance, the tribe's warriors knelt in reverence, with Gao even offering his weapon to Lin Feng, a beautifully crafted knife made from ivory. Undoubtedly sharp and sturdy, rivaling Lin Feng's dagger. Nevertheless, Lin Feng accepted it with appreciation. The gunfire had frightened away the animals on the prairie, facilitating the Sun and Moon tribe's task of butchering the mammoths. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. Rewards have been issued. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Just then, the elevator's closure time was approaching. He instructed the chieftain to bring a few individuals with him to the elevator. Upon returning, Lin Feng purchased several bows and numerous arrows from the trading post, retrieving all the machetes and long knives stored in the elevator. Meanwhile, the chieftain, having witnessed Lin Feng's sudden appearances and disappearances, had already begun to perceive him as an embodiment of their totem. For why else would he appear so suddenly and resolve their food crisis? Chapter 81, Chinan. What the hell? I'm still alive. These weapons are a gift to you. These knives are exceptionally sharp. This is called a bow, and I shall teach you how to use it. It's not a rhinoceros horn bow though. With that, Lin Feng drew his rhinoceros horn bow, nocked an arrow, and shot it into the air. Remarkably, due to his perfect aim, the arrow soared skyward and then descended to strike a bird. Lin Feng exclaimed, "Damn, that's dedication." Upon witnessing such an impressive weapon, the chieftain and other warriors once again knelt before Lin Feng, who they had now fully accepted as a divine figure of their totem, not only providing them food but also bestowing upon them mighty weapons. "Alright, I must take my leave." After Lin Feng spoke, he set down his belongings and returned to the elevator with the swift dinosaur. Watching Lin Feng vanish once more, the chieftain and his people bowed in reverence. Upon their return, they even altered the appearance of their totem to resemble Lin Feng, eventually crafting a full-body statue of him, with the divine artifact he wielded intricately carved into the design. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, as he returned to the elevator, he had already transformed into a mythical figure in the hearts of those primitive people. He took out his notebook and slowly wrote down 4 words, Stone Age. He meticulously recorded the experiences from the previous floors, resolving to investigate thoroughly if he ever returned to Blue Star. After completing his notes, Lin Feng retrieved meat from his leather backpack to prepare a meal. The bone knife given to him by Gao was hung on the elevator wall as a decorative piece. After stewing the meat, Lin Feng opened the trading post once more, only to find that no one had exchanged the upgraded set for his antibiotics. Consequently, he removed the antibiotics from the listing. He then searched for the materials needed to create fitness potions: Ganzhong Huang, a century-old ginseng, and red reishi mushrooms. Wow, someone actually found a century-old ginseng. Lin Feng scratched his head in astonishment. Noting that the asking price was 5 gold coins, without hesitation, he purchased the century-old ginseng, though he wondered if it would be sufficient to concoct several fitness potions, since someone had found a century-old ginseng. Perhaps others had also discovered the red reishi in Ganzhong Huang. Lin Feng decided to list the trading information for Ganzhong Huang and red reishi mushrooms, offering either medicine or gold coins in exchange. At that moment, a message from Chinan appeared on his screen. "Chinan, Thingsy, damn it, I think I'm poisoned." Lin Feng, what happened? Chinan, damn, I was ambushed by a survivor. He smeared snake venom on his arrowhead. I'm having trouble breathing, and I probably won't last much longer. You have to survive. Lin Feng, upon reading Chinan's message, frantically rummaged through his box, recalling that he had previously obtained a universal antidote pill. Finally, he found it. Lin Feng quickly placed the antidote on the trading post, offering it in exchange for anything, and then sent a message to Chinan as he anxiously awaited in the elevator. His trade information quickly accumulated over 100 responses, and soon he located Chinan's name. After confirming it, he clicked to finalize the transaction. In another elevator, Chinan was already appearing purple-faced, his body covered in small red dots, a sight that was particularly alarming. Upon receiving the antidote, he wasted no time in consuming it. Moments later, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood and collapsed in the elevator, losing consciousness. Lin Feng, watching Chinan's lack of response to his messages, felt a twinge of anxiety, but he remained confident in the antidote's effectiveness. Perhaps Chinan was still in the detoxification process. An hour later, Chinan groggily regained consciousness. What the hell, I'm still alive. Chapter 82, Red Moon Restaurant 1. The first thing Chinan did upon waking was to reassure Lin Feng of his safety. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, upon receiving Chinan's message, let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's alive. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, his swift dinosaur nudged him and pointed at the pot that he nearly forgot. Lin Feng hastily turned off the induction cooker, relieved that he hadn't burned anything. After fishing out a piece of meat to taste, he found it quite palatable, then sat down to enjoy a simple meal while watching television. The programming was a horror movie, the title of which Lin Feng did not know, but it was lacking in genuine scares. The ghosts in the film were merely pale, resembling ordinary people. However, the plot was somewhat realistic. As he watched a character get decapitated by a vengeful spirit, Lin Feng quickly shoveled a few more pieces of meat into his mouth. This show was perfect for eating. After dinner, following a few hours of exercise, Lin Feng decided to sleep, preparing to face the next unknown floor. Ding. The floor you are about to enter is the Red Moon restaurant. This floor is a bizarre world. And the way to exit is to work in the restaurant for 7 days. After 7 days, rewards will be distributed based on your performance. This floor has an average danger level, as long as you adhere to the restaurant's employee regulations. You will not encounter any issues. In addition to the host, 3 other survivors will also enter this floor. Ding. Triggered choice task. Option 1, enter the floor and become the best employee of the Red Moon restaurant this week. Reward, 30 rounds of Buddha Blessed bullets of any model. Option 2, do not enter the floor and survive in the elevator. Reward, 2 sanity. Option 3, enter the floor and successfully slack off for 7 days. Reward, fish in troubled waters. Upon activation, you can conceal your presence and reduce your visibility. Gazing at the 3 options presented by the system, Lin Feng found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Each option had its merits. Option 2 was not only safe but also granted him an increase in sanity. Option 1 offered blessed bullets, which could undoubtedly be used against ghosts, though he was uncertain of their potency. Furthermore, choosing this option would allow him to craft blessed bullets at the workstation in the future. Option 3 provided the fish in troubled waters skill, which was also quite enticing. It would enable him to conceal his presence and reduce his visibility. Combined with his skill of stillness and invisibility, he would be virtually undetectable when he wished to remain hidden. Lin Feng habitually rubbed his chin in contemplation now that he has made the decision to enter. He is torn between option 1 and option 3. Should he opt for the photon bullets, or should he indulge in a more underhanded approach and become a complete rogue from this point on? I choose 3, Lin Feng declared with unwavering conviction. Rather than toiling tirelessly, he preferred to take it easy. After all, during his previous summer job, he had mastered the art of slacking off. Ding, the elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. Xiaolong, you stay in the elevator and wait for me, Lin Feng said, gently patting the head of the small raptor. He then retrieved a week's worth of meat for it from his backpack. Occasionally a fish would appear in the pool, so there was no need to worry about the little raptor going hungry. Moreover, this time the system did not inform him that weapons were prohibited on this floor. Thus Lin Feng took his leather backpack with him, which was filled with an array of weapons and provisions. After giving the backpack a shake, he stepped out of the elevator. Ding, all survivors are required to work on this floor for 7 days. After 7 days, you may leave this floor. Rewards will be distributed based on your level of effort, so please adhere to the employee regulations. Once the announcement ceased, Lin Feng found himself in a dormitory designated for employees. The dormitory housed 4 beds and was quite well equipped, featuring air conditioning, a private bathroom, and a medical kit, though it lacked windows. Next to the dormitory door was a poster detailing the employee regulations. Just as Lin Feng was about to examine the regulations, 3 other individuals entered the room. They were the other 3 survivors, all male. One, like Lin Feng, appeared to be of Asian descent, presumably from an island nation. While the other 2 were a black man and a Caucasian, the expressions on their faces were filled with wariness, each gripping their respective weapons. Those who had made it this far had, in one way or another, blood on their hands. Thus, they were naturally not inclined to greet other survivors with friendliness. Lin Feng glanced at the 3 of them before slowly approaching the employee regulations. Employee regulations. 1. Human employees are prohibited from leaving the human activity area during non-working hours. 2. Employees must coexist harmoniously. 3. The customer is paramount, all guests must be greeted with a smile. 4. Human employees are prohibited from leaving the dormitory after 9 p.m. 5. Employees must don their uniforms in the locker room prior to work. Consequences will follow if they are removed without permission. 6. Employees must work diligently. Severe slacking off is prohibited. 7. Morning working hours are from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Afternoon hours are from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Please do not be late. 8. Violations of the employee regulations will result in punishment. There were a total of 8 rules, none of which seemed overly severe. However, one regulation stipulated that human employees must coexist harmoniously, implying that these survivors were expected to maintain peace during their time here. The punishment for violations was uncertain, but none dared to assume it would not end in death. After reading the employee regulations, Lin Feng yawned and chose a lower bunk to sit on. The other 3 approached to read the regulations carefully as well, glancing at the clock on the wall, which read 11 a.m. He noted that working hours had already passed and decided to wait until the afternoon to begin work. After reviewing the regulations, the others started to select their bunks. Naturally, the lower bunks were more convenient. But Lin Feng had claimed one, and the Caucasian had occupied another. The islander sensibly climbed to the upper bunk. However, the dark-skinned individual glanced between the two, then staggered over to Lin Feng. Sensing this, Lin Feng smirked inwardly. So he thinks I'm easy to bully. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, get up there. Hearing the derogatory term directed at him by the dark-skinned man, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Slowly, he stood up. The other man thought Lin Feng was intimidated, but before he could revel in his perceived victory, Lin Feng extended his hand. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. What about you? Seeing Lin Feng's insincere smile, the man disdainfully reached out his hand. Yellow-skinned. FCK. Lin Feng smiled as he watched the insolent dark-skinned man's hand being crushed into an odd shape. No matter how much he struggled, Lin Feng's grip was akin to a vice, refusing to let go. Next time, keep your mouth clean. P.S. Many people seem to dislike this genre. The primary reason for my writing this is to enrich the setting of the real world. The monster world where the Red Moon restaurant resides is connected to the real world. If you don't enjoy it, feel free to skip it. It won't affect the subsequent plot. Chapter 83, Red Moon Restaurant 2. The dark-skinned man clutched his deformed hand, wailing in agony. Had it not been for the regulation mandating harmony among employees, Lin Feng would have drawn his weapon long ago. By the way, what is your name? Lin Feng inquired, looking at the lamenting man. Bang. He was abruptly kicked to his knees by Lin Feng. Elbier, such a pathetic name. Get lost. Elbier hurriedly stood up. Lin Feng's actions were partly to punish the disrespectful man and partly to establish authority. Although the regulations stated they should coexist peacefully, who would know if he bullied him in the dormitory? Just then, the dormitory door swung open and a man in a suit entered. He appeared somewhat less than human. You must be the new human employees. I am Yang Wei, your manager. Here are the keys to your lockers in the changing room. Make sure to keep them safe. The others promptly descended from their beds to collect their keys. When it came to Elbier, Yang Wei noticed his injury and inquired, what happened to your hand? Elbier immediately pointed at Lin Feng. Manager, I just wanted to switch bunks with him, and he crushed my hand. This violates the employee regulations, Elbier proclaimed, tears streaming down his face, portraying himself as the victim. Very well, Yang Wei smiled slightly. It's the first time I've seen someone violate employee regulations on their first day here. Come with me, Elbier sneered at Lin Feng as he was led away, silently mouthing the words, yellow-skinned monkey. Lin Feng refrained from retaliating. If he did, it would likely play into Elbier's hands. The punishment would surely be more severe. Who knew what it would entail? Surely such minor infractions wouldn't lead to death. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Feng asked, Manager Yang, what is the punishment? Yang Wei halted, turning his head 180 degrees to look back. 2 fingers will be severed. In severe cases, 1 will be turned into ingredients. After saying this, he pivoted away again. Got at severing fingers. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Surrounded by monsters, he was powerless against them. Was he truly left with no choice but to accept his fate? Should he attempt to flee, or perhaps go invisible? Shaking his head, Lin Feng realized the anomalies would surely detect him. Move faster. Yang Wei turned his expressionless gaze towards Lin Feng. All right, Manager Yang. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly, hastily quickening his pace to keep up with Yang Wei. Although he pondered opportunities for escape, he found no viable solutions. Provoking the anomalies recklessly could lead to an unknown fate. Was there truly no chance at all? After about 10 minutes of walking, Lin Feng exited the human activity zone, evidently nearing the location where he would face punishment. Just as he was about to give up on resistance, a woman's voice suddenly called out to him. Lin Tongzhua? Lin Ku inquired curiously, gazing at Lin Feng. Yang Wei, upon seeing Lin Ku, displayed an attitude of utmost respect, slightly bowing. Miss Lin, do you know this human? He is my classmate from school. A friend? Alright, understood. Yang Wei nodded slightly, not daring to ask further questions. He then turned to bow apologetically to Lin Feng and, after receiving Lin Feng's forgiveness, departed. He was now quite curious as to why his young lady would befriend a human. I didn't expect you to be human. Since you were my classmate for a class, regardless of your reasons for coming to my family's restaurant, you can mention my name if you need anything, Lin Ku said, stepping closer to Lin Feng to scrutinize him. As she spoke, Lin Ku extended her tongue, which elongated until it finally licked Lin Feng's face. The barbs on her tongue scraped against Lin Feng's cheek painfully. Yet he dared not react. After all, this was his only chance for escape, and he had no idea what this ghostly girl intended. Soon, the pain subsided as Lin Ku retracted her tongue, leaving Lin Feng's face marred with tiny wounds from which blood began to seep profusely. Delicious, your flesh is entirely different from those humans reeking of death, Lin Tongzhua. With that remark, Lin Ku departed. Lin Feng was taken aback to discover that his former classmate held such an identity. But at least his life was somewhat secured within the Red Moon restaurant. Meanwhile, Lin Ku, having left, licked her lips with lingering desire. She wanted to consume Lin Feng, but not at that moment. Such exquisite food required high-end ingredients and the finest chefs. Thus she intended to keep Lin Feng alive until everything was in place before devouring him. Lin Feng surveyed the surrounding apparitions, noting that they refrained from making any hostile moves against him. For it was still within working hours. The regulations dictated that one must not leave the designated areas of human activity during this time. However, it appeared that the end of the workday was approaching. prompting Lin Feng to hasten back to his dormitory. With that thought in mind, he jogged back to his quarters, and upon pushing open the door, he cast a cold smile at the black man sprawled leisurely on his bed. The other occupants of the dorm were visibly astonished to see Lin Feng return unscathed. Upon scrutinizing him closely, they noted that not a single hair was out of place. Elbier quickly rose from his bed. Hey, hold on. I think we should adhere to the rules, shouldn't we? Lin Feng let out a chilling laugh and then retrieved a dagger from his leather backpack. Grabbing Elbier's hand, he swiftly severed the pinky and ring fingers against the wall. This is your punishment, chimpanzee, he declared, shoving the severed digits into Elbier's mouth, yet he refrained from going too far. Should Elbier die, Lin Feng knew he would be unable to protect himself, leaving him in a precarious position. With 2 fingers brutally amputated, Elbier dared not complain further and promptly opened the medical kit to tend to his wounds. Hey, use a bit less, damn it, shouted the white man lying on the bed. Incensed as he witnessed Elbier pour half a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, the limited supplies available in the dormitory indicated their utility, and Elbier's actions were evidently intentional. The college entrance examination is in 2 days. Isn't it, wishing all examinees the best of luck. Chapter 84, The Red Moon Restaurant 3. Alright, my apologies. Elbier quickly lowered his head in contrition, no longer daring to act recklessly, though he remained curious as to why Lin Feng had escaped punishment. Was this minor skirmish not considered a violation? Surely losing 2 fingers would count against him, right? With that thought, Elbier resolved to seek another opportunity to accuse Lin Feng. He demanded equal treatment. After wrapping his severed fingers carefully, Elbier was about to climb into bed for some rest when he was once again struck by the white man's shoe. Hand over my shoe, you idiot. During this period of respite, Lin Feng engaged in conversation with the other 2 individuals. The white man was named John, a former detergent salesman, which explained his fierce demeanor. The islander went by the name of Mechuan KZ. Once a corporate drone.as for Elbier, his current state resembled that of an outcast. After all, he had initiated the conflict only to play the victim in the end. Soon, the work hours approached, and the once quiet corridor outside grew increasingly raucous. Lin Feng, clutching his keys, followed the throng to the changing room. The humans here wore expressions as cold as ice, resembling machines. Lin Feng had intended to strike up a conversation to inquire about their circumstances, but no one was willing to engage with him, their gazes filled with pity. How peculiar. Observing the reluctance of the group to converse, Lin Feng decided against further attempts at camaraderie. After locating his locker, he retrieved his uniform, a black and white ensemble, with the pants being entirely black, accompanied by a hat. Once dressed, Lin Feng trailed the crowd into a lavish dining hall, which was presumably their workplace. At that moment, a man with a blank expression approached him. You are Lin Feng. His voice was grating, reminiscent of an elderly woman's rasp. Yes, Lin Feng nodded slightly, examining the man before him, whose attire set him apart from the other employees, indicating he was likely a supervisor. I am your supervisor, Wu, follow me. I will assign you your work area. Alright. Before long, Lin Feng found himself escorted to the kitchen by Wu Hua. Your designated area is section 13. The chefs will announce which section the dishes belong to when serving, so be careful not to confuse them. The plates will indicate the table number. Wu Hua delivered his instructions with an expressionless demeanor and then led Lin Feng to section 13. Presently, there were not many patrons, but Wu stated that the numbers would gradually increase in a little over an hour, as the Red Moon Restaurant was the most renowned eatery in the vicinity, attracting numerous creatures during mealtimes. Your sole responsibility is to serve the dishes. Nothing else is required of you. After ushering Lin Feng back to the kitchen, Wu Hua departed. Throughout their interaction, he exhibited no emotional response, leading Lin Feng to suspect he might be a stoic. Watching Wu Hua leave, Lin Feng settled into a nearby chair, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to slack off. The IT seemed the oversight of employees here was rather lenient. A quick glance around revealed the absence of any surveillance cameras. If that were the case, perhaps he could manage to hide and take a break without being noticed. No, while humans might not discern his invisibility, those apparitions surely would. Thus, it would be prudent to find a way to sneak a break in the restroom. Section 13. Coming, Lin Feng called out in response, then rose to make his way over. The chef had already prepared the dishes. Stir-fried octopus, deliver it. This chef appeared human from the waist up, but his lower half was bulging and obscured by the chef's attire, leaving Lin Feng in ignorance of its true nature. What the hell, an octopus tentacle? Just as Lin Feng lifted the plate, a tentacle emerged from beneath the chef. Lin Feng's mind raced in disbelief. This stir-fried octopus couldn't possibly have come from you, could it? Nevertheless, he quickly placed the dish onto the tray, noting that the table number indicated it was for table 7. After picking up the tray, Lin Feng hastened toward section 13. There was only one table of customers, so he didn't need to search. Hello, here is your stir-fried octopus, Lin Feng said with a smile as he set down the dish. The rotund man at the table extended a contraption resembling a vacuum cleaner from his belly, swiftly devouring the octopus with astonishing efficiency. Witnessing such a remarkable method of consumption, Lin Feng wasted no time and turned back toward the kitchen. However, he took his time, strolling leisurely and casually exploring the vicinity. Eventually, he spotted the restroom, but to his dismay, a person was stationed outside as a guard. Upon inquiry, he learned that employees were required to register when using the restroom during work hours, limited to 3 visits a day. With each visit capped at 10 minutes regardless of necessity. No wonder the human employees he encountered looked as if they were on the brink of collapse, if even restroom breaks were so tightly regulated. One could only imagine the rest. It appeared that the majority of the restaurant staff were human. Lin Feng speculated that they were likely captured and forced into labor. He needed to delve deeper into this situation. Upon returning to the kitchen, Lin Feng found a dozen human employees gathered, all performing the same role as him, waitstaff. He did not spot the other 3 survivors. They might have been assigned to different tasks. The number of chefs had also increased by several, though these were not human. They were an assortment of bizarre creatures. From their conversations, Lin Feng gleaned that the earlier octopus chef was, in fact, the head chef. If he wished to enjoy his next 7 days with ease, he would have to cultivate a good relationship with the head chef. As for Lin Ke's name, Lin Feng intended to avoid using it as much as possible. He sensed that the female spirit harbored ulterior motives. With that, Lin Feng prepared to sit down. Oddly, amidst the throng, no one seemed inclined to occupy a chair. Lin Feng scratched his head and then plopped down into a seat. The surrounding individuals regarded him with pitying expressions. Shortly thereafter, a burly man approached. "Brother, new here. This is my spot. Kindly step aside." The hefty man grinned, exuding a potent odor of sweat that made Lin Feng wrinkle his nose. "I arrived first. This seat is mine. There are other chairs available." It seems it must be this way then. The burly man maintained his smile, sizing up Lin Feng before departing. Chapter 85, The Red Moon Restaurant 4. Lin Feng mused thoughtfully as he watched the burly man's retreating figure. Given the way others had looked at him, Lin Feng surmised that this man was likely the enforcer among the waitstaff. Akin to a prison gang leader, it was surprising that a hierarchy could emerge among just a dozen or so individuals. He probably feared that acting out here would breach the regulations, which explained his swift exit. In Section 13, while Lin Feng pondered how to handle the burly man after work, the chef called out again. Upon hearing his name, Lin Feng rose and made his way over, accompanied by another man who was evidently also responsible for Section 13. "You go ahead," the man commanded Lin Feng. "Brother, I truly wish to go, but my stomach. It must be because I didn't sleep well last night. I'll head to the restroom first. You deliver this time, and I'll take my turn next." Lin Feng quickly clasped his abdomen, feigning pain as he spoke. He then departed, discreetly taking a tray with him, intending to use it as a prop for slacking off a Section 13 coming. The man, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, could only acquiesce. As for using the restroom, that was certainly out of the question. Lin Feng found a secluded corner and activated his invisibility, then leaned against the wall, squinting his eyes as he began to relax. After 2 hours, he slowly stood up and wobbled back to the kitchen. By this time, the chair had already been occupied by another man, but Lin Feng had no intention of reclaiming it. "Where have you been?" At that moment, the waiter responsible for Area 13 looked at Lin Feng and inquired. During Lin Feng's absence, the number of guests in Area 13 had surged, and the waiter had been overwhelmed, barely able to catch a breath. Finally, after delivering all the dishes, he found a moment to rest. "I just returned from delivering dishes. Can't you see the tray in my hand?" Lin Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. "But I haven't seen you once during this whole time. Are you slacking off?" He rubbed his legs, appearing utterly worn out. In truth, it was simply that he had been sitting for too long and his legs had gone numb. "Oh, come on, I want to report you. After all, we're good brothers. Need to use the restroom," Lin Feng said with a magnanimous expression, patting the shoulder of the man before him. Xiaobai had never encountered someone so brazen. Yet years of subservience had dulled his ability to resist, forcing him to swallow his anger. Now that he had some free time and also needed to use the restroom, Xiaobai agreed to Lin Feng's invitation. The two engaged in light conversation, during which Lin Feng learned that the young man's name was Xiaobai. Though his hair was somewhat disheveled, he was still quite handsome, perhaps 1/3 as attractive as an ideal reader. "Please register when using the restroom," the supervisor stated at the restroom entrance. Xiaobai skillfully wrote down his name and the time of entry. Lin Feng followed suit but instead wrote his alias, Guchen Ji Yuchen. "That name sounds unfamiliar. Are you new here?" "Yes, I just arrived today," Lin Feng replied with a dazzling smile. "All right, you may enter." The restroom supervisor nodded. The restroom's layout was akin to a public toilet, and the odor was no different. "You truly have no fear. Using a false name could lead to punishment if discovered," Xiaobai remarked calmly as he stood before the urinal, commencing his business. It's fine. By the way, do you smoke?" Lin Feng asked, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. His leather backpack contained not only food and weapons but also various odds and ends, including cigarettes he had found during the gold-grabbing game. He had intended to smoke while slacking off in the restroom, but he hadn't anticipated that even a restroom break would be timed. Xiaobai's expression changed noticeably upon seeing the cigarettes. He swallowed hard before tremblingly accepting the smoke Lin Feng offered. "Where did you get these?" "That's none of your concern. We're brothers." So go ahead and smoke, Lin Feng replied with a grin, personally lighting Xiaobai's cigarette. Cough, cough. Xiaobai took a drag and coughed but appeared quite relaxed. Realizing Lin Feng was new, he continued, in the human living area. Cigarettes and alcohol are the most coveted commodities. These nerve-numbing substances are highly sought after. If you possess a considerable supply of cigarettes, all the workers in the human living area would heed your words. Also, if you wish to survive here, you must alter your mental state. You must become despondent and lose all hope in life, living like a shadow of your former self. Lin Feng looked at Xiaobai in confusion. Xiaobai slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. This is the consensus among many. Hey, they're calling for you. Time is almost up, Lin Feng said, still holding the cigarette. He took a deep drag and flicked the butt aside. Xiaobai hurriedly inhaled a few more puffs, feeling lightheaded, and followed Lin Feng out of the restroom. As they passed the restroom guardian, the scent of smoke wafted into the air. Once Lin Feng and Xiaobai left, the guardian rushed into the restroom, inhaling deeply the lingering smoke, and promptly picked up the discarded butts. Even 2 cigarette butts had their buyers. Meanwhile, in the employee manager's office of the Red Moon restaurant, Yang Wei had observed every move Lin Feng had made since his arrival. This was at Lin Ke's behest. Otherwise, he would have had nothing to do but monitor a human employee. Miss, his actions have severely violated the employee code. Enough, I told you Lin Feng is my friend. Whatever he does, don't interfere, Lin Ke interrupted, waving her hand dismissively. Observing Lin Feng's demeanor, she felt quite satisfied. He must maintain this state, otherwise, the quality of the meat will certainly suffer. Understood, Miss, Yang Wei replied with a slight bow before continuing to monitor Lin Feng, growing increasingly curious about his identity. Someone who could garner such attention from the miss could not possibly be an ordinary friend. Could it be? Back in the kitchen, Lin Feng continued to gather information about the surroundings, or rather, the state of this world. It turned out that this world was a place where the monster realm coexisted with the human realm. This was indeed the monster realm. Many humans had inadvertently stumbled into this world, while others had been captured. Once humans entered, they faced 2 fates, either becoming food or serving as cheap labor. The latter, like Lin Feng, was somewhat fortunate, as he wouldn't meet an untimely demise immediately, unlike the former, who faced a gruesome end, chopped into pieces and sold in the market. Chapter 86 End. Soon the end of the workday arrived, and Lin Feng followed the crowd to a cafeteria located in the human living area, where the chefs were also human. However, the food was undoubtedly of lesser quality. After eating, Lin Feng brought his cigarettes to the back kitchen of the human cafeteria. He had already inquired about the head chef's appearance beforehand. The mealtime is over, the head chef said coldly. Hey, I'm not here for a meal. My friend gifted me a pack of cigarettes, and since I don't smoke, I thought you might like to try some, Lin Feng replied with a cheerful smile as he handed over a box of cigarettes. With no one else in the kitchen, the head chef, without pretense, accepted the cigarettes and lit one. So, what do you want? Lin Feng's eyes flickered with an idea for a better way to slack off. Head chef, do you need any help? What, do you want to come over? Lin Feng nodded vigorously, expressing how exhausting the waiteress job was and that he could hardly keep up with the head chef. Understanding the grueling nature of the waiteress role, agreed. Fine, which area are you responsible for? I'll inform your supervisor, and then you can come help in the kitchen. Great, Lin Feng replied again, but my health isn't the best. So I might not perform perfectly at times. That's alright, right? The head chef realized Lin Feng's true intention. He didn't want to work at all. Glancing at the cigarettes in his hand, the head chef decided to relent. You may not work, but this pack of cigarettes seems a bit too few, don't you think? How about I give you another pack in 7 days? Lin Feng quickly painted a rosy picture. That sounds fair. The head chef smiled with satisfaction, and Lin Feng returned to his dormitory. Hey, Lin, I have good news. The black guy isn't coming back, John said excitedly. Oh, what happened? Lin Feng asked, offering a cigarette. Seeing Lin Feng still had cigarettes, John eagerly shared the story about Elbeer. Apparently, he had been complained about for being too ugly while serving dishes, negatively affecting the guest's dining experience. The Red Moon restaurant's rule is that the customer is always right, so Elbeer's fate was all but sealed. He was likely already cut into pieces. By the way, the Japanese guy hasn't returned either, Lin Feng remarked, looking at the 2 empty upper bunks in confusion. I don't know. I don't work with him, John shrugged. Well, that guy is probably in serious trouble too, after flicking the cigarette butt away. Lin Feng lay down on his bed. Who would have thought that on the first day, 2 survivors had already perished? Before long, the second day arrived. Lin Feng made his way to the back kitchen of the human cafeteria, where the head chef treated him as if they were on friendly terms, allowing Lin Feng to slack off openly. The others dared not voice their displeasure. Slacking off in the human living area was far more comfortable than in the restaurant, as monsters rarely ventured this way. Feeling somewhat bored, Lin Feng began learning cooking skills from the head chef. During mealtime, they were busy serving food while Lin Feng prepared his own small dishes, enjoying them alongside rice. Thus, 7 days passed uneventfully, with only 1 hour remaining before leaving this world. John was fortunate enough to have survived thus far, though he had lost 2 fingers due to a mistake. The burly man who had previously caused Lin Feng trouble also came looking for him. but upon hearing Lin Feng was on good terms with the head chef, he refrained from taking action. Merely leaving behind a few threats. Meanwhile, Lin Kue's ingredients and chefs were finally prepared. She gazed at the food she had nurtured, wiping her mouth in anticipation. "Bring it over," she commanded. "Understood, Mississippi." Lying in the dormitory, Lin Feng was oblivious to the impending calamity that loomed over him. At that moment, the countdown displayed merely 10 minutes remaining. Moments later, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, Lin Feng was met with the sight of Yang Wei. "Manager Yang, is there something you need?" Lin Feng inquired, perplexed, for it was currently a break period. Why was he summoned? Had his recent idling been discovered? "Miss Lin has requested your presence." Miss Lin, the female spectre? Lin Feng pondered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The last encounter had her lick him with a look of indulgence. Surely this time she did not intend to consume him, yet, why had she waited so long to do so? Lin Feng was filled with questions, but with only 5 minutes left, he mused, could we possibly wait a moment? However, to his surprise, Yang Wei, without a hint of negotiation, seized him by the arm and attempted to drag him away. At this, Lin Feng's suspicions were confirmed. He was indeed destined to be taken for a meal. "Are you planning to fatten me up before devouring me?" Yang Wei, cautious not to harm Lin Feng, knew that Miss Lin preferred her delicacies fresh. Injuring him could result in his own punishment, otherwise, he could have simply dispatched Lin Feng and carried him off without a second thought. In a swift motion, Lin Feng executed a clever maneuver, shedding his clothing like a cicada escaping its shell, and retrieved an energy gun from his leather backpack. "Ha, human weaponry is ineffective against me," Yang Wei scoffed. Boom, a single energy projectile detonated, obliterating Yang Wei into fragments. The penetrating blast further devastated the corridor beyond. In a matter of moments, Yang Wei's form began to regenerate at an astonishing rate. Boom, another shot fired, once again reducing Yang Wei to mere particles. Although such attacks would not terminate him, they successfully hindered his recovery. Lin Feng's objective was simple: to delay for just 5 minutes. Frustrated by the repeated explosions, Yang Wei unleashed a surge of energy that propelled Lin Feng across the room, before rapidly restoring his form. "You little pest, daring to resist." Ding, congratulations, host, mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed. As the system's voice faded, Lin Feng and John were abruptly teleported away. They found themselves in a pristine white space, where 4 elevators stood waiting. Exchanging a glance with John, they swiftly drew their weapons, standing in mutual confrontation. After about a minute, John broke the silence. "Lin, there are 2 empty elevators. Why not each take one? I'll count to 3, and we can lower our weapons simultaneously. How does that sound?" Agreed. 3.2.1. Bang, bang, both fired their weapons. Lin Feng took a bullet to the shoulder, while John's head was blown apart. "Damn you, little Karami, trying to play tricks with me," Lin Feng grimaced, clutching his shoulder. The bullet had not penetrated fully. He would need to extract it later. And meanwhile, the small velociraptor paced anxiously around Lin Feng, clearly distressed by his injury. "Damn it, here goes." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, seizing a sterilized dagger and plunging it into the wound. With a jolt of excruciating pain, he successfully reopened the injury. Fortunately, the bullet had not lodged in the bone, which was a relief. "Damn it," Lin Feng roared in frustration, resolutely extracting the bullet. After binding the wound, he took some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication before lying back down. After a brief respite, Lin Feng checked the resources needed for his upgrade: 1 upgrade kit and 20 kilograms of obsidian. He had discovered a box of obsidian weighing 25 kilograms in John's elevator. Just then, an announcement blared through the elevator. Ding, survival difficulty has increased, temperature rising, exploration time extended to 5 hours, return to the elevator restrictions lifted. Some floors will feature floor merchants, allowing trade with coins. You may also rob the merchants, provided you possess sufficient strength, though you will be unable to encounter merchants again for a short time. As the announcement concluded, the temperature within the elevator began to rise steadily. Many believed this was a sign of mercy from the elevator world's overseer, not only warming the air but also lifting the restrictions on returning to the elevator, thus enhancing their chances of survival during exploration. In the chat room, opinions varied. "I think we shouldn't celebrate too soon. According to this elevator's patterns, after extreme cold, we might face intense heat. If it gets too hot in here, it'll turn into a sauna. If there are fireplaces in the cold, surely there will be air conditioning in the heat." Air conditioning? Please, this isn't a vacation. By the way, does anyone have an upgrade kit? I am stuck at my level and willing to pay handsomely with coins. Upgrade kits. I recall seeing someone looking to trade for one in the marketplace, offering a large bottle of antibiotics, though I have no idea what that is. Lin Feng, observing the chatroom's discourse, felt a wave of tension. Noticing one participant's level was 11, he realized they were just 1 level shy of catching up to him. What the hell, is this guy cheating? When did he appear? Lin Feng was taken aback. After a period of neglecting the chat room, he was astonished to encounter such a prodigy. This individual's rapid ascent could only be attributed to either extraordinary luck or formidable strength. Capable of killing and looting, with an elevator level of 11, he had become a standout among the crowd, already being praised by onlookers. After briefly familiarizing himself with the majority of participants' information, Lin Feng closed the chat room. hung a submachine gun on the marketplace for trade, offering obsidian in exchange, and began preparing dinner. As he retrieved beef from his backpack, the velociraptor lunged forward, drooling in anticipation. Is it really that dramatic? Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, tossing a large chunk of meat to the velociraptor. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Lin Feng set down the iron can due to the energy consumed in healing. He had devoured an astounding 5 kilograms of beef for dinner. At that moment, he noticed the temperature continuing to rise. Just how high is it going to get? Lin Feng approached the pool, incessantly dousing himself with water, finding some semblance of comfort in the process. The wound on his shoulder had healed, though a lingering pain remained. A good night's sleep should remedy it. With the oppressive heat, he felt disinclined to exercise, and after drying off, he reclined on his bed to watch television. Although the temperature was high, it was not life-threatening. However, prolonged exposure could certainly lead to heatstroke. After a sleepless night, Lin Feng finally succumbed to slumber around 7 a.m. Chapter 88. Return to the prehistoric world. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the prehistoric world, a level teeming with a multitude of creatures and a high danger coefficient. Beneath the volcano on this floor, one can find some obsidian. In a state of drowsiness, Lin Feng heard the system's voice and sat up, shaking his head in disbelief. So soon he yawned and equipped himself, this time armed with an HK assault rifle, a charged pistol, a rhinoceros hornbow, and poison arrows. He was determined to delve deeper this time, hoping to encounter some formidable creatures. In an urgent situation where charging the energy gun was not feasible, he could rely on the poison arrows to buy himself time. For the system had stated that any creature struck by these arrows would enter a brief state of paralysis. Ding! The elevator is descending. Please hold on securely. Finally, he could step outside for some fresh air. With eager anticipation, Lin Feng opened the elevator doors to the breathtaking landscape of the prehistoric world, the resounding roars of dinosaurs echoing throughout the level. Upon hearing the dinosaurs roar, a small velociraptor sprang to attention. Roar! Observing the velociraptor's reaction, Lin Feng decided to bring it along, as this was its original habitat. However, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of leaving the velociraptor behind, having lived together for so long. Its absence would leave him feeling quite lonely. Watching the velociraptor frolic about, he smiled and encouraged it to play, while he prepared to venture down the nearby mountain, which required passing through a copse of trees. The mist swirling around the mountain's peak indicated that it was indeed the volcano mentioned by the system. Seeing Lin Feng leave, the velociraptor quickly followed him, its instincts alert in this perilous prehistoric world. Especially as they traversed the woods, listening to the surrounding roars, Lin Feng silently replaced his HK magazine with one containing armor-piercing rounds. This should be capable of inflicting damage on large dinosaurs. Right, just then, a colossal python appeared before him, its head larger than Lin Feng himself and its length exceeding 20 meters. The python scrutinized Lin Feng, clearly intrigued by this unfamiliar creature, wondering if he was poisonous and whether consuming him would be fatal. After all, humans were not yet part of its diet. However, it was the small velociraptor beside Lin Feng that captured the python's attention. It had tasted that creature before, though it was meager in flesh. It was quite palatable. Whoosh! A poison arrow struck the python's eye. In an instant, the python convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground, trembling like a drugged maiden. Lin Feng raised his charged pistol, concerned that 5 seconds of charging might not be enough to eliminate the python. So he opted for a full 10 seconds. Boom! The python was instantly penetrated, its head exploding into a mist of blood, its body cleaved in two. The energy sphere continued its trajectory, obliterating several towering trees before dissipating into the air. The python, now in several segments, still twitched, indicating it was not yet fully dead. However, without a head, it posed no threat to Lin Feng. He swiftly stowed the severed parts into his leather backpack, the weight nearing a ton. Occupying 2 slots, the explosion had transformed the previously tranquil woods into a cacophony, causing the treetop dwellers to scatter in fright, while smaller herbivores fled the area. The velociraptor, however, was drawn to a rat the size of a wolf. After issuing a few calls, it charged at the rodent, engaging in a fierce tussle. Lin Feng refrained from intervening, recognizing that the velociraptor was merely responding to its predatory instincts, being a fierce hunter by nature. The blood and remnants from the slain python attracted numerous birds and insects, which gleefully feasted on the scraps Lin Feng had not collected. Before long, the skirmish with the rat concluded. The velociraptor had sustained only a tear in its hide, while the unfortunate rodent bore multiple bite wounds, with a fatal injury to its neck. After sampling a few bites of flesh, the velociraptor dragged the corpse before Lin Feng, signaling him to take it. After collecting the giant rat's carcass, Lin Feng and the velociraptor continued onward, remaining vigilant of the buzzing mosquitoes flitting through the thickets. Who knew what viruses these ancient mosquitoes might carry? Had he known, he would have brought a gas mask. Truth be told, the air felt quite uncomfortable to breathe. Now not far from the elevator, Lin Feng resolved to return and don the gas mask. A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Feng returned, equipped with the gas mask. Though it slightly obstructed his vision, breathing became much more bearable. Chapter 89. The floor merchant. Buzz buzz buzz. Mosquitoes the size of a palm hovered around Lin Feng. Their oversized proboscises having evolved specifically for piercing the tough hides of these dinosaurs. After circling him for a moment, a few mosquitoes departed, likely deterred by the scent masked by his clothing. Bang, 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 the sound of gunfire erupted, and the hovering mosquitoes burst into clouds of crimson. This desert eagle proves quite effective. After advancing a short distance, Lin Feng discovered that the terrain was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. With grass towering over him, previously a path had been trampled by a dinosaur, but this area seemed to be devoid of activity, possibly due to its proximity to the volcano. Fortunately, Lin Feng had a solution at hand. He charged his pistol and cleared a path with a single shot, instantly creating a straight passage. After another 20 minutes of traversing, he finally arrived at the base of the volcano. Here, he spotted the obsidian he had long yearned for. And in abundance. After all, obsidian is formed from the rapid cooling of volcanic lava. However, finding smaller fragments proved challenging. Most were intact chunks firmly embedded in the earth. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's ear. It seems you could use a pickaxe. I have one capable of mining obsidian. Interested? The unexpected voice made Lin Feng tense up, instinctively turning to aim his gun at the source. Oh, don't shoot, I am a floor merchant. Before him stood a small figure cloaked in black, a backpack slung over their shoulder. Lin Feng scratched his head. So this was the floor merchant. He felt fortunate to encounter one so soon. So do you want this pickaxe? It's only 50 gold coins. The floor merchant produced a black pickaxe from their pack. 50 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone instead? At most, it's worth 20. Deal, the floor merchant grinned. Lin Feng sighed. I did mention I wasn't good at bargaining. However, he had no real need for the pickaxe. He had merely spoken offhandedly. What would I want with your shabby pickaxe? With that, Lin Feng brandished his charged pistol, fully powered, and fired at the nearby obsidian pile. Boom! Instantly a large pit formed, filled with shattered obsidian fragments. Rising from the ground, Lin Feng happily began to collect the pieces. The floor merchant silently returned the pickaxe to his backpack and hurried to keep pace with Lin Feng. Human, wait a moment, would you like to see what else I have? The floor merchant extracted a vial of yellow liquid from his pack. Calling out, this is a strength potion. Consuming it will enhance your strength, only 10 gold coins. What do you have in stock? Lin Feng approached, clapping his hands. The floor merchant beamed with delight, rummaging through his bag to produce several vials of strength potions. I have 3 strength potions and 2 agility potions. If you take them all, it'll only cost you 45 gold coins. What do you say? Oh, that's not too expensive. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Preparing to draw his gun for a robbery, just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, host is reminded that trading with the floor merchant will increase his favorability. The higher the favorability, the better the items offered by the merchant. Along with potential discounts, the timely reminder prompted Lin Feng to sheath his weapon, reconsidering his approach toward the seemingly feeble floor merchant. Make it a bit cheaper. How about 10 gold coins? He suggested. Thinking that since bargaining was not his strong suit, he might as well drive the price to its lowest. On hearing Lin Feng's audacious offer, the floor merchant nearly choked on his own blood. 40 gold coins, that's the lowest. 25, agree to that, and I'll buy a deal. Damn, I should have asked for more, Lin Feng mused. It was evident that this floor merchant was quite the shrewd operator. Just moments ago, the potions were priced at 10 coins each, yet now they were only 5, and it seemed the merchant still stood to profit. You'll need to wait a moment. I don't have any gold on me. How about I gather this obsidian first and return with the coins? Of course, the floor merchant readily agreed. 3 hours later, Lin Feng had successfully shattered all the obsidian in the area using his energy pistol. Although some obsidian still remained, the temperature above it had risen considerably. He took out his pocket watch to check the time. It was time to return. On his way back, Lin Feng encountered a long-necked herbivorous dinosaur. Not one to waste an opportunity, he swiftly dispatched it with a single energy ball. After dismembering the creature, he carefully packed the remains into his leather backpack. Some meat could not fit, but it would suffice to place all the obsidian in the storage area and return for it later. Upon reaching the elevator, Lin Feng first placed the obsidian into the storage zone and then retrieved some gold coins to continue trading with the floor merchant, hoping to discover any useful items. What do you have? Lin Feng inquired of the hooded figure before him, who appeared human but stood only about a meter tall. The features beneath the hood were indiscernible. Soon, the floor merchant laid out all the items from his backpack. Is this the red spiritual mushroom? Indeed, just this one. For 5 gold coins, 2 gold coins. 4 gold coins, 3 gold coins. Alright, it's a deal. The floor merchant wore an expression of having lost considerably, including the cost of potions. Lin Feng spent a total of 28 gold coins. He was no longer interested in the remaining items, which mainly consisted of food, water, a few potions, and some tools, none of which held any value for him. After concluding the transaction, the floor merchant quickly departed, leaving Lin Feng unaware of his destination. With only an hour remaining before the elevator closed, Lin Feng emptied his leather backpack and returned to the dinosaur carcass to gather the remaining meat, which took up approximately 5 slots. Having completed this task, he noted that the elevator would close in 5 minutes. Although he considered chopping down more trees, time was of the essence. He pondered how long it would take to consume such a large quantity of dinosaur meat. The prehistoric world was indeed abundant in resources, and this time it had been relatively safe, with few aggressive creatures encountered. At that moment, both of Lin Feng's leather backpacks were nearly filled with meat. Weighing around several tons, with 3 empty slots remaining. He tossed the backpacks aside and stood up, affectionately ruffling the feathers of the velociraptor. Chapter 90, Water Shortage. He could tell that the velociraptor enjoyed this place. After all, such a vast prehistoric world would surely be more comfortable than staying in a cramped elevator. If the little velociraptor wished to stay here, he had no intention of forcing it back into the elevator. Thus Lin Feng was curious about the creature's thoughts. Do you want to come back with me, or would you prefer to stay here? Lin Feng retreated into the elevator, observing the velociraptor standing outside. After spending considerable time together, he was confident that the little creature could understand his words. Even if it did not grasp every nuance, the general meaning would undoubtedly be clear. The little velociraptor glanced at the jungle outside and then, without hesitation, dashed back into the elevator. "Ha, good little dragon," Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, affectionately stroking the velociraptor's head. He absolutely adored its unhesitating decision. Just then, the elevator doors closed, and Lin Feng picked up the potions he had purchased from the merchant. Giving them a shake. He consumed them all in one go, and soon felt subtle changes within his body, prompting him to quickly check his personal status panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 21. Speed, 13. Agility, 21. Intelligence, 28. Luck, 5. Sanity, 2.82. All attributes, except luck, are at the human average of 10. Luck is at 0. Skills, fishing in troubled waters. Stealth, master of cold weapons. Intermediate firearm proficiency. Basic combat skills. Expert survivalist, eagle eye. Self-healing, significantly accelerated wound recovery after injury. Energy consumption of the body is doubled. Observing the increased attributes, it appeared that each potion contributed an increment of 1. The rewards from the Red Moon restaurant had also been distributed. Was it possible they were dispensed while he was asleep? He needed to remind Qinan about the merchant. Otherwise, given his personality, he might just rob the floor merchant outright. Lin Feng quickly opened the private chat panel for Qinan. Lin Feng, Anzi. If you see the floor merchant, don't rob him. Trading with him increases goodwill, and the items he sells you will improve over time. On the other end, Qinan looked at the backpack he had pilfered from the floor merchant and then glanced at Lin Feng's message. Qinan, can I say that I already robbed him? Lin Feng, Lin Feng, then don't rob him next time. By the way, do you need a gun? I have a surplus. Indeed, Lin Feng had an abundance of firearms in the elevator, with at least 30 assorted weapons and a substantial stock of ammunition. Qinan, if you have plenty, sell me an assault rifle. The one I got from the Go floor is completely broken. Lin Feng, broken, you can repair it at the workbench. Qinan, I don't have materials. What guns do you have? Send me a decent performance one. Lin Feng rummaged through the pile of weapons and soon found an AK-47. Lin Feng, how about an AK? Qinan, sure, how much? Lin Feng, screw you. Just give me your broken gun, I'll see if I can fix it for you. After exchanging Qinan's broken gun, Lin Feng contacted Yihua, and fortuitously Yihua happened to possess a gun repair kit. Upon hearing that Lin Feng's gun was damaged, Yihua offered to repair it for free, and Lin Feng naturally accepted, placing the broken firearm on the trading post. He noticed numerous trade requests for water in the trading post. With most seeking ice water. It made sense, given the current high temperatures, daily water needs must have doubled compared to before. He opened the chat room, where people were discussing the situation. Those with thermometers updated the temperature every few hours. Current temperature, 35 C, still gradually rising. 35 C, that's manageable outside, but in the elevator, I can barely breathe. I'm actually looking forward to exploring the floors now. I really want to eat ice cream. I just drank 3 days worth of water in one day. I had no choice but to buy a large barrel of water with coins. I just encountered the floor merchant in the apocalypse floor, spent some coins on an ice maker. It can make ice when you add water, but after buying it, I realized it requires electricity. The upper floors must be so hot that the CPU can't keep up. Seeing how desperate people were for water, Lin Feng instantly recognized a business opportunity. Previously, when no one lacked water, the trading post reflected that, so even if he had an infinite supply, he couldn't profit much now that temperatures had risen so sharply. The demand for drinking water had surged. Lin Feng had plenty of containers and could seize this opportunity to make some profit. However, those plastic water bottles were somewhat inadequate. With this thought, Lin Feng opened the chat with Yihua once more. Lin Feng, can you make wooden barrels? Yihua, sure, big brother, how many do you need? Lin Feng, make as many as you can, I'll provide the raw materials, just tell me what tools you need. Yihua, the tools on the workbench will suffice. Lin Feng, okay, I'll place the materials on the trading post, feel free to trade with whatever you need. After a considerable amount of time, Lin Feng placed some wood from the storage area onto the trading post. After much effort, Yihua indicated he would have the barrels ready for Lin Feng shortly. Naturally, Lin Feng would not let Yihua work for free. He compensated him with some food and water. After briefly washing himself with the cold water from the pool, Lin Feng comfortably reclined on the bed, despite the high temperature inside the elevator. The water in the pool remained delightfully cool. He could later sell it as ice water. What a splendid plan. A few hours later, the system alert chimed once more. Ding. The floor you are about to enter is the wasteland floor. Teeming with thousands of zombies and a few mutated ones, this floor contains abundant resources, including an unopened airdrop supply crate located on Hadong Road. A lurking mutated creature lies in the ruins of a building adjacent to the airdrop. Please exercise caution. Why did the system alerts feel increasingly vague? Lin Feng scratched his head. The previous alerts had been quite detailed, even specifying the contents of crates and the number of steps to encounter them. Now they seemed rather broad. Soon, the elevator's announcement echoed. Ding dong. The elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. Lin Feng intended to explore this floor, if only to open the airdrop. He hoped it would yield an upgrade set. With his leather backpack secured and weapons in hand, he stepped outside. He had cleared 6 slots in his leather backpack, having placed all the meat that had taken up space at a high price on the trading post. If someone purchased it, splendid. If not, he could reclaim it when the time came. Chapter 91, Zombie Horde. Upon exiting the elevator, Lin Feng was struck by a sense of familiarity with this floor. Wasn't this the very wasteland floor he had first entered? There were still 5 zombies with exploded heads on the ground, and the empty doorway not far away was also his doing. It had once been a metal gate meant to block zombies. Right, according to the system's alert, he should be able to descend now. Upon this realization, Lin Feng hurriedly made his way to the nearby window. Below, the streets were littered with countless corpses, the wreckage of vehicles strewn about, and even a downed helicopter lay in disarray. Utilizing his eagle eye skill, Lin Feng discovered an airdrop crate not far away. It appeared that there were not many zombies below. Only a few dozen aimlessly wandered the streets. After observing for a moment, Lin Feng swiftly departed from the dilapidated building. The little velociraptor scampered eagerly behind him. Within the abandoned structure, a few zombies still lingered, likely transformed from the homeless individuals who had once resided there. However, Lin Feng was no longer frightened by the undead. After dispatching the obstructing zombies with a few shots, he successfully reached the exit on the ground floor. The gunfire had attracted a considerable number of zombies, yet they were all blown away by Lin Feng's charged pistol. Curiously, hadn't the system indicated that there were thousands of zombies on this floor? The zombies drawn by the gunfire amounted to only around 100 or so. Although puzzled, Lin Feng hastened toward the location of the airdrop supply crate. Following the system's guidance, he carefully used his energy pistol to clear out the surrounding debris. With an enhancement to his strength attribute, Lin Feng now could withstand the recoil of a 7-second charge. Amidst his indiscriminate bombardment, a towering mutated creature soon leapt from the wreckage. Oh, isn't this the tyrant? Lin Feng chuckled to himself, surprised to encounter a tyrant here. Recalling the effort it had taken to defeat it previously, and now, with his charged pistol, he could easily annihilate it. The tyrant, having revealed itself, naturally did not remain idle and hurled a boulder at Lin Feng. However, he deftly dodged it, and the little velociraptor, sensing the moment was not right to cause chaos, tucked itself behind a wrecked car. On the other side, after evading the massive stone, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to release the trigger of his energy pistol. Boom! The energy projectile launched at incredible speed. The tyrant, realizing it could not evade, attempted to block it with its arm, yet it had underestimated the power of the charged pistol, which sent it flying, leaving its fate uncertain. Concerned that the tyrant might feign death, Lin Feng fired another shot at its colossal form, this time tearing it in two. Just then, the little velociraptor let out a sudden cry, prompting Lin Feng to turn around and discover a large horde of zombies that had amassed behind him. Slowly advancing in his direction, where on earth did all these zombies come from? Lin Feng quickly called for the little velociraptor before launching an energy sphere at the approaching mass. Of course, he did not forget about the airdrop supply crate. Upon approaching, he realized it could be conveniently stowed away in his leather backpack, which was quite the relief. After securing the airdrop crate, Lin Feng hurriedly entered a seemingly intact building. The horde outside had blocked his escape route, but he felt no cause for alarm. Time was still on his side. Lin Feng could easily clear the exterior zombies with his energy pistol. As he explored the house, he found evidence that it had once been inhabited by humans, likely serving as a refuge for several survivors. However, the barricade at the entrance had been destroyed. Lin Feng quickly reinforced the door before extracting the airdrop crate. Chapter 92, Elevator Upgrade. Significant changes. Upon opening the supply crate, a small black box came into view. Indeed, this was the upgrade kit. Could it be that his wish had come true? Lin Feng double-checked and confirmed that this was, in fact, the upgrade kit. Finally, he had gathered all the necessary items for the elevator upgrade. The crate also contained some food and medicine, along with a silenced pistol, though the food had all perished. And the medicine was likely expired, leaving its efficacy uncertain. He wondered how long the airdrop crate had been there. After stowing the crate in his backpack, Lin Feng leaned out to observe the outside world. The zombies continued to approach, but having lost the sound that had attracted them, they gradually dispersed in different directions. Perhaps, after a short wait, he could make a direct return to the elevator. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a mattress, contemplating. An hour later, peering down again, he noticed only a few zombies remained on the ground floor, and a handful had likely made their way up the stairs. Lin Feng retrieved the silenced pistol from the supply crate, pushed aside the obstacles, and prepared to leave. The silenced weapon proved effective as the distant zombies remained oblivious. After safely clearing the zombies below, Lin Feng swiftly returned to the abandoned building, along the way collecting 2 scrap vehicles, reduced to mere shells, which could also be repurposed for the elevator upgrade. Upon safely reaching the elevator, Lin Feng immediately added all the items to the resource area and proceeded to initiate the upgrade. With a tremor, the elevator's upgrade was completed. The transformation was remarkable. The elevator's space had expanded more than threefold, and the previously basic cot had been replaced with a clean, comfortable sofa bed. The toilet and bed were now distinctly separated. And impressively, a human-powered generator resembling a bicycle had been installed in the corner, equipped with various sockets. The iron walls surrounding the elevator had taken on a glass-like quality. Lin Feng, gazing at the picturesque scenery outside, could hardly believe his eyes, only to discover that it was merely a display screen. Upon reaching out to touch it, after some exploration, Lin Feng realized he could alter the scenery on the screen beside the elevator door. Whatever he wished to see was available, and sound could be activated as well. Next to his profile on the screen, a temperature indication appeared, currently displaying 39.6 degrees Celsius, just when Lin Feng thought he had seen all the changes. The elevator's announcement suddenly chimed. Ding! Survivor Lin Feng has successfully leveled up to level 13. Upon completing the survival floor, you may return to Blue Star for 7 days. He could return to Blue Star? Knowing that the time flow on Blue Star differed from that of the elevator world, Lin Feng felt no concern about being surpassed. Furthermore, upon his return, he could investigate the relationship between the floors he had traversed in Blue Star. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. 1 resurrection coin. Ding! Upgrade task triggered. Please elevate the elevator level to 14. Reward: 300 rounds of any model photon ammunition. With a chime, a silver coin dropped to the ground. Lin Feng hurriedly picked it up. So this is what a resurrection coin looks like. By the way, the workbench should also be capable of crafting resurrection coins, he thought, rushing to the workbench. After searching, Lin Feng indeed discovered the synthesis pathway for the resurrection coin. Resurrection coin, soul heart silver coin inscribed with runes. Only 2 items were needed to synthesize a resurrection coin, but unfortunately, Lin Feng had never even heard of these items. Never mind, perhaps with a stroke of luck, he might encounter them in the future. However, the possibility of synthesis still offered hope. Returning to the sofa bed, Lin Feng reclined comfortably as he reflected on the elevator's announcement. Survival floor, was it a special level akin to a survival mission like Normandy? Although many questions lingered in his mind, he felt no anxiety. With the foresight system in place, he would know what the next floor entailed in due time. After preparing some food to satiate his hunger, Lin Feng inquired about Yihua's progress on crafting a wooden barrel. Upon learning that one had been completed, Lin Feng promptly requested Yihua to trade it over. Soon, a wooden barrel, standing several dozen centimeters tall, appeared at Lin Feng's feet. This barrel resembled those used for fetching water, constructed from wooden planks. Simply piecing the planks together would surely result in leaks. So Yihua had wrapped 3 beast tendons around it, minimizing the gaps to the utmost. After filling the barrel with water and ensuring it did not leak, Lin Feng felt relieved. A little seepage was normal given the limited conditions. Once the barrel was listed on the trading post, it was promptly labeled as ice water, and the exchanged items naturally consisted of gold coins. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng aimed to capitalize on the current water scarcity. After completing these tasks, he approached the human-powered generator to tinker with it. Presently, he had no use for electricity, but the generator was equipped with a battery. He might as well charge it in advance. Considering it a form of exercise for the day, after pedaling for 2 hours, Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, made his way to the water basin, wiped his body down, and then collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the deserted island floor. Conditions for departure: no items may be brought in. Prove your ability to survive on the deserted island. The system's brief notification roused Lin Feng from his slumber. So this is the survival floor. Lin Feng donned his clothing, leaving food for the little velociraptor before stepping outside. Ding! The elevator is descending. Please hold on steady. As the doors opened, he was greeted by a beach shaded by coconut trees. Upon stepping outside, Lin Feng immediately felt a chill enveloping his lower body. Reaching out, he was met with confusion. Where are my clothes? Ding! Requesting survivors to prove their ability to survive here without any items. Conditions: safe shelter, stable food source, stable freshwater source, fire source, and the ability to manage ailments simply. So, this is why you stripped me of my clothing? Fortunately, they had left him with a bitter herb. otherwise, he would have felt utterly vulnerable. After taking a moment to regain his composure, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. In truth, such islands were relatively favorable for survival. The primary challenge lay in securing fresh water. To ascertain the island's conditions, Lin Feng decided to circumnavigate the coastline, and he discovered a plethora of useful items. A pair of flip-flops washed ashore, sparing him the discomfort of walking barefoot. He also found several glass bottles, over a dozen plastic bottles, a few nails, a tin can, a spool of fishing line, a box of safety pins, and some tattered clothing. The island was not particularly large. Lin Feng successfully circumnavigated it in about an hour. Chapter 93, Survival on the Deserted Island. In addition to these findings, Lin Feng stumbled upon a grove of coconut trees. Ultimately, he decided to settle near the coconut trees, although certainly not on the beach. As he had yet to discern the tides in this area, it was prudent to seek a higher location. Behind the coconut grove lay an elevated area that could serve as a temporary refuge. After packing all his belongings, Lin Feng ascended to the high ground once he secured a place to reside. The next task was to procure food, with the coconuts emerging as the optimal choice. Encountering coconut trees while stranded on a deserted island was indeed a stroke of good fortune, from his vantage point. Lin Feng counted at least a dozen coconut trees. This discovery had effectively resolved his immediate concerns regarding sustenance and hydration. However, relying solely on coconuts for an extended period was unfeasible, prompting him to search for alternative food sources. Venturing deeper into the island, he found himself amidst a thicket, teeming with birds. Though he had yet to encounter other forms of wildlife. What luck, Lin Feng exclaimed as he took a few steps forward. Spotting a reddish stone, if he could smash the stone, he might be fortunate enough to obtain a sharp stone knife. With a series of decisive strikes, he seized the reddish stone and struck it against another rock. Shattering it into fragments, selecting a shard that appeared sufficiently sharp, he fashioned it into a tool. He had two objectives in the forest: to find a stick suitable for knocking down coconuts and to gather some dry grass and kindling for a fire. Possessing wilderness survival skills, Lin Feng recalled over 10 methods for igniting a fire. The glass bottles he had previously acquired could serve as magnifying glasses for this purpose, offering the most straightforward solution. With the sun blazing overhead, he knew he needed to act swiftly. In the wilderness, the absence of a fire at night could be perilous. Soon, Lin Feng located a slender sapling, and after several minutes of labor with his stone knife, he successfully snapped it. He now had a wooden stick measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Transporting the stick back to his camp, he also gathered some dry wood and grass from the forest. The entire endeavor took nearly 2 hours, yet he still retained more than half of his stamina. After a brief rest, Lin Feng returned to the coconut trees with his stick. It is often said that one should not stand beneath a coconut tree during windy weather. Lin Feng now understood why, as he narrowly avoided an unfortunate incident. However, this also indicated that retrieving coconuts would not be overly challenging. After knocking down 5 coconuts, Lin Feng settled onto the soft sand and savored the refreshing coconut water. Upon returning to his camp with the coconuts, he set about preparing a fire. It was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the peak of the sun's intensity. He inserted a nail, pointed end down, into a glass bottle, angling it as he began to shake it up and down. This method was intended to utilize the thicker base of the bottle, which would serve perfectly as a convex lens. After about 10 minutes, with a satisfying pop, Lin Feng obtained a perfectly circular lens, crafted from the bottle's base. Arranging the dry grass, he successfully focused the sunlight and tested its temperature with his hand. Ouch! Soon, he felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand, quite promising. Minutes later, Lin Feng successfully ignited the dry grass, and as smoke billowed from the bundle, he gently blew on it. Before long, a flame flickered to life. After a few triumphant laughs, he hastily added some dry twigs to stoke the fire. Once the flames grew stronger, he added larger logs. With the fire now established, and food and water temporarily secured, Lin Feng could rely on coconuts for sustenance for a day or two. His shelter was rudimentary at best, but he planned to improve it later, and now, he intended to scour the beach for stones in search of seafood. Merely consuming coconuts would not suffice to meet his daily energy needs. After placing a few logs into the fire, Lin Feng sharpened another stick and set off toward the distant rocks. Confident that they would harbor an abundance of crabs, shellfish, and perhaps even the chance to catch a fish. Just as he had anticipated, the rocks were dotted with numerous sea snails, although small and meager in flesh. Every morsel counted, gathering a sufficient quantity for a meal. 2 hours later, Lin Feng had collected dozens of sea snails and even managed to catch 2 small crabs from the crevices in the rocks. While he noticed some fish nearby, he regrettably could not catch any. Nevertheless, Lin Feng resolved to set up a few fishing traps in this area. Upon returning to his camp, he promptly added more wood to the fire. Fortunately, he had returned just in time, otherwise, he would have had to reignite the flames. Lin Feng exhaled in relief as he gazed upon the roaring fire once more, then took his stone knife to cut apart 4 plastic water bottles, placing the snail meat and stones inside before inserting the bottle tops. Thus, 4 simple fishing traps were successfully crafted. Although they would only catch small fish, there were no larger ones to be found in the rocky shore. With the trap set, Lin Feng returned to his camp, content and already planning for the next day. As evening approached, he pondered whether there were other wild animals on this island. It would be best to refrain from exploring for now. Tomorrow, he would certainly need to search for fresh water. While coconuts could quench his thirst, excessive consumption could lead to gastrointestinal distress. After consuming 2 more coconuts, Lin Feng prepared a seafood meal by boiling the sea snails and small crabs in coconut water. The taste was mediocre, but it provided some much-needed sustenance. After a restless night, Lin Feng awoke, rubbing his head. He had slept poorly, needing to rise in the middle of the night to add more firewood. Though thankfully he had not been disturbed by mosquitoes, watching the sun slowly rise above the horizon, Lin Feng smiled. The view was quite splendid. Today's agenda consisted of checking the traps, searching for water, and crafting a bed for himself. Having slept directly on the rocks last night, he awoke with aches all over. After consuming the final coconut, Lin Feng picked up the long stick and, taking advantage of the cool breeze, went to knock down several more coconuts. Once he had returned all the coconuts to his camp, Lin Feng made his way to the area where he had set the traps the previous day. Each of the 4 traps yielded a catch, netting him a total of 6 small fish, providing him with breakfast. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a dark mass. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a creature resembling a sea cucumber. What on earth is this? Lin Feng mused as he observed the creature in his hand, which expelled a cloud of white liquid, eliciting a grimace. This was likely a defensive mechanism, akin to an octopus expelling ink. It should be non-toxic, and he decided to take it back for further examination on how to consume it. Disdainful though he was, this creature possessed substantial flesh. One was equivalent to the 6 fish he had caught. Chapter 94, Finding Fresh Water. Upon returning to the camp with his catch, Lin Feng commenced the preparation of his breakfast. A stew of 6 small fish combined with coconut water, accompanied by the roasted unidentified creature. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng grasped the sharpened stick and ventured into the forest, intent on finding fresh water. He refused to believe that such a large island lacked any freshwater resources. Surely rainwater would have been stored somewhere, as evidenced by the abundant vegetation. After wandering through the jungle for the better part of the morning, Lin Feng had yet to locate any fresh water. However, he did unearth a dozen or so potatoes and some edible plant roots, which contained ample moisture to provide hydration. Subsequently, he returned to his camp and fashioned a dozen ropes from coconut fibers. The melodic calls of birds in the forest tempted him, prompting him to attempt creating a few bird traps. Lin Feng intended to construct simple trigger traps, requiring 5 wooden sticks of approximately 20 centimeters in length and a length of rope. The short ropes he had just created were perfectly suited for the task. After a brief modification of the wooden sticks, Lin Feng returned to the woods with his bait in hand. The bait consisted of snail meat, which he presumed would appeal to the local avian population. After locating a suitably flexible branch, he tied a knot in the rope and secured it. He then fashioned a double loop by wrapping the rope around itself, securing a small branch within. Once the 5 wooden sticks were assembled, he positioned the small branch beneath the pressure stick, placing the trigger rod on top. Finally, he placed the completed loop at the end of the rope onto the trigger rod and inserted the snail meat into the loop, thus completing a rudimentary bird trap. Whether or not he would successfully catch a bird remained a matter of luck, and Lin Feng held no high hopes. After returning to camp and munching on a few plant roots, Lin Feng glanced at the sun's position and estimated the time to be around 11 o'clock in the morning. For lunch, he planned to consume the potatoes he had discovered. Though small, they were filling. After roasting a dozen potatoes, Lin Feng relished the meal. After a brief rest, he set off once more to gather coconuts. There were plenty of coconuts remaining, enough to last him at least 7 or 8 days. However, he was acutely aware that if he continued to consume them, he would undoubtedly face digestive issues. Hence, the quest for fresh water had become paramount. Replenishing his hydration, Lin Feng embarked on another expedition. The dense foliage of the forest shielded him from the sun's rays, alleviating concerns of sunburn. The only consideration was the various flying insects and mosquitoes. After walking a short distance, Lin Feng spotted a cleverly concealed small green snake on a branch. According to the knowledge in his mind, Lin Feng identified the creature before him as a green snake, non-venomous, resembling the bamboo viper, yet distinguished by its more vibrant green hue and larger size. At this moment, the green snake was likely hunting, its preferred prey being earthworms, frogs, and various insects. A gleeful smile spread across Lin Feng's face, for today's meal would be enhanced with a wooden stick. He gently prodded the green snake upwards. This serpent was as long as Lin Feng's arm and as thick as his thumb, yielding enough meat for a hearty meal. The captured green snake flicked its tongue and bared its fangs, attempting to appear more fearsome. However, with its harmless nature, Lin Feng felt no fear. After dispatching it with a stone knife, he stowed it away in his pocket. The garments he wore were salvaged from the refuse he had encountered earlier. Wearing the coarse fabric of bitter tea leaves was hardly a sustainable option. As he ventured deeper, Lin Feng also caught some plump grasshoppers, a high-protein delicacy perfect for roasting, yet he still hadn't found a source of water. How curious, with so many plants around, it seemed implausible that water would be scarce. Pondering this, he squatted down and dug into the moist soil beneath his feet. It was indeed damp, prompting him to continue his search. After several more minutes, Lin Feng was thrilled to discover a small puddle of water before him. I knew it, how could there be no water? After quenching his thirst, he felt relieved, confirming that it was fresh water. His exploration revealed that this puddle was fed by a crevice in the rocks, with a decent flow. Soon, he filled 5 water bottles, having brought only that many with him, after memorizing the location of this precious water source. Lin Feng returned to his camp, checking on his bird traps along the way, but alas, he had caught no birds. The return journey to camp took approximately 40 minutes, and he realized that fetching water would be somewhat cumbersome. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was resolute in not relocating the camp. Obtaining food was simpler on the beach. Transitioning into the woods would pose significant challenges for daily sustenance, compounded by the abundance of mosquitoes, which would surely disrupt his sleep at night. Upon returning to camp, Lin Feng first secured the skewered grasshoppers beside the fire, a total of 3 skewers. He then proceeded to clean the green snake, making sure not to waste the skin, which could be utilized as a container for water once thoroughly washed. The snake meat was simmered in coconut water, a method that preserved the scant fat it contained. While grilling would undoubtedly enhance the flavor, it would squander precious energy. Once the snake meat was hung up, Lin Feng picked up a skewer of roasted grasshoppers, blowing gently on it before taking a bite. The distinct flavor of protein burst within his mouth, crisp and tender, each bite oozing with juice, delicious. After devouring 3 skewers of roasted grasshoppers, Lin Feng licked his lips, feeling a lingering desire for more. Observing that the snake meat was not yet ready, he remained patient, allowing it to simmer slowly, and now that he had a stable source of fresh water and ample food, he just needed to set a few more traps. Consequently, Lin Feng contemplated constructing a shelter to shield himself from the wind and rain. He devised a plan to chop down several slender trees, binding them together to lean against the rock wall, covering the top with layers of palm leaves. However, with only a stone knife at his disposal, such labor would undoubtedly be exhausting, yet he saw no better option. Arriving at the seashore, Lin Feng meticulously cleaned the snakeskin before foraging for small seashells and crabs. To his surprise, he discovered an abundance of seaweed, a verdant vegetable that could also provide some salt. The rocky shore was rich in seaweed, which would continue to grow, thus presenting Lin Feng with a sustainable source of food. After cutting some seaweed, he checked his traps and caught 4 small fish, each about the length of his fingers. After repositioning his traps, Lin Feng returned to camp, finding that the snake meat was ready. The broth was rich and fragrant, though perhaps that was merely a figment of Lin Feng's imagination, for it lacked significant flavor. After finishing the snake meat, he grilled the fish for dinner, hanging the seaweed to dry. Chapter 95. Fishing. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Lin Feng decided to gather more firewood while searching for suitable trees to fell. Aiming to complete this phase of his task as soon as possible, the afternoon slipped away, and upon returning to camp, he noted that the sun was setting, likely around 7 o'clock. On this excursion, he filled all his bottles with fresh water, gathered a substantial amount of dry firewood and hay for bedding, and most importantly, he had felled 2 trees of considerable girth. Lin Feng held no extravagant expectations for his shelter. As long as he could lie down and have his fire pit covered, he would be content. At this rate, felling another 15 or 16 trees would suffice. However, he felt utterly exhausted, the energy expended was immense, and the meager evening meal would hardly replenish his strength. With a simple meal to stave off hunger, Lin Feng succumbed to sleep. The following day, Lin Feng awoke refreshed, grateful for the soft bedding of dried grass that had afforded him a restful night. However, as hunger pangs set in, he yearned for meat. After sipping some cool water, he returned to the rocky shore to check his traps, only to be pleasantly surprised to find he had caught 10 fish, each about the size of his thumb. Yet, he knew this would not suffice to satiate his appetite. Lin Feng's hopes rested on his bird traps. After cutting some seaweed, he briskly made his way to the trap's location. To his astonishment, upon seeing the trap had been triggered, he rushed over with excitement. There a vividly colored wild chicken dangled, likely caught the previous night. Not caring for the details, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved the chicken, exclaiming in joy. He then reset the trap. With this wild chicken, he could enjoy a satisfying meal, albeit a limited one, as the meat was scant, perhaps only 2 to 3 pounds in total, bones included. Upon returning to camp, Lin Feng skillfully cleaned the chicken inside and out, wasting nothing, even utilizing the entrails and skin, boiling every edible part. He even gnawed on the bones until they were clean. This hard-won meat invigorated Lin Feng, prompting him to resolve to set more traps. Thus, he spent the next 2 to 3 hours painstakingly crafting rope, to the point that his hands bled. Fortunately, his self-healing ability ensured his wounds healed swiftly, albeit at the cost of some energy. The ropes he fashioned would suffice for 5 traps. Armed with sticks and ropes, Lin Feng ventured back into the woods to place several traps in strategic locations. After completing this task, he returned to camp for a quick meal before heading out again to chop trees. He toiled until evening, returning with 6 trees in total, efficiently breaking them down by leveraging his weight against them. With a growling stomach, Lin Feng realized that for dinner he had only a few fish, some seashells, seaweed, and skewers of grasshoppers. Although the variety seemed plentiful, it was hardly enough to fill him. This was unsustainable. His body's fat reserves were nearly depleted. Tomorrow, he would prioritize gathering food over felling trees. Lin Feng focused on the fish he had caught. The safety pins could serve as hooks, and with his coconut picking stick, he could fashion a fishing rod. The bait would still be the meat from the seashells. After crafting the fishing rod, Lin Feng retired for the night, hoping to catch larger fish in the ocean the next day. As he drifted off to sleep, he dreamed of reeling in a magnificent fish, only for it to transform into a grotesque mermaid with scales, fangs, and tentacles just as he prepared to slay it. Startled, Lin Feng awoke, rubbing his temples and splashing water on his face. By morning, his traps had yielded no fish, leaving Lin Feng with only seashell meat and coconut for breakfast. Afterward, he ventured back to the rocky shore. Standing atop a sizable rock to fish, this area was uninhabited, making it ideal for catching fish that were likely starving. Before long, he caught a fish the size of his palm, a mullet. Its firm, garlic clove-shaped flesh was delectable, and it was plentiful and easy to catch, seemingly lacking in intelligence. This early success buoyed Lin Feng's spirits. After placing the fish in a tin, he cast his line again. Half an hour later, he reeled in another mullet. Wow, are these fish everywhere? Lin Feng scratched his head, opting to continue fishing in the sun as he was no longer concerned about dehydration given his newfound water source. By the end of the morning, he had caught over a dozen palm-sized mullets, 2 larger fish, and 4 sizable crabs, each generously meaty. With such a bounty, he could resume tree felling in the afternoon, after returning to camp and preparing his seafood feast, seaweed soup, steamed crabs, and grilled fish. He savored a coconut to finish off his meal. After a brief rest, Lin Feng returned to the woods to continue chopping trees. At around 4 or 5 in the evening, Lin Feng returned to the campsite, having nearly finished chopping enough wood. Additionally, he had caught 2 greedy birds in traps, although the amount of meat was scant, barely exceeding half of a wild chicken. Lin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had meticulously planned his day, fishing in the morning and collecting materials for his shelter in the afternoon, while foraging for other types of food in the woods. For dinner, he prepared a modest feast consisting of various plant roots, berries, insects, seaweed, conchs, a few small fish, and 2 little birds. Thanks to a hearty lunch, although his evening meal was meager, he was not overly famished. After dinner, Lin Feng spent 3 to 4 hours binding the severed trees together, ensuring their stability before propping them against the rock wall. With this, he successfully constructed a small dwelling. Fortunately, his impressive strength attribute made the task manageable. Otherwise, he would have struggled to move such heavy materials. All that remained was to lay down some leaves, and he planned to gather broad leaves the following day. Initially, Lin Feng intended to use coconut fronds, but he discovered even better options in the woods. The next day, he continued fishing in the morning and set out to collect leaves in the afternoon, managing to gather enough within just a few hours. Chapter 96, Hunting Deer. Survival mission completed. That night, after weaving the leaves together and tearing up the remnants of 2 cotton garments to create ropes, Lin Feng retired for the night. Unfortunately, his bird traps yielded no results, and his fishing traps proved equally unproductive, leaving him to sleep on an empty stomach. The following morning, Lin Feng returned to the seaside to resume fishing. After enjoying roasted fish for breakfast, he spent 3 hours binding the leaves to the wooden structure. The effort was worthwhile, as his shelter was finally complete, and now, even if it rained, he need not fear becoming drenched. However, the issue of food remained unresolved. He planned to set more traps and fish daily, supplementing his diet with conchs, as the forest still offered a wealth of edible resources. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng rose to set numerous traps in the woods. Just as he was about to head back to the sea for fishing, he suddenly noticed movement in the nearby underbrush, something of considerable size. Lin Feng cautiously approached, brandishing a stick. A deer. Lin Feng was taken aback by the sight of the nearly 1-meter-long creature before him. How had he not noticed it earlier? The meat from such a sizable deer would be substantial. Without hesitation, he hurled the stick, which he had sharpened to function as a spear, coupled with his mastery in cold weaponry. His accuracy in throwing the spear was remarkably high. Whoosh! The spear flew through the air, striking true with a pained cry. The deer, impaled, attempted to flee but was swiftly pursued by Lin Feng. After more than 10 minutes, the creature lay still. Lin Feng knelt beside the deer, bursting into laughter. With such an abundance of venison, he could easily prepare jerky to sustain himself for an extended period. Moreover, it was certain that this island was home to more than one deer, allowing him to potentially establish a sustainable food source. With a song on his lips, Lin Feng carried the deer back to the campsite. After a brief processing at the seaside, he roasted a leg of the deer. The blood drifting into the ocean attracted a multitude of fish, facilitating his future fishing endeavors. Ding! Congratulations, survivor, on completing the survival mission. The long-awaited elevator sound echoed. The elevator materialized before the campsite. Come on. I just started roasting meat. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, promptly retrieving all the venison to the elevator. Nothing else was worth taking. Upon returning to the elevator, the small raptor gazed at Lin Feng, who had become significantly darker over the days. With a puzzled expression, "Who is this? The scent seems off. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Lin Feng addressed the bewildered raptor. A howl. The small raptor immediately snapped back to reality, rushing to nuzzle Lin Feng's leg incessantly. Ah, Lin Feng chuckled, then washed himself with water. Days had passed, and the wooden barrels that Yihua had crafted were now complete, 5 in total. That was more than sufficient, after filling them with water. He hung them all in the trading post for sale. Each barrel fetched 2 gold coins. Previous barrels had already been purchased, and upon confirming the transaction, 2 gold coins fell into Lin Feng's hand. After a hearty meal, Lin Feng lay on his bed, suddenly recalling that he could change the style of his elevator walls. They were still black, but he approached the main screen and accessed the wall display options. The available content consisted mainly of scenic views, alongside a selection of human figures. Skimming through the options, Lin Feng selected a video of a woman dancing, a half-hour loop. While lacking substance, the woman's figure was commendable. Her assets nearly spilling out. After a brief viewing, Lin Feng switched back to a scenic video, this time opting for an underwater world theme. A howl. Bang! The small raptor dashed toward the screen upon spotting the fish, only to comically collide with the wall. "Ha, you silly little dinosaur." Lin Feng relished the raptor's misfortune. Beep. The host will return to Blue Star in 2 hours. Duration, 7 days. No items may be brought into Blue Star, nor can any be taken back to the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator, time will be paused. Chapter 97. Returning to Blue Star, the 2 hours passed swiftly. After dealing with the items in the trading post, Lin Feng stepped through the light curtain and exited the elevator. In the next moment, he found himself in a restroom. The raucous sounds of music echoed from outside. A bar, listening to the jubilant revelry. Lin Feng stepped out of the restroom, gazing at the men and women dancing wildly in the dance floor. Feeling somewhat disoriented, however, he was not particularly fond of such an environment and decided to turn away. Just as he exited, he collided with a drunken man. "Hey, you filthy scoundrel!" The drunken man, clutching a bottle of liquor in one hand and a few bills in the other, seemed to mistake Lin Feng for a barmaid. With bleary eyes, he sized Lin Feng up, attempting to make unwelcome advances. The outcome was predictable. In the next moment, Lin Feng sent him sprawling several meters away with a kick. The force of the kick jolted the man awake. Having just returned to Blue Star, he nearly became a victim of assault, and from a burly man at that. What a stroke of bad luck. Lin Feng considered it a courtesy that he hadn't killed him outright. "Damn it, you dare hit me, what are you all staring at? Get him!" The drunken man, clutching his abdomen, shouted towards 2 bouncers at the bar entrance. Clearly he had some connection to the establishment, as the bouncers promptly approached Lin Feng. With a derisive smile, Lin Feng regarded the 2 bouncers as if they were mere corpses. A chill ran down their spines as they felt the murderous intent radiating from Lin Feng. Their advance was abruptly halted. "Get lost." Lin Feng calmly uttered a single word, and the 2 bouncers immediately scrambled back into the bar in a panic. "Damn, useless, filthy scoundrel, FCK." Seeing the bouncers flee, the drunken man spat a few curses, then retreated as Lin Feng approached. My brother is a high-ranking member of the motorcycle gang. What do you want?" The drunken man's face paled in terror as he beheld Lin Feng's fierce demeanor. The effects of the alcohol dissipating rapidly. He had thought that mentioning the motorcycle gang would intimidate Lin Feng, but to his surprise, Lin Feng remained silent and continued to advance. Lin Feng regarded the motorcycle gang as nothing of consequence, having never even heard of it. "Don't be alarmed, I have no intention of killing you," Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, then single-handedly dragged the drunken man to a shadowy corner. "What do you want?" Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the drunken man promptly lost consciousness. Lin Feng then relieved him of his wallet, discarding it in the corner nearby. A few campfires flickered, a gathering place for the homeless and addicts. They often visited nearby bars to scavenge for bodies. Naturally, they would not mind taking a man as well. This fellow had quite a bit of cash, Lin Feng chuckled, feeling the thickness of the bills in his pocket. Estimating it to be around $4,000 or $5,000, he intended to visit a weapon shop to procure a means of self-defense. This was Lighthouse Country, a place where firearms were legal. Even though Lin Feng was highly skilled in martial arts, facing firearms was tantamount to giving away his life. Lin Feng recalled that his last return to the elevator had originated from this very bar. Thus explaining his current location. Checking his phone, he noted the time, 11 p.m. The streets were nearly deserted, yet fortune smiled upon him as he quickly hailed a taxi. To the nearest gun shop, please. "Alright, please fasten your seatbelt." Before long, Lin Feng arrived at his destination. After settling the fare, he stepped into the weapon shop, where a middle-aged man clad in body armor sat. "Hey brother, what do you need?" The owner greeted warmly. "Hello, I would like to purchase a handgun." "How about this one?" The 1911, a highly reliable handgun. Lin Feng inspected it and found no issues. Preparing to make the purchase, however, he only possessed temporary residency identification, which hindered him from acquiring a firearm through legal channels. Yet, as the saying goes, money can grease the wheels. The price for the gun was 300, and Lin Feng pulled out 1000. Explaining his predicament, the owner, quite astute, retrieved an identical gun from another box. "This firearm is undeniably illicit. Although its price is approximately 20% higher than that of legitimate weapons, anyone with sufficient funds can acquire it, regardless of their identity. The proprietor, noticing Lin Feng's generosity, provided him with some ammunition and a silencer. After procuring his means of self-defense, Lin Feng departed from the arms shop. Now, he resolved to find a hotel with internet access, preferably one that offered computers as well. The hotel check-in also required identification. However, a temporary residence permit sufficed. Lin Feng chose a 3-star hotel where the daily rate was $400. He paid a little extra to have a laptop provided for his use. Upon receiving the computer, Lin Feng began to browse various short video platforms and tweets on the little blue bird. The news on this platform was quite efficient, with minimal restrictions. It wasn't long before Lin Feng stumbled upon a significant news story. Just a few days prior, the Bear Nation had engaged in armed conflict with its brethren. Information on the matter was sparse. As the situation was still unfolding, Lin Feng couldn't help but recall his own experiences in the gold heist floor, where the majority of the text he encountered was in Russian. It was a region marred by strife. Could it possibly be related? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he continued scrolling. A particular short video caught his interest. A multitude of Stone Age artifacts unearthed in the Summer Nation, including bows, iron swords, and a statue resembling a rifle. The comments section of this video was equally intriguing. It has been proven that firearms were invented during the Stone Age. So has there truly been a technological gap in human progress? The statue may simply be the imagination of primitive people. I never anticipated the existence of bows and iron swords in the Stone Age. According to experts, this statue likely serves as the totem of the tribe. The gun-like shape may have resulted from wear over time, suggesting it was not originally designed this way, thus making it rather coincidental. So how do we explain the bullet casings found on site, which were made of copper? The base of the statue is engraved with flames. What does it represent? A fire god? I believe that is quite plausible. After all, primitive people revered natural phenomena, and fire significantly altered their lives, making fire worship highly likely. Could it be that such a realization has come to fruition so swiftly? Lin Feng mused, somewhat astonished. Chapter 98, Fire God Lin Feng? The dog-headed man. The comments section also featured some high-definition images that seemed dug up from nowhere, further confirming for Lin Feng that this sculpture indeed represented him. To think that those primitive people erected a statue in his honor. Surely they do not regard him as a deity. If the floors he traversed were to manifest, would the apocalyptic floor and the monster world not also materialize, and that yellow maze that still instills fear in him? Yet, despite extensive searching, Lin Feng found no news concerning a zombie virus, only films and the like. It made sense, for if such a reality were to occur, it would likely be swiftly contained. However, he did uncover some leads on supernatural incidents, akin to those Qin had previously shared with him. It seems he had a hand in those affairs. Glancing at the computer, Lin Feng noted that it was already 3 in the morning. After a shower, he retired for the night. The following day, at 11 in the morning, Lin Feng awoke leisurely, pulling back the curtains. Warm sunlight flooded the room. After having a bite to eat in the dining area, Lin Feng took a taxi to the bank. This bank was established by the Summer Nation, allowing Lin Feng to utilize his bank card there. After a brief cash withdrawal, he was preparing to find a place to unwind when he noticed 2 news vans and several police cars speeding past on the road. Indeed, in a free nation, news is a daily occurrence. Lin Feng felt the reassuring weight of his firearm at his waist. After purchasing an ice cream from a roadside vendor, he took a cab to the seaside. Having encountered a few blonde-haired girls in the afternoon, Lin Feng returned to his hotel feeling quite content. Upon opening his phone, a news alert instantly captured his attention. A homicide occurred in the alley behind the XO bar, suspected to be caused by a beast, with the victim's body showing multiple disfigurements. XO bar, wasn't he that the very establishment he had visited the previous day? Clicking on the link led him to a webpage filled with images and text. Upon viewing the pixelated images, Lin Feng immediately recognized the victim. It was the drunken man from the night before. So the news vans and police he had seen earlier were responding to this incident. He had left the man in the bar's alley, expecting that he would be picked up by some street urchins. To his shock, it turned out he had been devoured. Something was amiss. How could there be beasts roaming the city? Could it be connected to that monster world? As night fell, Lin Feng ventured back to the alley behind the bar. This time, the police tape had been removed, and the body had been taken away, leaving only faint traces of blood on the ground as evidence of the fatality. He hoped to uncover some clues but found nothing of significance. Just then, a chill ran down his spine. Through the light, Lin Feng discerned a long shadow behind him. Something was there. This shadow was undoubtedly not human. In a split second, as the unidentified creature lunged at him, Lin Feng rolled to the side. At last, he was able to discern the nature of the creature. A dog-headed man. Its physique resembled that of a human, yet it bore claws, a tail, and a canine head, with a ferocious growl. The dog-headed man appeared disgruntled at its failed ambush. After letting out a low growl at Lin Feng, it lunged again, though its speed was remarkable. Lin Feng's agility, rated at an impressive 21 points, allowed him to evade once more. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng swiftly drew his firearm and emptied the magazine into the dog-headed man. It attempted to dodge but still sustained several hits, wincing in pain. The creature shot Lin Feng a venomous glare before hastily scaling a wall and fleeing. Lin Feng pursued, but once he vaulted over the wall, the dog-headed man had vanished without a trace. Even the blood trail abruptly ended at one spot. Lin Feng crouched down to inspect the blood, still moist, and the sudden cutoff indicated only one conclusion: the dog-headed man had returned to the monster world from that very location. Realizing this, Lin Feng quickly decided to vacate the area. Should that creature return with reinforcements, he would be ill-prepared to confront them. Returning to Blue Star may no longer be a leisurely affair. As time progressed, the situation would only grow more perilous. Just as Lin Feng prepared to return to his hotel, he noticed an individual, appearing as if they were under the influence of some narcotic, staggering toward him while emitting peculiar sounds. Lin Feng paid little mind to him, as long as the individual did not bother him. As they passed one another, the person ignored Lin Feng, instead swaying erratically, their movements uncoordinated, mumbling incoherently, likely lost in some hallucination. The stench emanating from the individual prompted Lin Feng to cover his nose. How long had it been since they had bathed, even after passing him? The foul odor lingered. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng packed his belongings in preparation for his return to the Summer Nation. He had nearly completed all necessary investigations, and his stay in the Lighthouse Nation was fraught with inconveniences. Thus, it would be wiser to return to the Summer Nation, where conditions were comparatively safer. A day later, Lin Feng emerged from the airport in the Magic City. It was there that he discovered a QR code for a website titled Missing Persons Statistics, prominently displayed in the airport's most conspicuous location. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals who had vanished in the fog, the statistics remained incomplete. To expedite the process, this website had been created. Lin Feng searched for his name and identification number but found no record. This was likely related to the funds he had received from Mike and his recent expenditures. These data could validate his existence. While Qinan had been listed as a missing person, although Lin Feng did not know Qinan's identification number, he was able to search by name and quickly identified Qinan's photo among several individuals with the same name. Haha, what a stroke of bad luck for him, Lin Feng chuckled gleefully, then booked a suite on his phone, planning to enjoy the remainder of his days in the Magic City. However, while on the hotel booking page, an unexpected pop-up appeared on his screen. Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you desire to truly live? www.com. Click the link for a new life. Upon seeing this pop-up, Lin Feng hesitated, nearly clicking this to dismiss it. Could this be a link to some horrific video? To be cautious, Lin Feng forcefully shut down his phone and then restarted it. After rebooting, the pop-up had vanished. A few quick taps confirmed there were no unusual occurrences before he proceeded with his room reservation. Arriving at the suite he had booked, Lin Feng reclined on the bed and began scrolling through Douyin, contemplating where to explore in the coming days. At that moment, he stumbled upon a video that piqued his interest. An outdoor adventure. The vlogger had attempted to traverse a desert wasteland and ended up stranded, claiming that without the 2 bottles of water he found in the sand, he would not have survived until rescue arrived, despite his insistence that the water was genuinely discovered in the desert. Most viewers remained skeptical, believing it to be a publicity stunt. After all, according to records, the wasteland he traversed had never been entered by anyone. Lin Feng gazed at the 2 plastic water bottles in the video, a sense of familiarity washing over him. However, he paid it no mind and continued watching the next video. Chapter 99, the end of the holiday. In the remaining days, Lin Feng spent his time in tranquility, during which he also buried a substantial amount of money along with a handgun in a concealed location, ensuring that when Qinan returned, he would at least have funds at his disposal. Ding dong, the holiday has concluded, and you are about to return. The elevator materialized in Lin Feng's suite, and after taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Shortly after Lin Feng departed from Blue Star, Manhattan in the Lighthouse Nation was sealed off, all flights were cancelled, and the bridges leading to the outside world were obliterated, with naval ships dispatched to blockade the waters. However, the Lighthouse Nation effectively suppressed information regarding this incident, leaving scarcely a trace of news online. Among the residents of Manhattan, only a handful were aware that something had gone awry. Simultaneously, a mysterious organization emerged within the Summer Nation, known as the Otherworld Research Institute. Upon returning to the elevator, Lin Feng immediately sensed a wave of heat. Glancing at the temperature, it had surged from 39 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius in an instant. If it continued to rise, it would indeed become unbearable. Lin Feng fanned himself, feeling the oppressive heat. After filling a bucket with water, he submerged his head into it. After relishing a moment of coolness, Lin Feng's mind began to clear. The little velociraptor, mimicking his actions, also plunged its head into the water bucket, checking the time. It was already 9 in the evening. At this hour, most survivors should be resting, yet Lin Feng still clicked on Yihua's profile. Lin Feng, could you make a larger wooden tub, one that can accommodate a person? Yihua responded promptly, much to Lin Feng's surprise. Why Yihua, brother Lin, are you looking for a bathtub? I previously found an iron bathtub that can comfortably fit one person. Shall I give that to you? Lin Feng, yes, that will do. I'll send you another box of the medicine we discussed last time. Yihua, alright, thank you, big brother. Before long, a bathtub appeared before Lin Feng. It was quite clean, indicating that Yihua had already washed it. If lying straight down wasn't a requirement, the length of the tub was more than sufficient. Lin Feng filled the bathtub with water and then reclined into it. Lying in cold water at such a high temperature was immensely refreshing. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted off to sleep. He was awakened once again by the system's notification, beep. The floor you are about to enter is a challenge floor. Please complete the robbery task. Any items on this floor may be taken. But be advised, the difficulty level is quite high. Entry is optional. Beep. Task selection triggered. Option 1. Enter the floor and complete the robbery task. Reward. Title of Bounty Hunter. A 50 chance of receiving a gold coin for each enemy killed. Task item. God level driving skill, permanently retained upon completion. Option 2. Do not enter the floor. Reward. Title of Coward. Speed 30 while fleeing. Initially, Lin Feng had no intention of entering this floor, considering that his actions would have repercussions in reality. It was evident that Mike and his crew were up to no good again. If he were to join and subsequently be labeled an international fugitive, it would indeed be quite the predicament. However, the title offered for option 2 was particularly irksome. What on earth did they mean by coward? This was merely a matter of weighing risks and benefits. Did they not understand? Selection 1 it is. As the saying goes, one must stand their ground. How could he allow the system to humiliate him? After stowing his weapons safely in his backpack, Lin Feng patiently awaited the elevator's announcement. Ding dong. The elevator is descending. Please hold on tightly. The elevator gradually came to a halt, and as Lin Feng stepped out, he found himself in an arcade. Just as confusion set in, Mike's call came through. Hello, old Mike, what's up? Lin, I need your help. I know you intended to retire after the luxury cruise heist, but something has gone awry with a plan of mine. The gunman got nabbed, so I'm asking you to take on that role. Rest assured, the compensation will be more than fair. Mike's tone was urgent, clearly indicating that they were all set to execute their plan when a team member encountered a mishap. It felt akin to Valentine's Day when you've planned an entire day out with your girlfriend. And just as you're about to make your move, she suddenly announces that her period has started and her throat is inflamed. What plan? What have you set your sights on? Listen, I'm planning to make off with 4 tons of gold from the Federal Reserve Bank. With this, we could live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Everything is prepared. We just need you aboard. Are you in? The desperation in Mike's voice was palpable. After all, Lin Feng had ostensibly retired. Capable of living lavishly for the rest of his days, while his brother was trying to pull him back into the fray, it seemed rather inconsiderate. The Federal Reserve Bank, you truly are insane. But then again, what can I say? We are brothers, count me in. Upon hearing the bank's name, Lin Feng inhaled sharply. This trio was truly fearless. Great. I'll be there to pick you up. Where are you? At Gus's arcade point 10 minutes away. A little over 10 minutes later, a black Audi came to a stop before Lin Feng. Hey, Lin, Mike approached with a broad smile and embraced Lin Feng. If you want to practice fencing, go find old Chui. I'm not into that, It's just been a while since we last met, and I missed you. Old Mike turned and personally opened the car door for Lin Feng. Let me brief you on the plan inside the car, Old Mike spoke while driving. Our plan is quite audacious. You and I will directly rob the bank, however, our true target isn't cash, but the gold stored underground. So our roles are merely to divert attention. Xiao Fu and another gunman will breach the vault in the underground tunnel. We've set up a drilling machine in advance, and once they successfully extract the gold, Old Shui and his crew will use a helicopter to retrieve it. We don't need to worry about that part. Our responsibility is to create a diversion, and upon success, we'll sprint down to the underground parking lot and escape in an armored vehicle. You are truly mad. Lin Feng looked at Mike, who was brimming with excitement, feeling somewhat exasperated by this nearly 50-year-old man's reckless enthusiasm. Youthful exuberance. What else can I say? But you are already old. Oh, I'm just reliving my youth. Mike sped along, and soon the two arrived at the textile factory. Chapter 100. Commencing action. Upon arriving at the textile factory, Lin Feng encountered several other team members and finally met the legendary Lester. A chubby little man with poor mobility and glasses, he appeared somewhat unassuming, but he was remarkably skilled. Had it not been for Lester's assistance to the trio, they would have likely been apprehended long ago. Mike, can we trust this last-minute teammate? This is no trivial matter. Don't worry, Lin, I participated in 2 plans with him. He is reliable and very loyal. Alright, let us gear up and head out. Each to our assigned tasks, the three vehicles departed from the textile factory, and soon Lin Feng and Mike arrived at the Federal Reserve Bank. "Are you ready for a big score?" Mike donned his mask and patted his heavy ballistic vest. "Let us hope this thing can withstand a few bullets." "Ha, if a heavy ballistic vest costing several $1,000s can't stop a bullet, that would be quite the joke." Lin Feng also put on his mask. Clad in a similar heavy ballistic vest, both carried military-grade assault rifles along with grenades, smoke bombs, and sticky bombs. However, Lin Feng was puzzled as to why they always don suits for their operations. Was it merely for show? Concealing their weapons within their attire, they then entered the bank. "You are being robbed. Raise your hands." Upon entering, Mike shouted loudly while firing a few rounds into the ceiling. "Hit the alarm, hurry." Mike aimed his gun at the teller. The teller froze, hands poised to pack the cash. "Activate the alarm. Is he serious? Hurry, or I'll blow your head off." "Why yes, don't shoot, sir." The teller hastily pressed the alarm button beneath the counter. The police station received the alert and, upon realizing it was the Federal Reserve Bank, they were rendered utterly flabbergasted. Who has the audacity to rob the Federal Reserve Bank? Once Mike achieved his objective, he and Lin Feng locked the bank doors and tied up all the hostages before the two quickly concealed themselves. Their goal was to buy time. Meanwhile, in the underground tunnel of the vault, Xiaofu had already started the drilling machine, and with a resounding boom, the vault was breached. He promptly placed explosives on the vault's iron door, which was blown apart in an instant. 2 trucks of gold were laid out within. "Damn, the cops are here. Load the gold quickly. I'll hold them off." Hearing noises from outside the tunnel, Xiaofu cursed and rushed out with his gun. The gunman hurriedly began loading the gold, waiting for old Chui to arrive. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Mike soon found themselves besieged by a significant number of national security agents, forcing them to retreat upstairs. Finally, they arrived at the top floor, fortunate enough to find a staircase leading down. However, the area was already swarming with soldiers from the National Security Agency. The two had no choice but to fight their way down. "Old my, is this exhilarating?" "Ha, absolutely thrilling. I feel as if I've regained 20 years of youth," Mike shouted, before taking a moment to inquire about the progress of Xiaofu and old Chui. Upon learning that they had successfully transported the gold, Mike instructed Xiaofu to seek an opportunity to escape on his own, assuring him that he and Lin Feng would divert most of the police forces. At that moment, the sound of helicopters filled the air, accompanied by the customary loudspeakers urging them to surrender. "This is the IAA National Security Agency. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons. I repeat, lay down your weapons. Fuck, go to hell. The IAA bastards have stolen more gold than we ever did," Mike exclaimed angrily, rising to unleash a hail of bullets toward the helicopter, and the unfortunate pilot was struck down by the barrage. The helicopter crashed amidst a cacophony of alarms, after Lin Feng shot down a few approaching soldiers. He quickly pulled Mike back behind cover. "How do we get down now?" "Run. The getaway vehicle is in the parking lot. Once we reach it, we'll be safe," Mike shouted, then leaned out again to shoot several more officers before sprinting to the next cover. Hurry, in an hour, the entire city will be locked down, and we won't be able to escape." The number of officers ascending the building was increasing, and in the distance, more helicopters were arriving. Fortunately, no armed helicopters were deployed. Otherwise, even with 9 lives, Lin Feng would not have made it out. The two worked in perfect harmony, dispatching the soldiers that came at them, successfully making it down to the first floor. However, just as they descended, a helicopter awaited them, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Lin Feng was hit twice in the chest, while Mike sustained a shoulder injury, though his bulletproof vest mitigated the damage of the two. Quickly retreated. "Lin, are you alright?" "I'm fine, the vest saved my life." Lin Feng glanced at Mike, who had also been shot, and burst into laughter. Yet, lingering here was not a viable option with pursuers on their tail. "I'll throw 2 smoke grenades." "We'll charge out," Mike declared, tossing 2 smoke grenades toward the stairwell. As the smoke enveloped the area, the guards outside began firing indiscriminately. "Let us go. If luck is against us, we may end up here." After Mike said this, he charged out, with Lin Feng closely following. They braved the hail of bullets and successfully reached the cover of a large air conditioning unit. "I'll take down that helicopter. Then we can continue running," Mike exclaimed, opening fire on the helicopter. Its glass was not bulletproof, and under Mike's relentless assault, it was successfully shot down. Seizing the opportunity before reinforcements arrived, they hurried down the stairs. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng and Mike reached the first floor, now facing the parking lot. The entrance to the parking lot lay just across the street. They did not pause, shooting as they ran. By this point, their bulletproof vests bore 5 or 6 bullet holes. Truly, a vest worth tens of thousands of dollars proved its worth, as the bullets merely stung without causing serious harm. "Shit, I've been hit." Just as they entered the parking lot, Mike suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his thigh, of blood seeping through his fingers. Seeing this, Lin Feng rushed forward to support him. "Where's the car?" Lin Feng asked while firing with one hand. "Here are the keys." It's the white SUV. This vehicle had been extensively modified, rendered entirely bulletproof, and was also remarkably fast. Just as Lin Feng set Mike into the car, several police cars barreled into the parking lot. Realizing the urgency, Lin Feng quickly got into the vehicle, As he slammed the door shut, a barrage of bullets struck, only cracking the glass. Phew, we're safe. Where do we go from here? First, we drive out.